Chapter 1470 Heavy Casualties. The fiend dogs came up. Fucking fellows, fight it out with them. The fiend race's numbers were too many. Even with powerful bow and arrows suppressing, the fiend race soldiers scaled up the city walls very quickly as well. Following that was fighting in close quarters. Once they could not defend this first wave, their line of defense would be utterly crushed. A human soldier hacked at a fiend captain with a slash, shouting excitedly, "Why is this fiend dog so weak? My side too, so weak, one chop and it's done. Ha ha ha, so weak, chopping so satisfyingly." On the city wall came the human soldiers' excited shouting. When Wang Yifeng saw those fiends rush up so quickly, just now, his expression changed drastically too. But he did not expect that these fiends that climbed up were so weak. Wang Yifeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The southern city that side definitely could not be counted on. He could only rely on these people to guard the northern city now. The most important thing was that there was a fiend race army here. Then the people sent to Kangding City to request reinforcements were definitely disposed of already. They already became an isolated city now. Originally, seeing the fiend soldiers climb up to the top of city walls, Shu Lai was overjoyed in his heart. But very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face. Because the first wave of attack was repelled very quickly, he could not understand what in the world happened. Victory was clearly in sight. In a twinkle, it ended up in smoke. This wave directly lost several thousand people. Shu Lai's heart was dripping blood. He did not have a source of troops to replenish currently. One dead was one less. Charge again for me. Charge up in one vigorous effect. Fiend dragon throwing spears, continue firing for me. Shu Lai roared. Another large wave of assault. The circumstances were shockingly similar to just now. A large wave of people had clearly rushed up to the top of the city walls. They went up fast, but was defeated even faster. Once they went up to the top of the city walls, it should have been like a hot knife cutting through butter. But the fiend soldiers all seemed to wane, directly deflating. Shu Lai's eyes stared like wide saucers as he roared angrily, "Charge for me! Whoever dares to take a step back, kill without mercy." Shu Lai raised his hand and it was a palm, decimating quite a number of fiend soldiers who were currently running back. Those fiend soldiers were at a loss on what to do and could only turn around and charge in the direction of the city walls. It was another round of arrow flurry on the city walls, exploding on the fiend soldiers' bodies. "Your Excellency, we can't charge anymore," shouted a commander as he sprinted wildly to Shu Lai's side. Shu Lai's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "What in the world is going on?" That commander said with a face full of sorrow, "It's Spirite Green Soul Powder. Somebody spread Spirite Green Soul Powder at the wind gap." The moment Shu Lai heard, his expression changed greatly and he shouted fiercely, "Come back. All come back for me." Those fiend soldiers were just about to rush up. Hearing Shu Lai's roar, they immediately turned around and ran back. This back and forth was like walking a dog, looking incomparably comical. "Ha ha ha, fiend dogs, come on up. Weren't you very fierce just now? Come on up. Grandpa is waiting for you here. A bunch of craven dogs, you all come up. Weren't you very cocky earlier?" On top of the city walls, the human soldiers all started shouting excitedly. Repelling the fiend race's 2 waves of offensive in a row, killing 5 to 6,000. Fiends, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. The humans' side only paid a very small price. Although they won rather bafflingly, this did not hinder their extremely swelled-up mentality. Shu Lai's expression was unbelievably grim as he asked that commander, "You're sure that it's the Spirite Green Soul Powder?" That commander said, "Absolutely. Furthermore, this Spirite Green Soul Powder's purity is very high. Just now, I only sucked in a small mouthful and almost can't muster up any fiendish essence." Shu Lai drew a cold breath and said in shock, "So powerful. How can there possibly be someone who grasps the Spirite Green Soul Powder's refining method among the humans?" Spirite Green Soul Powder did not have any effect on humans. But against fiends, especially low-ranking fiends, it had a terrifying effect. Once this thing drifted along with the wind, it would become colorless and tasteless. Even inhaling a grain of powder would also make the fiend's fiendish essence unable to muster up, and could only be at people's mercy. However, while this thing was formidable, even in the fiend race, extremely few people were able to refine it too. In fact, those who knew that it existed were very few as well. He did not expect that there was actually someone who knew how to refine Spirite Green Soul Powder. This was simply grievous news to them. Damn it, who the hell is it, opposing us in every way? Shu Lai was simply almost going crazy. This invisible opponent made him feel extremely uneasy. First was cutting off his path of retreat, then was the spirite green soul powder. This guy still had no idea how many methods. At this point, Shu Lai would rather have a good fight with the other party. But he did not know who the opponent was at all. Your Excellency, what should we do now? Asked a subordinate who was also at a complete loss. Shu Lai's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said in a solemn voice, "Whole army, launch an attack. Everyone, hold your breath and charge up in one vigorous effort. They only have several thousand people. As long as we can charge inside, Tiderain City will definitely be captured. All of the origin deity realm commanders charge in front for me." The subordinates' expressions changed and they said, "Your Excellency, do you have assurance in avoiding the giant crossbows?" Shu Lai said solemnly, "No assurance. But carry on waiting and we're still dead. This hidden opponent is too terrifying. I feel that we've always been led by the nose by him. He clearly wants to delay us right now. Most likely, the reinforcements are already on the way." The subordinates were taken aback with horror and said, "No way. The people sent out of the city to request for reinforcements were all disposed of by us." Shu Lai's expression was very ugly as he said, "We have no way out anymore. Not capturing the city, we'll have to die. Can't carry on wasting time. Attack." Under Shu Lai's command, all of the commanders followed him and charged straight out. Shu Lai came before the army and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow me. You're not allowed to take a step back. Kill." Done talking, he leapt, directly flying toward the city walls. Wang Yifeng's expression changed and he said sternly, "Giant crossbowman, shoot him down for me." A terrifying sharp arrow tore through the air and arrived, with virtually no time interval. A mighty expert like Shu Lai was too late to even react and only had time to slant his body a bit. Shu Lai gave a muffled groan. A large hole was directly shot out in his chest. Wang Yifeng sighed in pity inwardly. If it could hit Shu Lai's vital areas, it would be able to take his life. But this blow already heavily injured Shu Lai. In this short while, a group of commanders already leapt up to the top of city walls. Those fiend soldiers followed closely behind. Of course, the price paid was very heavy too. This wave of attack, the fiend race had a large group of casualties again, and already lost 1/3. The spirite green soul powder was still continuing. A large swath of fiend soldiers that rushed up the city walls fell down again. Shu Lai ignored the injuries on his body, leaping up, directly flying up to the top of city walls. But at this time, a figure quietly circled around to the back of the fiend race army. Chapter 1471 One Man, One Army. Yuan turned into an afterimage, charging over from the back of the fiend army. With this, Yuan went all out, sword energy roaming unobstructed, directly downing a large strip. The fiends swarmed out in full force and were already minding their heads and disregarding their rear end. The back of the army was very hollow. The origin deity realm commanders already rushed under the city walls at this time. At the back were mostly grotto profound realm and heaven glimpse realm existences. Yuan, one person and one sword, was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing until the sky and earth dimmed. In front of him, there was not an opponent who could last one exchange. One sundering stars charging out directly reaped a large group of fiend soldiers. Wailing sounds echoed together. Not good, there's a human army sneak attacking at the back. Army my ass, there's only one person, still waiting for what? Attack together and kill him. Yuan carved out the effect of an army by himself. His speed of charging forward was extremely fast. Very soon, he charged to the central region of the fiend army. The opponents he encountered were also getting more and more. There were even some 1,000-man commanders whose strength already reached grand completion heaven glimpse. But after Yuan broke through to middle stage heaven glimpse, his strength increased greatly. Grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouses could only cause a bit of hindrance to him. His movement technique was too fast. Those grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouses could not catch up with his footsteps at all. Not good, quickly stop him, he wants to destroy the fiend crossbows, shouted a 1,000-man commander. A group of fiend soldiers was taken aback with horror, blocking Yuan's path like tidewater. What that 1,000-man commander said was right, Yuan's target was precisely the fiend crossbows firing the fiend dragon throwing spears. This thing caused too much harm to the human soldiers. If not for these fiend crossbows, it would also be impossible for the fiend soldiers to scale up the city walls so quickly. Sure enough, the swarming tactic worked. Yi Yuan's path was blocked by countless fiend soldiers. Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he was just one person after all. The fiend soldiers ahead could not be killed entirely at all. Finally, Yi Yuan's speed slowed down. He was still several hundred feet away from those fiend crossbows. But this distance of several hundred feet was like at the far end of the horizon. He killed a large swarm and even more fiend soldiers came up to block again. He can't push anymore. This human is so strong. Use swarming tactic to exhaust him to death. Everybody attack together. He already can't escape. Rushing in alone, no matter how strong, it's also delivering himself to death. Kill, kill, kill. Kill this human. Not only did Yi Yuan's slaughter not make these fiends afraid, but it also stimulated their devilish nature even more instead, all rushing over. Like they were crazy. Hey, human wave tactic, is it? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. But the movements of his hands did not slow down in the slightest, continuously reaping the lives of the fiend soldiers. From Yi Yuan rushing into heavy encirclement until now, it was merely a short several dozen breaths. Yi Yuan already killed hundreds of people. This kind of lethality virtually rivals a small-scale troop. But even if the small-scale army could achieve this result, they would definitely be wiped out by the fiends at this time too. But Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed currently. Chasing Moon. In the crowd, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, charging toward a grand completion 1,000-man commander with inconceivable speed. That 1,000-man commander never thought that Yi Yuan could actually still release such a stunning move under everyone's besieging. Caught unprepared, his head was directly exploded by Yi Yuan, his body falling weakly onto the ground. Those fiend soldiers were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. A powerful 1,000-man commander was actually one-shotted in one exchange. This human was truly a little too freakish, right? In this dazed short while, Yi Yuan already sped towards the fiend crossbows like lightning. A distance of several hundred feet was merely a matter of a twinkle to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan released several sundering stars like lightning, directly hacking those fiend crossbows into pieces. Although those fiend crossbows were powerful, they were merely profound divine artifact-grade sieging weapons, having weak defensive power. With Yi Yuan's strength, destroying them were merely a matter of a wave of a hand. And at this time, the top of the city walls already entered a white-hot stage. Both parties already entered the state of hand-to-hand fighting. Those origin deity realm powerhouses directly slaughtered into the human army, all incomparably powerful. But in this kind of war, origin deity realms were not invincible. Such intense fighting, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by the human soldiers. Hence, they needed a continuous stream of reinforcements to join in before they could press forth irresistibly. But those origin deity realm commanders suddenly discovered that the fiend army that joined in behind them did not seem to be many. Furthermore, why did the fiend dragon throwing spears stop firing? Turning back to look, their hearts immediately went cold. They were on the city walls, the situation below was clear at a glance. The back of the fiend army, a large number of fiend soldiers had fallen into a big mess. That large swarm of fiend soldiers was probably no fewer than 5,000 to 6,000 people. The fiend race's losses already exceeded 10,000 with the repeated assaults. There were only less than 20,000 people left. 5,000 to 6,000 people being tied down all at once, their current numbers were not much more than the human soldiers defending the northern city anymore. Under this kind of circumstance, how could they breach the city? Shu Lai being heavily injured by the giant crossbow, his strength was greatly diminished. At this time, he already clashed with Wang Yifeng. Although he could suppress Wang Yifeng, wanting to finish off the other party within a short time was very hard to accomplish. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. The humans relied on geographical advantage and finally withstood the fiend race's assault. Both sides unleashed a sanguinary tug of war on top of the city walls. Damn it, why hasn't this human's divine essence run out yet? We already have close to 1,000-man squad dead, his combat power is actually still so strong. Could it be that this guy's divine sea forever won't dry up? Those fiend soldiers were almost despairing. They were really using numbers to go and deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. But they had already 1,000-man team dead, and Yi Yuan was still full of spirit and energy, without the slightest appearance of divine essence drying up. 5,000 to 6,000 man commanders wanted to besiege Yi Yuan, but they could not catch up to Yi Yuan's movement technique at all. Yi Yuan was like a mudfish, shuttling back and forth in the army freely. Nobody could catch his figure at all. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan finally could not endure anymore. When those few thousand-man commanders saw this, each and every one of them was delighted, like they were injected with stimulants, roaring loudly. One of them shouted, "He's almost done for. Keep your chins up, kill him." Those fiend soldiers were already in the battle for so long to the point they were exhausted already. Seeing the situation, each and every one of them was incredibly excited, swarming over towards Yi Yuan like tidewater. Continuously killing for a day and night, Yi Yuan's divine essence was really almost already nearing the bottom. However, his goal was already achieved. "Hey, Grandpa Yi played enough, not playing with you all anymore." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, figure moving, directly flying up to the sky. Sword maneuvering flight. Those fiends were utterly dumbstruck with amazement. They expended a price of close to 1,000 people before finally depleting Yi Yuan's divine essence. But he directly flew away. Right then, an ear-splitting roar rose up from the dense forest. All of the fiend soldiers' faces immediately turned ashen. The reinforcements were here. Chapter 1472 Narrow Escape. Behind the fiend army, the tidewater-like human army arrived with a roar. The addition of the reinforcements made the already almost collapsing fiend army thoroughly lose the last trace of hope. The moment the human army charged, the fiend army immediately fell to pieces. A siege battle played out into a one-sided slaughter. Day after day of fierce battles, the fiend race had long reached the brink of collapse. With the addition of reinforcements at this time again, they were directly routed. On top of the city walls, Shu Lai's gaze revealed a look of despair when he saw the earth-shaking battle cry. He knew that these 30,000 troops were considered to have thoroughly fallen here. "Shu Lai, offer up your life." Right then, a figure tore through the air and arrived, heading straight for Shu Lai. When Wang Yifeng saw the arrival, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Lord Wu Tianxiang." He had long been an arrow at the end of its flight under Shu Lai's strong attack, looking as if he was about to lose. Wu Tianxiang suddenly arriving finally let him heave a sigh of relief. This Wu Tianxiang was precisely Kangding City's defending army's great general, a half-step divine lord expert. The current Wu Tianxiang had a soaring momentum, while Shu Lai was already severely wounded. The two people's strengths were not on the same level at all. One exchange and Shu Lai was suppressed in all aspects. In the army, Ling Feng finally let out a long sigh in relief. These few days, he sprinted madly day and night, finally bringing the reinforcements in the nick of time. Otherwise, the outcome would be too ghastly to imagine. After being saved at the natural chasm, Yi Yuan had him go to Kangding City to request for reinforcements. At that time, Ling Feng felt that it was definitely too late. But Yi Yuan insisted on making him go over, saying that they would definitely make it. He did not expect that they really made it. But seeing the desolation of the battle situation here, even Ling Feng could not help being greatly moved too. The defending army on the city walls did not look like much, so how did they resist this 30,000 fiend army? One had to know, the northern cities' defenses could not compare to the southern cities. All kinds of fortifications completely could not compare. Under the situation where the numbers were extremely disadvantaged, they actually persisted for so long. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled Yi Yuan's calm and composed face, and could not help being startled inwardly. Could it be Yi Yuan's work? Impossible. He's just one person, how can he possibly resist the fiend race's 30,000 troops? Suddenly, his gaze flitted to those destroyed fiend crossbows, and he could not help being greatly surprised. Very clearly, it was impossible for the guards in the army to rush out to destroy the fiend crossbows. Then, who ruined the fiend crossbows? It could not be that the fiend soldiers themselves broke it, right? Could it really be Yi Yuan? Ling Feng drew a cold breath. The more he thought, the more likely this was. He surveyed the surroundings, but could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Kangding City's army was like a bulldozer, directly charging over from the center of the fiend army. At this time, Tiderain City already did not need to shut the city gates tightly anymore. After Wang Yifeng withdrew, he ordered people to directly open the city gates, welcoming Kangding City's army. Leave 5,000 people behind, the rest will all rush to the southern city and defend Tiderain City to the death. In midair, Wu Tianxiang said in a clear voice. With Kangding City's army massacring them in one round, the fiend army was only left with several thousand people already. Leaving behind 5,000 people plus the northern city's defending army, it was sufficient to clear up the mess. At the southern city's side, they were still bombarding indiscriminately, both sides fighting until the sky and earth dimmed. The fiend army over there was seriously too many, unable to finish at all. Shu Lai, prepare to die. Today, you stumbled right into a trap. Don't blame this general for not being courteous. Wu Tianxiong laughed loudly and said. Shu Lai's aura became weaker and weaker, looking as if he was about to be defeated. He snorted coldly and said, want to kill me? You dream on. Heavenly fiend blood escape grand release. Suddenly, Shu Lai's entire body burst apart. A cloud of blood mist wrapped around the fiend's soul, instantly flying out several miles away. Wu Tianxiong's expression changed, not expecting that Shu Lai still had such a card to play. But Shu Lai's blood escape speed was too fast. With his movement technique, he could not catch up at all. Looking in the direction Shu Lai escaped, Wu Tianxiong heaved a long sigh and said, such a pity. Let that fellow escape. In the future, we probably can't dispense with going through a lot of trouble. A fiend infiltrating into the human race's central region. Furthermore, it was a half-stop divine lord realm powerful existence. How the consequences would be was really hard to say. Wang Yifeng went up to greet at this time, saying with clasped hands, Lord Tianxiong, the people we sent out were all killed by the fiends. How did you get the news? I even thought that we were dead for sure this time. Wu Tianxiong froze and said, wasn't Ling Feng sent by you? Wang Yifeng was stunned too and said, Ling Feng. This name is so familiar. I remember now. Didn't he go to spy on the military movements? It's actually him. This kid really made a huge contribution this time. Ling Feng failed to return after a long time. Wang Yifeng even thought that he had long died at the fiend race's hands. After all, with his strength, the likelihood of being discovered by the fiend race was very high. Of course, those soldiers who came back said that there was still a person together with Ling Feng. But he was just at the initial stage heaven glimpse realm and could not play any part. He did not pay attention anymore. He did not expect that it was actually Ling Feng who went to ask for reinforcements. This contribution was really too big. Southern City, Guo Chengmen stood proudly on top of the city walls and said in a clear voice, Sandcliff, your scheme has already fallen through. The 30,000 fiend troops that came over from Fiend Calling Ridge's natural chasm have already been completely annihilated. Shu Lai has already been executed. Kangding City reinforcements have already arrived. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Sandcliff's expression changed greatly and he said with an astonished look, impossible. Fiend Calling Ridge that side prepared 100,000 troops, how can it possibly be just 30,000? This conclusion was seriously too beyond his expectations. Even if the intel was leaked, how could 100,000 troops possibly become 30,000? But, looking at the densely packed reinforcements on the top of the city walls, it was not up to him to not believe. The northern city's fiend army was probably really completely annihilated already. Sandcliff was currently depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. Just what went wrong with the originally seamless plan? Several decades of preparations actually concluded in such a crushing defeat. How would he give an account to the higher-ups when he went back? He lost over half this time, looking like he was about to knock open the southern city's gates, but the reinforcements suddenly arrived, directly making his many days of making it through bloody battle turn into zilch. This campaign was simply defeated incomprehensibly. Sandcliff did not know that his words made Guo Chengmen get a huge shock too. Fiend Calling Ridge that side actually had 100,000 fiend troops. He believed that Sandcliff absolutely would not lie to him at this time. Then, where did the other 70,000 troops go? If 100,000 fiend troops all came over, even if he was long prepared, the northern city would have long been captured too. Several thousand people against 100,000 people, the conclusion had no suspense at all. This war was truly won too by a fluke, won too bafflingly. As if there was an invisible large hand helping them at the back. Guo Chengmen forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart and said indifferently, maybe those 70,000 fiends had long fallen into the natural chasm. Sandcliff, if you want to keep fighting, this Guo will accompany you to the end. The expression on Sandcliff's face was exceedingly ugly. Struggling for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, whole army, listen up. Withdraw. On top of the city walls came all of the defending army's crazed cheers. Chapter 1473 3 Kneels of Gratitude. On the city wall, Several tens of thousands of soldiers looked up at the gate tower, extremely grand. Guo Changman surveyed the surroundings and said in a clear voice, "In this battle, the officers and men used their lives to repel an enemy several times the size. This general is proud of you all. Great general is mighty." All the officers and men shouted in unison, the sound shaking the sky. One could tell that each and every one of them was very agitated, including Guo Changman. In this battle, life and death hung by a thread. Just one step off and it was the outcome of the city being destroyed and people dying. Guo Changman smiled and said, "It's you all who are mighty, my children. From tomorrow onwards, the three armies will be rewarded according to their merits. However, the greatest hero who has rendered a great service in this battle is precisely the one standing beside me at this time. Perhaps many of you don't know him, but you all have to know that he was the first one to discover the fiend race invading from Fiend Calling Ridge. It was also him who brought over Kangding City's reinforcements, only then did it turn back the raging tides. He is called Ling Feng." Beside Guo Changman, Ling Feng seemed somewhat uneasy and out of place. This scene of having tens of thousands fix their eyes on him, he was still not quite used to it. "Your Excellency, this officer dare not take credit. The greatest meritorious hero in this battle isn't me." Ling Feng suddenly plucked up his courage and said. Guo Changman even thought that Ling Feng was being modest, patted his shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Hoo, if it's your credit, it's yours, nobody can snatch it away. If not for you sending people to bring back news, the northern city would have long been breached. Even this general would also have to be buried within the army. To a certain extent, you defended the myriad of territories behind us." When Ling Feng saw that Guo Changman said it so solemnly, he was even more terrified and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this battle really isn't this officer's credit. But somebody else's. If not for him, our squad would have been annihilated at Fiend Calling Ridge back then, and it would have been totally impossible to come back and report." Guo Changman had a look of surprise on his face when he heard that and said, "Somebody else? Who is it?" Ling Feng said, "He's called Yuan, just a human who passed by Fiend Calling Ridge." Ling Feng rattled on tirelessly about the events that happened in this period of time, making everyone draw cold breaths continuously. Annihilating the fiend squads, falling down the cliff and not dying, cutting off the fiend race's path of retreat. This series of actions, it sounded like a myth or legend to everyone. I originally thought that it was a human expert who saved us in secret. But later, the more I thought, the more off it was. Most likely, the person who insta-killed 5 fiend captains back then was Yuan. Furthermore, when I left, I thought that it was completely too late to request for reinforcements. But he told me in all sincerity and solemnness that the reinforcements can definitely make it in time. Ling Feng also said his own guesses. Guo Changman was still perplexed previously. Why did the fiend race's army of 100,000 become 30,000? But only when he heard Ling Feng say so did he have a sudden realization. At this time, Wang Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, with Ling Feng saying so, I also feel that it's very strange. Actually, the first day that the fiends besieged the northern city, the battle situation was already very critical. They leapt up the city walls several times, but those fiend soldiers were all feeble and soft, one chop and they were down. Because of this, that's how we defended for several days. Later, Shu Lai launched the assault. Those commanders already rushed up to the top of the city walls. But the back of their army seemed to have had a disturbance, and that's how they didn't take advantage of the situation to enter the battle." Ling Feng also said, "I saw the destroyed fiend crossbows at the back of the fiend army. The back of the army also had quite a number of people dead, but I didn't see one Tiderain city defending troops." The more these two people talked, the more alarmed Guo Changman got. All of this sounded like an Arabian night tale, but the result of the events developing to this point was also so reasonable. However, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist dictated a war of several 100,000. This was a little too exaggerated, right? Just what kind of person is this Yuan? Are these things really what one person can do? This is simply producing clouds with a turn of one's hands, and rain with another. He alone dominated a war. This kind of thing, even Lord Guo Changman can't do it. This Yuan must have been sent by heaven to save us. Ling Feng said that Yuan was only Heaven Glimpse realm. Could it be that he slaughtered into the back of the fiend army alone? Does this guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? The officers and men were all shocked until they could not close their mouths, speculating one after another about this behind-the-scenes hero who had never been seen, but he saved all of them. Guo Changmin drew a deep breath and said, Ling Feng, not that this general doesn't believe you, but it's true that the things you said are too inconceivable. Since that little friend Yi had the intention of joining the army, I wonder where he is now. Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, after the great battle ended, I kept looking for him too, but I couldn't find him at all. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a thunderous voice sounded out above the city's sky. The hero has already gone, all give 3 kneels of gratitude toward the east. The voice was not loud, but it was like rolling thunder, transmitting into everyone's ears. Who is talking? The hero has gone. It's saying that Yuan left. Toward the east, isn't that in the direction of Fiend Calling Ridge? Why did he go over? Are you dumb? Didn't Ling Feng say it, that the hero can move freely above the natural chasm? No, wait, he went to the fiend race. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed, realizing this problem. To the humans, the fiend race territory was equivalent to a forbidden land. No one dared to go over at all. But Guo Changmin's expression changed and he gave a bow toward the sky and said, we obey Lord Ziyan's dharmic decree. Lord Ziyan, who is Lord Ziyan? I heard that there's a divine Lord Realm powerhouse stationed in Tiderain City, but I never see him before. Could it be that Tiderain City really has a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? If there's a divine Lord Realm powerhouse, why didn't he take action when our casualties are so heavy? Yeah, we were almost completely wiped out, didn't see the divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move too. This voice immediately aroused a flurry of discussion. Legends had it that Tiderain City had a divine Lord Realm powerhouse defending. It was just that after that battle, nobody saw the divine Lord Realm powerhouse anymore as well. In the course of time, it became a legend too. Of course, quite a few people were also indignant in their hearts. Why didn't the divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move when the great battle was fought to this kind of degree? Guo Changmin's expression darkened. Mustering up divine essence, he said in a solemn voice, all shut up for me. His prestige in the army was exceedingly high. With this roar, those soldiers immediately became silent like cicadas in winter, but their faces still had indignant looks. Guo Changmin swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice, Tiderain City indeed has Lord Ziyan, a divine Lord Realm powerhouse garrisoning here. Could it be that you all think that there isn't a divine Lord Realm powerhouse in the Fiend Race army? Do you all know what it means for divine Lord Realm powerhouses to take action? It means that none of you guys can survive. If Tiderain City perishes, Lord Ziyang will also survive or die together with Tiderain City. Guo Changmin's rolling thunder-like voice finally made the soldiers become quiet. Now, obey Lord Ziyan's dharmic decree. All officers and men listen to the order. Give 3 kowtows to the east. Guo Changmin said in a clear voice. Finished talking, Guo Changmin knelt down first. Chapter 1474 Kanuo's News. A blood-colored light quietly disappeared into the dense forest. A cloud of black gas gradually condensed into a human form. Fortunately, I had some contingencies. Otherwise, this life would have been considered lost in Tiderain City. However, my injury is too severe. Without several decades of recuperation, I'm probably unable to recover completely. Fiend Soul Secret Art, condense for me. That cloud of blood mist gradually condensed into a human form. Who could it be if not Shu Lai? But the current Shu Lai was incomparably weak, less than 1/10,000th of his prime. Shu Lai let out a long sigh of relief and muttered under his breath, this war was really lost without rhyme or reason. To actually not even know who the opponent was. Sigh, can't go back to the fiend race anymore. In the future, I can only be a lonely spirit. Suffering such a defeat, even if Shu Lai went back, it would be hard to escape death too. After today, he could only become a lonely spirit and slowly recover his strength. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the dense forest, causing Shu Lai to suddenly get startled. A figure slowly walked out. Shu Lai's pupils constricted. It was actually a human. His expression turned cold. When he saw that the arrival was only a heaven-glimpsed realm human, his heart calmed down slightly. However, his gaze became ferocious very quickly. This human could just nicely become his blood feed and help him recover strength. Heh, kid, you came just in time. Shu Lai's figure moved explosively, grabbing straight for that human. The sound of tearing through the air came over. Shu Lai's pupils shrunk, retreating back at an even faster speed than just now. In the panic, Shu Lai exchanged a blow with the sword light, directly flying out backward. His gaze revealed a look of great terror as he looked at that human and said in a solemn voice, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you want to know who your opponent was?" Shu Lai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said in a deep voice, "It's you." "Impossible. A measly heaven glimpse realm martial artist, how can I possibly be defeated at your hands?" "No, wait, you're that punk who jumped off the cliff." "You, how can you possibly still be alive?" Shu Lai looked at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He also felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't he precisely one of those two human martial artists who jumped off the cliff? Jumping down the cliff, now, he actually showed up in front of him alive and well. Furthermore, this Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist actually said that he was his enemy of this war. Shu Lai felt that his brain was somewhat inadequate right now. He actually lost to a Heaven Glimpse realm brat. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Believing or not is your business, nothing to do with me. Now, I'll ask you one thing. Do you know Kanuo?" Half-step divine lord powerhouses could be counted on one hand in a capital city. Even within the boundary of an imperial city, they more or less had some fame. Hence, Yi Yuan directly asked this question. Shu Lai's gaze turned intent and he said, You've seen Lord Kanuo before. He has already gone missing for a million years. How do you know his name?" Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "You really know him?" "Heh, then that's good." Seeing that ill-intentioned gaze of Yi Yuan's, Shu Lai revealed a frightened look. What do you want to do?" Shu Lai retreated several steps back in a row and said in a panic. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do what?" "Borrowing your fiend soul to use." Shu Lai's gaze turned intent and he said fiercely, "You dream on." Done talking, Shu Lai suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist and still wanted to escape. But Yi Yuan was even faster than him. One sundering stars releasing, it struck that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's figure moved explosively, directly grabbing hold of that ball of Shu Lai's fiend soul. After 10 breaths, that ball of fiend soul gradually dissipated without a trace. A powerful half-step divine lord powerhouse died in Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of disappointment. Kanuo was a figure from a million years ago. At that time, Shu Lai was still just a junior. He only knew that Kanuo received Capone capital city's city lord's order to go search for a small world's spatial coordinates. In the end, he directly disappeared. This disappearance was a million-year time. Yi Yuan was also harboring the mentality of giving it a try, that was why he came to block Shu Lai. He did not expect that he really had some harvests. Shu Lai's speed was fast, but that was also just relative to Wu Tianxiong and the others. After Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse, sword maneuvering flight's speed was even greater than before. Catching up to a heavily injured Shu Lai was still a cinch. The identity token on Shu Lai's body as well as his spatial ring, storage equipment and so on, all fell down. Yi Yuan casually beckoned, gathering up these things. But he did not check it straight away. He just said coolly, "Senior has watched for so long, why don't you reveal yourself?" A figure slowly walked out, his eyes rather surprised as he said, "Looks like this seat really underestimated you. It isn't unjust for Shu Lai to be defeated under your hands." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior has made great contributions and toiled hard holding down the fort at Tiderain City. Coming here, it isn't to make things difficult for a junior, right?" This man was none other than precisely the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse holding down the fort at Tiderain City, Ziyan. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Ziyan in front of him was merely a clone. His real self did not dare to leave Tiderain City at all. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan dare to speak so casually? If this Ziyan had malicious intent, Yi Yuan would be unable to bear the consequences. In reality, when Dustless drew close to Tiderain City, he discovered Ziyan's existence. A hint of surprise flashed across Ziyan's eyes as he said in surprise, "Hey, looks like you, kid, really have keen insight into matters. I wonder when a junior like you appeared in my human race. Truly, the young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind." Ziyan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so on guard against me. This battle was all thanks to you. I represent River Eternal Imperial City's hundreds of millions of lives and express thanks to you." While talking, Yan clasped his hands at Yi Yuan, which was considered to have shown great respect. Even though it was just a clone, Yan was a true blue divine lord realm powerhouse. To be able to do this was truly not easy. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior is too courteous. I, as a member of the human race, contributing to the human race is also ought to be." Yan nodded and said, "Looking at your appearance, is it possible that you want to go to the fiend race's territory?" Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, saying with a nod, "This Yi has some personal affairs, this trip likely can't be avoided." Yan said, "Do you know that humans are the lowest race in the land of the fiend race, living subhuman lives? Even this seat also doesn't dare to easily go deep in you." Yan's words were not said until the end, but the meaning was already very clear. Your strength was too weak, not suitable to go to the fiend race territory. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior has some means. So, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem." Yan's gaze turned intent and he said, "Since that's the case, I won't keep you anymore, be more careful." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked away slowly. Above the natural chasm, Yi Yuan was currently walking away leisurely but heard an earth-shaking loud sound coming from the direction of Tiderain City. Tiderain City, from top to bottom, thanks Hero Yi for your life-saving grace. Chapter 1475 The Sharp Edge of a Pretty Boy. Capone capital city was eminent Orchid Imperial City's northernmost capital city, which was also a strategic military city. The Tiderain City great battle that had just happened, the fiend army set off from here. "Yo, what a handsome little lad. Go home with elder sister tonight. Tisk tisk, this lad is really handsome," making elder sister tempted. "Handsome guy, enter the city with elder sister. Move aside, move aside. You all, these unchaste faded beauties, also want to fight with your mother. Handsome, follow me." There was a wave of commotion outside Capone capital city's city gates. 7 to 8 amorous women surrounded a young and handsome youth. The women all pushed and pulled, all wanting to take this handsome guy for their own. The fiend race women were completely different from human women. Most of them were very open and uninhibited. Regarding the matters of men and women, they did not shy from talking about it. Taking fancy on a guy, they would surround over like bees and butterflies. The fiend race men were mostly ugly and savage. Hence, when pretty boys occasionally appeared, they would be wildly sought after by these girls. The man surrounded in the center by these women was simply an outstandingly handsome man compared to other guys, completely not on the same level. It was just that this guy's glabella was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan. This person was precisely the Yi Yuan who flew across the natural chasm and sneaked into the fiend race. The current Yi Yuan's figure was considerably more robust compared to before. His face also had additional hints of a ruthless and evil air. He looked rather bloodthirsty. After Yi Yuan killed Shu Lai, he found a fiend cultivation method inside his storage ring. Then, Yi Yuan used the Chaos Heavenspan cannon to operate the fiend cultivation method, and actually converted all of the divine essence in his body into fiend essence. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon was all-encompassing. It could convert into any form of energy. This aspect, Yi Yuan had long discovered it. Yi Yuan discovered that the paste divine essence within his body seemed to be higher ranked than the average person's divine essence. As long as he was willing, he could imitate any kind of cultivation method at will. The current Yi Yuan gave off a fiendish aura from top to bottom. It was no different from ordinary fiends. Those members of the fiend race completely could not tell that he was actually a human. But this scene, it aroused quite a few fiend race men's displeasure. "Hey, pretty boy, I want to challenge you." A savage-looking fiend man directly stopped Yi Yuan. "Goodness, Lang Jie, you're a grand completion 2-star fiend general, but you want to challenge a middle-level 2-star handsome guy, aren't you shameless?" said a fiend race woman unhappily. The fiend race's realm division was the same as the human race. It was just that the terms were somewhat different. From low to high, they were respectively fiend soldier, fiend general, fiend commander, fiend lord, fiend king, fiend sovereign, fiend empyrean, and the fiend race's heavenly emperor. Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists corresponded to fiend general. This Lang Jie was a grand completion 2-star fiend general, which was also grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm. Lang Jie glared and said coldly, "War wrong, yesterday, you were still saying that I am matchlessly heroic and only like me alone. Now, you actually took fancy on a pretty boy. Your father wants to make him explode with one punch, let you see who's the hero." The fiend race woman said with a wide grin, Lang Jie, you aren't going to be like the humans, doing what? A day together as husband and wife means endless devotion the rest of your life, right? Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Don't you say so, handsome? The moment Lang Jie heard T, he brimmed even more with jealousy, his face contorting into a wrinkled sheet as he said furiously, pretty boy, accept my challenge if you have the balls. What kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Oh, I get it. You're not a man at all, but a gigolo, ha ha ha. Lang Jie, aren't you bullying people here? He's a middle-level 2-star fiend general. How can he possibly be your match? Yeah, wrong. This girl had a momentary spur too. When she gets tired of playing with this pretty boy, she'll return to your side. Our fiend race's pretty boys, apart from Lord Ka Xin, they are all pleasant to the eye but useless vases, one touch and they shatter. Lang Jie, take it easy. The waves of laughter around were all mocking Yi Yuan. Actually, Yi Yuan did not wish to be such a maverick too. It was just that the fiend race men's appearances, he seriously could not bear to look at it. Even if Yi Yuan was at the human race, he could be considered a handsome man too. Right now, this sort of appearance was already the maximum that he could tolerate. Making him turn into like Lang Jie, he would rather go and die. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. A group of men and horses were slowly riding into the city. The one in the lead was a cold and proud woman. Ordinary fiend race women, because of their cultivation methods, were mostly very pretty and amorous. Their looks were also very outstanding. But that cold and proud woman appeared very different among these mature women. She was neither as gentle and good-natured as human women nor as licentious and unrestrained like fiend race women. Her beauty was matchless but had a kind of wild beauty. The moment she appeared, those women next to Yi Yuan immediately paled in comparison. It's Miss Li Ji, tisk tisk, truly beautiful. If I can approach her, I'd be willing to be a ghost too. Whispered a fiend race man. Everyone only heard a crisp whipping sound. That fiend race man's head directly exploded like a watermelon. Even his fiend soul was scattered too, he was deader than dead. Since you want to be a ghost, then I'll grant your wish. Li Ji's icy cold voice sounded out. When everyone saw this scene, they were all silent like cicadas in winter. Finished talking, Li Ji drove her mounted fierce beast and slowly rode toward the city. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said in a cold voice, scram. Lang Jie was stunned, only then, realizing that Yi Yuan's sentence was said to him. Heh, pretty boy got angry, I'm not scramming. If you have the capabilities, accept my challenge. Ha ha ha, Lang Jie said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, since you're seeking death, then I'll grant you your wish. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's body surged with fiendish energy, directly turning into an afterimage, charging over toward Lang Jie. Lang Jie was originally still snickering. But the moment Yi Yuan moved, his expression could not help changing greatly. However, Lang Jie was a grand completion 2-star fiend general at any rate. His strength could not be underestimated. His gaze turned intent. Raising an iron fist, he smashed over toward Yi Yuan. The two people collided together without any flashiness. Lang Jie's body directly flew out backward, but Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When those few women saw this scene, each and every one of their gazes revealed an astonished look. They all thought that Yi Yuan was a flower vase. Did not expect that his strength was actually so formidable. Middle-level 2-star versus high-level 2-star, he actually occupied such a huge advantage. Lang Jie's figure had yet to land when Yi Yuan's figure moved again. Lang Jie's head directly exploded, his fiend soul ground into pieces by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked into the city. Those fiend race women abruptly startled awake, all of their faces revealing incomparably besotted expressions as they swarmed over like bees. Goodness, handsome, not only are you good-looking, your strength is actually so formidable too. Truly the Prince Charming of my dreams. This is a man. Lang Jie, that weakling, a pewter spearhead that shines like silver, looks good but useless. Handsome, you're so strong. Warong really loves you to death, leave with elder sister. Chapter 1476 Unexpected Encounter. Yi Yuan's face fell as he yelled coldly to those few fiend race women. An icy cold killing intent spread out. Those fiend race women all turned white as a sheet, involuntarily retreating. If it were before, they would definitely not take Yi Yuan's berating seriously, but go over and flirt instead. But now, Yi Yuan killed Lang Jie with 2 sword moves. Who would still dare to not take him seriously? All the girls made way. Yi Yuan slowly walked past from the middle, heading toward the city gates. Fiend race territory, killing people on the streets, this sort of thing, was very common. Those capital city guards could not even be bothered to give it a glance. The fiend race was this kind of place, it was where the weak were prey to the strong until it was terrifying. As long as you were strong enough, you could obtain respect. If you were too weak, either submit or die, it was that simple. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of psychological burden regarding killing Lang Jie. Yi Yuan was just about to enter the city when an old man suddenly blocked his path. Little brother, our family's master sees that your skills are pretty good and wants to invite you to join the Fan family. I wonder what do you think? The old man went straight to the point. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, oh. What are the terms? Inside the fiend race cities, martial artists had to join a faction. Otherwise, they would be devoured until not even dregs remained. Entering the city today, their corpse might be strewn on the streets tomorrow. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. No matter how powerful one's strength was, it could not match people's numbers too. In the capital city, there was no lack of origin deity realm powerhouses. Even if it was Yi Yuan who ran into them, it would be certain death too. The old man smiled and said, little brother's strength is outstanding, able to kill grand completion 2-star while being at middle level 2-star. This level of strength, it's naturally much better than other guest retainers. Our family's missus said, as long as you agree to join the Fan family, your treatment will be twice that of ordinary grand completion 2-star guest retainers. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but his gaze turned toward Li Ji who was on the fierce beast. Li Ji seemed to have been paying attention to the commotion over here all along. Seeing Yi Yuan raise his head, a hint of a smile actually flashed across her face. That look, that boldness, fieriness, fervor, made people unable to refuse. Tisk tisk, this fiend race woman really has another charm when she smiles. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Yi Yuan had to admit, this Li Ji was also not the slightest bit inferior compared to the human race's unrivaled beauties. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, deal. But I still have a condition. The old man smiled and said, what condition is there? Feel free to mention it. Yi Yuan said coldly, I want 5 slaves. The moment the old man heard, he chuckled and said, I was wondering what condition it was, even if you don't mention this matter, we'll also prepare it for you. The Fan family's guest retainers will each be assigned with 3 slaves. As for little brother, you, 5 is naturally no issue. Yi Yuan nodded his head and pointed to a middle-aged man in Li Ji's squadron, saying, okay, but, this person, I want him. The old man turned around to look, his face could not help revealing a difficult look as he said, this. Although he's a slave, he's one of Miss Li Ji's guards and is deeply trusted by the young lady. This probably isn't appropriate, right? Yi Yuan grinned and said, hey, is this the sincerity you speak of? I know that your Fan family's strength is very powerful, but it's also not to the extent where I have to go. Can't meet eye to eye, so long. Done talking, Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to enter the city. Suddenly, a figure stopped Yi Yuan's path. It was precisely Li Ji. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, a mere demon race slave, what's the harm in gifting to Sir? Since Sir likes him, just take him. In the fiend race, humans and demons could only be reduced to the lowest ranking slaves, regardless of how powerful their strength. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, it's still Miss Li Ji who is straightforward. Miss Li Ji, rest assured. You get what you pay for, Source Knight won't disappoint the young lady. It's just that I got to have some errand boys under me and need a capable and experienced fellow to manage. Source Knight was the fiend race name that Yi Yuan gave himself. It was just reversing the name Yi Yuan won. Yi Yuan this name was too different from the fiend races. Li Ji smiled and said, Li Ji understands. Sir's strength indeed makes Li Ji very surprised. In the future, I'll have to rely on Sir more. Yi Yuan swept a glance around and said with a big laugh, did Miss Li Ji see their looks? For me to be able to do things by Miss Li Ji's side, they are endlessly envious. Source Knight is a guy too, to be able to serve Miss Li Ji, it's my honor. But Li Ji was all smiles when she heard and said, Sir Source Knight really knows how to speak. Then let's return to the Fan family. The fiend race admired the strong. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was taken into Li Ji's sight fully. Plus, Yi Yuan's looks were handsome, her fiend race woman's personality also showed itself. That cold beauty was like a blooming flower at this time. The gazes that the surrounding people looked toward Yi Yuan with were full of envy. In the entire Capone capital city, those able to make Miss Li Ji laugh so happily were not many. Clearly, Yi Yuan made her mood very good. To be able to talk in a jovial manner with Miss Li Ji, even if they died, they were willing to. Li Ji came before that demon race slave and said coolly, "In the future, you'll follow Sir Source Knight." The slave bowed and said, "Yes, Miss Li Ji." Long Zan pays respect to master too. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of an indiscernible smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Li Ji forced out a mark from her glabella, struck it towards Yi Yuan, and said, "This is Long Zan's slave seal. In the future, he's yours." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Miss Li Ji's generosity. This chap looks rather smart." I settled on him at a glance. Li Ji smiled and said, "Sir Source Knight has such sharp eyes. Among my guards, he's the smartest." Yi Yuan had a pleased look too, accepting it calmly. In the fiend race, modesty and whatnot would never be regarded as a virtue but would be beneath contempt instead. With strength, then one could be arrogant, one could be lawless. With strength, one could accept other people's praises. Strength was everything. Ethical code and moral principles, these things, were all rubbish in the fiend race territory. "Sir Source Knight, let's go back to the Fan family." Li Ji rode the fierce beast and brought the group of people back to the Fan family. The Fan family was one of Capone capital city's 4 great families. The clan's strength was immense. Li Ji was the Fan family's beloved daughter, Capone capital city's top-rate beauty, admired by countless fiend race men. However, Yi Yuan naturally wasn't really charmed by Li Ji that he agreed to join the Fan family. In reality, Yi Yuan killing people in rage outside the city gates was deliberately displaying his strength for Li Ji to see. Sure enough, after Li Ji saw his strength, she came to solicit him. And the reason for Yi Yuan doing so was for this slave, Long Zan. When Long Zan approached him, the sacred dragon token reacted. In the Heavenspan world, who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction? The answer was already self-evident. Yi Yuan did not think that coming to Capone capital city, he could actually meet a person who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction. Although the pinyin looks the same, the characters are different. They just have the same pronunciation. In order to not confuse anyone, I decided to go for an English name rather than going Yuan Yi and Yi Yuan back and forth. This way, it's clearer when he's being addressed as a fiend. 2. The Long and Long Zan as dragon, hint hint. Chapter 1477 Finally solving the mystery. Returning to the Fan family, Yi Yuan received the token representing a guest retainer's identity. They arranged for his residence, and he also received a guest retainer's salary as well as 4 slaves. Only then it was considered done. Coming to the courtyard where he stayed, Yi Yuan got rid of his attendants, leaving behind Long Zan alone. The current Long Zan was already much older than that clone Yi Yuan encountered in the land of inheritance. Clearly, these few years of slave life changed him significantly. If not for the sacred dragon token reacting, Yi Yuan would not even recognize him. As for that clone, it naturally withered away between heaven and earth. It was impossible for it to pass through the world-locking gate and come to the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan sized him up with an amused look, making Long Zan very uneasy. In the fiend race, if the master was unhappy, they could take the slave's life. "Do you know why I kept you behind alone?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Long Zan clasped his hands and said with a flustered look, "Master, should have some matters to instruct." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hey, I didn't expect that the dignified lord of the dragon race actually ended up in such a plight today. A pity, lamentable." Long Zan's entire body trembled, his eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, monstrous waves stirring up in his heart. Why does Master say this? The shock in Long Zan's heart could not be any greater. In the Heavenspan world, apart from those who came out of the Immortal Grove region together, nobody knew about it at all. But this new master of his blurted it out straight away. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite fire rod appeared in his hand. Long Zan was no longer able to remain calm. His entire body trembled, staring fixedly at the sacred dragon token. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this thing, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Zan directly knelt down and gave 3 deep kowtows towards the sacred dragon token. When he raised his head again, tears already covered his face. Over 100,000 years, what was once the sea had now changed into mulberry fields. But the former leader of the dragon race ended up a slave to others, his life and death at other people's whim. Agitating surging in his heart for a period of time, how could Long Zan still control himself? Master, could it be that you've been to Long Zan's hometown? Long Zan asked carefully. He could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation and even thought that Yi Yuan sneaked into the Immortal Grove world and obtained the sacred dragon token by chance. Hey, Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token emitted a dazzling light. A gust of whirlwind rose from the ground up, but it was limited to within a range of 30 feet. Long Zan's gaze turned intent and he said in terror, The sacred dragon token, acknowledged master. How is this possible? Members of the fiend race might be able to sneak into the Immortal Grove world and might be able to obtain the sacred dragon token. But it was absolutely impossible to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge him as its master. The sacred dragon token was personally forged by the sacred ancestor with bloodline power. Even members of the dragon race could not possibly obtain the sacred dragon token's recognition either. Those able to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge them as its master were only the lords of the dragon race. But now, the sacred dragon token actually acknowledged a fiend as its master. How could he not be shocked? Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. The rolling fiendish energy retreated like the tide, turning back into the original Yi Yuan. Long Zan was simply about to break down. His master was actually a human. He disguised as a fiend and all of the fiends actually could not tell. Suddenly, Long Zan's gaze turned intent and he said in shock, Could master have come out of the Immortal Grove world? Yi Yuan grinned and said, You're not considered too stupid. That's right, I'm the same as you, coming from the Immortal Grove world. Long Zan's expression changed and he said in disbelief, Impossible. The Immortal Grove world's heavenly Tao is already lost. It's impossible for someone to pass through the spatial turbulent flow anymore. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold and he said in a deep voice, I'm just telling you a fact, not gaining your trust. Don't forget your current identity. Long Zan's entire body trembled, his aura immediately cowering, suddenly becoming incomparably humble as he said, Forgive my mistake, master. Yi Yuan's tone eased up slightly. Looking at Long Zan, he said with a cold smile, Do you feel that you and I share the same roots, and furthermore, I obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance and should be endlessly grateful to you, and let you go free. Long Zan's heart thumped, his heart sinking to rock bottom. What Yi Yuan said was completely right. After he was shocked, he was secretly rejoicing. Since Yi Yuan obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance, furthermore, originated from the Immortal Grove world, it was impossible to not help him. Just now, he was actually wildly elated in his heart. But now, the situation did not seem quite right. This lowly one dare not. Long Zan said aggrievedly. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes shot out a ray of cold light as he said coldly, If not looking on the account of the sacred dragon token, the moment I saw you, I'd think of ways to kill you. A piercing cold killing intent pounced from head on, virtually asphyxiating Long Zan. Yi Yuan currently grasped the slave seal. He only needed a thought and could make his soul disperse. Don't tell me that you all, these deity realm powerhouses, don't know the Immortal Grove world's fiend calamity. You all abandoned Immortal Grove world's billions of lives for your own selfishness. So on what basis should I save you? Yi Yuan continued coldly. Toward them, these deity realm powerhouses who left Immortal Grove, Yi Yuan was filled with resentment in his heart. If not for his sudden emergence, breaking through to deity realm at the final juncture, the entire Immortal Grove world would have already become purgatory on earth right now. Long Zan was silent like cicadas in winter and did not dare to refute at all. The long life of a slave made him become extremely cautious and timid. He knew that right now, if he spoke one more word, it could draw down a fatal disaster. Recount the events back then in detail. If there's any bit of concealment, you know the consequences. Yi Yuan said coldly. Long Zan did not dare to hide, saying the events back then as exactly as they were. Back then, they were eager to leave the Immortal Grove world. On one hand, it was because Heavenly Tao was damaged. On the other hand, it was also because they dreaded the fiend race. Because at that time, the Immortal Grove world was already unable to give birth to origin deity realm powerhouses anymore. They were completely powerless to face the catastrophe of the fiend race. These two things were like two large mountains, weighing on all of the deity realm powerhouses' hearts. Finally, after an equilibrium that extended as long as 10,000 years, all of the deity realm powerhouses finally reached an agreement, escaping out of the Immortal Grove region. And the dragon race's old patriarch was one of the key members that facilitated this matter. The initiators of this incident were that group of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. They convened all of the deity realm powerhouses that could be gathered in the divine realm and plotted this escape operation. If anyone dared to stay behind in the Immortal Grove region, they would become a common target for scorn. Their goal was naturally not for everyone's consideration, but that an additional person would be an additional assurance in passing through the spatial turbulent flow. That was a journey with 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. One more deity realm powerhouse was one more hope to live. It could be imagined just what kind of ulterior motives each had in the operation at that time. And the meeting point was at the chaotic Devil Sea. That place was also the human and fiend, 2 races, ancient battlefield. Quite a number of deity realm powerhouses also left behind their legacies there. Later, these 100 people passed through the spatial turbulent flow, collectively escaping the Immortal Grove world. Chapter 1478 Sword Dao Second Layered Heaven Grand Completion. Who survived and came to the Heavenspan world? How did you end up in the fiend race territory and become a slave? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Hearing Long Zan's words, Yi Yuan's heart was long burning with fury already. These bunch of guys would rather die than be willing to protect the Immortal Grove world. Truly selfish to the extreme. Sensing the killing intent creeping out of Yi Yuan's body, Long Zan was incredibly perturbed inwardly. At that time, we had a total of 7 people who survived. After entering the Heavenspan world, we all sustained heavy injuries. We couldn't determine our location and no idea how long we walked either. Who knew that we actually ran into a group of slave traffickers? Our injuries at that time were very severe, we had no strength to fight back at all. In the end, after passing through several hands and places, we were sold to the fiend race. In between this, we had another 4 companions die. Now, the ones who are still alive are only 3 people, Long Zan said. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, you all, as the Immortal Grove world's strongest people, don't take on any responsibility when something crops up, and would rather die than be willing to resist the fiend race. Immortal Grove world's billions of lives were almost annexed to become fiend race slaves. This is perhaps your retribution. Over 100 deity realm powerhouses almost wiped out, this was perhaps everything foreordained by heaven. Long Zan said trembling with fear, why yes. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, apart from you, where are the rest? Long Zan said, there's still one person at Capone Capital City. The other person went to Eminent Orchid Imperial City. As for their life and death, I don't know. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, about removing the slave seal, you can stop thinking about it. In the future, it will depend on your performance. Long Zan had a disappointed look, but he still said helplessly, yes, master. Yi Yuan not lifting Long Zan's slave seal had his own considerations. Putting aside him leaving the Immortal Grove world, Long Zan was enslaved for 100,000 years, the deeply rooted nature of a slave already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The current Long Zan was no longer the leader of a clan back then. For him to be able to live until now, he was bound to worldly wise and slippery to the extreme already. He was a complete and utter lackey. Such a person, once the slave seal was lifted, he would not even know when he sold him. Oh, right, you've been in Capone Capital City for so long, let me ask you something. 1,000,000 years ago, who was Capone Capital City's city lord? Is he still in Capone Capital City now? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Zan was stunned and shook his head and said, the city lord 1,000,000 years ago is probably already dead, right? The fiend race had long lives and it was extremely hard to die. Fiend Lord class powerhouses, their lifespans were even as long as several million years and would not easily die. But the fiend race territory was not as peaceful as the human race. Even between the 2 capital cities, they would carry out campaigns on each other too. City lords dying in battle was also a common thing. Just take Capone Capital City for example. If somebody broke through to Fiend Lord realm, they might very likely go and challenge the city lord. As long as he could kill the city lord, he would be able to replace him. Therefore, the replacing of fiend race territory leaders was very fast. Some capital cities' city lords would even change several times in a century. The city lord a million years ago, it was virtually very hard to verify already. But it was also precisely because of so that fiend race powerhouses were abundant like clouds, their combat strength far surpassing same-rank humans. Tiderain city's martial artists could only resist the fiend army by being all veterans of 100 battles. Ordinary humans, 3 or 4 people might not be able to deal with one same-rank fiend. All these, Yuan was naturally aware long ago. Asking about it was just holding on to thoughts of getting lucky. Then do you know where in Capone capital city is information the most accessible? Yuan asked again. Long Zan blurted out, want to say accessible information, it's naturally the Blood Yama Hall. It's just that wanting to inquire about intel from their place, it's probably not that easy. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a nod, I got it, withdraw. In the death cultivation space, Yuan's sweat ran down like raindrops. The other Yuan opposite him attacked like lightning, one sword faster than the other, already pressuring Yuan to the limits. You weakling, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Go to hell. The clone gnashed his teeth in hatred, his eyes revealing a murderous light. A chasing moon stabbed towards Yuan's chest as quick as lightning. Ever since the first time entering the death cultivation space, after narrowly escaping death, Yuan already entered the death cultivation space several dozen times. Each time, he was dancing on the edge of a knife, accompanied by the death god. But each time, he could finish off the clone by a hair's breadth. It was precisely because of so that Yuan's improvement would be so quick. For him to fight bravely alone amidst the fiend army, slaying 1,000 people, and still leave calmly, it was inseparable from this death training. If it were before, Yuan could kill Lang Jie, but he absolutely could not do it so effortlessly. Lang Jie's strength was actually not considered much in the fiend race. It was also not much better than Qin Zheng those guys. How could jumping realms to battle be that easy? Entering the death cultivation space each time, Yuan really squeezed out every bit of potential. Not being able to defeat the clone, he could only die. Hence, every time he entered, he had to make progress. Even if it was just a tiny bit. Sailing against the current, either advance or regress. Except, this retreat was eternal damnation. Gradually, Yuan fell in love with this feeling of being accompanied by death. He discovered that this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove was simply a genius, to actually be able to come up with such a miraculous cultivation method. Because each time he entered, he would have great harvests. That feeling of breaking through under extreme conditions was simply too wonderful. It was impossible for Yuan to be as intrepid as when he entered the selfless realm at that time. Each time he won, it was a hair above the replicate. Of course, this kind of dangerous cultivation, Yuan would not rashly go in. That was no different from seeking death. Each time he had gained from battle or cultivation, he would enter here and challenge himself. Under extreme conditions, Yuan was able to transform these gains into real strength. Improving a little bit each time, accumulating day by day and month by month, it was a rather considerable improvement. During that battle with the fiend race, Yuan slew 1,000 people. It was rather hard to come by tempering. To Yuan, how could he possibly miss such a good opportunity for improvement? Joining the Fan family now, he was considered to have settled down. Only then did he have time to hone himself. Life and death juncture, Yuan had some comprehension, his figure rushing out like lightning. The same chasing moon, but Yuan's move was faster, sharper. Reaching first despite launching later. Yuan's sword passed through the chest. No fresh blood flowed out, but the clone looked at Yuan with a hateful look and said gloomily, Why? Why can you beat me each time? There will come a day where I'm going to kill you. The death cultivation space's replicate actually carried the memories last time. The clone forced Yuan to the limit time and again, but he was defeated under Yuan's hands every single time. The negative emotions already accumulated to a very terrifying degree. Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a faint smile, Okay, I'll be waiting for you. The replicate carried intense unwillingness and dissipated away. But Yuan was rather joyful as he said, Sword Dao Law's second layered heaven, finally cultivated to grand completion. Chapter 1479 My fault. Yuan cultivated the sword, reducing complexity to simplicity, which already did not go by convention. Sundering stars, this move, the quintessence was in the word, chop. While, chasing moon, this move, the quintessence was in the word, stab. One straight stab, and it could evolve into millions of moves. However, their core was still the stab character. Rigidly adhering to every move and motion would only limit one's own development. Sword Dao Law's second layered heaven cultivating to grand completion, Yi Yuan's strength went up another level. Killing that Lang Jie again, Yi Yuan was confident that one move would suffice. At this time, Long Zan's voice came from the outside, Master, Miss Li Ji requests the pleasure of seeing you. Got it, Yi Yuan answered indifferently. When he saw Li Ji, there were even two Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists behind her. The moment those two people saw Yi Yuan, they had unfriendly looks. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. These guys were probably the Fan family's guest retainers too, and they knew that his salary was twice of theirs, and were all rather aggrieved. From there, they gave rise to enmity towards him. Beside Li Ji, there was even a young fiend race male. He sized Yi Yuan up and said to Li Ji, this is the expert that you said. He looks very ordinary. Li Ji rolled her eyes at him and said, Fan Yu, just manage your people well will do. My people, don't need you to bother. Fan Yu smiled and said, all right, I don't bother. But you have to get it straight, this kid is so handsome. Later, some people will get jealous. Li Ji pursed her mouth and said, they do themselves, what has it got to do with me? This Fan Yu was Li Ji's biological elder brother. Fiend race women's status was low and not permitted to carry the surname. Even if Li Ji's looks were akin to a celestial maiden, there was no exception too. Finished talking, she said to Yi Yuan, Brother Source Knight, Big Brother and I are going to take part in His Highness Ka Shin's get-together. Why don't you and Luo Qi and Pei Lan come together with us? Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to not consent and nodded his head to allow it. Yi Yuan originally thought that the fiend race's aristocrats did not understand literary pursuits and that the city lord manor was definitely very sloven. But entering and taking a look, it made him completely change his understanding of the fiend race. Fake mountains, pavilions, terraces, footbridges, running water, combined together, they were not the slightest bit inferior compared to human race residences. Wah, what a handsome little brother. Tisk tisk, everyone says that younger sister Li Ji is pure and noble, being vastly different from our fiend race women. Looks like you keep your own counsel. Ahead, a man and a woman came up to welcome them. When that woman saw the Yi Yuan behind Li Ji, her two eyes immediately shone, a pair of beautiful eyes skimming on Yi Yuan's body. This woman was incomparably seductive. Her looks were actually around on par with Li Ji. But that man's gaze turned cold, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of ice-cold killing intent. That woman's words made Li Ji's face flush and she spat, what's elder sister Lianhua saying? Source Knight is my newly recruited guest retainer. Lianhua pulled Li Ji's hand and said with a smile, I understand. How can elder sister not understand? As she said, she moved close to Li Ji's ear and said softly, this little brother is really handsome, why not lend elder sister to play for 2 days? Li Ji shot Yi Yuan a glance, her expression somewhat ugly as she said, elder sister Lianhua, if you carry on joking like this, Li Ji is leaving. The man's brows furrowed and he was even more unhappy. But he still spoke up, Lianhua, it's not that you don't know Li Ji's temperament either, stop joking around. This man had chiseled features and elegant brows, a rare handsome man of the fiend race. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, he was more than a notch worse. This person was none other than precisely the city lord manor's young lord, Ka Shin. Lianhua turned her head and rolled her eyes at Ka Shin and said, my good elder brother, I'm helping you, how can you be so fierce to me? But Ka Shin ignored her and just said coolly, Fan Yu, Li Ji, inside please. Before long, there were several fiend race disciples in opulent clothing who entered, and they said hello to Ka Shin, the two of them. But when they saw the Yi Yuan behind Li Ji, each and every one revealed murderous looks. Clearly, they all viewed Yi Yuan as Li Ji's exclusive chunk of meat, their animosity surging greatly. Yi Yuan only had 2-star fiend general strength but was able to become Li Ji's guest retainer. They would not believe it even if you beat them to death. In their view, Yi Yuan definitely got his position by relying on the virtue of his looks. Seeing those young masters' looks, Luo Qi and Pei Lan, the two, exchanged a glance, both revealing gloating smiles. Toward these hostile looks, Yi Yuan had a guileless look as well. I'm just good looking, and it's my fault. Who asked you all, these fiends, to all look like such disappointments to your parents? After a round of small talk, someone suggested, Your Highness Ka Xin, time is almost up. Let's get to sparring. The fiend race loved fighting. This kind of gathering, it naturally could not dispense with fights. But Ka Xin smiled slightly and said, Sparring here and there daily, the few of us all know our backgrounds. Why don't we change things up today, how's that? The moment everyone heard, they immediately had their interest aroused. Oh, what kind of novelty does Your Highness Ka Xin have? Ka Xin smiled faintly and said, A family's strength isn't just dependent on the few of us. The family guard's strength is also very important. Why not today, everybody let their family guards compete? How's that? The moment everyone heard, they immediately revealed a knowing smile. This move was clearly targeted at Yi Yuan. Fine idea, what Your Highness Ka Xin said is right, the family guard's strength represents a family's strength to a very large extent. The moment Ka Xin's voice faded, someone immediately concurred. But the moment Li Ji heard this, she panicked and was just about to speak, but she was held back by Fan Yu. Fan Yu smiled and said, What Your Highness Ka Xin said is right, Fan Yu agrees. You, Li Ji said angrily. Fan Yu's brows furrowed, shooting a fierce glare at Li Ji. Li Ji's entire body trembled but did not dare to speak anymore. This kind of gathering seemed simple. Actually, it was also the venue for the various major families to contend in secret too. Cowering at this time, that would utterly lose the Fan family's face. Ka Xin smiled and said, Since that's the case, we have 8 people here. Each person comes up with 3 household guards, battle in pairs, all the way until the 3 people are all eliminated. Since it's the household guards competition, let's add a little more stakes. As he said, Ka Xin took out a small bottle. Inside was filled with a paste-like black substance. The moment the guest house guards saw, a wave of exclamations immediately burst out. It's the Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment. This is a body-tempering holy medicine. With it, I might be able to break through to 3-star Fiend Commander. Hey, this Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment is mine. Whoever dares to snatch with me, the outcome is death. Even Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. This Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment was a 2-star body-tempering holy medicine. His body refinement realm had always been stuck at the grand completion realm of the first transformation and kept failing to break through. With this Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment, breaking through was a thing to be expected. Lian Hua smiled sweetly and said, Since Big Brother is so generous, I can't be too stingy either, right? This emerald jade metal heart pearl will be my stake. Another wave of cold breaths being sucked in spread out. Along with each and every one of the stakes being brought out, the group of house guards' eyes all gave off envy, becoming incomparably fervent. Chapter 1480 Lost Face, right. In front of Ka Xin, 8 treasures were placed. Each article was a very rare item. These 8 treasures will only be awarded to those 3 people ranked first. After everyone settles on the people going on the field, they are not to substitute. If they are defeated, they can continue to go up the next round. If they die, there can only be 2 people answering the challenge the next round, so on and so forth. Does everyone have any objections? Ka Xin said coolly. None, naturally none. All of the household guards all waved their hands repeatedly, not having any objections towards Ka Xin's words at all. These kinds of rules were very rare in human regions. But in the fiend race territory, it was commonplace. Which fight did not have people injured, no loss of lives, would be a strange thing instead. But wanting to kill members of the fiend race was not an easy thing. The fiend race's nucleus was the fiend soul. As long as the fiend soul was not exterminated, they could revive. Hence, unless the strength disparity was very great between fiends, otherwise, losses of life would not appear. These household guards were all grand completion 2-star fiend generals. Whoever wanted to kill another fiend was not that easy of a matter. Coming to this kind of occasion, the 4 great families' disciples were all contending in the dark. Who they brought were naturally the experts among their household guards too. And the one and only make-do 2-star fiend general was Yi Yuan. This intention of targeting was seriously too obvious. The competition was a total of 3 rounds. In other people's view, the likelihood of Yi Yuan making it past 3 rounds alive was virtually 0. A household guard who got his position by relying on his looks, how much strength could he have? Starshine, the 3 of you have to perform well in a while. I see that everyone's strength is all very formidable. So you guys mustn't bring down the reputation of City Lord Manor. Ka Xin said to a household guard beside him with a profound meaning. This starshine had followed Ka Xin for a very long time. So how could he not understand his meaning? As long as he ran into Yi Yuan, he must kill him. Your Highness, rest assured, Starshine will definitely go all out and not disappoint your Highness. Starshine bowed his body and said. While on this side, Li Ji whispered to Yi Yuan, Brother Source Knight, if you're not a match in a while, just take the initiative to admit defeat. Big brother, there still have quite a few experts. Our fan family won't lose. Li Ji was not worried about Yi Yuan being directly insta-killed. After all, he was able to kill Lang Jie. His strength already did not lose to ordinary grand completion 2-star fiend generals already. But these household guards in front, none of them were mediocre. Lang Jie's strength was not totally enough to look at in front of them. The reason why Li Ji solicited Yi Yuan was taking fancy on his potential, and not eyeing his strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, rest assured, Source Knight knows what to do. It's all this damn burden, making us unable to get those treasures. If not for this brat dragging down, we can definitely win. Luo Qi said hatefully, Kid, if you have the balls, don't land in our hands in the future. Otherwise, you'll get it. Pei Lan gritted his teeth and said. There was a small-scale practice field in this courtyard. After coming to the practice field, Luo Qi and Pei Lan bared their teeth at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said indifferently, Hope that you guys don't drag me down in a while. Drag you down? Ha ha ha, what a joke. If not for drawing close to Miss Li Ji, do you think you have the qualifications to stand here? Luo Qi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Idiot. What did you say? Luo Qi exploded right away. Luckily, Pei Lan still knew some sense of propriety and hurriedly pulled him, saying, all right, now isn't the time to be quarreling. Whatever there is, go back then resolve it. Luo Qi shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and said, Remember it for me, you'll get it when we go back. Don't think that you can be lawless and unbridled with Miss Li Ji covering you. The Capone capital city's 4 great families were the Ka family, the Yu family, the Mo family, and the Fan family. The Fan family's opponent in the first round was the Yu family's Yun's household guards. When the 3 people saw this scene, their eyes revealed looks of contempt and said with a light laugh, Hey, luck is really good, drew 3 idiots. Haven't even fought yet and they're in fighting first. Haha, young Master Yun is also Miss Li Ji's pursuer. Just now, he instructed to definitely exterminate this punk. Leave this kid to me, I'll definitely send him on his way. Hey, Na Chi, you really know how to pick on an easy target. Move faster, hurry over and help us when you're done. Right, the 3 people chimed in one after another, already directly sentencing Yi Yuan to death. This 3 people battle rules, the very start was 3 versus 3. If there was one side who was defeated or had deaths, the victor would be able to join the other 2 groups, forming a 2 versus 1 situation, all the way until one side was defeated. Hence, if there was an expert whose strength was especially outstanding, they would gain a huge upper hand. Na Chi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look, Wake up, kid, you have no chance to admit defeat. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes again and said speechlessly, Why are there so many idiots? Hey, razor-tongued brat. In a while, watch how you die. Na Chi said with a cold smile. Yuni watched his scene rather interestedly and said to Yudan beside him with a smile, Big brother, do you think this punk will directly admit defeat every round? Yudan smiled and said, Do you think Ka Xin will let him get off the stage alive? Yuni's gaze was dark as he said, Reckless and blind thing, to actually dare have designs on Li Ji. I hope that Na Chi directly finishes him off. First round battle, begin. At this time, the City Lord Manor's household guard directly shouted. The voice had yet to fade, only to see a streak of cold light flash past. Na Chi's body was clearly still standing on the spot, but the cold light already passed through Yi Yuan's body. When Yuni saw the situation, he could not help bursting into laughter, ha ha ha. He's too weak, couldn't even block one move. Li Ji, this household guard of yours is seriously too weak. But very quickly, Yuni's loud laughter turned stiff there, because he discovered that nobody was chiming in with him at all. This laugh was so awkward. Yuni did not understand. Looking toward the practicing field again, his smile immediately turned stiff on his face. No idea when, Yi Yuan and Na Qi actually changed positions. And Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. Just now, that was an afterimage. In a blink of an eye, the two people actually teleported, changing positions. This indicated that what he saw earlier were both afterimages. Forget about Na Qi, why was Yi Yuan the same too? Yuan shot a helpless glance at his younger brother and said with a sigh, told you to cultivate more long ago, but you wouldn't listen. With this, you lost face, right? Fortunately, everyone was in the midst of shock. Everyone did not expect that a middle-level 2-star Fiend General could actually keep up with a grand completion 2-star Fiend General's speed. Furthermore, speed was clearly Na Qi's forte. Although Yuan's strength was the weakest among this group of people, he was, at any rate, a grand completion 2-star Fiend General. Even he could not keep up with Na Qi's speed, but Yi Yuan kept up. Could it be a fluke? Ka Xin frowned and said. But Lian Hua wore a smile on her face and said, tisk tisk, seems rather interesting. I'm becoming more and more interested in little brother 1. Na Qi's move failed to carry out, his expression was sullen to the extreme. Terrific lad, go to hell. Na Qi roared and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. One little brother here is actually closer to Oppa. Chapter 1481 Sleepy. Na Qi and Yi Yuan, the two people's figures moved quickly, their speed swift to the extreme. Yuan watched until his eyes were dazzled, only feeling one afterimage after another made his entire person dizzy. Yuan was a true blue silk pants. Although he had a grand completion 2-star Fiend General cultivation realm, his strength was far lacking. His visual prowess could not keep up with the two people's speed at all. Na Qi had 2 claws worn on his wrist. 100 claw strikes came out in a blink of an eye. But each time, it would brush past Yi Yuan. Each time, it was missing that little bit. The claws scratched here and there around Yi Yuan, but could not touch him. This drove Na Qi crazy. Damn fellow, attack if you have the capabilities. What kind of ability is it considered to dodge and hide? On the practicing field, came Na Qi's roar. This is what you said. Yi Yuan's figure moved swiftly, but his words were calm. Rubbish, of course I said it. If you have the capabilities, fight openly. Do you, a pretty boy, only know how to dodge? Na Qi bellowed angrily. A sharp sword directly pierced Na Qi's head, grounding his fiend soul into smithereens. His roar also came to an abrupt end. The moment I attack, you're dead. Looking at Na Qi's corpse, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Fool, unleashed 100 moves and couldn't even touch the corners of his sleeves. He actually still didn't realize the disparity and still wanted him to attack. Truly seeking death, Yuan said with a cold snort. Yuan said blankly, What? What happened? In his eyes, Na Qi had always been suppressing Yi Yuan. Why was he gone all of a sudden? Ka Xin's expression turned dark, a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes, and he snorted coldly, but then he fell silent. Li Ji's gaze turned intent and a hint of intoxication actually flashed across her eyes. Yi Yuan's every move and stance was truly cool to the extreme. Good looking, strength was even that formidable, really could not pick out any shortcomings. She also did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Seemed like when he killed that Lang Jie, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength at all. This kid is so strong. Looks like we all underestimated him. Originally thought that he's the weakest among the 3, so I didn't expect that his strength was the greatest. He's just a middle-stage 2-star Fiend General, truly inconceivable. What's he doing? In the midst of everyone's exclamations, Yi Yuan hugged his sword and slowly retreated to the edge of the field, and actually found a corner and went to sleep. Luo Qi and Pei Lan, 2 people had fallen into a bitter fight, but already knew that Yi Yuan had won. They originally thought that Yi Yuan would help. In the end, glimpsing through their peripherals, they discovered that Yi Yuan actually went to sleep, and were immediately enraged until smoke bellowed from all 7 orifices. Punk, quickly come and help. Hey, Source Knight, don't you want those treasures? The 2 people started yelling anxiously. But what answered them was Yi Yuan snoring. This guy actually fell asleep. Must be feigned. Didn't this guy know what was called putting the big picture first? Even if there was any grudge, it should also be settled after winning the opponent. The 2 people remaining on Yuan's side originally thought that Yi Yuan would take the chance and come over to help. In the end, Yi Yuan actually went over there and snored loudly in his sleep. Happiness came too suddenly, making them rather overwhelmed. Internal strife was really great. With this, They naturally would not be silly enough to go and provoke Yuan, but they want to finish off these two in front of them as soon as possible. This way, they would surely win going 2-on-1. Hence, they became more valiant as they fought, killing until Luoqi and Pei Lan, two people, were in a flurry. Fortunately, both Luoqi and Pei Lan still had some strength. After a bout of bitter fighting, the two of them both narrowly won their opponents. The first round was actually cleared with dangers. The moment it ended, Luoqi exploded, coming to Yuan's side ablaze with anger and berated, "Kid, what's the meaning? We could clearly finish off the opponent very quickly, but you're snoring loudly in your sleep here." Yuan opened both eyes with a drowsy look and said blurry, "MN. Ended. Sorry about it, slept too late yesterday. I was sleepy, PFF'd. Everyone guffawed with laughter. This reason was seriously too crappy. A 2-star fiend general powerhouse, even if they did not sleep for a decade, it was nothing. But Yuan said that he was sleepy. Luoqi had a hideous look on his face, becoming virtually contorted at this time. Luoqi was practically going nuts. Yuan stood up, yawned, and said with a still dissatisfied appearance, Nobody came to find me, could it be that we won? Two senior strengths are indeed very formidable, Source Knight admires. The battle at the back will still have to rely on the two of you. As he said, Yuan clasped his hands and had a very humble look, directly angering the two people until they were about to vomit blood. Yuan's comical appearance tickled Li Ji until she shook with laughter. The fiend race men were all bold and unconstrained, yelling about killing at every turn. How many had a fine sense of humor like Yuan? Good-looking, young, powerful strength, and even humorous. Such a man simply had a fatal attraction toward fiend race women. Not just Li Ji, Lian Hua's gaze when looking at Yuan was similarly extremely intoxicated. After a farce, it was other teams' turn to compete. Sure enough, the strength of Ka Xin's team was very powerful, finishing off the opponent virtually as easy as blowing off dust. Yudan's group also won Lian Hua's group, obtaining a spot in the semifinals. While Fan Yu's group also defeated the Mo family's group, obtaining a top 4 spot. This way, the Fan family actually took 2 spots, while the Mo family was directly eliminated. With this lottery draw, the Fan family brother and sister were actually put in the same group. Li Ji said with a smug look, "Big brother, didn't you say that my men are no good? Now, as brother and sister are going to fight." Regarding Yuan's strength, Fan Yu was greatly astonished too. Only then did he know that he seemed to have really misunderstood his younger sister. This Source Knight, not only did he have the looks, he even had the strength. The argument of relying on looks to get his position was probably false. Hey, then his brother and sister will compete. I'll say it first, they won't go easy. These things are too tempting, even if I make them go easy, they wouldn't be willing either, Fan Yu said with a laugh. Li Ji smiled and said, I won't go easy too. The first team up in this round was Ka Xin's team and Yudan's team. After a bout of fierce fighting, it was still Ka Xin's team who won. Such a battle, what it tested most was the balance of the 3 people's strength. Clearly, the strength of Ka Xin's group of 3 were all steady until it terrified people. The advantage of the City Lord Manor could not be what the other 3 families could compare to. When the other 2 teams were fighting, Pei Lan pulled Luoqi to one side and said in a low voice, "This round, if he still dares to sleep, we'll directly admit defeat. Didn't this kid scam us? This time, we'll scam him too. Young Master Fan Yu's those 3 aren't nice people. Either way, you and I can't win either. If this kid is wise, perhaps we'd still have hopes of winning." Luoqi nodded his head and said, "All right, do it that way." Chapter 1482 Changing Rules. On Fan Yu's side, the one taking the lead was called Xu Ning. Yuan's opponent was precisely him. However, this Xu Ning had witnessed Yuan's means and was clearly very apprehensive toward him. Brother Source Knight has excellent skills, Xu Ning admires. However, Luoqi and Pei Lan are too weak, they can't win Starshine. Why not you admit defeat? Those 8 treasures obtained, we'll share 2 with you, how about it? Xu Ning looked at Yuan and said. Luoqi and Pei Lan, 2 people's expressions both changed and they said in a solemn voice, "Xu Ning, what's the meaning of this?" Xu Ning said coolly, "Everyone is one of our own and know our own backgrounds. Even if you all rely on Brother Source Knight to win us, it's also not possible to be Starshine, their group's match. Might as well directly admit defeat. Luo Qi was angered by Xu Ning until he choked and said with a cold snort, "We can't win, does it mean that the three of you can win?" Xu Ning said, "Honestly speaking, no assurance. The chances are at least greater than you three, no." Luo Qi and Pei Lan, two people both had livid faces, extremely unwilling in their hearts. But they also knew that what Xu Ning said was right. With two battles, Starshine and the others, the three of their strengths were indeed not on the same level as the rest, terrifyingly stable. "You guys can't win. I'd better go on my own." Right then, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xu Ning's expression changed, but Luo Qi and Pei Lan, two people, revealed a look of great joy. "Begin," Yi Yuan said coolly. Xu Ning's expression turned dark, an iron fist attacking with a loud bang. The moment he attacked, it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. This Xu Ning's strength was indeed not what Luo Qi and Pei Lan, two people, could compare to. As for that Na Qi, he was even less on the same level. Just with Yi Yuan appraising, this Luo Qi's strength was already not inferior to the Qin Tian back then. In comparison, Qin Tian was incredibly weak. After all, this Xu Ning was just a grand completion 2-star, but Qin Tian was a half-step origin deity. This Xu Ning's concepts comprehension were exceedingly strong. His combat experience was also extremely rich. He wore a profound divine artifact glove. A pair of iron fists were actually evenly matched with Yi Yuan. However, the current Yi Yuan was already no longer the Yi Yuan back then. If he encountered Qin Tian now, he did not need to rely on other people's strength at all. Him alone would suffice. Qin Tian was powerful, but that was also just powerful in Wumeng capital city. Among the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's same-rank martial artists, those more powerful than him were too many. Yi Yuan had experienced the tempering of the death cultivation space, fighting instincts growing with each passing day. Xu Ning this level did not pose any threat to him at all. The evil extermination sword was akin to a phantom, arriving in front of Xu Ning's face. An inch further and Xu Ning's life would be considered gone. "All admit defeat, we're all our own people. It will be unsightly if lives were lost," Yi Yuan said coolly. The other two clearly did not expect that Xu Ning was defeated so quickly. They were still thinking of defeating Luo Qi and Pei Lan as quickly as possible, and then go and encircle and suppress Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all. At this time, the other two groups all stopped. Yi Yuan said, "I'll only give one chance. If you still want to continue, I won't show mercy." Sensing the sharp edge at the tip of his nose, Xu Ning broke out in cold sweat all over his body. I admit defeat," Xu Ning said unwillingly. The other two people's faces flickered for a while, but finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Yi Yuan's group entered the finals without shedding a drop of blood. Luo Qi and Pei Lan revealed wildly elated looks on their faces. They were only a step away from those 8 treasures. How could Yi Yuan not know these two people's expressions? It was just that he sneered coldly in his heart. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not the enemy being powerful, but overestimating your own ability. Although treasures were good, one also had to have the life to take it. Ka Xin looked at this scene, the expression on his face very ugly. He called Starshine to his side and asked softly, "I didn't expect that this punk is a character who plays a sucker to catch a sucker. You watched his fights, so how do you feel?" Starshine said, "In my view, this kid still held back when dealing with Xu Ning." Ka Xin's brows furrowed and he said, "Then do you have confidence in winning him?" Starshine smiled and said, "Your Highness rest assured, he held back." But how could Starshine not have held back too? Moreover, this is a 3-people battle. Hu Yan and Hu Luo, the two brothers' strengths are much stronger than those two. The last fight, we'll definitely win. Hearing Starshine confident words, Ka Xin's face finally revealed a smile and said, "Not just take the victory, but also take his life." Starshine thought about it and said, "This punk's movement technique is extremely fast, there's some difficulty. But Starshine will do my best." Only then did Ka Xin smile with satisfaction. In the box room on this side, Li Ji looked at Fan Yu with a smug look and said, "How is it? Still want to send some experts over now?" "Hee hee," Fan Yu said helplessly, all right, you're impressive, okay. But where did you find this lad? This person is too strong." Li Ji smiled and said, "Picked up by the road." Fan Yu rolled his eyes, but he said, "This chap's strength is decent. He can even have a showdown with that Starshine." It's just too bad that the other two are too weak. This last round is most likely fraught with grim possibilities. But Li Ji said without a care, being able to fight to this extent, I'm already very satisfied. The last round win or not is already of no great importance. At least, they have already gained face for the Fan family. Fan Yu nodded his head, feeling that Li Ji's words made sense too. The City Lord Manor's resources were far from what the other three families could compare to. Losing to them was not unjust. In the last round, both parties appeared on the stage. Starshine grinned hideously and said, "Kid, your strength is very formidable. Why not this round? Let's fight to our heart's content, what say you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "In what way to our heart's content?" Starshine said, "Last round, let's change the rules a bit, not allowed to take the initiative to concede. Only dying in battle and being knocked out of the ring can one walk off. What do you think?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't have objections." But Luo Qi and Pei Lan's expressions changed, clearly having the intention of withdrawing. The fiend race being warlike did not mean that they were not afraid of death. Clearly aware that they could not match the opponent and still want to fight to the death, they were not fools either. According to Starshine's rules, the battle's danger would greatly increase. Starshine glanced at them and said disdainfully, "If you don't dare, just directly admit defeat. These 8 treasures will belong to us." Heh, that black jade profound spirit ointment, I've asked His Highness for a long time already and he couldn't bear to give it to me. Luo Qi and Pei Lan's expressions changed again and again. Finally, they still gritted their teeth and said, "Change then, who's afraid of whom?" Concerning Hu Yan and Hu Luo's strength, they had observed from the sidelines for a long time already. Although stronger than them, it was also not strong to the point that they could not even escape. If they could not win, just directly exit the ring would do. Haha, good, gutsy enough. Starshine laughed loudly when he heard. But Li Ji's expression changed. She smelled a hint of a plot and spoke up, "No way." But Ka Xin smiled and said, "Li Ji, they're two parties, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. Let's not intervene. Or do you have so little confidence in your own household guards and feel that they don't even have the chance to escape?" Chapter 1483 Phantom Kill. This matter was settled like this. The battle started. A black metal rod smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head virtually without any sound of whistling through the air. Starshine actually concealed his strength. No, wait, the three of them all concealed their strengths. The overwhelming black metal rod was akin to the arm directing the fingers in Starshine's hands. The moment he attacked, it was earth-shattering. This was a completely different concept from his performance earlier. Regardless of whether speed, power, or law's comprehension, it was on a completely different level. Not just Starshine, but that Hu Yan and Hu Luo, the two brothers, also suddenly erupted. The moment they made their move, they locked down Luo Qi and Pei Lan. However, Starshine's strength was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. This rod strike, if it was his opponent just now, he would probably be able to make him explode in one move. Those opponents previously, each and every one of them had lingering fear at this time. Luckily, Starshine's target was Yi Yuan. Otherwise, they would have long croaked at this time. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he revealed a mocking smile. Not retreating but advancing instead, his figure suddenly burst forth. A clear sound transmitted over. The tip of Yi Yuan's sword tapped onto the metal rod accurately, sweeping away the metal rod. A surge of vibration force transmitted from the end of the rod. Starshine only felt his arm go numb, the metal rod almost slipping out of his hand. At this instant, Starshine was extremely shocked in his heart. This sword looked simple, but in reality, the difficulty was extremely great. He had faced off with quite a few people who used swords before and had never seen before counter-attacking him with this kind of method. The metal rod was merely 2 fingers thick. Furthermore, the rod body was round. Under such a quick situation, wanting to hit the metal rod, what kind of visual acuity and control was needed? If there was the slightest mistake, one rod landed and it was the outcome was dying, one's Tao vanishing. A series of metal clashing sounds came over. In a blink, the two people exchanged several dozen moves and were actually evenly matched. Those household guards were all dumbfounded with shock. This Source Knight indeed concealed his strength too. A mere middle-level 2-star fiend general can actually perform to such an extent. Truly terrifying. How the hell did this kid cultivate? Strength clearly isn't strong, but combat power is so strong. But right then, Luo Qi and Pei Lan could not hold on anymore. Under Hu Yan and Hu Luo's powerful pressure, the two only had the ability to parry and not the strength to retaliate. Only at this time did they realize why Starshine would propose that rule. When they wanted to run away now, they could not do it at all. I concede, I beg you, let me off. Luo Qi bellowed. Hu Yan grinned hideously and said, hey, it's useless, die. An iron first of Hu Yan's directly smashed Luo Qi into a meat patty. At virtually the same time, Pei Lan was killed by Hu Luo too. With this, the situation changed drastically. In the practicing field, it actually instantly became a 3 versus 1 situation. Starshine, Hu Yan, Hu Luo, 3 people, assumed a triangle formation, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center, cutting off all of his escape routes. Hey, didn't expect it, right, kid? Those 2 fools actually still harbored the thoughts of getting lucky, think that they could escape alive. Actually, our goal right from the start is you. Now, we're 3 on 1, see where you run. Starshine laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and said nonchalantly, who told you that I'm going to run? Hey, punk, still want to put on a brave front? You are by yourself and still want to deal with the 3 of us? Hu Yan laughed coldly. Fool who overestimates his own strength, do you really think that you're invincible? Hu Luo mocked. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, forever can't communicate with fools. Humph, complacent fool who feels good about himself. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? I'll let you take a look at my true strength. Starshine said with a cold smile. Demons and monsters pandemonium. Starshine shouted with countless rod images greeting Yi Yuan. This was already the power of laws of Ra Dao 3rd layered heaven. It could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Now, using it to deal with a middle-level 2-star fiend general could be said to be overkill. At the same time, Hu Yan and Hu Luo, 2 people, also made a move at the same time. For a moment, the violent spiritual energy undulations turned the practicing field upside down. Yi Yuan was as weak as a small rowboat under the 3 people's joint attacks. When Ka Xin saw this scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He did not feel that Yi Yuan could survive under these 3 people's pincer attack. Hey, my good little sister, next time, Big Brother will find you a good one next time. This punk touched my reverse scale, so I must kill him. Ka Xin's gaze looked toward Li Ji and he said in a solemn voice. Seeing Li Ji's nervous appearance, a hint of delight flashed across in Ka Xin's heart. He had always been paying attention to Li Ji. In the beginning, he discovered that he seemed to really have misunderstood Li Ji. But later, Li Ji's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became more and more infatuated. This made him have a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Lian Hua said with an indifferent look, I'm still alright. Rather, Li Ji's there, so you'll probably be unable to bear the consequences. Ka Xin's face turned dark and he said, this matter will slowly fade in the future. But if that brat is still alive, that's the biggest threat. At this time, Starshine 3 people's attacks were launched at the same time. Countless attacks landed where Yi Yuan stood, virtually shattering that region of space. Powerful undulations seeped out of the array formation, making everyone feel waves of shock. This was a true expert. It's over. This magnitude of attack, even a half-step fiend commander probably can't block it too, right? Source Knight is definitely deader than dead. Completely can't sense his undulations. Pity about a genius, who asked him to offend His Highness Ka Xin. A wave of sympathy came from all of the household guards. This Source Knight was undoubtedly a genius. It was too bad that he did not know how to weigh and consider the situation, offending the powerful His Highness Ka Xin. Death was also something within expectations. Ka Xin looked at the practicing field with a cloud of smoke floating over it, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. But right at this time, a voice sounded out in everyone's ear akin to a voice transmitting out from hell. Chasing Moon, Phantom Kill. Starshine's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of astonishment. But he had yet to have time to be shocked yet and was no longer conscious anymore. Several whistling sounds came successively in the practicing field. Then Starshine 3 people's bodies directly exploded. Yi Yuan's body slowly appeared, still standing on the spot, as if he had never moved. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. It was just that his complexion appeared rather pale, the fiend energy on his body also dissipated considerably. But his opponents were already deader than dead. What happened just now? Did you guys see? No, I didn't see anything. Fast, too fast, what a swift sword art. Everyone all changed countenance visibly, totally not seeing clearly what happened just now. Yuan slowly walked out of the practicing field, came before Ka Xin, and said with a faint smile, "Many thanks for your Highness Ka Xin's reward." Chapter 1484 Dragon Soul Awakens Again. Ka Xin's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. Disregarding Yuan killing Starshine 3 people, he still wanted to come before Ka Xin to slap his face. This way of doing things seriously made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. "Take it, this is what you deserve." These few words, Ka Xin practically squeezed it out of the crevices between his teeth. Yuan smiled slightly, taking the 8 treasures all into his possession. "If there's this kind of good thing next time, Your Highness Ka Xin mustn't forget Source Knight." Yuan smiled and said. Ka Xin's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold light as he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Relax, definitely won't forget you." Li Ji discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat stiff. He stood up and said with an awkward smile, "Many thanks for Your Highness Ka Xin generous hospitality. We'll be leaving first." A get-together dispersed with ill feelings. But Yuan did not care. He returned fully loaded. These 8 treasures indeed had quite a number of good stuff. After everyone left, Lian Hua smiled at Ka Xin and said, "Within this Capone capital city, it's been very long since anyone could make you suffer such a huge loss." "Hehe, this Source Knight is really interesting," Ka Xin said with a solemn face. "For provoking me, he's dead. Immediately go to the Blood Yama Hall to issue a mission. Post a reward of 30 million low-grade Fiend Essence stones. I want his head." Lian Hua smiled and said, "You really think highly of him? Killing an ordinary middle-level 2-star Fiend General only needs 3 million, but you added a full 10-fold, much more expensive than even a grand completion 2-star Fiend General's price." "Humph, is he an ordinary middle-level 2-star Fiend General?" Ka Xin said with a cold snort. Returning to the Fan family, Yuan entered a closed seclusion state once more, and he started to take Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment. Yuan's 9 transformations golden body was already stuck at the first transformation for very long and kept failing to break through. About body refinement's breakthrough, the requirement towards resources was more stringent. Ordinary spirit medicines could not have an effect at all. 9 transformations golden body, each transformation was more difficult than the last. From the first transformation to the second transformation, the difficulty was many times harder than breaking through from the Grotto Profound Deity Realm to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Ordinary people were unable to shoulder this kind of terrifying resource consumption at all. If not for Yuan obtaining a 1 transformation profound gold pill previously, even grand completion first transformation was very hard to achieve too. This Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment was a body refinement. Spirit medicine, inside mixed in many extremely rare body refinement materials. It was a priceless treasure. In order to kill Yuan, Ka Xin also put forth blood capital. It was just that he did not expect that Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way. In the end, it was obtained by Yuan himself. Yuan applied the Blackjade Profound Spirit Ointment evenly on his body and started revolving his skill to absorb the medicinal strength. Very soon, a strong burning sensation came from Yuan's body. Along with the passing of time, the burning sensation became stronger and stronger. Each breakthrough of body refinement was an extremely tortuous process. A single mishap and one would even fall into a situation of eternal damnation. Back then, when Yuan forcefully consumed the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill, that feeling of wishing he was dead was still vivid in his mind to this date. Now, this kind of pain paled in comparison to that time. Half a month later, after Yuan withstood the ravaging of wave after wave of ecstasy, he finally broke through to the 9 transformations golden body's second transformation. Yuan's body left behind a pile of fetid order black-colored sludge. That was the impurities extracted from his body after he completed the second transformation. At this time, Yuan's body emitted rays of golden light. Compared to the first transformation, it was much brighter. Finally broke through. Ever since cultivating to deity realm, the progress of body refinement became slower and slower. Now, it's already completely thrown to the back by divine essence realm. Yuan lamented. The black tortoise treasure body divine art you cultivate is already gradually getting into conflict with the bloodline power within your body. This cultivation method has excessive defense and lacking offense, violating the dragon race's tyrannical bloodline power heavenly Tao. The guy who imparted to you the cultivation method is simply a fool. Dustless said unhappily. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the Immortal Grove world, Skedistant sneezed 3 times in a row and said in puzzlement, could there be someone talking bad about me behind my back? Why did I sneeze so hard? Yuan smiled bitterly and said, but apart from this cultivation method, I don't know other body refinement cultivation methods either. It was undeniable, the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art helped Yuan a lot in the past. If not for the Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art, he could not even pass through the spatial storm. But now, this cultivation method was already gradually restricting his cultivation. The cultivation method did not lie in power, but compatibility with oneself. This was also the reason why Yuan insisted on creating a cultivation method belonging to himself. Dustless smiled and said, the dragon race has their own body refinement cultivation method. You broke through to the second transformation golden body. Presumably, you should be able to learn it. Yuan froze. Suddenly, his head buzzed, and his consciousness was dragged into another space. An earth-shaking dragon roar sounded out. An azure dragon phantom circled non-stop around Yuan. Finally, it submerged into Yuan's sea of consciousness. When Yuan opened his eyes once more, he realized plenty of new information appeared in his mind, making his face reveal a look of wild ecstasy. Waited so long, finally awakened for the second time. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Arts 2nd level, Voice of the Dragon God 2nd level, Universe Dragon Claw, Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body. With the second awakening, I really obtained quite a few good stuff. Yuan said excitedly. This second awakening, Yuan grasped 4 powerful dragon race cultivation methods all at once. Not commenting about the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, after breaking through to the 2nd level, his recovery ability would go up another level. The voice of the Dragon God was already Yuan's sound wave martial technique that he had not seen for ages. The 1st level was already of somewhat little value to the current Yuan. With the 2nd level, as long as Yuan utilized the power of the fleshy body, it would be a major killing tool again. The Universe Dragon Claw was the 2nd of the dragon race's 3 great paramount martial techniques. Its power was not at all inferior compared to the voice of the Dragon God. But what made Yuan the most excited was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, this cultivation method. Previously, he was still saying that he did not have the dragon race's body refinement cultivation method. Now, it came. Looks like Dustless had long expected it. That was why he would say those words. Yuan employing the voice of the Dragon God and Universe Dragon Claw with the Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, the powerful would be a magnitude greater. Hey, the dragon race is also a supreme existence among the Heavenspan world's demon race. As long as you continuously awaken, it will make you benefit to no end. Dustless said with a light laugh. Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, Senior, just what origin is this dragon race's progenitor? What kind of realm was he? Immortal Grove world's dragon race progenitor's realm determined the height that Yuan's atavism dragon soul could reach. Yuan was naturally very concerned. Dustless said, Ouchin, that punk was true god realm. As long as you keep on awakening, reaching the 6th transformation golden body by relying on the power of the fleshy body is no issue. Yuan's pupils constricted when he heard that. He knew that the dragon race's progenitor might be very strong, but he did not think that he was powerful to such a degree. True God realm, that was an existence that the vast majority of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses all needed to look up to. Senior, where did the 4 symbols family clans, progenitors go? Yuan said curiously. Chapter 1485 Blood Yamahal. The 4 great progenitors were the Immortal Grove world's realm guardian divine beasts, and also Immortal Grove's most important companions. With Immortal Grove perishing and his Tao vanishing, their situation is probably no better too. As for where they are, I'm not sure either. Back then, I'd already fallen into a deep sleep and was sent back into that realm by Immortal Grove. The events later, I don't remember much. Mentioning this, Dustless's expression became downcast too. Clearly, what happened back then was not a pleasant memory. Senior, don't think too much about the events back then. This Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's lineage, I won't let a single one go. Yuan said in a solemn voice. Dustless looked at Yuan in relief, his expression calming down slightly. He knew that if Yuan could grow up step by step like now, taking revenge for a mortal grove was not something impossible. The time that followed, Yuan re-tempered his fleshy body according to the heavenly dragon Dharma body's cultivation method, and indeed felt extremely unhindered. That feeling of stagnation previously completely vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Yuan discovered that this heavenly dragon Dharma body was a very high-level body refinement cultivation method, much more impressive than even the black tortoise treasure body divine art. Yuan spent 3 full years' time to temper his fleshy body. After finished tempering, his body refinement realm actually already reached grand completion initial stage second transformation, just missing a step and he could catch up to his divine essence realm already. Indeed, it's still the dragon race's cultivation methods that's the smoothest when cultivating. Yuan said with a bitter smile. Before deity realm, Yuan still did not feel anything when cultivating the black tortoise treasure body divine art. But after the first transformation golden body was completed, Yuan felt his cultivation speed become slower and slower. The method of cultivation was clearly not wrong, but his strength was unable to advance. Now, this kind of feeling was completely gone. The 3 years in the world suppressing steel, merely 3 months passed in the outside world. When Yuan exited seclusion, he discovered that Li Ji was actually already waiting outside the door long ago. "Miss Li Ji, you're..." Yuan said with a blank look. He discovered that Li Ji looked at him with eyes exuding tender affection, just like a maiden who became enamored. Li Ji's face turned red and she said bashfully, "Brother Source Knight cultivates so diligently, no wonder you have such strength at a young age." Li Ji has already waited for 2 months here. Yuan secretly felt a headache come on. This fiend race girl was really bold and enthusiastic. Li Ji did not indulge like other fiend race women. But once she encountered who she liked, she would become very forward and liberal. This was going to launch an offensive against him. Li Ji was not too like the average fiend race women. The other fiend race women all did not refuse any admission, but she was different. Ka Xin was one of the best among the young generation, his strength rated as invincible among Capone capital city's young generation. Yet, she did not like him. Yuan was somewhat of a different type. He had no lack of meticulousness amidst ruggedness, unrestrained, yet not barbaric. He was very different from the average fiend race men. Originally, she just felt that Yuan was good-looking and pleasing to the eye, and did not have too much of a feeling. But Yuan's performance previously was too eye-catching. That phantom kill move unleashing, it captured Li Ji's heart all at once. "This, Miss Li Ji finding Source Knight, is there something?" Yuan said. Li Ji's beautiful eyes looked straight at Yuan and said with a smile, "Why? Can't I come and look for you if there's nothing?" Yuan sweated profusely and said, "Of course not." Li Ji said gloomily, "Source Knight, I discovered that you're really different from the rest. If it were someone else, this young lady being so forward, they would probably have long been at a loss on what to do with joy. Yet, you seem to avoid me like the plague." Yuan chortled with laughter and said, "Isn't Miss Li Ji different from the rest too? Ka Xin is one of the top young heroes in the capital city. How many girls are infatuated with him? Yet, you speak brusquely towards him." Li Ji smiled and said, "That's because he isn't as good looking as you." Yuan also smiled and said, "Hoo, that's true." Yuan was living under someone else's roof now and could not express too reservedly either. Otherwise, it would definitely incur suspicion. Li Ji laughed until she shook with laughter, clearly being tickled by Yuan's humor. "Hee, it's also too boring for you to cultivate every day. Why not? We go for a stroll around the capital city, how's that?" Li Ji asked probingly. Yuan thought about it and said, "Just nice, I also want to take a trip to the Blood Yama Hall. Why not Miss Li Ji take a trip with me, is that alright?" Li Ji revealed a surprised look and said curiously, "What are you going to Blood Yama Hall for?" Yuan said, "Source Knight has a relative who went missing and wants to go to Blood Yama Hall to inquire about it." Li Ji revealed a look of realization and said, "Like that huh, then, this young lady will accompany you." Blood Yama Hall was a powerful underground organization of Capone capital city. This organization was not just limited to Capone capital city. Its network and power spread throughout the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City. The might of its strength, even the City Lord Manor did not dare to easily get on bad terms with it. Different from the City Lord Manor lording over a city, the Blood Yama Hall's goal was to earn money. It was just that their methods of earning money were different from conventional means. Blood Yama Hall was divided into quite a few halls: Blood Battle Hall, Assassination Hall, 100 Nose Hall, Fiend Medicine Hall, so on and so forth. All in all, their methods of earning money were mostly some things that could not be exposed to the public. When everyone heard the Blood Yama Hall's name, they loved and hated it. For example, Fiend Medicine Hall. This place was somewhat similar to the Alchemist Association, a place specifically to refine medicinal pills. The fiend race alchemists were called fiend apothecaries. The name was different, but it was actually about the same as human alchemists. Except, the fiend race's medicinal pills were very different from the human race's, two entirely different approaches. Fiend apothecaries' status in the fiend race was extremely revered. Because the fiend race was seriously too weak in this aspect. The fiend race was warlike and valued valiantness. But making medicinal pills, this sort of delicate work, not many could really be qualified. Hence, the fiend race's fiend apothecaries were much rarer than the human race's alchemists. Each one had exceedingly high statuses. The fiend race did not lack powerful martial artists but lacked powerful fiend apothecaries. Hence, everyone all liked the Fiend Medicine Hall, this place, but was afraid of the Assassination Hall, this sort of place. As for the Blood Battle Hall, that was a killing field, and also the gambling place of the capital city's various major noble clans. It was very bloody. The 100 Nose Hall was naturally the place to inquire about information. The moment Yi Yuan and Li Ji went out the door, they were locked on by someone. Yuan was the Assassination Hall's heaven-rank fiend general assassin. His strength belonged to the pinnacle most existences among the Assassination Hall's fiend general killers. He had kept watch for 3 months' time in the Fan family's vicinity and finally managed to wait for Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that he came out together with Li Ji. The Assassination Hall had a rule: one was not allowed to make a move against the 4 great families' direct line of descent disciples. Of course, if they were paid a sufficient price, they would take action anyway. The 4 great families' influence was enormous in the capital city. Pull one hair and the whole body was affected. Even the Blood Yama Hall, this kind of major force, was not willing to easily offend as well. No wonder Ka Shin wants to kill this brat. He actually won over Capone capital city's famous cold beauty. Consider yourself lucky, kid, let you live a while more. They are going to the Blood Yama Hall. Yuan's brows shot up, revealing a hint of a smile. Chapter 1486. All so weak. Hey, are my eyes failing me? Miss Li Ji she is actually snuggling up to a man. Fuck me, Miss Li Ji is my dream lover. She actually has someone she likes already. Truly a fresh flower stuck onto a pile of cow dung. Are your eyes blind? Compared to that kid, you're the cow dung. Okay. This kid looks like a human. He's definitely a lead spearhead that looks silver, looks good but useless. I didn't expect that Miss Li Ji actually digs this type. Yi Yuan and Li Ji, 2 people walking on the capital city's streets, incurred waves of exclamations. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died several tens of thousands of times already. Regardless of whether it was the fiend race men or human race men, they all had an accursed attribute, that what could not be obtained was the best. Li Ji was Capone capital city's famous cold beauty, the pursuers countless, including Ka Shin, this kind of young outstanding talent. But not a single one could move her heart. But now, their goddess was actually captured by someone. This was simply a piece of explosive major news. On the entire street, it was suffused with a thick sour smell. This was not knocking over a vinegar jar, but knocking over a vinegar sea, already drowning the entire street. 1. The moment they went out the door, Li Ji snuggled up to him very daringly. A delicate fragrance bored right into his nostrils, making him involuntarily feel his mind rattle. One had to admit, Li Ji was an exceedingly beautiful stunner. Unrestrained but without losing inner restraint, enthusiastic but without losing shyness. It was very different from the average fiend race women. She did not enthrall people, but bystanders would involuntarily be attracted by her. On the surface, Yi Yuan held his chin up and chest out, seemingly feeling proud for conquering this belle. But in his heart, Yi Yuan was crying bitterness without ceasing. No matter how good Li Ji was, she could not compare to Yu Mengli and Mu Lingshui's position in his heart too. It was just that, forced by the circumstances, he could only put on a show too. Fiend Medicine Hall. Miss Li Ji, why don't we enter here to take a look first? The 2 people passed by a pavilion. On it was written, Fiend Medicine Hall, these 3 words stirring Yi Yuan's heart. He wanted to refine a second transformation profound gold pill right now and was still lacking some spirit medicines. Just now passing by the Fiend Medicine Hall, he naturally had to go in and take a look. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Ji's eyes and she said in surprise, "Could it be that you're even a fiend apothecary?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understand a thing or two." Li Ji suddenly beamed widely and said, "I'm accompanying you, you go where you want to." Yi Yuan was speechless. The two people entered the Fiend Medicine Hall. Waves of rumbling sounds came from inside. Fire seething with activity made the entire Fiend Medicine Hall's temperature become very high. No idea what the Fiend Medicine Hall's people were thinking either, to actually put the medicine refining room in the outer hall. 4 to 5 old men were currently working hand in hand, urging the furnace fire non-stop, bustling until their faces were covered in sweat. Yi Yuan only swept a glance and unwittingly shook his head secretly. It looked like he overestimated the Fiend Apothecary's alchemy standards. This kind of standard did not even count as apprentice level in front of him. The Heavenspan world's races were numerous, and alchemy Dao was categorized into various forms. Hence, there was also no centralized organization similar to the Alchemist Association. The standard of alchemy would depend on the grade of the medicinal pills refined. But these Fiend Apothecaries' refinement techniques were simply crude to the extreme. Yi Yuan could not quite bear to look straight at it. Of course, this was also due to his level being too high. When he was at 1-star alchemy god, he could already give guidance to the peak 3-star Xiaofeng. The height of his level could be imagined. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, his alchemy Dao level naturally rose higher along with it. These few years, Yi Yuan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, but his alchemy Dao similarly did not fall behind. Yi Yuan entered the Dao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. His deep understanding of alchemy Dao, others could not understand it at all. With the world-suppressing steel in hand, Yi Yuan had ample time to study alchemy Dao. There were even quite a few middle-aged fiend apothecaries crowding around the old men. It looked like they should be 1-star fiend apothecaries. Clearly, they were all learning. Yi Yuan suddenly turned toward Li Ji curiously and asked, "Are Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries all so weak?" Li Ji suddenly looked up, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Weak. These few in front were leading authority-class figures among 2-star fiend apothecaries. Even the 4 great families had many requests for them too. Nobody dared to offend them. These people would actually be said to be weak. Pooh, pooh, pooh. At virtually the same time, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yi Yuan. The medicinal pills in those few pill furnaces were virtually scrapped at the same time. Yi Yuan himself was also stunned. He asked very softly and even thought that these people all could not hear. He did not expect that everybody heard his words. One had to know, when alchemists were refining pills, they all gave their full attention, having no distractions in their hearts. Even when learning, one should also put in their heart and soul. How could his soft voice be heard by people? Yi Yuan still really did not understand the standards of the fiend race alchemists and even thought that these few old men were just small fry-class figures. Hence, that was why he would ask this. But looking at it now, it seemed like he caused an uproar. "Brat, you're a toad yawning too, what high-sounding sentiments." One of the old men who was abnormally ugly looked at Yi Yuan and gave a cold smile. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Li Ji hurriedly spoke up, "Haha, Grandpa Meng Qi, this is a misunderstanding. In Capone capital city, who doesn't know that you're a leading alchemy authority? Source Knight, why haven't you quickly apologized to Grandpa Meng Qi?" Li Ji winked hard at Yi Yuan, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. Except, Meng Qi clearly did not want to let Yi Yuan off so easily. He snorted coldly and said, "So, it's the Fan family's lass. Could this be a boy toy that you recruited? Strength isn't powerful, but his tone isn't small. This old man refined medicinal pills throughout his lifetime. Today, I was actually said to be too weak by a brat still wet behind his ears." "Haha, interesting, very interesting." Li Ji had an embarrassed look as he said, "Grandpa Meng Qi must be joking. In the entire Capone capital city, who doesn't know the renown of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders?" Source Knighties knew here and momentarily let his tongue slip, "Isn't that right, Source Knight?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Although I really want to flatter them a bit, I seriously can't utter it. Can't even concentrate when refining pills. What kind of good medicinal pills can you refine anyway?" Li Ji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan's temper was so stubborn, to actually not be willing to lower his head. She knew that Yi Yuan was very proud and also had the capital to be haughty. But in alchemy, these few were already old men who had made a name for themselves long ago. Yi Yuan's boasting was bragged too overboard. Yi Yuan merely swept a glance earlier and could tell the level of alchemy standard. This boy was also too haughty, too condescending. She kind-heartedly helped him to mediate. This guy actually still went from bad to worse. However, Li Ji did not know, Yi Yuan could compromise in other aspects. Only in alchemy, he was truly unable to meet halfway. Making him butter up some guys who were not even fit to do chores for him, he really could not do it. Haha, good, very good, kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet, but to actually dare utter this kind of boasting. This old man wants to see how high level you are. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Meng Qi laughed from extreme fury. 1. Vinegar equals jealousy. 2. Very unusual idiom, means a taunting boast. Chapter 1487 can give it a try. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, so I guess. But it should be slightly higher than you all. One sentence nearly choked everyone to death. Seen before shamelessness, but never seen before this shameless. This skill of climbing up along the shaft was already at the acme of perfection. Where did this punk pop out from? To actually dare be so arrogant. The 5 elders have immersed in alchemy Dao for all their lives, their alchemy strengths have long attained the acme of perfection. How can they let a fool tarnish their reputation? Lord Meng Qi, being so long-winded with this brat for what? Directly kill him. Yi Yuan's words directly incurred public wrath. When Li Ji saw that the scene was somewhat out of control, she winked furiously at Yi Yuan in anxiety. She was secretly pouring out endless grievances in her heart. At this rate, this big sister can't save you anyhow. Meng Qi's gaze was slightly cold. Using a hand gesture to stop the other's excoriation, he said in a cold voice, "Brat, spouting wild drivel in the fiend medicine hall, the Fan family can't save you no matter what. Come, men, cripple this brat for me and throw him to the medicine garden as fertilizer." Under Meng Qi's command, over a dozen big strong men suddenly popped out in the hall. One look and it was clear that they were not weak. Li Ji's expression changed drastically. Pulling Meng Qi's arm, she begged, "Grandpa Meng Qi, you watched Li Ji grow up since young. He's my man. I beg you, give him a way out, alright." Li Ji's tone was virtually carrying tears. She was all too clear about the might of the Blood Yama Hall's Fiend Medicine Hall. The Fan family also could not possibly go to war with the Fiend Medicine Hall because of a puny little source knight. Really angering the Fiend Medicine Hall, directly destroying the Fan family was also not impossible. Meng Qi glanced at Li Ji, looked at Yi Yuan again, and said with a cold snort, "Brat, don't say that this old man didn't give you a chance. These 5 furnaces of scrap pills, you pick one at will. Able to differentiate any scrap pill's 30% composition, I'll spare your life." Li Ji panicked again the moment she heard and said, "Grandpa Meng Qi." Meng Qi gave a snort and said, "Lass, if not looking on the account of your face, this old man won't even give him this bit of chance. If he understands alchemy, then forget it. If this kid pretends to know what he doesn't know and ruins this old man's reputation here, could it be that this old man still has to let him off? Differentiating a scrap pill's composition. To very proficient fiend apothecaries, they might not be able to say it all correctly. Differentiating a scrap pill's composition was totally different from distinguishing a medicinal embryo's composition. Scrap pills, various ingredients had already fused together through the pill furnace's tempering, making no distinction between each other. Wanting to differentiate, the difficulty was immense. Even Meng Qi himself, if under the situation of not knowing the pill formula, he could at most differentiate 70% too. Him making this request of Yi Yuan was not considered excessive. It really gave some face to Li Ji. But his own face still had to be preserved too. 30%, no less. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just differentiating the elements, easy. Easy, not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging too. Lass, you don't even give face to Ka Shin that brat. At the end of the day, you found such a hothead." Meng Qi billowed his beard and glared as he said. Li Ji's face turned red and could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not speak, directly coming in front of Meng Qi's medicinal cauldron. Palm surging forward, a ball of black sticky substance was shaken out. Seeing this, a hint of surprise was briefly shown on Meng Qi's face. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's grasp toward medicinal cauldrons was evident. One look, and he was obviously a very experienced person. It looked like this kid was really an expert. It was just that, wanting to say that Yi Yuan could differentiate the scrap pill's composition, he did not believe. Yi Yuan observed slightly for a while, sniffed, and said coolly, "Inside, there's dragon beard root, fiend flame crystal, rosewood assimilation crane grass." Yi Yuan took his time and reported the names of each and every spirit medicine. With each name reported, the expression on everyone's face was a degree more shocked. After Yi Yuan reported the final name, he pursed his lips and said, "It's a shame, your control over fire is too inadequate. In the first step of tempering, the fire was 30% too hot. In the third step, it was 20% too weak. The fourth step, furthermore, your attention was so scattered when you refine pills, you're completely unable to integrate the Tao accumulations. Even if you form the pill, it is at most also just low grade." Everyone's gazes all looked toward Meng Qi. These things, they could not tell, and were all very curious, wanting to listen to Meng Qi's own view. There was no expression on Meng Qi's face, seemingly turning his nose up at Yi Yuan's remarks. Actually, in his heart, monstrous waves had long been set off already. This kid was formidable, to actually discern so many things from a scrap pill. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Although Meng Qi's standard was lousy, he was a pill-refining veteran already as well. How could he not know where he went wrong? But knowing did not mean being able to overcome. There was a limit to a person's strength and when methods were pointless. At times, no matter how hard one worked, they were also unable to break through. Alchemy was a delicate task in the first place. It could not allow the slightest hint of error. However, Meng Qi was at any rate a leading authority class figure among fiend apothecaries. Being preached to in public by a kid still wet behind his hearts, where would he put his face? He toughened his scalp and answered back sarcastically, "Hey, do you know how great the refinement difficulty of the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill is? You argued it reasonably and logically. If you have the ability, refine one for me to see." The Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill was indeed a very hard to refine 2-star divine pill. Among Capone capital city's 2-star fiend apothecaries, only he could refine it. Even the others present could not refine it at all. Hence, he wanted to use this sentence to shut Yi Yuan's mouth, and make him stop talking nonsense. However, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You really want me to refine?" Meng Qi was first stunned. Following that, his expression turned sullen and he said, "Rubbish. Who doesn't know how to speak thoughtlessly? You say that we all can't do it, then you refine one for me to see. If you can't refine, hurry up and get lost for this old man." He did not believe that this punk could really refine the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill. These words sounded very tough on the surface, but actually, it was already equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's level. Yi Yuan's composition was said without the slightest error. This point could not be hoodwinked. Meng Qi reckoned that Yi Yuan definitely had a very formidable master at the back and taught his basic skills very solidly. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Without several thousand years of cultivation, wanting to refine this difficulty of 2-star divine pill was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, I really never refined before." Hearing this, Meng Qi's heart eased up. This kid finally yielded. He was just about to speak, but heard Yi Yuan say leisurely, "But if insisting for me to refine, I can give it a try." Meng Qi nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Don't have such a long pause when talking. Hang on, first time refining. Kid, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor? No matter what kind of medicinal pill, you're able to produce it off the top of your head. You never refined before the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill. This is deliberately toying with us. Lord Meng Qi already spared your life, you still want to go too far, is it? Yi Yuan's words immediately brought down a wave of condemnation. Chapter 1488 Borrowing Divine Fire to Use. Medicine Ancestor. Whose medicine ancestor? Could it be one of the Tao ancestors? When Yi Yuan heard this name, his heart involuntarily stirred, and started communicating with Dustless through his consciousness. Dustless said, "The medicine ancestor isn't a Tao ancestor, but his status in the Heavenspan world is extremely high. One can say that he's the earliest ancestor of the Heavenspan world's path of medicinal pills. Inside the houses of many alchemists, they would even enshrine and worship his memorial tablet. Yuan said in surprise, "There's actually such a figure. He calls himself medicine ancestor without authorization. Could it be that the 9 great Tao ancestors would let it go unchecked?" Dustless smiled and said, "The 9 great Tao ancestors are above worldly considerations and normally don't care about the Heavenspan world's matters. Moreover, the medicine ancestors' position is indeed very special. The 9 great Tao ancestors each control a region of heavenly Tao laws, virtually invincible existences. But the Tao of alchemy's strongest person, the medicine ancestor, doesn't control a heavenly Tao. But his strength is acknowledged by all of the Tao ancestors. Of course, don't talk about the medicine ancestor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. This kind of existence is also not what the likes of us can estimate." Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the limits of alchemy Tao. Toward the alchemy Tao's paramount existence, Yuan was naturally fascinated. "I didn't expect that the Heavenspan world actually had such a character. I really hope that one day, I can sit and debate on Tao with him," Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Meng Qi's expression turned slightly dark. He could not quite grasp Yuan anymore. Want to say that Yuan had no ability, Yuan really said. Out all of the medicinal pill's elements. But to say that Yuan could refine the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, he did not believe even if beaten to death. "Humph. Prepare the spirit medicines. I want to see what kind of medicinal pill he can refine. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can't refine, bear the consequences yourself," Meng Qi said solemnly. Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Relax, this level of medicinal pill still can't stump me. Don't need 3 times, once is enough." Haha, what high-sounding sentiments. Young man, better to be a little more low-key, or the wind might sprain your tongue. Meng Qi laughed from extreme fury. Yuan smiled and did not answer. Very soon, the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill's spirit medicines were ready. Yuan said to Meng Qi, "Borrow divine fire to use." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all revealed a peculiar look. A fiend apothecary actually did not have his own divine fire. Did this guy really know how to refine pills? A divine fire was the divine rank state of essence fires. Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame had long already advanced to divine rank and become a divine fire. But after Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, the cleansing sandal sacred flame did not evolve along with it. Now, when Yuan refined pills, there was no convenient divine fire to use. He could only find Meng Qi to borrow fire. Looks like I have to find a chance to let the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve. This isn't the way to go. If only Fiery was by my side. Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart and unwittingly missed Fiery. On the road of becoming a fugitive, Yuan virtually spent all of his savings, just to familiarize himself with 2-star spirit medicines, medicinal properties. When he came out of Wumeng capital city, the low-grade divine essence stones on Yuan were very sizable. He had about as much as 80 million. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower awarded to Yuan was 40 million. In addition, Yuan successively killed Qin Tian as well as Lin Shu, Qin Zheng, and the rest. The storage rings on them were all taken into Yuan's possession. Counting it together, when Yuan left, the divine essence stones on him were plenty. On the way of fleeing, each time Yuan reached a city, he would sweep up the goods and purchase spirit medicines. Presently, there was already plenty of room to spare for Yuan to refine 2-star divine pills. But this Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, it was really his first time refining. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove studied the fiend race's medicinal pills greatly. But Yuan only obtained the knowledge from Dustless there after all. As for the specifics of how to refine, he had not tested it before. But with Yuan's present alchemy strength, refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill, this kind of medicinal pill, was nothing difficult. Meng Qi gave a cold snort and held his palm out. A pale white fire seedling appeared in the palm of his hand. A fiend apothecary without even a divine fire actually dares to spout empty rhetoric too. I want to see how you refine pills. Humph, Meng Qi said with a cold snort. The fire seedling floated over in Yuan's direction. Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. With a slight finger movement, the small fire seedling immediately grew into a fire tree. The exquisiteness of the technique, Those fiend apothecaries actually could not see through. White elegance devil flame. It's not bad. I'll make do and use it then, Yi Yuan said. When Meng Qi saw this scene, he could not help being shocked inwardly. Disregarding anything else, just this technique of controlling fire was much stronger than him. His own divine fire was actually so obedient and docile, reaching Yi Yuan's hands. This made titanic waves set off in his heart. Even he himself could not do it to this degree too. This was also demoralizing. However, this was just the beginning. When Yi Yuan started refining the pill, Meng Qi's pride was directly washed away by wave after wave of floodwaters. What impressive fire-controlling methods. This kid actually really knows how to refine pills. Furthermore, his level is quite high. What kind of refinement method is this? Never seen it before. Yeah, it's totally different from our pill refining techniques. But why do I feel that this technique is of a much higher level than ours? Stupid. That Dao accumulation. His technique secretly contains heavenly Dao, obtaining heavenly Dao's support. Cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Meng Qi was utterly dumbfounded. Just this pill refining technique was already on a completely different level than him. The Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders all had their eyes glued at this time, fearful of missing any step. This kind of master-level refinement could not be seen simply if they want to. Li Ji's cherry lips opened slightly and never shut before the whole time. Cool. Too cool. She watched Yi Yuan refine pills and was actually wholly enraptured. Since young, she had also seen quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries refining pills. But no one had ever given her this feeling of being refreshed in mind and spirit. No idea how long had passed either, and then it was only to hear Yi Yuan cry out lightly. The furnace fire extinguished, the medicinal pill formed. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "First time refining, the fire control still isn't quite there yet. The quality of the medicinal pill is probably not too ideal." Finished talking, Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned. A medicinal pill flew into the jade vessel's superior grade devil dragon flame crystal pill. Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking at Yi Yuan like they had seen ghosts. This medicinal pill barely managed to reach the level of superior grade. Superior grade devil dragon flame crystal pill was still called not too ideal. Meng Qi wished to give himself a tight slap. This was too demoralizing. Him refining the devil dragon flame crystal pill, the best grade was also just middle grade. He had never refined before high grade. Another person refining for the first time, and it was a superior grade. This disparity was too great. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's excuse. Meng Qi knew that it was probably really Yi Yuan's first time refining the devil dragon flame crystal pill. Even though Yi Yuan's refining technique was extremely profound, that awkwardness and inexperience when just starting could not be concealed. This kind of situation, he had seen them too many times among newbies. But along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan clearly gradually entered an optimal state and found the feeling. Hence, the more he refined, the smoother it got. Chapter 1489 already came, leaving for what? Your Highness Ka Xin, please wait. Ka Xin brought Lian Huo and just entered the Fiend Medicine Hall when he was stopped by a 1-star fiend apothecary. Although Ka Xin's status in the capital city was very high, in the Fiend Medicine Hall, he did not dare to be unbridled too. "Ah, Brother Lu He. I made an appointment with Lord Meng Qi 10 days ago. There are some important matters to discuss with him." Ka Xin cupped his fists and said. Even though the other party was just a 1-star fiend apothecary, he was Lord Meng Qi's accomplished disciple. Ordinary people could not afford to offend. Lu He said, "Apologies, Your Highness Ka Xin. Master is currently meeting an important guest in the inner hall and has already instructed, nobody is to disturb him." Ka Xin frowned and said, "Even I'm not an exception too. I'm here representing the City Lord Manor. This matter is likewise no trivial matter. Moreover, I've already made an appointment 10 days ago." Lu He's face revealed a difficult look. Ka Xin's status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Ka Xin was not here representing himself. He was representing the City Lord Manor. Although the Blood Yama Hall did not fear the City Lord Manor, face still had to be given. Why not? Better trouble Brother Lu He to go and pass on a word. "Presumably, Lord Meng Qi won't dismiss me," Ka Xin said with clasped hands. Lu He thought about it, nodded, and said, "All right then, I'll go and ask Master." Lu He turned around and went in. Lian Hua smiled and said, Wonder what kind of big shot Lord Mengqi is seeing, to actually even ignore our affairs. Ka Xin smiled and said, to be able to refuse us outside the door, it must be an incredible major figure. I reckon that it might very likely be a 3-star fiend apothecary. Lian Hua nodded her head, clearly quite in approval of this. Coincidentally, Fan Yu also entered the fiend medicine hall at this time. Seeing Ka Xin and Lian Hua, Fan Yu's heart thumped, secretly thinking not good. The fiend medicine hall released a batch of medicinal pills recently. They were in very high demand now. Quite a few factions went into action without delay. Among these, the one with the strongest competitive power was naturally the City Lord Manor. Although the alchemy strength of Mengqi and the rest were too trash in front of Yi Yuan, the medicinal pills produced by the Fiend Medicine Hall were indeed very popular in Capone capital city. In the fiend race, good fiend apothecaries were too few. The City Lord Manor had long gotten the news. Hence, Ka Xin made an appointment with Mengqi 10 days ago to meet today. Ka Xin had a smile on his face as he said, "Hey, brother Fan, you came a step late. Lord Mengqi isn't meeting guests today, better go back." Fan Yu's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Your City Lord Manor eating meat, aren't you even going to leave a mouthful of soup for people to drink? This time, our Fan family will definitely fight it out with you." Ka Xin laughed and said, "Hey, I'm about to go in and finalize this matter with Lord Mengqi right away. What will you use to fight to the bitter end with me? Haha, want to fight it out, come early next time." The muscles on Fan Yu's face twitched a few times, suddenly feeling powerless. The 4 great families' foundations were still much worse compared to the City Lord Manor. People had money and power. Each time the price offered, it was 30% higher than the rest. How to discuss things? At this time, Lehi came out of the inner hall, the expression on his face rather ugly. When Ka Xin saw Lu He's expression, his heart involuntarily thumped. "Brother Lu He, what did Lord Mengqi say?" Ka Xin said with clasped hands. Lu He said crossly, "Your Highness Ka Xin, please return. I asked you to go back, but you insisted on me going to disturb Master. Now, just great, I got a good scolding from him right to my face, are you happy?" Clearly, Lu He was already unable to maintain his original demeanor. This scolding was not light. Just now, the moment he entered and just reported Ka Xin's name, he was scolded angrily by Mengqi. Even expelling from tutelage, this kind of words was uttered. It would be weird if Lu He's mood could be good. Ka Xin had an awkward look. Stuffing a storage ring into Lu He's hands, he said, "Here are 50,000 low-grade fiend essence stones, just take it as brother Lu He's laboring fees. Since Lord Mengqi is meeting an important guest, then Ka Xin won't disturb anymore. I'll come to visit again another day." Who knew that Lu He directly pushed the storage ring back and said, "Just now, Master was already very angry and even said expelling me from tutelage, this kind of words. Aren't you making me take the road to ruin here? Quickly go, quickly go." Ka Xin was extremely depressed. He did not know just what kind of important guest Mengqi was meeting. Even meeting City Lord, it would not be to an extent where he expelled his own disciple from his tutelage for relaying a message, right? Moreover, he did not hear of any remarkable major figure who came to the city recently. Later, better inquire about it, and make some appropriate compensation. If he were to offend the Fiend Medicine Hall because of this matter, the losses would outweigh the gains. Getting rebuffed, Ka Xin had an unhappy look too. He glimpsed at the Fan Yu who was unwilling to give up by the side, and he said indifferently, "Come on, didn't hear that Lord Mengqi is currently meeting an important guest. Could it be that you want to cause brother Lu He to be scolded one more time?" These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. It was clearly to irritate Lu He. Lu He was in a bad mood just now and directly ignored the Fan Yu by the side. Only after Ka Xin saying this did he notice that Fan Yu had already stood at one side for very long. Lu He took care of many things for Mengqi throughout the year and was also a smooth and artful figure. When he saw Fan Yu, his eyes immediately lit up and he went forward to greet with a smile. Turns out that young Master Fan Yu came too. Apologies, Lu He did not entertain well. Those words of Ka Xin's just now actually already made Fan Yu give up. He did not expect that Lu He actually took the initiative to engage in small talk with him. One had to know, he did not even give face to Ka Xin earlier. "What's brother Lu He saying?" "It's Fan Yu who suddenly paid a visit and imposed on you," Fan Yu hurriedly said. Lu He smiled and said, Young Master Fan Yu coming to the Fiend Medicine Hall, it's also in order to request an audience with Master, right? Fan Yu was slightly embarrassed, but still nodded his head and said, Fan Yu will leave right away and won't cause trouble for Brother Lu He anymore. Lu He was taken aback with fright and hurriedly pulled him, saying, Don't. Already came, leaving for what? I'll go in to report right away, you wait a minute. Done talking, Lu He directly turned around and left. Ka Xin already walked to the entrance, but forcefully stopped his footsteps. He looked at Lu He's departing back view, enraged until his complexion was livid. Since the beginning to end, Lu He never showed him a good attitude. Even if he agreed to go in and report just now, it was also with a reluctant look. But now, Fan Yu himself said that he was going to leave, but Lu He took the initiative to hang on to Fan Yu and not let him leave. Lu He even took the initiative to go in and report. Didn't he say earlier that Meng Qi even said about expelling from tutelage, this kind of words? Fan Yu himself also had a baffled look, completely not knowing what happened. His relationship with Lu He did not seem to be good to this kind of extent, right? Before long, Lu He came out gleefully and said to Fan Yu, Master said, let young Master Fan Yu wait in the side hall for a while. When he's done over at his side, he'll immediately come and see you. Happiness arrived too suddenly. Fan Yu completely did not react to it. What happened? By the side, Ka Xin's expression was long already black as the bottom of a wok. Chapter 1490 Double Standards. Brother Lu He, what's this? Didn't you say that Lord Meng Qi isn't seeing anyone? Ka Xin tried his best to make his tone seem calmer, covering up the rage in his heart. This double standard was also a little too obvious, right? He had not even left yet. Lu He's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, MN. Your meaning is that I'm lying to you. Why not do this then? After Master comes out, we'll confront face to face. Although Ka Xin tried his best to control his tone, the skepticism in his words could not be concealed no matter what. Lu He's anger rose up with a puff. He helped him go in to report. Putting aside that he did not get any benefits, he was even scolded angrily by Master. Meng Qi did not have just him, one disciple, alone. A single misstep and he fell out of favor, there would be nothing to do with him in the future. Forget it if Ka Xin was not grateful, he even wanted to question him. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Lu He finally stopped showing Ka Xin a nice attitude. Ka Xin said with an awkward look, Brother Lu He misunderstood. Lu He directly cut off his words and said with a cold smile, I didn't misunderstand anything. The matter previously, just take it as it didn't happen. Consider it myself being opinionated. Just treat it as I was careless in making friends. Your Highness Ka Xin, please go back. Ka Xin's expression changed, knowing that this was offending Lu He to the core. He stood there, unable to leave nor stay. Lu He said in a cold voice, Why? Your Highness is not leaving. Could it be that you still want me to send your Highness out? Ka Xin finally left dejectedly. But the grievance nursed in his heart, no one could understand. With his status and standing, when had he been subjected to this kind of treatment in Capone capital city before? The more he thought, the more amiss it felt, and he said in a solemn voice, there must be something wrong with this. How can the Fan family and Fiend Medicine Hall's relationship possibly compare to ours? Today's incident is too abnormal, I must investigate clearly who Meng Qi was meeting. Fan Yu followed Lu He to the side hall with a blank look. Pushing the door and taking a look, he saw an all too familiar figure. Li Ji, why are you here? Fan Yu said in surprise. You came too. I was accompanying Source Knight to stroll around in the city. He said to come to the Fiend Medicine Hall to take a look and I followed. Li Ji said with a slightly red face. Came with Source Knight, where is he? Fan Yu said with a dark expression. This punk, his younger sister accompanied to come out, but he was good, hanging his younger sister out here alone to dry. But a glimmer of smugness flashed across in Li Ji's eyes as she said with a smile, he's currently chatting with Grandpa Meng Qi. This chat lasted 3 days and 3 nights. What? Fan Yu nearly jumped up, being taken aback with fright by Li Ji's sentence. He turned his head and looked at Lu He, and said with his eyes wide open, Brother Lu He, the important guest that you said wouldn't be Source Knight, right? Lu He beamed and said, who else can it be if not him? Hey, your Fan family really remained deeply hidden, to have actually invited this kind of big shot and still maintaining your countenance. Fan Yu said with a confused look, be big shot. Source Knight's strength was indeed not bad, but to say big shot, it was a little too far-fetched, right? What in the world happened in between this? Lu He even thought that Fan Yu knew. But looking at it now, he was really kept in a dark. Li Ji said with a proud face, "Big brother, I only knew that Source Knight was actually even a fiend apothecary when I saw Source Knight refining pills too. Furthermore, it's the very formidable kind." Li Ji described the events that happened previously with a look of excitement, making Fan Yu dumbfounded with shock. His first reaction was this Source Knight really that Source Knight he knew? Source Knight's age seemed to be even quite a bit younger than him. How could he possibly be a fiend apothecary that even Lord Meng Qi looked up to? But Li Ji was here, who could that be if not that Source Knight? He originally thought that Meng Qi was meeting some remarkable important person, that was why he would not even give face to Ka Shin. He did not expect that it was actually Source Knight. No wonder, oh, no wonder. That excitement when Lu He saw him, turned out that it was because of Source Knight. What kind of character was Fan Yu? He practically reacted to it right away. Lu He being extra familiar with him was treating him as a straw to clutch at. Previously, because of helping Ka Shin to pass a message, he offended Meng Qi. But he was Li Ji's elder brother. Li Ji and Source Knight's relationship was very ambiguous. Meng Qi naturally regarded him as someone very close to Source Knight. Why did it feel like a dream? A full 3 days had already passed since the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders listened to Yi Yuan's sermon on Tao. These 3 days' time, Meng Qi 5 people listened like they were in ecstasy and in rapture. They had never known that pill refining still had so many tricks involved. Especially when Yi Yuan performed a skill to focus on pill refinement, they used all kinds of methods and also could not distract Yi Yuan in the slightest. Finally, Yi Yuan still refined a high-level medicinal pill, making them marvel in astonishment. Only then did they know why Yi Yuan would say that they were weak previously. They could not even accomplish the most basic focusing, let alone talk about refining high-level medicinal pills. Yi Yuan also knew that the fiend race's disposition was hot-tempered. Most were frank without tact. Making him focus on pill refinement was indeed making things a little hard. But, where there was a will, there was a way. Meng Qi they all failing to do so was primarily still because their method was not right. Yi Yuan casually imparted some spirit calming and mind focusing spells to them. These old fellows were all akin to having obtained a priceless treasure, endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Meng Qi was currently in high spirits when Lu He came in and said that Ka Shin was looking for him. How could he not be furious? Compared to advancing his own alchemy strength, what the hell did Ka Shin count as? Suddenly, Yi Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, right, talking nonsense with you all these few days, forgot all about proper business." The 5 elders were rendered speechless. How did this transmission and preaching of Tao become talking nonsense? Except, the things that Yi Yuan narrated to them were really not that profound. Similar to focusing, it was alchemists' basic skills, the 5 elders all could not do it. For them to be able to refine complete medicinal pills could not be said to not be a kind of miracle. Of course, even though Yi Yuan turned his nose up at the 5 elders' pill refinement, he could not underestimate fiend apothecaries either. The fiend race's alchemy skills also had quite a few saving graces. I wonder what the proper business master Source Knight said is. Meng Qi will send people to go and do it right away. I beseech Master Source Knight to be generous and preach Tao to us for a few more days. Meng Qi was incomparably respectful towards Yi Yuan now. Yi Yuan's alchemy standard was an existence that he could not look up to at all. He even felt that those few 3-star fiend apothecaries in the city could not compare to a fraction of Master Source Knight too. Even though they could refine 3-star medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan said, "Preaching Tao will end here first. Coming to the Fiend Medicine Hall, I just wanted to purchase a few kinds of spirit medicines. In addition, I still have some matters and want to take a trip to the 100-Nose Hall. You all can't do it on my behalf." The moment Meng Qi said, he hurriedly said, "Isn't Master Source Knight smacking Meng Qi's face by saying this? Just a few kinds of spirit medicines, what's there to buy? As long as the Fiend Medicine Hall has it, feel free to take it. If there isn't, the Fiend Medicine Hall still has the confidence in acquiring it within a short time. As for the 100-Nose Hall that side, their door isn't easy to enter. How about this, you take my blood Yama token and go. Those guys won't cause problems for Master." Chapter 1491 Grudge is sowed big time. The types of spirit medicines for the second transformation profound gold pill were seldom seen, but the fiend medicine hall's strength was really not for show. Meng Qi told Yi Yuan that within half a month, he would help him gather all of the spirit medicines. Meng Qi's thoughts, Yi Yuan naturally took it into his sights. He also promised Meng Qi that half a month later, he would come again and preach the Tao to them. Done with these, Yi Yuan went out of the door alone. Although Li Ji was reluctant to stay behind, she was helpless to do anything too. Yi Yuan going to the 100-Nose Hall to inquire about information, she had nowhere to go and could only stay in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Li Ji was no longer a little girl in Meng Qi's eyes now. What did she say? That Source Knight was her man. This relationship, how could he not make good use of it? What was the most powerful? Not a man's fist, but a woman's pillow talk. As for the matter of that batch of medicinal pills, it was even more of a cinch. Meng Qi made the decision and directly half-sold half-gifted them to the Fan family, absolutely being a friendship price. Happiness came too suddenly. Fan Yu was somewhat at a loss on what to do. The Fiend Medicine Hall's medicinal pills were in very short supply. Even the City Lord Manor had to pay a huge price to get it too. Another batch of medicinal pills to a family's strength was rather significant. To Yi Yuan, Fan Yu was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He wished to send Li Ji onto Yi Yuan's bed right away. Coming out of the Fiend Medicine Hall, Yi Yuan's alarm bells went off. The sounds of tearing through the air came over. Several streaks of cold light flew over towards Yi Yuan at a terrifying speed. It was concealed weapons. Explode for me. Huo-En formed a seal. Those flying knives directly exploded in the air, turning into countless fragments, virtually sealing off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Being struck by these shards, Yi Yuan's body would probably turn into a sieve. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Huo-En's mouth. He knew that this mission was already completed. His half-step fiend commander strength, scheming against the unwary, Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly escape this assassination. All of this was just something that happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to react. Huo-En did not go and look at Yi Yuan. He was already ready to get up and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared from where he was. Phantom kill. Huo-En's expression changed drastically. A sense of danger instantly welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure actually turned into a blurry shadow and rushed over towards him. With his strength, he could only barely manage to capture Yi Yuan's traces too. Bloodfeather sword art. Huo-En shouted fiercely, his sword art stabbing over towards that vague shadow like lightning. In an instant, the two people exchanged blows no idea how many times. The powerful undulations shocked the surroundings into a pile of ruins. After several breaths, Yi Yuan appeared 1,000 feet away, his complexion pale and breathing unstable. Clearly, it was a sign of overly exhausting his divine essence. However, Huo-En was not much better either. He gasped heavily for air. That bout of exchange just now rapidly consumed his fiend essence in an instant. From when he took action to sneak attack Yi Yuan until now, only around 10 breaths of time had passed. Everything happened too quickly. Huo-En did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. If not for him being an assassin, his reactions extremely quick, Yi Yuan's sneak attack earlier would have been able to counter-kill him. This kid was too dangerous. At this moment, Huo-En finally knew how scalding these 30 million low-grade fiend essence stones were. Take his life while he was ill. Huo-En was a competent assassin. He already perceived that that move just now was extremely taxing on Yi Yuan. Now, he already did not have much strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan's speed was fast, Huo-En's speed was likewise not slow. As an assassin, speed was a mandatory requirement. Blood light suffused all over Huo-En's body, his figure rushing towards Yi Yuan once more like lightning. However, he already had no more chances. 5 figures made a move at the same time, blocking Huo-En's path. This place was right outside the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door. Such a large commotion, how could it not startle them? Huo-En's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "I'm a member of the Assassination Hall, somebody offered a reward for this kid's life." Although the 5 elders were fiend apothecaries, their combat strengths were similarly not weak. Fighting 5 versus 1, they naturally would not fall into a disadvantage. The reason why Huo-En dared to take action here was that this place was their own territory. Even if he killed people, nobody dared to say anything either. Although the Blood Yama Hall's various branch halls were under different commands, they were one family after all. Yuan never expected that it was precisely his own people who blocked his fatal blow. He had kept guard outside the whole time and completely did not know the events that happened inside the Fiend Medicine Hall. He even thought that by reporting his background, the 5 elders would make way. Meng Qi snorted coldly and said, "This old man hasn't reached the point where my eyes can't see clearly. How can I not know that you're a member of the Assassination Hall? Humph, you actually dared to make a move against our Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest. This score, we'll find the Assassination Hall to settle it later." Yuan was stunned, doubting whether he heard wrongly or not. Why did the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders help an outsider? For the sake of a boy who had nothing to do with them, they were actually going to go to war with the Assassination Hall. Esteemed guest, a kid whose hair was not fully grown, how did he become the Fiend Medicine Hall's esteemed guest? Meng Qi, what's the meaning of this? For the sake of an outsider, you're actually going to make things difficult for my Assassination Hall, Yuan said in a solemn voice. Meng Qi was greatly enraged as he said, "Master Source Knight is our Fiend Medicine Hall's most noble guest. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair of his, we aren't finished." Seeing Meng Qi fly off the handle like so, Yuan finally realized that he was not joking. Master Source Knight, this kid, could it be that he was even an alchemy expert? Meng Qi was, at any rate, a leading authority class figure among 2-star fiend apothecaries too, to actually call a kid who was still wet behind his ears master. Yuan felt that maybe the 5 elders have gone crazy. He gave a cold snort and said, "Humph. Meng Qi, don't you forget, you're not the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. This matter, somebody will naturally come and find you." Meng Qi was hot-tempered too and immediately said furiously, "Heh, good. Very good, your Assassination Hall is very tough now huh? Today's word, this old man has remembered it. Get lost." Yuan gave a cold snort, and then his figure moved swiftly, vanishing from everyone's line of sight. Meng Qi turned to Yuan, cupped his fists, and said with an apologetic look, "The Assassination Hall's people are becoming more and more insolent." Meng Qi failed in his hospitality and let Master Source Knight fall into a dangerous situation. Meng Qi's truly ashamed. At this time, Meng Qi was actually incredibly shocked in his heart. One had to know, that assassin was half-step Fiend Commander realm. Yuan, a middle-level Fiend General, could actually retreat unscathed. It was truly surprising. At this moment, he was incomparably certain, there was definitely a powerful existence behind Yuan. This young man was not simple. He must not be offended. Yuan shook his head and said, "Nothing to do with you guys. Somebody else wants my life. Hey, with this, the grudge is sowed big time. Use one's butt to think and one would also know, this incident was definitely Kosh and causing trouble behind the scenes. Failing to kill him at the gathering, this time, he actually hired an assassin to deal with him. Did he really think that Yuan was easy to need?" Chapter 1492 Blood Essence Contract. In order to prevent accidents, Meng Qi personally brought Yuan to the 100 Nose Hall. With him coming forward, everything was naturally a cinch. Under a manager of the 100 Nose Hall's lead, Yuan went straight up to the 3rd level. This was the place to receive VIPs. "Sir, wait for a moment here, someone will come and receive you right away," said the manager and then left. This was a very elegant room. A delicate fragrance hit one's nostrils, giving people a feeling of intoxication. The tea was already brewed. Yuan gently took a sip and praised, "Good tea. The morning dew of purple qi coming from the east, tea shoots irrigated with spirit rain. Hard to come by, hard to come by. What's even harder to come by is the pair of skillful hands of the person who brewed the tea." Space distorted. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void. This woman's clothing was half revealed, her skin fairer than snow, arch eyebrows and cherry lips, not at all inferior compared to Li Ji. But compared to Li Ji's reservedness, this girl was zealous like fire, as if going to burn someone. Every twinkle and smile seemed to carry a flirtatious intention. Sir Source Knight is indeed extraordinary, to actually see through the profundities in this room with a glance. The woman slowly sat down not far away from Yuan's side and said with all smiles, "Sir Source Knight's erroneous praise, Han isn't worthy of it." The charming arts of this woman called Han already reached the acme of perfection. Every careless action could give men immense temptation. With Yi Yuan's concentration, he actually had a momentary lapse in mind too. Clearly just drank a mouthful of tea, he actually felt parched. However, it was also just that instant. The firmness of Yi Yuan's Dao heart was rare in the world. Wanting to use bewitching arts to confuse him was virtually without any possibility. Source Knight came here to inquire about information and not play with girls. Miss Yi Han, please call the main person out, Yi Yuan said coolly. When Yi Han saw that Yi Yuan's focus was so great, she could not help being secretly startled inwardly. This Capone capital city, the men able to withstand her bewitching arts were rare. Yi Han covered her mouth and smiled as she said, Sir Source Knight is so oblivious to other people's feelings. Could it be that in Sir's eyes, Yi Han can't compare to Li Ji? Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said, keep pestering unreasonably and don't blame me for not being courteous. But Yi Han said without a care, okay, this lowly one wants to see how Sir becomes impolite. As she said, Yi Han's pair of clever hands actually groped toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, fingers tapping over towards Yi Han's shoulder like lightning. Who knew that this Yi Han's shoulder actually slipped away bizarrely, narrowly avoiding this tap? Yi Yuan's heart sank and realized right away that this Yi Han concealed her strength. His move failing, Yi Yuan hurriedly retreated, pulling apart a distance from Yi Han, maintaining vigilance. Goodness, Sir Source Knight doesn't know how to be tender toward girls at all. Attacking so strongly, is this wanting to take this lowly one's life? Yi Han giggled and said. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, who the hell are you? Why are you teasing me? Yi Han smiled and said, how did this lowly one tease Sir? It was clearly Sir who wanted to ruthlessly crush a flower. However, Yi Han is very curious just who Sir is. Putting aside your strength far surpassing those in the same rank, your alchemy skills are even so powerful, the devil dragon flame crystal pill at your fingertips with ease. Even the fiend medicine hall's 5 elders had to show you a pupil's manners. With my blood Yama hall's eyes and hands, we actually completely could not investigate Sir's background. Yi Yuan's heart sank, secretly thinking that this 100-nose hall had such access to information. It seemed like what he had done in Capone capital city was already completely known by the 100-nose hall. At this time, Yi Yuan naturally would not treat Yi Han as an ordinary girl anymore. Her strength was likely far above his. Even Dustless could not fathom Yi Han's depths either. Although Dustless's strength did not recover to its peak state, under Divine Lord Realm, most could not escape his divine sense investigation. But this Yi Han was clearly an exception. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a deep voice, this young master had lived with my master in a remote land since young. It's also normal for you to not have heard before. So what's strange about that? Yi Yuan naturally would not make this kind of low-level mistake. He had long fabricated his origins. Yi Han smiled and said, so that's how it is. Sir doesn't need to panic. Let's sit down and talk. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and got seated again, and he said coolly, if you want to ask about my master, you can save your breath. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Han's eyes, thinking to himself that this chap was so formidable. She was just about to open her mouth and ask, and he already used words to block her. If Yi Yuan's master was really a reclusive expert, then he was definitely unwilling to reveal his name. This point was naturally justifiable. Yi Han smiled faintly and said, all right, then Sir Source Knight came to Capone capital city just for the sake of investigation. Yi Yuan nodded and said, precisely so. Miss Yi Han, wonder if Source Knight can ask questions now. Yi Han said, does Sir know our 100-nose hall's rules? Yi Yuan was stunned and shook his head as he said, don't know. Yi Han giggled and said, Sir is really interesting, to dare come and inquire about information without even knowing the 100-nose hall's rules. Yi Yuan had long heard that the 100-nose hall's information was not easy to inquire, but he did not know the specifics. Looking at it now, seemed like he thought too simply about it. Pray tell, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Han said, our 100-nose hall's intel is divided into 1st grade to 9th grade. The first 3 grades intel, as long as one pays sufficient fiend essence stones, they can obtain it. But 4th grade to 9th grade intel, apart from having to pay exorbitant fiend essence stones, one even has to agree to do some things for the 100-nose hall for free. Yi Yuan said in surprise, that means, I owe you all a favor. Yi Han said, it's pretty much this meaning. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, if I don't do it. Yi Han smiled and said, You need to leave behind a blood essence contract before we'll give you the information. If you renege and not do the favor, we can make you wish that you were dead through the blood essence contract. Yi Yuan's heart turned cold. This blood Yamahal was very mysterious. It seemed like their background was huge. Yi Yuan said, if you all make me go and die, could it be that I have to act in accordance too? Yi Han smiled and said, our blood Yamahal has always been equally honest with the elderly and the young. It's just that some things, it's not convenient for us to act in our own capacity, so we need a promise. Some people, we never went to find him even till death. On the blood essence contract, there are naturally also some taboo rules stated one by one. For example, we won't make you go and die. Of course, if you die in the process of carrying out the contract, it's not within the scope. Once the contract activates, if you didn't complete it, you'll naturally suffer the contract's backlash. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked in his heart. This was equivalent to saying that as long as someone inquired about 4th grade and above information, they would all owe the blood Yamahal a favor. With the accumulation year after year, the blood Yamahal's favors outside would be very terrifying. Among these people, it was hard to guarantee that some powerful existences would not appear. As long as the blood Yamahal continued on retaining this blood essence contract, it was equivalent to this contract continuously appreciating in value. No wonder even the city lord manor did not dare to provoke the blood Yamahal too. Just this blood essence contract, how could the average person afford to offend? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right, but I have to take a look at the contract's contents first. Chapter 1493 Special Grade Retainer. After the contract entered his hands, a powerful law undulation came from it, making Yi Yuan secretly alarmed. No idea whose hands this contract originated from, but that person's strength was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan's divine sense entered inside. The contents of the contract revealed itself. He carefully analyzed the contents of the contract. After verifying that there was no problem, only then did he slowly say, no problem. Now, can I ask for the information that I want to? No, Yi Han smiled and said, of course you can. You can just directly ask the contract will automatically determine the grade of your question. Drip your blood essence on the contract and the information that you want to know will appear on it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked the contract, 1,000,000 years ago, Capone capital city had a fiend commander called Kanuo. I want to know who sent him to carry out the last mission, as well as all of the information for that person. After asking this, the contract had a reaction very quickly. A large word gradually appeared on it, 8. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that this information's grade was actually so high. But seeing that 8 word on the contract, Yi Han was all smiles and said, hee, didn't expect that Sir Source Knight's information is actually so valuable. Looks like this favor isn't small. From 4th grade to 9th grade, the contents of the contract were naturally different. 4th grade was still relatively easy to return. 9th grade, it would probably be a favor to drive one to their death. If someone checked for information not matching their own strength, that price might be death. Yi Han looked at Yi Yuan rather interestedly, wanting to see how he choose. However, she was a little disappointed. She completely could not see through Yi Yuan's inner heart activity, as if what Yi Yuan held in his hand was a piece of blank paper. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The tip of Yi Yuan's finger had a gash cut open. A drop of golden blood slowly fell, dripping onto the contract. The golden blood instantly disappeared. Very soon, densely packed words appeared on the contract. Yi Yuan rapidly browsed it over, but the expression on his face became ugly. Sure enough, the one who sent Kanuo to the Immortal Grove world was precisely that generation's city lord, called Kazuo. It was just that not only did this Kazuo not die, he already broke through from the 2nd layered heaven fiend lord back then to the current fiend king 1st layered heaven, which was also the human race's celestial deity 1st layered heaven. After one's martial Tao broke through to divine lord realm, it was entering a whole new realm. Each step would become even more difficult. Each major realm was divided into 9 heavens. Each breakthrough of a minor realm was exceedingly difficult, easily starting with 100,000 years. Presently, 1,000,000 years had passed. That Kazuo's strength steadily increased and actually already reached the Fiend King realm. Looks like wanting to find this Kazuo to settle scores, I have to give the matter further thought and consideration. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. This Kazu had already left Capone capital city long ago. Right now, he was at eminent Orchid Imperial City, wielding immense authority. Apart from these, there were still many intel related to Ka Suo. This information was indeed very valuable, worthy of being an 8th grade contract. However, Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked and had an even clearer understanding of this Blood Yamahal's strength. Even a Fiend King powerhouse's information could be recorded so comprehensively, this was clearly not what an ordinary power could do. After Yi Yuan silently noted down Ka Suo's information, the words on the contract gradually disappeared. And Yi Yuan distinctly sensed that there was a kind of mysterious connection established between him and the contract. Looks like Sir Source Knight is very disappointed, Yi Han said with a smile. Yi Yuan returned the contract to Yi Han and said indifferently, indeed a little disappointed. But, it's nothing as well. He indeed did not care. There would come a day where he would step into celestial deity realm and seek justice for the immortal Grove world. Hoo, Sir Source Knight doesn't care, but Yi Han cares a lot. I have a feeling that Sir Source Knight's favor is much more valuable than this information. As for Fiend Essence Stones, just take it as Yi Han becoming friends with Sir. Forget about it, Yi Han said with a broad smile. Yi Yuan glanced at her and said coolly, becoming friends with Miss Yi Han, one has to become more vigilant. Yi Han giggled and said, is Sir praising Yi Han here? Yi Yuan said, you can understand it like that. Yi Han's strength was unfathomable. This Blood Yamahal was even more mysterious and hard to fathom. Becoming friends with them, one would probably not even know when they were sold. Returning to the Fan family, Fan Yu was naturally inexplicably grateful toward Yi Yuan. The Fan family heard that a very powerful fiend apothecary appeared in the family and burst into an uproar all at once. The Fan family immediately convened an elders meeting and raised Yi Yuan to a special grade retainer. The treatment that Yi Yuan enjoyed in the Fan family could virtually rival Fiend Commander Realm elders already. Those people who said that Yi Yuan relied on a woman to get his position immediately shut up, all extremely flustered. Offending a Fiend Apothecary retainer was not some wise thing. Medicinal pills, who did not need it? The Fan family could not be blamed for going through so much trouble. It was true that Fiend Apothecaries were too in demand in the Fiend race. With the status of Fiend Apothecaries, they did not stoop to go to some large family to be retainers at all. Otherwise, the Fan family also would not be so cautious because of a batch of medicinal pills. The news of a Fiend Apothecary emerging in the Fan family immediately spread throughout the entire capital city like the wind. The other 3 families, including the City Lord Manor, were all envious about this to the extreme. Of course, if there were people envious, there were people unhappy. When Ka Xin heard this news, his entire person went blank. Damn it, how can that brat possibly be a 2-star Fiend Apothecary? The important person that Meng Qi saw that day was actually him. How is this possible? Ka Xin was full of indignation and puzzlement. He seriously could not figure out how a young man with such powerful martial arts strength could possibly become a Fiend Apothecary that even Meng Qi bowed his head in submission to. Lian Hua's face was also full of shock. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was a Fiend Apothecary. Furthermore, even the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders were actually docile and obedient towards him to this extent. Originally, she was just harboring the thought of teasing a little, that was why she would be like that toward Yi Yuan. Now, she was really envious of Li Ji to death. If she had long known it was like this, she should have thought of everything possible to snatch Source Knight. But now, it was too late to say anything. Source Knight and Ka Xin were already like fire and water. It was completely impossible to bury the hatchet anymore. She let out a sigh and said, this matter is already beyond all doubt. The assassination hall took our bounty to assassinate Source Knight, but it was stopped by the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders. It was said that for this, the Fiend Medicine Hall already went to war with the assassination hall, cutting off all of their medicinal pills supply. I reckon that within a few days, the assassination hall will have to yield. Meng Qi clearly doesn't have this authority. For the Fiend Medicine Hall to do so, they definitely obtained the hall. Master's approval, waging war with their own family for an outsider, this matter of thing, even thinking about it feels inconceivable. Ka Xin's expression was green and already did not know what he should say. He discovered to his dismay that he seemed to have really kicked a metal plate this time. Lian Hua paused for a bit and continued, to be able to make the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master do this, that Source Knight's alchemy skills must be extremely remarkable. The Fan family picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 1494 Giving In. Inside a hidden private estate in the capital city, Yuan was currently kneeling in front of a man in black, fearful and in awe. Yuan, do you know your mistake? The man in black said coolly. Your Excellency, I know my mistake. Yuan hesitated for a bit, but finally still admitted his fault. The man in black slowly turned around and said coldly, in the assassination hall, you aren't wrong. But in the entire Blood Yama hall, you've made a grave error. Now, the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall are applying pressure on me at the same time. The pressure on me, this hall master, is also huge. Yuan was a capable general under his command. When the Fiend Medicine Hall came over, he still supported Yuan a bit. But, he never thought that later on, the Hundred Nose Hall actually came over to put pressure too. This doubled the pressure on him, a hall master. The assassination hall primarily did some things that could not see the light and could not appear on the stage. The prestige of the Blood Yama Hall was mainly established by the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall, these two halls. The function of the assassination hall was to kill. Yuan was depressed in his heart. His position in the assassination hall was around the same as Meng Qi's in the Fiend Medicine Hall. Hence, he did not take Meng Qi's warning to heart as well. He even left a few harsh words. He did not expect that now, his face was slapped resoundingly. Yuan was flustered inwardly and said, Your Excellency, what should this subordinate do? The man in black swept a glance over him indifferently and said, an assassin failing an assassination, the outcome, you know it. Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He originally thought that it was a big business for him. He did not expect that his life actually had to be capitulated on this mission. Do it yourself then. The words of the man in black carried some melancholy. Honestly speaking, he did not think that Yuan did anything wrong. What was wrong was that this was a world where the strong prey on the weak. For that young man called Source Knight to be able to make two great halls value so highly, it indicated that he was a figure who carried a lot of weight. Then one could only say that Yuan was unlucky. Who asked him to provoke someone he should not provoke? Yuan's gaze revealed a fierce look, his body suddenly burst apart. A black token dropped onto the ground. The man in black extended a hand and beckoned. The token landed in his hand. After Yuan returned from the Hundred Nose Hall, he went to the Fiend Medicine Hall again to give Meng Qi they all a lesson. Meng Qi and the rest naturally benefited greatly. But this time, there was an additional person listening to him preach Tao, the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master. He was a 3-star fiend apothecary, his status in Capone capital city extremely revered. Even ordinary fiend commander powerhouses found it hard to meet him. A single one of the medicinal pills that he refined was hard to seek after. But this time, he was like a student, sitting together with Meng Qi and the rest respectfully, listening to Yuan preach on Tao. On the first day, he relied on his status and hid next door to listen. But on the second day, he sat together with Meng Qi and the rest very conscientiously. The contents that Yuan preached on were not some profound maxim of great Tao. It was just some alchemy basic skills. But to them, it was akin to obtaining a priceless treasure. Yuan discovered that their cultivation system was too messy. These fiend apothecaries' basic skills were too poor, resulting in affecting the pill refinement's result in the end. As the saying went, details determined success or failure, and alchemy skill was an extremely meticulous art in the first place and did not tolerate any sloppiness. Yuan targeted the fiend apothecaries' characteristics and summarized some cultivation methods, imparting it to them. One should not look down on these simple basic skills. Actually, Meng Qi their standards were not lousy. They just had to practice some basic stuff properly and the effects would be immediate. Compared to elucidating on some profound things, these little tips were more effective instead. After the last sermon, the 5 elders including the hall master cultivated the spirit calming and mind focusing spells that Yuan imparted, and they discovered that the medicinal pills' quality improved significantly all of a sudden. This result made them wildly ecstatic. Therefore, each and every one of them revered Yuan akin to a god. This time, Yuan talked for 5 days and 5 nights in a row, making everyone wholly enraptured. Following that, the spirit medicines that Yuan wanted also arrived, and he returned straight to the Fan family, planning on going into a retreat. The closed seclusion this time, apart from refining the second transformation profound gold pill, he even purchased a large batch of spirit medicines from the Fiend Medicine Hall. He wanted to refine a batch of divine essence advancing medicinal pills and assault late-stage heaven glimpse. Yi Yuan killed Shu Lai before entering the fiend race and obtained all of the wealth on his body. A half-step fiend lord powerhouse's wealth, that was rather terrifying. Yi Yuan using it to purchase spirit medicines, cultivating to the origin deity realm was also plenty to spare. As long as there were sufficient medicinal pills supporting him, Yi Yuan's cultivation would be very fast. But before closed seclusion, Yi Yuan welcomed a guest, the Assassination Hall's Hall Master, Yu Ming, 1. Even the Fan family's family head did not recognize Yu Ming. It was Yu Ming himself making his identity known before the Fan family's family head knew who he was. His arrival made the Fan family's family head panic. For so many years, the Assassination Hall's Hall Master was an existence who daunted people. Even if they were the 4 great families' family heads, they were also extremely afraid of him. Even though their realm was more or less the same, Yu Ming, this person had always been hidden in the night, no idea when he would reap people's lives. In history, the Assassination Hall had once destroyed a major family. And that major family's strength was not weaker than the Fan family. The Assassination Hall's strength was too terrifying. If say that the major families were in awe of the city lord, then toward the Assassination Hall, it was fear. Because your life would be gone without knowing when. But when Yi Yuan saw Yu Ming, he did not have much of a feeling. People all had weaknesses, and Yu Ming's weakness was clearly being grasped by the Fiend Medicine Hall. Him coming to find him openly indicated that the Assassination Hall gave in. This is Huo'en's blood Yama token. He has already committed suicide to offer an apology. There's his divine soul imprint on it. You can check it. Yu Ming threw over the black token and directly said this. Yi Yuan received the blood Yama token but did not check. He just casually threw it to one side and said coolly, "This is your affair, nothing to do with me." Yu Ming could not help suffocating when he saw the situation, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Before coming to meet Yi Yuan, he had already seen the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. But the two people's behavior was very different. He felt that this young man in front of him was even harder to deal with than the wild old fox Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Yu Ming sucked in a deep breath and said, "This matter was my Assassination Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of the Assassination Hall. Sir Source Knight, please raise your hand high in mercy." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I said, this is your affair, nothing to do with me. The Assassination Hall accepting a bounty and killing people, this is something perfectly justified." Yu Ming nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This punk was too cunning. These words were said until he did not have any room to refute at all. Yeah, the Assassination Hall was not wrong. What was wrong was that they provoked someone that should not have provoked. But, with Yi Yuan not relenting, the Fiend Medicine Hall and Hundred Nose Hall both would not drop the matter. "What can I do? I'm very powerless too." Yu Ming wished to dig Huo'en out from underground right now and kill him again. 1 Yu Ming equals Nether from Netherworld. Chapter 1495 Issuing Letter of Challenge. Yu Ming looked at Yi Yuan helplessly and was really at a loss whether to cry or laugh. In Capone capital city, who did not wet their pants when they saw him? Yet, today, he was cornered tightly by a brat still wet behind his ears. He did not even have the qualifications to lose his temper. If it were other people, he would use powerful strength to oppress his opponent and could use various means to go and threaten his opponent. But against Yi Yuan, these were all useless. Threaten, it would only make matters develop in an even worse direction. Yu Ming let out a sigh and said, "Whatever conditions, Sir Source Knight, feel free to state them. As long as my Assassination Hall can do it, we definitely won't refuse." Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Yu Ming sharply and said, "Really?" Yu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Do I have a choice?" Yi Yuan smiled too. Talking with wise people was effortless. "I want you to help me issue a letter of challenge," Yi Yuan said. Yu Ming's brows furrowed and he said, "You want to have a battle with Ka Xin? You're not his match." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not his match or not, that's my business. You just have to help me do 2 things, and that will do." Yu Ming's expression became intent and he said, "What 2 things?" Yu Ming discovered that Yi Yuan did not have his blood rushing up to his head at all. He was not mindlessly trying to find Ka Xin and take revenge without any plan. That indifferent expression of Yi Yuan was clearly him having a well-thought-out plan. In fact, even Yu Ming coming to apologize had also been calculated. Yi Yuan had long already thought of everything and was just waiting for him to pay a visit. This young man was truly too frightening. This move of borrowing power to strike another person actually toyed with the blood Yamahal's several major halls in the palm of his hands. It was simply inconceivable. Of course, all of this was in view of Yi Yuan's own powerful strength and potential. Otherwise, those two great hall masters were not fools either. How could they possibly be manipulated by Yi Yuan? He finally somewhat understood why those two great halls would view this young man in a different light and even wanted to defend this young man without balking at falling out with him. Yi Yuan took out a small bag of medicinal powder and said, "This packet, let Ka Xin eat it unknowingly. This shouldn't be a difficult thing for your assassination hall, right?" Yu Ming's expression changed and he immediately said, "No way. Although the blood Yama Hall doesn't fear the City Lord Manor, poisoning the City Lord Manor's prince to death is a serious matter. I can't promise you." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master, you don't need to be so agitated. This packet of powder won't take his life and it doesn't affect his strength in the slightest too. He won't discover that he's poisoned. I'm just leaving myself a way out." Yu Ming's brows furrowed and he said, "How do I believe you? What if you borrow a knife to kill someone?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I still have another packet here. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But you have to be mentally prepared, this thing is effective toward you too." Yu Ming was startled inwardly, a hint of dread flashing across his eyes. Something that a 2-star fiend apothecary refined was actually effective on him too. This tiny packet of powder actually was such a great threat. One had to know, the medicinal pills that 2-star fiend apothecaries refined, the effect on fiend commanders were negligible, let alone say Yu Ming, this kind of grand completion realm fiend commander. Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable fiend apothecary. Saying this was absolutely not in order to scare him. Only if he went soft in the head would he go and try this thing. Although he did not know what effect this thing had, to Ka Xin, it was definitely a fatal thing. Seeing Yu Ming's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This packet is just in order to ensure that he and I battle under a fair condition. As long as he eats it, absolutely no one will know that it was done by you guys." Yu Ming's brows knitted tightly. He was silent for quite a while. Suddenly, he nodded and said, "Okay, I can promise you. I believe that you won't do something like digging your own grave." "What about the second?" Yu Ming thought about it for a little. Yi Yuan borrowing a knife to kill, causing two major forces to confront each other, this did not have any benefits. It would put him in a dangerous situation instead. Yi Yuan was clearly a very smart person and would not do this kind of stupid thing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The second thing, 10 months later, you personally help me go and issue a challenge letter. After a year, I want to fight with Ka Xin to the death." Yu Ming said, "You're underestimating Ka Xin too much. His strength is close to invincible in the Fiend General realm. For him to be able to stand out among so many of the Ka family's juniors, it isn't an undeserved reputation. You aren't even Huo En's match. Could it be that you have the assurance to beat Ka Xin within a year?" Just now, Yi Yuan himself also said it, this packet of medicinal powder would not affect Ka Xin's strength. Then, on what basis would he win against Ka Xin? Even though Huo En was a capable subordinate under Yu Ming and his strength was extraordinary, when facing Ka Xin head-on, there was no chance of victory at all. Ka Xin's strength was the #1 person in Capone capital city's Fiend General realm. This point, no one had any objections. Yi Yuan smiled, but he did not speak and did not answer to Yu Ming's words. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Okay, these two conditions. I promise it, but, if the fire burns onto the blood Yama Hall in the end, you know the consequences." Finished talking, Yu Ming took that packet of powder and left straight away. After Yu Ming left, Yi Yuan went straight into closed seclusion. A year's time was 10 years to Yi Yuan. If it were others, 10 years would not change too much either. But Yi Yuan could. After consuming the second transformation profound gold pill, Yi Yuan's fleshy body directly broke through to the middle stage second transformation. Then, Yi Yuan started refining medicinal pills frenziedly. 10 months later in the outside world, Yi Yuan's divine sea trembled, finally breaking through to the late stage heaven glimpse realm. There's still 1 year plus, after I consolidate my realm a bit, I should enter the death cultivation space to train for a bit, Yi Yuan murmured. Yu Ming's arrival caught Ka Xin by great surprise. "You're representing Source Knight to issue a challenge letter to me. A hint of a disdainful smile flashed across Ka Shin's mouth. Yu Ming said coolly, yes. He's afraid that you'll refuse his challenge, so he requested me to come. Regarding Ka Shin, Yu Ming did not have any favorable impression too. This matter originally had nothing to do with the assassination hall. Because of Ka Shin posting a reward, it dragged the assassination hall right into the water, making him lose a general. This result made Yu Ming very annoyed. Therefore, he was actually very unhappy with both Yi Yuan and Ka Shin. If any of them died, his mood would be much better. This battle was undoubtedly a channel to vent to him. Ka Shin laughed loudly and said, refuse. Why would I refuse? Ha ha ha, a fool who overestimates his own strength, delivering himself to the door to seek death. This prince is more than happy. Looks like this 10 months' time, his strength had a breakthrough. Ka Shin was not afraid of challenges. On the contrary, he had already not received a challenge for very long. His identity of a prince was not simply inherited but was piled up by countless fresh blood. The fiend race did not restrict challenges. The City Lord Manor's prince was also no exception. Wanting to become the City Lord Manor's prince, one had to accept the challenges from all parties. Ka Shin was not a silk pants leading a comfortable life, but a true powerhouse. Of course, not anybody could challenge Ka Shin. He had the right to refuse. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yuan requested Yu Ming to step forward to apply pressure. Yi Yuan was expressing an attitude. The matter of you hiring people to kill me, I already know. The grudge between us is already irreconcilable and can only be resolved with a fight. This was the simplest and most crude way to resolve problems in the fiend race. Chapter 1496 King of Blood Battle. The blood battle stage was a killing field, just like an underground boxing city. The Blood Yamahal had hauled in no idea how much money by relying on it. Every day, hundreds and thousands of life and death battles had taken place here. The aristocrats gambled here to seek amusement, the boxers earned money here with their lives. Of course, there were also quite a few nobles who would personally take the field and fight, to hone themselves. Some people died in battle just like that, while others carved out a bloody path. Ka Shin was one of them. In Capone capital city's blood battle stage, Ka Shin was still a legend to this day. Back then, when Ka Shin was not a prince yet, his reputation was not illustrious among his many brothers. However, he was very ruthless to himself. He came to the blood battle stage alone by himself without even bringing along a guard, and he became a blood fighter. Blood fighters were existences for people's enjoyment. They engaged in life and death struggles on the blood battle stage every day, while the nobles gambled exorbitant amounts on the grandstand. Since then, Ka Shin started his path of heaven-defying rise. It was also this blood battle stage that excavated his terrifying combat talent. At first, Ka Shin's dozen over battles in a row were all close shaves. Each time, he would barely manage to escape with his life from under his opponent's hands. Virtually everyone all thought that he would not live long. However, one battle after another, his improvement speed was rapid until it made people despair. 10 years later, Ka Shin defeated countless powerhouse adversaries, sweeping across same-rank opponents. From the earlier bitter fights to virtually having no opponent capable of lasting one exchange with him. Experiencing countless life and death battles, Ka Shin's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, daunting until it made his opponents despair. However, this was not the end. After that, the Ka Shin who was already the blood battle stage's king started jumping realms to challenge his opponents. This crazed action made everyone all think that he was seeking death. But he did not die. His name lived for 100 years on the ring. All the way until one day, no one dared to fight him anymore. Starting from no idea when, Ka Shin had not lost before. Later, the blood battle stage looked over the records before discovering that Ka Shin had already won 800 over matches in a row. One had to know that in this place where experts were plentiful as clouds, even winning 100 matches in a row was an extremely extravagant matter. But Ka Shin won 800 over matches in a row. Furthermore, his opponents were virtually all powerhouses who were all a minor realm higher than him. From then, Ka Shin had a nickname, the King of Blood Battle. This was a legend. The respect of Fan Yu and the rest toward Ka Shin was not because he was the City Lord Manor's prince, but because they feared his strength. They were very strong too, but they were absolutely not as crazy as Ka Shin. The news of the King of Blood Battle re-emerging immediately ignited the blood battle stage, making everyone seethe. Source Night. This name had merely just circulated among the upper echelons of Capone capital city. But, King of Blood Battle, this name, virtually no one did not know in Capone capital city. Source Knight and Ka Shin would be carrying out a life and death battle at the Blood Battle stage. As soon as this news spread out, the Blood Battle stage crazily seized 30 billion low-grade Fiend Essence stones within 3 days. 90% of the people all bought the King of Blood Battle, Ka Shin's victory. Even if Ka Shin's odds were only 1. Of course, there were also quite a few speculators who wagered on Yuan. His odds were too tempting. 115. This was a 15 times profit. Once won, then it was a huge profit. When the positions just opened, Yuan's odds were 1.7. But in 3 days, the people who bought Yuan were few and far between. Yuan's odds also soared along with it, surging to 115. To the Blood Battle stage, Yuan was an out-and-out newbie. He was completely without any battle achievements support. The odds looked scary, but actually, not many people would go and bet on him at all. The higher the odds, it indicated the less optimistic the Blood Battle stage was about him. People who bought Yuan's victory were all harboring the mentality of a trace of a fluke. Even if they bought, they would not buy a lot too. At this time, inside a room at the Blood Battle stage, the Blood Battle stage's hall master, Blood Eagle, appeared somewhat irritated. Yu Ming, do you have confidence in this life and death battle or not? This position, I was originally not planning on opening it. No idea how upstairs is thinking, to actually insist on opening the positions. Now, it has staked so high, I already find it hard to dismount the tiger's back. It's just a few short days' time and it's already 30 billion. Most likely, on the closing day, the exposure risk will rise to 100 billion or even more. If that Source Knight loses, our Blood Battle stage's 3 years of profits will all sink into the water. Blood Eagle said in a solemn voice. Yu Ming said coolly, this kind of life and death battle, not reaching the last moment, who'd know who wins or loses? Blood Eagle nearly choked and said, Yu Ming, your words are also said too irresponsibly. Ka Shin's strength, you're all too clear. It can be said to be invincible among the same rank. The letter of challenge was issued by you, don't you know that Source Knight's strength? Yu Ming gave Blood Eagle a glance and said coolly, Blood Eagle, don't be so agitated. I can only tell you that Yuan's chances of winning are greater than you imagine. As for who wins or loses between the two of them, it's really very hard to predict. From a rational point of view, Yu Ming really could not see any chance of Yuan winning. But, when he recalled that calm expression of Yuan's, he also felt that Yuan definitely had a plan. This kind of contradictory psychology had already lingered in his heart for a year, making him very uncomfortable. He believed that the other two guys were definitely the same as him. Blood Battle stage's Blood Eagle was originally just an outsider. But this time, he was dragged down the water too. The moment the positions opened, he had no way to back down anymore. Yu Ming was also very perplexed why upstairs would want to send this order, making them open the positions. Honestly speaking, Yuan's win rate was really too small. Unless, that packet of powder could greatly diminish Ka Shin's strength. However, Ka Shin had already eaten that packet of powder for several months. Right now, there was no problem at all, he was still brimming with vigor and vitality. This showed that Yuan did not bluff him. That powder really would not affect Ka Shin's strength. Yu Ming's attitude made Blood Eagle about to stomp his feet. He roared at Yu Ming, win rate greater than I imagine. Yu Ming, you're a dotard, right? If this Source Knight's realm was more or less the same as Ka Shin's realm, then forget it. But he's just a middle-rank fiend general. Even when Ka Shin himself was at this realm, it's also impossible to jump realms and defeat himself, right? Yu Ming rolled his eyes and said coolly, it also wasn't me who made you open the positions, what are you yelling at me for? Blood Eagle could not help choking up and immediately shriveled up. Yu Ming gave him a glance and said, just 3 years of profit, it's also not a big deal. You guys are the most profitable haul, it's merely a little bit that leaked out at the seams of the pants. I reckon that upstairs is betting too. You think about it, once Source Knight wins, how much money will you all make? Blood Eagle gave a cold snort and said it lightly. Your halls only know how to burn money, don't know our pains. I watched Ka Shin grow up with my own eyes. His strength, I'm all too aware. Even if that Source Knight is a second Ka Shin, it's also impossible to win him with his realm. These 100 billion essence stones will most likely sink into the waters this time, Chapter 1497 Forced Breakthrough. On this day, the grandstand of the blood battle stage's main platform was fully occupied. Those martial artists' faces were all brimming with fanatical expressions. That was worship straight from the bottom of the heart. The king of blood battle, returning to the blood battle stage, just this one topic was sufficient to drive them crazy. People who hung around at the blood battle stage every day were all a bunch of fanatic lunatics. The fiend race loved fighting, while they were belligerents among belligerents. Therefore, they were filled with endless worship towards the king of blood battle. Ka Xin was the legend here, the idol that they worshipped the most. Haha, I waited for 200 years. His Highness Ka Xin is finally going to take action once again. This time, it will probably be his swan song. I mustn't miss it. How much did you bet on His Highness Ka Xin winning? Hey, I put down all of my assets. This kind of sure win transaction, what's there to hesitate about? What about you? I wagered 30 fiend essence stones, this is 80% of my assets. Is the blood battle stage stupid this time? This kind of battle, they actually still opened positions. Who cares? Free money, why not take it? Everyone on the grandstands was incomparably excited. Not only could they watch the swan song battle of the king of blood battle, but they could also earn money. This kind of good thing, they had never encountered it before. Regarding Yi Yuan issuing a letter of challenge, this matter, there were naturally people who had doubts. But after they heard Yi Yuan's realm, they no longer had doubts. Middle rank fiend general challenging the king of blood battle. What was this if not courting death? The grandstand's second level's VIP area was also fully occupied. Some small family clans, big shots could only stand at the back row. A little smaller and they could only squeeze with the ordinary people outside. The four great families' family heads were imposingly present. Ka Lan was the Ka family's present family head, in charge of managing the Ka family's affairs. Although the Ka family stayed in the City Lord Manor, they were distinct from the City Lord Manor. After Ka Suo, the Ka family had always been Capone capital city's ruler. No one was able to shake this position. The Ka family had a flourishing population with countless descendants. Ka Xin was the pinnacle most existence among them. Fan Lin, your Fan family finally managed to pick up a powerful fiend apothecary, but is a complete and utter fool. Did your Fan family bring so many people come to collect his corpse on his behalf? Ka Lan mocked. Fan Lin was the Fan family's family head. Hearing that, he immediately retorted sarcastically, "Humph. The battle hasn't started yet. Who wins or loses is still not known." Ka Lan laughed loudly and said, "I know that this kid's strength is pretty good, killing Starshine the three of them by himself. But Ka Xin's strength, you all are well aware. No matter how impressive this kid is, he can't flip the heavens too." Fan Lin defended himself with sophistry, "It's not too late for you to come and brag after Ka Xin wins." Ka Lan laughed loudly and said, very well, when Ka Xin pummels that brat into minced meat, I'll come and brag again." Ha ha ha. Fan Lin had a livid look, gave a cold snort, and did not talk anymore. He really could not find a reason to believe that Yi Yuan could win this fight. Originally found an extremely powerful 2-star fiend apothecary, Fan Lin was excited until he could not sleep for quite a few days. But he had yet to enjoy a few days of bliss and it was going to be over. "Li Ji, your relationship with Source Knight is the best. You say, does he have hopes of winning or not?" Fan Lin asked Li Ji softly. Li Ji's expression was very ugly. She shook her head, but she did not know what she should say. When Yi Yuan issued the letter of challenge, he definitely did not know how terrifying Ka Xin was. The title of King of Blood Battle, that was slaughtered out by him match after match. She completely did not think that Yi Yuan would go and issue a letter of challenge to Ka Xin. If she knew, she definitely would not have allowed this thing to happen. Now, a shot arrow could not be recalled already. At this time, the blood battle stage's referee walked to the center of the ring and said in a clear voice, "Today this battle, the two parties involved, one party is known as the King of Blood Battle, His Highness Ka Xin. While the other party is the Fan family's special grade retainer, Source Knight. 2 months ago, Source Knight issued a letter of challenge to His Highness Ka Xin. This battle will continue until life and death are determined." The moment the referee's voice faded, momentous and tidal-like roars sounded out on the grandstands. "Long live His Highness Ka Xin. Kill that fool who overestimates his own ability. The kind of blood battle is mighty. The kind of blood battle is mighty. Your Highness Ka Xin, I love you. Although Ka Xin had not taken action for 200 years, his popularity in the blood battle stage was still exceedingly high. Those who worshipped him were not just male martial artists. There were also large groups of female martial artists as well as noble ladies. They did not stint with their worshipping feelings in the slightest, with 3 cheers for Ka Xin. As for Yi Yuan, he was already a dead man in their eyes long ago. Over 200 years ago, Ka Xin could only insta-kill those in the same rank. His current strength was definitely even more unfathomable. Now, the King of Blood Battle, Your Highness Ka Xin, please take the field, called out the referee in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, screams sounded out all round. The Ka Xin in white robes slowly walked out of the passageway, carrying overweeningly arrogant demeanoringness. This kind of feeling had not been seen for ages. The deafening cheers did not make Ka Xin have a feeling of his hot blood boiling. On the contrary, he was frighteningly calm right now. Upon standing in the ring, he seemingly returned to when he took the stage on the blood battle stage again. At present, his strength was no longer comparable with the past. But upon standing here, his cold blood state immediately returned to his body. In this place, he would not underestimate any opponent. Countless times of life and death struggles made him understand that underestimating one's opponent any one time would become a lurking peril of death. Sir Source Knight, please appear on the stage. In the passageway, the Yi Yuan in black robes slowly came out. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused a stir. Wasn't it said that Source Knight was a middle-rank fiend general? How did he become a high-rank fiend general? It's just a year's time and he broke through. No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Ka Xin. Looks like he still has some skill. It's just that breaking through is useless too. His Highness Ka Xin is already half-step Fiend Commander realm. He can break through to become a Fiend Commander at any time. He's still dead. The news that spread previously, Yi Yuan was just a middle-rank Fiend General. But when Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone, his aura was already much stronger, already a high-rank Fiend General just like that. Inside a secret private room, Yu Ming saw that Yi Yuan broke through his realm, but his brows furrowed. This kid actually forcefully broke through his realm. Looks like we all overestimated him, Yu Ming said with a sigh. The expression of the Blood Eagle by the side changed and he said, "It's over. The positions opened this time are too big. 3 years of profit is going to sink into the water." When Ka Xin saw Yi Yuan, he was surprised for a while first. Very soon, his face revealed a mocking look. "I didn't expect that you actually forcefully broke through your realm for this challenge. Hoo-hoo, do you think that by breaking through a minor realm, you can kill me?" Ka Xin said with an amused look as he smiled. To genius martial artists, forcefully breaking through realms was a great taboo. It would cause one's foundation to become unstable. Ka Xin, Qin Tian, these geniuses, their cultivation speed were all very fast, but they had to suppress their realms and not let their realm increase too quickly. It was in order to retain potential to the greatest limit. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully broke through his realm for this battle today. This would cause his foundation to be unstable. Although his strength increased, it was a time bomb. Perhaps, it would explode at any time. Chapter 1498 Iron Wire True Fiend Punch. Ka Xin pointed at the cheering crowd and said proudly, "Do you think that only you can jump realms to battle? Listen to their cheers. This is what I exchanged for using one victory after another." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "I know, 800 over matches of consecutive wins. It's no big deal. In the past, nobody ended your winning streak. But it doesn't mean that right now, there isn't." A mere 800 over matches of consecutive wins were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Back then, he won several thousand matches in a row in Cloudmarsh City, seeking but one defeat and not getting it. That was the feeling of seeking defeat amidst loneliness. The things that Ka Xin had felt before, he felt before. The things that Ka Xin never felt before, he had similarly felt before. He acknowledged that Ka Xin was a powerful opponent, but he was even more confident in himself. However, Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a mighty uproar. What did he say? Over 800 matches of consecutive wins is nothing. Hoo-hoo, what a riot. He's talking big to impress people here. Ignorant fool, when he witnesses the King of Blood Bottle's terrifying strength, he'll know what over 800 matches mean. Shameless boasting. A pretty boy like him will be dead in less than 3 days going onto the blood battle stage. He actually dares to insult my idol. A mere high-rank fiend general, truly unbelievably arrogant. Yi Yuan's words had another feeling when others heard them, overestimating your own ability, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In general, it was what these people thought of Yi Yuan. Ka Xin was the undefeated god of war in their hearts, so how could he possibly lose to such an unusual fellow? Ka Xin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Haha, perhaps there's someone capable of ending my winning streak, but that person definitely isn't you. Regarding your action of seeking death, I admire it very much." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether or not it's seeking death, you'll know right away." Seeing the gunpowder smell gradually became thicker, the referee spoke up in a timely manner, "Since both of you parties have agreed upon life and death, this battle isn't limited to any means. As long as you can kill your opponent, it will do. Now, the battle begins." Finished talking, the referee withdrew from the main ring. The protective grand array activated. A wave of fanaticism was set off on the grandstands once more. "Attack, King of Blood battle. Kill that pretty boy, Your Highness Ka Xin, let us have a taste of the style of the King of Blood battle again. Kill, kill, kill. Beat him, into scraps." The cheering sounds were louder one wave after another. The entire blood battle stage was virtually supporting Ka Xin one-sidedly. As for Yi Yuan, probably only the Fan family would cheer him on. "Heh, nobody has dared to challenge me for 200 years. Got to admit, you're very courageous. In order to reward your courage, I'll blast you until not even residue remains." Ka Xin laughed ferociously, the aura on his entire body suddenly changed. That image of an elegant and poised prince was immediately gone. What was standing on the ring right now was a vicious wolf, full of a dangerous aura from top to bottom. Fiendish energy surged on Ka Xin's body. On a pair of divine artifact gloves, two black-colored virtual images of a fist condensed and formed. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the fiendish energy within his body also secretly revolved, taking precautions. Blood Eagle's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "The moment he came up and it's the iron wire true fiend punch. That boy is in danger." Back then, when he was still only initial rank fiend general, he used this move and unleashed 300 punches in a row, forcefully smashing a middle rank fiend general into minced meat. From start to end, that middle rank fiend general never made a single move. And that middle rank fiend general already won 86 matches in a row at that time. Regarding Ka Xin's past, Blood Eagle could speak on it with great familiarity. To be able to make the blood battle stage's hall master pay such attention, Ka Xin's prowess back then could be seen at a glance. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Looks like he's going to compete in speed with Source Knight. Ka Xin, this lad is still so domineering. Wonder whether or not Source Knight this brat can block or not." Yu Ming naturally knew that Yi Yuan's sword art was adept at speed. Ka Xin's move was going to compete in Yi Yuan's strength with him. "Weren't you fast? I'll use speed to beat you. This stance, it's the iron wire true fiend punch. Haha, truly a move that hasn't been seen for a long time." His Highness Ka Xin did a big move the moment he came up. This punk is pitiable. Back then, the Dameng who was known as the Iron Butcher, was forcefully bombarded to death by His Highness Ka Xin and didn't even make a single move. Let us guess how many punches this kid can block. Ha ha ha. The moment these words came out, everyone started guessing one after another. Some said 3 punches, some said 10 punches, some said 1 punch. All in all, no one was optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Right then, Ka Xin moved. From silence to moving, it was extremely sudden. Even if everyone was prepared, they also felt that their reaction was somewhat lagging behind. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. Right after, a series of detonating sounds transmitted over. The vast majority of the people on the grandstands could not see the two people's fight at all. They only saw the black fist images filling the air everywhere. Those were the fist images of the iron wire true fiend punch. However, they could not see Yi Yuan draw his sword at all. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was being completely suppressed. Those dense fist images made people practically about to suffocate. Separated by the protective grand array, they could feel that horrifying law's undulation. So strong. This is the strength of the King of Blood battle. His Highness Ka Xin's present strength completely can't be mentioned in the same breath as back then. Speed, strength, power of laws, all have gone up several steps. I feel that his strength is also not much worse compared to initial rank fiend commanders, right? The people forgot to cheer. For a moment, it was exclamations everywhere on the stands. Under the fist images, Yuan appeared very flustered. Ever since comprehending chasing Moon to grand completion, there were virtually not many people capable of keeping up with his speed. But after Ka Shin's iron wire true fiend punch was unleashed, it was like a motor that never rests, unable to stop at all. Over a dozen breaths of time, Ka Shin already unleashed several hundred punches, each punch faster than the last. Yuan had just dodged a punch and the next punch arrived with a howl. He did not have time to draw his sword at all. Just a fraction slower and he would be swept by the fist winds. Currently, Yuan's vital energy and blood were erratic. Although he barely managed to dodge these hundreds of punches, the undulations of power of laws suffused everywhere in the air still caused considerable damage to him. Ka Shin's might was somewhat out of expectations. No, wait, he's building up fist momentum. Can't drag on like this with him anymore. His realm far surpasses mine, his explosive power is much stronger than mine. If it were others, such high-intensity moves, the fist momentum should get weaker and weaker. But Ka Shin's fist was clearly one punch stronger than the other. His fist winds already gradually caught up with Yuan's movement technique. At this rate, Yuan would lose without a doubt. Yuan did not even turn his head back, the evil extermination sword chopping out like lightning. Two power of laws collided together vigorously at close range. Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, figure slamming onto the protective grand array like a straight line. While Ka Shin's iron wire true fiend punch finally stopped because of this chopping move. Chapter 1499 Attaining the Acme of Perfection, Drawing Parallels from Inference. Haha, with this bit of strength, he also dares to challenge His Highness Ka Shin. Really tired of living, ignorant fool. Now, he knows the strength of the King of Blood battle, right? Hey, is he dead? Not dead. Quickly stand up and carry on letting His Highness Ka Shin abuse. On the stand, a wave of intense cheering erupted. No one had sympathy for Yuan. On the blood battle stage, only the victor would obtain applause and admiration. Losers, no one had sympathy. In their view, Yuan challenging His Highness Ka Shin was totally overestimating his own ability. Blood Eagle secretly heaved a sigh in relief. He was nervous just now until his palm broke out in a sweat, thinking that Yuan was dead for sure. He did not expect that Yuan actually pulled through. Hey, this kid has such incredible insight. A little bit later and he'd be defeated, Blood Eagle said. Yu Ming said, breaking the fist momentum at the risk of getting injured, this kid is still very daring and resolute. It's just that, the speed which he relies on to face his enemies is utterly restricted. Truly can't see the chances of winning. At this time, Yu Ming already fully confirmed that that packet of powder indeed did not affect Ka Shin's strength. Then what on earth was its effect? Yuan racked his brains. Could it be that it was doing pointless endeavors? Don't you still have an even faster move? Why didn't you use it? Heh, let me see just how fast you are, Ka Shin said with a satisfied look. Yuan secretly revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art to recover his injuries. A cold light appeared in his eyes and he said in a cold voice, as you wish. All of a sudden, Yuan's figure disappeared. Those on the grandstands whose strength did not reach Fiend Commander realm could not see Yuan's shadow at all. It was as if Yuan disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Why is he gone? Could it be fast until we can't see? This is also too fast, right? A high-rank Fiend General can actually be swift to this kind of degree. No wonder he dared to challenge His Highness Ka Shin. He really has some ability. Hey, it's no use. The King of Blood battle is undefeatable. This kid is hard-pressed to escape death. When Ka Shin saw this scene, his expression could not help turning intent. Even faster. Compared to facing off with Starshine they all the last time, the speed of Yuan's phantom kill move was much faster again. Last time, he could still see Yuan's figure clearly. But this time, with his visual prowess, he actually only saw a blurry shadow. How could the improvement be so great in a year's time? Not only breaking through a minor realm, the power of laws even improved further too. The blood battle stage's grandstands actually had a total of 3 levels. However, the 3rd level's grandstand was never open to the public. This was a secret room. The outside world could not perceive it at all. Inside this room, a man and a woman, 2 figures, were currently staring at the ring below. The woman was very beautiful. Even if just standing there, she gave people a bewitching sensation. If Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this woman was precisely the Yihan who received him at the 100 Nose Hall. When Yi Han saw Yi Yuan use phantom kill, a trace of amazement was revealed in her gaze, and she said to the man beside her, "What terrifying talent." He actually drew parallels from inference, comprehending spatial laws through sword Dao laws. The man's face also revealed a shocked expression and said, "No wonder he can be selected by you. This boy's talent is indeed astonishing." Drawing parallels from inference, this requires one's utilization of sword Dao laws to reach the acme of perfection before they can accomplish it. His power of laws isn't strong. What is strong lies with putting it to use. When people cultivated the power of laws, they only knew to cultivate the strength of the power of laws. But extremely few people practiced application of the power of laws. No matter how strong the power of laws, if one did not know how to apply it, it was like a child swinging a broadsword, unable to unleash the true might of the power of laws. The way of application was similarly divided into realms. First glimpse at the door, achieving mastery through comprehensive study, unity of mind, as well as the most fleeting and ephemeral, acme of perfection, 1. Yi Yuan had always been able to defeat the strong as the weak. The reason lied in his realm of application. To the vast majority of martial artists, they pursued the realm of laws blindly but neglected the application of laws. Hence, they stopped at the first glimpse at the door. A minority of martial artists who fought in more actual combats, they could reach the realm of achieving mastery through comprehensive study. An extremely small portion of the people was able to cultivate to the extent of unity of mind through countless battles. As for the realm of acme of perfection, those who could reach it were like feathers of a phoenix in the horn of a qilin. On one hand, it hinged on talent. On the other hand, it also depended on how much a person's actual combat experience was. Of course, very few people spent their energy to go and practice the way of application. Because this required expending a large amount of time, with the losses outweighing the gains. Once they missed the golden period of cultivation, it would be very hard for their realm to want to break through. When Yi Yuan was at the sword tomb, he could be said to have been subjected to all kinds of torment. Before he comprehended sword Dao laws, not because he was a masochist, but because he was experiencing each sword's true essence, experiencing the way of application. Therefore, he was able to trigger the resonance of all of the swords. Yi Yuan's sword Dao law's power advanced very slowly, not because his comprehension was poor, but because he spent a great deal of time on the way of application. Leaving the sword tomb, Yi Yuan currently had the death cultivation space. There, he could feel the inadequacies of his sword art even more distinctly. For him to be able to kill his way out of the death cultivation space time after time and never failing, what it relied on was not a fluke. After Yi Yuan broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse and entered the death cultivation space several times, he finally trained the way of application to the acme of perfection realm. In this time, during the time Yi Yuan was in the death cultivation space, when he urged phantom kill to the limits, his mind suddenly became more agile as luck hit, comprehending a trace of spatial law power. After this trace of spatial law power merged into his movement technique, it made phantom kill this move become even more illusionary and abstruse. Even with Ka Shin's strength, he found it hard to capture his figure. Ka Shin's expression changed. He discovered that he actually could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed anymore. He only said a sentence provocatively just now, wanting Yi Yuan to exhibit phantom kill, but did not expect that what he saw was actually the phantom kill after evolution. Brahma, true fiend Dharma idol. Protect me. Ka Shin gave a fierce cry, his fiendish energy surging. A true fiend Dharma idol condensed behind him. The true fiend Dharma idol lied prostrated on the ground and actually protected Ka Shin's entire person firmly in the middle. Then the entire space exploded. Everyone could only see Yi Yuan's figure and only saw that the true fiend Dharma idol's body was bombarded countless times within an extremely short time. Following a huge bang, the true fiend Dharma idol dissipated with a loud bang. Ka Shin's body flew out backward. While at this time, Yi Yuan's figure also revealed himself, appearing rather ragged. Although his realm broke through, phantom kill's power became greater. The consumption of divine essence also became much greater. It was also just him. If it were others, they were completely unable to support phantom kill this move while being in the same realm. On the grandstands, it was deathly quiet. They were all stunned by this scene. Their king of blood battle was actually struck flying by someone. Furthermore, the one who sent him flying was merely just a high-rank fiend general. In Capone capital city, nobody had ever thought that they could jump realms to defeat Ka Shin before. Honestly, these aren't important, they don't really show up again. Chapter 1500 True Fiend Mantle vs Daybreak. Is my eyesight failing? His Highness Ka Xin was actually defeated. This Source Knight is so strong. Really too strong. He's just a high-rank fiend general, to actually be able to defeat the half-step fiend commander His Highness Ka Xin. His Highness Ka Xin has basically been all jumping realms to battle after 10 years at the blood battle stage. Today, he was actually defeated by someone jumping realms. This is too inconceivable. The momentous and title-like yelling disappeared. What replaced it was a series of exclamations. Those fanatical supporters of Ka Xin suddenly became confused. What they saw was an idol suddenly collapsing. They finally knew that Yuan was not a fool seeking his death. He was really impressive. Ha ha ha, Ka Lan, didn't you say that Ka Xin will pummel him into minced meat? Didn't you want to brag? Why don't you boast now? When Fan Lin saw this scene, he could not resist speaking sarcastically. Ka Lan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He gave a cold snort and said, "It's not over yet. How many times do you think that kid can use this move?" Fan Lin said smugly, "Hey, just need to be able to use once more will suffice. You look at Ka Xin's state. Can he still resist a second time?" At this time, the fiendish energy on Ka Xin's body had dissipated significantly. This phantom kill move of Yi Yuan's was too ruthless. The Brahma True Fiend Dharma idol blocked the majority of the power, but it still made him sustain heavy injuries. Compared to Yi Yuan's injuries earlier, his was much more severe. Ka Xin crawled up from the ground rather difficultly, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan coldly. Until now, he still did not dare to believe it. A year's time, how could Yi Yuan improve so quickly? He was previously still mocking Yi Yuan forcefully breaking through realm. Looking at it now, it was completely not the case. Not only did Yi Yuan break through to become a high-rank fiend general for real, furthermore, his realm was also already consolidated very solidly, without the slightest trace of instability. Good, very good, Source Knight, to be able to force this prince to this extent, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. If my conjectures are right, that move just now, you can only attack once more, right? Ka Xin said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "So what if yes, so what if not?" Ka Xin snorted coldly and said, "Whether yes or not, you can't escape death." True Fiend Mantle, magnificent devilish heaven. An enormous True Fiend phantom condensed and formed above Ka Xin's head. Countless heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here. The terrifying True Fiend pressure made everyone somewhat breathless. It's True Fiend Devil Soul Mantle. My god, His Highness Ka Xin is actually already able to summon the True Fiend Devil Soul. Devil Soul Mantle. Not only can it let Fiend Essence instantly recover, furthermore, one can cast numerous ancient forbidden moves, its power being incomparably terrifying. Really didn't expect that His Highness Ka Xin still had such a trump card. With this, Source Knight is in danger. This Source Knight's talent is indeed terrifying, even surpassing His Highness Ka Xin. It's too bad, his realm is too low. Ultimately, it's difficult to escape death. The moment Ka Xin's move was unleashed, everyone got a huge shock. Summoning True Fiend Devil Soul, this was a unique secret art of the Fiend race, exceedingly difficult to master. Those able to summon True Fiend Mantle were all peak geniuses of the Fiend race. Seeing this scene, Blood Eagle, whose expression had just taken a turn for the better, immediately changed drastically and said, "It's over, it's over." Still thought that it's a big win this time. Didn't expect that Ka Xin, this boy, can actually summon the True Fiend Devil Soul already. Yu Ming frowned and said, "Looks like the victory has been decided." On the third level stands, the man who had both brows tightly knitted the whole time finally eased up, and said with a faint smile, "Looks like he isn't Ka Xin's match in the end. Such talent, what a shame." Yi Han's face also revealed a look of surprise, but she smiled and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Ka Long, for having a worthy successor. This Source Knight is a promising talent. Looks like it was too hasty. This man was actually Capone Capital City's City Lord, Ka Long." Look at Yi Han's tone when speaking with him, they were actually on equal footings. Ka Long smiled when he heard that and said, "Looks like you have no other choice as well." Yi Han smiled but did not say anything. At this time, the True Fiend Devil Soul on top of Ka Xin's head slowly landed and actually fused into his body. For some time, fiendish energy surged monstrously. Ka Xin slowly opened both eyes, his eyes pitch black. Ha ha ha, what powerful strength. Really makes my hot blood boil. Source Knight, I admit that you're very strong. But you still have to die. Heavenly Fiend Hidden Art, Boundless Devil Shadow. Iron Wire True Fiend Punch. Ka Xin gave a fierce cry, his figure suddenly vanishing on the spot. He was actually the same as Yi Yuan, vanishing from everyone's line of sight. At the same time, Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure likewise disappearing. On the ring, terrifying bombardment sounds came over. Two terrifying power of laws clashed in the ring. However, no one could see their figures at all. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only that intense tremor sound made it clear to all about these two people's existence. Although they could not see, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate. These two people's strengths were too formidable, virtually already reached the limits that Fiend General Realm could achieve. This, just who is dominating, can't see at all. Is there still a need to say? It must be His Highness Ka Xin. He's cloaking on the true fiend essence being supplied endlessly. Furthermore, there's the true fiend secret art, his speed can already catch up to Source Knight's. This battle is already without suspense. Lucky, I wagered all of my assets on His Highness Ka Xin to win. Didn't expect that this Source Knight was actually a major dark horse, almost causing me to lose all of my net worth. Hey, who isn't? That move of Source Knight's is really strong. It's just too bad that he can only sustain for a short while. Everyone only saw bombarding sounds coming from the corners of the ring continuously, determining their positions with this. It was just that how the battle situation was, nobody knew as well. In a twinkle, several dozen breaths passed. On the battlefield, a quiet voice faintly transmitted over. Daybreak. There was a violent explosion sound, blowing up the entire ring's floor. Dust and smoke were flying everywhere. Finally, that violent fighting sound ceased. The dust and smoke dispersed. Two extremely wretched figures appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan panted heavily for air, his complexion incomparably pale. There was no idea how many injuries sustained on his body, blood flowing non-stop. However, Ka Xin's situation was even worse than his. Ka Xin's true fiend devil soul was already utterly dispersed by Yi Yuan, his fleshy body virtually having more than half shaved off by Yi Yuan, looking incomparably devastating. Ka Xin's gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, gnashing his teeth in hatred as he said, "You, actually still had a trump card to play." Yi Yuan's trump card was the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's third form, Daybreak. This move broke myriad moves under the heavens. Under the state of Phantom Kill, Yi Yuan unleashing this move directly shattered his true fiend devil soul. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I said this before, your winning streaks are nothing. That's because you never encountered me." Ka Xin suddenly laughed wildly non-stop, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with pity, "Do you think that it's over just like this? Since I can't kill you at Fiend General Realm, then I'll use Fiend Commander Realm to kill you." Chapter 1501 Unfettered Suliter Powder. Hearing Ka Xin's wild laughter, Yu Ming's body suddenly trembled. This packet of powder is just in order to ensure that he and I fight under fair conditions. Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in his ears. Yu Ming suddenly realized that that packet of powder was in order to prevent Ka Xin from forcefully breaking through at the last minute to the Fiend Commander Realm. But could that packet of powder really do it? Yu Ming, what's wrong with you? Blood Eagle suddenly asked. Yu Ming shook his head and said, "Nothing. I wonder if Ka Xin can succeed in breaking through or not. If he succeeds, Yi Yuan will be in danger. Although Blood Eagle and he both belong to the Blood Yamahal, this kind of thing, the fewer people that knew, the better." Ka Xin was the Ka family's #1 genius after all, a junior who would definitely be able to inherit the position of City Lord in the future. Once the news leaked out, it would be a troublesome affair. Therefore, this matter, the fewer people that knew, the better. Killing people did not necessarily need to use weapons. How powerful the assassination hall was, only he, the hall master, as well as the Blood Yama Hall's hall master knew. On the second day after Yi Yuan handed him this packet of powder, he had Ka Xin drink it in complete secrecy. And now, it seemed like it reached the time for it to take effect. But Blood Eagle's expression was ugly as he said, "With Ka Xin's strength, breaking through shouldn't be an issue. It will depend on whether Source Knight can recover Fiend Essence rapidly or not." The two people had both reached the point of total exhaustion right now. Whoever recovers strength first would be the victor. Yi Yuan did not bother with Ka Xin's ridiculing. He took out a medicinal pill very indifferently, and started recovering Fiend Essence. Everyone's heart leapt to their throats, watching this scene extremely nervously. The violent spiritual energy gathered over from all directions. Ka Xin let out a long laugh, laughing brazenly without any fear. This powerful sidelong glance made everyone cast a sidelong glance. As long as Ka Xin broke through a realm, spiritual energy would instantly pour into Ka Xin's body, becoming his fiend essence. The fiend race primarily cultivated the fiend soul. Ka Xin completely released the suppression of the fiend soul and let the fiend soul start getting into contact with heavenly Tao. As long as he obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao, his fiend soul would be able to advance smoothly, becoming a fiend commander powerhouse. Suddenly, Ka Xin's expression changed drastically. He discovered that his fiend soul seemed to have run into a barrier. He was actually unable to break through. The realm of fiend commander was right under his nose, seemingly within grasp. But, this last step, he was unable to take it no matter what. That feeling was like the reflection of the moon in the water. He could see it, but it could not be touched, driving him crazy. Damn it, breakthrough, what's going on? Ka Xin cried out in his heart. What's going on? His Highness Ka Xin seems to be somewhat not quite right. With his strength, breaking through the bottleneck should be something that happens naturally without extra effort. But why is the spiritual energy showing signs of dissipating? No way, right, His Highness Ka Xin is actually unable to break through. How is this possible? Very soon, the crowd on the grandstand discovered something amiss. The spiritual energy that gathered over failed to be absorbed by Ka Xin and had signs of dissipating instead. This discovery made everyone perplexed. Yu Ming's expression became intent, titanic waves set off in his heart. The function of that packet of powder was indeed in order to prevent Ka Xin from forcefully breaking through. Yu Ming as the assassination hall's hall master could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. He had never heard before that there was some kind of medicinal powder that could make people unable to break through realms. Furthermore, the party still did not have the faintest inkling. This packet of medicinal powder was truly unknown to gods nor ghosts. Moreover, Yuan said back then, this packet of medicinal powder would have an effect on his level of powerhouse. If he did not believe in such heresy and tried it, would it be impossible for him to break through to the Fiend Lord realm in this lifetime too? Extreme horror after long deliberation. The grandstand's third level, Yi Han looked at Yuan who slowly stood up. A hint of a smile flashed across her eyes. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. City Lord Ka Long, you wouldn't blame me, right? Yi Han said to Ka Long with a smile. But Ka Long seemed very indifferent and said with a smile, Hall Master Yi Han is too kind. Reaching our realm, those below Fiend Lord are all ants. Ka Xin losing to Source Knight is his strength being inadequate. How could I blame you? Merely a junior, just groom another one will do. If Yuan heard this, he would definitely get a huge shock. Yi Han who teased and flirted with him that time was actually the incomparably mysterious Blood Yama Hall's hall master. And she was actually a Fiend Lord powerhouse, the same as City Lord Ka Long. Hearing Ka Long say this, Yi Han covered her mouth and smiled as she said, it's good that City Lord doesn't blame me. You rest assured, I owe you a favor this time. Ka Long's brows raised up. Looking at Yi Han rather surprisedly, she said, Hall Master Yi Han's favor is much more valuable than a junior. Yuan slowly walked towards Ka Xin and said nonchalantly, I said before, your winning streak isn't anything remarkable. You see, nobody is cheering for you anymore. A hint of panic finally flashed across Ka Xin's face. No, impossible. Why would I fail to break through? This is impossible. Helplessness was written all over Ka Xin's face. He completely never thought before that he would fail breaking through the Fiend Commander realm. Let alone that Yuan had long planned this scheme a year ago, in order to prevent him from breaking through his realm. Everything was long already destined at that moment when he decided to kill Yuan. Yuan had witnessed before Qin Tian breaking through at the last minute. So how could he possibly give him the opportunity to break through? That packet of powder was called Unfettered Suliter powder, a medicine specially made to target the Fiend race's Fiend soul. As long as Fiend race martial artists consumed it, the Unfettered Suliter powder would directly act on the Fiend soul, making the Fiend soul unable to perceive heaven's secrets, unable to advance an inch further in this lifetime. The Unfettered Suliter powder was colorless and odorless and also would not cause any harm to a martial artist's strength. But, as long as they succumbed, they could forget about breaking through again in this lifetime. Until death, they would not know what was going on. Although the unfettered Suliter powder that Yi Yuan refined could not affect Yu Ming to the point he could no longer advance an inch further for life, but for him to advance to become a fiend lord, this kind of thing, he could forget about it. Impossible. I'm the king of blood battle. How can I lose to a high-rank fiend general? Arg, I'll fight it out with you. Ka Xin roared, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. However, in his current state, he was unable to pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, when you were immersed in the glory of the past, you were already doomed to today's outcome. You are not irreplaceable. The king of blood battle is it. What a ridiculous honor. Yi Yuan's long sword swung, directly crushing Ka Xin's fiend soul, not giving him any chance. Although they had long already known the outcome, when this instant arrived, they still could not quite believe it. The king of blood battle, the legend of the blood battle stage, was defeated just like this. Just what kind of terrifying existence is that handsome young man on the ring? This battle, Source Knight wins, Ka Xin loses. Finally, the referee's announcement shattered this silence. Chapter 1502 Attracted by fame. Even with Blood Eagle's shrewdness, he nearly jumped up. He was simply too excited. A single fight actually earned back 2 to 3 years of profit. This money was simply swept over by the wind. The blood battle stage was the most profitable hall among the halls within the Blood Yama Hall. It could be described using the phrase bringing in bushels of gold daily. But earning money like this today had never happened in history before. Deducting those who bet on Yi Yuan's victory, the blood battle stage crazily pulled in 100 billion low-grade fiend essence stones today alone. Ha ha ha, it's still Lord Hall Master who had foresight. This money was earned too easily. I really didn't expect. Before today, who would have thought that a middle-rank fiend general could defeat the king of blood battle, Ka Xin? Blood Eagle said excitedly. Today, the blood battle hall reaped a huge earning. This hall master, felt like his back was straightened. Yu Ming was clearly not as excited as Blood Eagle and said indifferently, yay, it's still Lord Hall Master who had the foresight. This boy is absolutely not a creature that belongs in a shallow pond. His talent, methods, are all too terrifying. A few families rejoice and a few families are in sorrow. Compared to Blood Eagle's excitement, wailing sounds echoed outside. It's over. This time, it's thoroughly over. Was I freaking stupid? Why would I pledge all of my assets? With this, I lost everything. My fiend essence stones. Sniff sniff. Your father went through fire and water for several thousand years before saving up these few tens of thousands of fiend essence stones. Now, return to before liberation overnight. Damn Ka Xin, to actually cause me to lose so badly. I'm going crazy. Ha ha ha. Profit. Earned big profits. I wagered 50,000 fiend essence stones and it flipped 15 times all at once. 15 times. Ha ha ha. That person was immersed in excitement but did not notice that there were already many pairs of eyes staring at him. Those mucking around the blood battle stage, the majority were martial artists mucking around at the bottom level. Now that they lost all of their assets, they were already anxious until their eyes turned red. This fellow who bet on Yi Yuan's victory earned money but did not know how to restrain himself. Later, he would not even know how he died. However, there were always some people who were exceptions. Fan Lin was hugging Li Ji at this time, wishing to hold her with his everything. He had never felt that this daughter was so pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuan was the Fan family's special grade retainer. Fan Lin naturally would not bet on Ka Xin's win like the others. However, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan at all. Harboring the idea of cheering Yi Yuan on, Fan Lin bet on Yi Yuan 1 million fiend essence stones. He never thought that in a blink, Yi Yuan earned him 15 million fiend essence stones. Even to a large family like the Fan family, 15 million fiend essence stones were absolutely not a small sum as well. More importantly, there was excitement on his face. The name of Source Knight would reverberate throughout Capone capital city tonight. His Fan family would naturally benefit from association with it too. My good daughter, you're really too discerning. This treasure, you have to help me keep in the Fan family no matter what. Ha ha ha, Fan Lin said with a loud laugh. Starting from just now, there was no idea how many Capone capital city nobles coming over to congratulate him. This Fan family's family head, immediately felt radiance on his face. However, Li Ji was clearly not as optimistic as Fan Lin. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan was neither friendly nor aloof to her. Regarding her active pursuit, he also seemed very perfunctory. Sigh, can only take it one step at a time, Li Ji thought in her heart. When the entire capital city was discussing how formidable Yi Yuan was and so on, Yi Yuan himself was not very aware of it. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan had defeated too many geniuses, regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts. Toward this kind of victory, he had long been able to treat it like a normal day. Returning to the Fan family to recuperate his wounds, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to cultivate but spent all day in the Fiend Medicine Hall. His prestige was like the noonday sun currently. Everyone in the Fiend Medicine Hall, including the Hall Master, all treated him with the courtesy of a teacher. Such a good resource, Yi Yuan did not wish to squander. He worked as a teacher in the Fiend Medicine Hall while making use of the Fiend Medicine Hall's resources to comprehend the alchemy Tao. Yi Yuan's research on 2-star divine pills had not reached the level of grand completion yet. It still required a great deal of practical work before it could attain grand completion. The Fiend Medicine Hall's resources were abundant and they also had the greatest esteem for him. It was naturally the best place for Yi Yuan to study alchemy Tao. Therefore, Yi Yuan became the Fiend Medicine Hall's attending fiend apothecary, granting all demands. Anyone who came to the Fiend Medicine Hall to request for pills, he would accept it all. Of course, Yi Yuan studying alchemy Tao still had a very important mission, to develop the pill formula to repair the divine sea. Regarding little fatty Xie Jingyi, Yi Yuan had always kept him in mind. No matter what, he had to let fatty Xie restore his divine sea and cultivate anew. But Yi Yuan also knew that this was not something that could be done overnight. The study of alchemy Tao required accumulated practice and research. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the harder to comprehend, let alone talk about developing new medicinal pills. Half a year was about to pass in a twinkle. The matter of Ka Xin being killed by Yi Yuan had long faded away already. But now, the title of Capone capital city's #1 fiend apothecary rose in the capital city. Every day, the martial artists who surrounded the Fiend Medicine Hall's front door to request for pills lined up like a long dragon. The fiend general powerhouses in Capone capital city all took pride in getting one of Master Source Knight's medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined were hiked to an extremely high price in the black market. It was inevitable. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was high, and the medicinal effect was strong. Others could not compare to Yi Yuan's pills at all. However, through this half a year of training, Yi Yuan corrected all the bad habits of Meng Qi and the others. This made their pill refining standard improve greatly. The 5 elders were all shedding tears of gratitude. On this day, Meng Qi approached Yi Yuan and said carefully, Master Source Knight, our Long Ping capital city, Black Jade capital city, and Purple Nether capital city's Fiend Medicine Halls, associates heard that Master's alchemy standard is extremely high and came attracted by your fame, hoping to listen to Master preach on Tao. Wonder what is Master's opinion? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said indifferently, did you all listen too much and feel that my preaching isn't worth money? Anyone can come and listen. Meng Qi's heart thumped and he hurriedly said, this. Master's words are too serious. Master's preaching, every phrase is a gem, causing us to be enlightened at once. How could it be something cheap? Yi Yuan said coolly, the reason why I stay here is that I owe your blood Yamahal a favor, not because I have nothing better to do. As for the other capital cities' blood Yamahals, I'm not acquainted with them, and I don't want to be acquainted as well. Let them go back where they came from. Meng Qi had an awkward look and withdrew helplessly. After Meng Qi went out, Yi Yuan gave a cold snicker. Did the blood Yamahal really take him to be a free labor force? Not hemorrhaging any blood at all and wanted him to preach on Tao for them. Dreaming too beautifully. Regarding those people coming to listen to the sermons, Yi Yuan did not have objections. But they must repay it with a favor. In this half a year, although Yi Yuan borrowed the Fiend Medicine Hall, this platform, his alchemy strength improved a lot. But what the Fiend Medicine Hall obtained from here far exceeded what they paid. Disregarding others, it was still very promising for the 5 elders to step into the realm of 3-star Fiend Apothecary in the future under his guidance. Just this alone was already above their money's worth. Chapter 1503 Congratulations, they already been blacklisted. After leaving Yi Yuan, Meng Qi had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that it would be this result. It was just that the hall master made him come over. So he had no choice as well. He could only come and give it a try. The Fiend Medicine Hall underwent an earth-shaking transformation under Yi Yuan's hands in this half a year. Recently, these few days, Meng Qi faintly felt his realm that had yet to loosen for a long time actually have signs of going to break through. This discovery made him extremely agitated. Meng Qi had already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. He knew that he had long exhausted his potential and that there was basically no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. But now, he actually had hopes of breaking through to the legendary 3-star Fiend Apothecary. How could this result not make him wildly ecstatic? But Meng Qi knew, for him to be able to break through, it was entirely Yi Yuan's credit. In this half a year, Yi Yuan opened another window for them, letting him see a whole new world. The few little tricks that Yi Yuan imparted to them could be said to have polished up their alchemy skill, making their strength advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Qi refining the Devil Dragon Flame Crystal Pill currently was basically all middle grade as the start. There was a very large chance of being able to refine high grade. To be able to have this kind of improvement in half a year, it could simply be described using riding a rocket. If it were before, Meng Qi never dared to think that he could still have such rapid improvement in alchemy. He knew that the other 4 elders also obtained varying degrees of improvement. And all this was all thanks to Master Source Knight. Meng Qi even knew that the Hall Master's improvement in this half a year was similarly very great. He already flung the other 2 3-star Fiend Apothecaries in the city far behind. The current Yi Yuan was already revered by them akin to a god. The Fiend Medicine Hall's change was so great, but Yi Yuan never opened his mouth to ask for anything before. Even with him being present and refining pills, it was the customers that prepared the required spirit medicines themselves for refinement. The Fiend Medicine Hall did not need to do much. It was the Fiend Medicine Hall that owed Yi Yuan greatly. Now, the other capital cities' people are coming to seek experience. This was clearly the interaction between the upper echelons. The Blood Yama Hall treated Master Source Knight as someone that could be squeezed dry. It would be weird if he was happy. Kong Xiao was Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Regarding upstairs making him bring people over to listen to people preach on Tao, he was actually very disdainful in his heart. Fiend Apothecaries were all proud. He, a 3-star Fiend Apothecary, how venerated was his status? Ordinary Fiend Apothecaries, he did not pay any attention to them at all. His alchemy strength was also a first-rate existence among the Hall Masters in the nearby few capital cities. What made him even more gloomy was that he heard that this Fiend Apothecary preaching on Tao was actually just a 2-star Fiend Apothecary. How to make him accept this? Yi Mo, this master has such airs. Even you, a Hall Master, can't invite him, Kong Xiao said unhappily. A Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master wanting to meet a 2-star Fiend Apothecary actually still had to pass on a message. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Mo was Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Out of fear of losing face, that was why he made Meng Qi go and invite Yi Yuan. Actually, he also knew that Yi Yuan most likely would not agree to meet these people. Kong Xiao, this place isn't the Blackjade Capital City. If you don't care about it, you can immediately leave. I didn't invite you to come. Yi Mo said with a dark expression. The moment Kong Xiao heard, he was delighted and said with a smile, "Yo, became courageous huh? If not for my Hall Master asking me to come, do you think I'll come to this lousy place? What master still? Pooh. A 2-star brat also dares to come out and show off. It's just your lousy standards that you call anybody your master when you see them, right?" Capone Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall was indeed ranked near the bottom of the few capital cities in the vicinity. From numbers to strength, they were all far inferior to the other few cities. Hence, when Kong Xiao saw Yi Mo, he had his head held high, not taking the latter seriously at all. Yi Mo was livid with rage and said, "Good. Very good. Since you don't care for Master Source Knight's preaching the Tao, then please go back." Kong Xiao was just about to speak when Meng Qi came out from inside and said to Yi Mo with a bow, "Hall Master," Master Source Knight said, "let them go back where they came from." The two people's conversation just now, Meng Qi heard all of it. He originally wanted to say it a little tactfully. Now, he did not give face at all, directly reiterating Yi Yuan's words as it was. When Kong Xiao heard this, he directly lost it and said furiously, "Ha, what high-sounding sentiments. A measly little 2-star Fiend Apothecary actually dares to speak to this Hall Master this way. I'll go and meet your Hall Master straight away. I want to see what she says. Wu Hao, Metalheart, they are needing us here." Let's go find their hall master together then. Wu Hao and Metalheart were respectively Long Ping capital city and Purple Nether capital city's fiend medicine hall's hall masters. When Kong Xiao said finish, he turned around and was about to leave. But walking a few steps, he discovered that Wu Hao duo did not follow after. He could not help stopping and said with a frown, "Didn't the two of you hear? They are having us go back to where we came from. You guys still want to drag out your stay here to look at people's countenance?" But Wu Hao chuckled and said, "You leave then. Our Long Ping capital city came over harboring the attitude of learning. How can we sweep away the host's face? Since he's a master, he naturally has his pride. We should bring out some sincerity." Metalheart also smiled and said, "Why not brother Kong Xiao go and find Lord Hall Master? Perhaps we'll be able to meet Master Source Knight." Kong Xiao's brows furrowed, countless question marks flashing across in his heart. What was with these two people? He knew that these two people also looked down on the Capone Fiend Medicine Hall. When they just entered the city, the three of them even met up and discussed together that they could not let Yi Mo become intoxicated by success, and had to extinguish their prestige properly. Why did their attitudes have a 180-degree major change now? There must be something that he did not know in between this. His face fell and he said, "The two of you, what's the meaning of this?" Wu Hao smiled and said, "No meaning. We came to Capone capital city without paying heed to the distance. We naturally have to have an exchange with brother Yi Mo more. Brother Yi Mo, this Wu had some queries recently, let's explore it." Yi Mo had yet to speak when Metalheart also smiled and said, "Brother Yi Mo, I brought quite a few people this time. We're brothers, so we need to interact more." Yi Mo was confused, but one could not reach their hands out to hit a smiling face. He clasped his hands and said with a smile, "That is, of course." Kong Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly and he gave a cold snort as he said, "Humph. I don't believe that a two-star fiend apothecary can actually defy the heavens. He's not meeting us, right? I'll make him crawl over to see me." Done talking, Kong Xiao was just about to flick his sleeves and leave. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out and just happened to hear this sentence. He said with a smile, "Is that so? Then congratulations to you, you've already been blacklisted and can head back home." Kong Xiao suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, "You're that whatever bullshit master. Hey, I was wondering who it was, turns out that it's a brat still wet behind his ears. Yi Mo, you all are really declining with the passing of time. Kid, you rest assured. I'll head back home, but you need to be on your knees and give me 3 kowtows first." But Yi Yuan did not even bother with him and said to Yi Mo, "Hall Master Yi Mo, this recent half a month, I want to return to the Fan family for closed seclusion. This half a month, don't send people to come and find me." Finished talking, he did not wait for Yi Mo to answer either, directly walking past from Kong Xiao's side and left the Fiend Medicine Hall. Chapter 1504 Redeeming Favor. A cloud of green smoke emerged from the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal pill inside already became a scrap pill. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Failed again. Could it be that this medicinal pill to restore the divine sea really can't be refined?" In order to refine the medicinal pill to help Xie Jingyi recover his divine sea, this half a year, Yi Yuan had already failed no idea how many times. He attempted no less than 1,000 over ways of combining spirit medicine, but he never succeeded even once. These 1,000 over kinds of combination methods were just the results that he derived in the end. There were at least several tens of thousands of pill formulas derived in his mind. It was just that in the end, a vast majority of them was rejected by him. In order to derive this brand new pill formula, Yi Yuan could be said to have cudgeled his brain. However, the result made him very disappointed. You've already done your best. Even though alchemy gods are deity realm powerhouses, they don't dictate all life on Earth too. There are times when human strength would not do. You don't have to be discouraged either. A medicinal pill to repair the divine sea had never been heard of in the Heavenspan world. It's easier said than done for you to want to develop it yourself. Dustless figure appeared and consoled him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not discouraged. In fact, through this half a year of deducing experiments, I feel that I'm already very close to it. It's just that, this layer of windowpane paper can't be poked through from start to end, making me somewhat depressed. I have a feeling that as long as I poke through this layer of windowpane paper, my alchemy strength will advance a step further. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, as if he did not know the latter. He knew that Yi Yuan's current alchemy level was already far stronger than the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the same period. Advancing a step further, he even did not quite dare to imagine it. Could it be that this guy did not have a limit? Water will flow when a channel is formed. Being too deliberate can be counterproductive instead. This period of time, why don't you relax a little first? Perhaps, you'll straighten out your ideas one day, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, it's also time to leave seclusion. I'm afraid some people are already tired of waiting. Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Zhan was long already waiting for him. Master, there's a Blood Yama Hall's guest waiting for you in the box room, Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, you withdraw then, I'll handle it. Walking 2 steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and said, you go and find Fan Yu to fetch a batch of spirit medicines over, just say that I said it. This is the formula. You've already been stuck at half-step origin deity for very long, right? Hearing this, Long Zhan involuntarily trembled all over. A surge of wild elation welled up in his heart and he hurriedly knelt down and said, this lowly one has already been stuck at this step for 15,000 years. Yi Yuan gave an MMN, and said, your talent is pretty good. Originally, entering the Heavenspan world, you could break through to origin deity. It's just a shame that it was delayed. Looking on the account of your diligence and earnestness these few years, I'll give you a ride. Long Zhan's entire body trembled agitatedly as he said, Long Zhan thanks master very much. Yi Yuan voiced his assent and turned around and left. Long Zhan's pair of fists were gripped tightly, his face appearing somewhat red because of excitement. These 100,000 years, it was his first time being so agitated. His state of mind that was originally akin to low level of water finally produced a trace of ripple. For 100,000 years, he bemoaned how tragic his own fate was all the time. His entire person seemingly fell into darkness, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Long Zhan had never thought that this bumpkin who came out of the Immortal Grove world like him actually had such outstanding talent. The entire Capone capital city was stirred until waves ran high by his new master. All forces were revolving around his master. Sigh, one misstep and every step became wrong. Got to double down my efforts from now onwards. I hope that I can get master's forgiveness in the future. Long Zhan said with a sigh. When Yi Yuan saw Yi Han, he could not help being somewhat surprised. Source Knight pays respect to Hall Master. I didn't think that Hall Master actually arrived in person, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Han's gaze and she said with a smile, you actually guessed my identity long ago. Looks like I still underestimated you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't think of it at that time. But after coming back from the 100-Nose Hall, I thought carefully, and I realized that Hall Master had many suspicious points on you. Yi Han smiled sweetly and said, no wonder Ka Shin would die at your hands. His level of skill is far too lacking compared to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hall Master is too kind. Yi Han giggled and said, I even find that I didn't praise enough. It looks like I indeed didn't find the wrong person. Yi Yuan gave Yi Han a glance with a profound expression and said, Hall Master coming personally, could it be to have me return the favor? Yi Han gave Yi Yuan a glance reproachfully and said with devilish flirtatiousness, you slippery little fellow, not even willing to help elder sister with a small favor. Must I use favor to pay it off? Yi Yuan broke out in goosebumps all over and said with a smile, this favor of Hall Master isn't small. If my conjectures are right, there are already quite a few capital cities' fiend medicine halls that have gathered at Capone capital city, right? The moment I start a sermon on Tao, the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's fiend medicine halls, strength will collectively rise a major level. How big this favor is, Hall Master is adept at this and don't need me to calculate, right? Yi Han had a bitter look on her face, looking delicate and pitiful. Truly a nuisance character. She heaved a sigh and said, the news of the Blood Yama Hall is all shared. The other capital cities' Hall Masters learning about your existence, they naturally won't let me off. So many people came to find me, I can't very well push all of them away, right? Don't look at how Big Sister is in charge of the Blood Yama Hall, Big Sister also has times where things are difficult. That expression of Yi Han made people unable to resist loving her upon seeing her, making people's bones go soft. Except, if not because he could not beat her, Yi Yuan wished that he could give a tight slap. This woman really calculated well, wanting the horse to run and also wanting the horse to not eat grass. You think that by putting on an act, this little lord will promise you? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said indifferently, Hall Master, kill me then. Don't talk about this matter. Yi Han's expression instantly turned from sunny to overcast. A moment ago, she was still thinking of seducing Yi Yuan. The next instant, her face was already cold as frost. A piercing cold killing intent arrived with a howl, but Yi Yuan was firm as a rock and not cowed in the slightest. He knew that Yi Han absolutely would not kill him. She personally came forward and took his favor, she definitely had something to request of him. Sure enough, Yi Han's killing intent quietly subsided and she said gloomily, You punk, really impervious to everything. Speak then, what conditions do you have? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, 2. The first, this is considered half a favor, realized right now. The second, a month later, you'll gather everyone to the blood battle stage, I'll preach on Tao for half a month continuously. How much they can comprehend will depend on themselves. I don't have time to waste on this daily. There's still one more, that is that whatever Blackjade capital city's fiend medicine hall's people, this lord won't wait upon them. Have them scram. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to use this to cash in all of the favor, Yi Han absolutely would not agree. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for second best, consume half a favor first before talking. Yi Han sighed slightly and said, You brat, really not willing to suffer any bit of loss at all. Fine then, big sister will promise you. Finished talking, Yi Han took out the blood essence contract and slightly kneaded a seal. The blood essence in the contract began to combust. Chapter 1505 Consequences of Offending a Master. Are you satisfied now? Sigh, big sister has never suffered such a big loss before being this hall master, Yi Han said with bitterness on her face. Yi Yuan did not want to get too entangled on this topic, so he said, Lord Hall Master coming personally, you should have a notion about the other half of the favor, right? Yi Han laughed, her breath smelling like orchids, as she said, sly and cunning, can't hide anything from you. Yi Yuan did not follow up, quietly waiting for Yi Han to continue speaking. Our blood Yama Hall discovered an ancient ruin. It's too bad that ruin, only those below the Fiend Lord realm can enter. Moreover, Fiend General realms can't exceed 1,000 years old. Fiend Commander realm are not to exceed 3,000 years old. At that time, eminent Orchid Imperial City's most elite juniors will gather there. Our Capone capital city's Fiend General realms only have one spot. Therefore, the strongest person has to go. And that person is you. Yi Han said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, So that's why you guided Ka Shin in my deathmatch in secret. It's to see who has the qualifications to enter the ancient ruins. Yi Han also smiled and said, This is the world of the strong. Weaklings will only be eliminated. When saying this, Yi Yuan finally felt that this one in front of him was a ruler who dominated a region. In front of her, those that had no value to be exploited could be abandoned at any time. He was merely a chess piece in her hands. Yi Yuan said without batting an eyelid, When is it starting? Yi Han said, 1 year later, I'll come and find you. You still have a lot of room for improvement in the Fiend General realm. This period of time, set aside the matter of medicinal pills, use it on improving your strength. Yi Yuan nodded his head, showing an expression that he understood. Sending away Yi Han, Yi Yuan could not help but ponder. This trip to the Fiend race, his goal had already been achieved. Originally, he was already not planning on staying. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually attracted the attention of the Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Since Yi Han chose him, his every movement and action was under her control. Wanting to escape from under the hands of a Fiend Lord powerhouse was virtually impossible. As for the blood essence contract, Yi Yuan did not think anything of it at all. That thing was indeed very ingenious. To others, it had a fatal binding power. But to Yi Yuan, it was totally useless. Yi Yuan had refined the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Wanting to use this kind of contract power to deal with Yi Yuan was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. How could Yi Yuan possibly put his fate in the hands of others? The reason why he caused a bit of difficulty was to put on an act for Yi Han to see, let her feel that he was very apprehensive of this blood essence contract. Looking at it now, the effect was pretty good. It was just that this trip to the ancient ruins was most likely imperative. These few days made Kong Xiao very depressed. Only afterward did he learn that Wu Hao and Metalheart sent people to Capone Fiend Medicine Hall first to make a trip. They discovered that Capone capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall's level was already no longer what it was long ago. How astute were Wu Hao and Metalheart? How could they still not know Master Source Knight's prowess? For half a month, these two fellows stayed at the Fiend Medicine Hall every day and did not come out. These two guys had clearly long known, and they actually tricked him. At first, Kong Xiao thought, no matter how awesome this master was, could he still not listen to the Hall Master? The matter that two great Hall Masters settled on was not up to Source Knight to turn down. Who knew that when he went to request an audience with the Hall Master, their Hall Master directly said that she could not influence Master Source Knight's decision either. Since he offended Master Source Knight, then it would depend on his fortunes. With this, Kong Xiao really despaired. An existence that even the Hall Master could not control, then how incredible was his alchemy skills? Right at this time, another heavyweight news came. Meng Qi of the Fiend Medicine Hall's 5 elders successfully broke through, and he already became a 3-star Fiend Apothecary. This news, regardless of whether in Capone Fiend Medicine Hall or to the other capital cities' Fiend Medicine Halls, was a heavyweight bombshell. Meng Qi was a veteran 2-star Fiend Apothecary and already stopped at this realm for 10,000 years. If barring no accidents, he would remain at this realm in this lifetime. But now, he actually broke through. If this had nothing to do with Master Source Knight, they would not believe even if they were beaten to death as well. Staying for a long time in Capone capital city, some news naturally spread among the Fiend Apothecaries. Master Source Knight had merely preached about the Tao for the Fiend Medicine Hall's people for the greater part of a year. More than half a year's time groomed a 3-star Fiend Apothecary. This Master Source Knight simply transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Kong Xiao regretted until his intestines were green now. Looking around as one group after another of fellow professionals arrived, he was burning with anxiety. This was the mission that upstairs ordered. If other people returned fully loaded, but he returned empty-handed because he offended Master Source Knight, this responsibility of his was not small. Seeing Yi Yuan arrive at the Fiend Medicine Hall unhurriedly, Kong Xiao immediately went up to greet him. "Haha, Master Source Knight, you're here," Kong Xiao bowed as he said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and walked past him expressionlessly. Kong Xiao knew that this round was not easy to clear. He did not mind either, following Yi Yuan into the Fiend Medicine Hall subserviently. "Master, that day, it was all me who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Hope that a great man like you don't stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs," Kong Xiao said. With Yi Yuan entering the Fiend Medicine Hall, there were already a lot of people waiting to request for pills. He came before his exclusive medicinal cauldron and said coolly, "Words that had been said before, water that had been spilled, I won't take them back. Blackjade capital city's Fiend Medicine Hall has already been blacklisted. If they are here, everyone doesn't need to wait here anymore in the future." Everyone's gazes immediately gathered on Kong Xiao's face. Kong Xiao's expression also became extremely ugly all at once and said in a solemn voice, "Master Source Knight, must you leave no room for maneuver?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "People have to pay a price for their actions. Yesterday, if I crippled you with a sword, then say sorry to you today, will you agree? Therefore, please do as you please." Wu Hao had already hung out with Yi Mo for quite a few days. He was already astonished by Yi Mo's alchemy skill. Yi Mo's alchemy skill, he was aware of it, just a bit worse than his. But now, Yi Mo's alchemy standard already surpassed him all round. This discovery made Wu Hao inexplicably shocked. More than half a year, Yi Mo's strength actually had such great improvement. This was simply a joke. The advancement of alchemy skills, who did not grind it out using time. Half a year's time, even if there was progress, it would be negligible too. But Yi Mo's improvement was too obvious. No wonder when seeing Source Knight this 3-star Fiend Apothecary, even Yi Mo, this 3-star Fiend Apothecary, was incomparably respectful. Now, it was his, Wu Hao's turn, to perform. "Kong Xiao, not that I'm criticizing you, but what you said that day was too much. Since Master Source Knight said to blacklist you, could it be that you want to smack the Master's face in front of so many people? Please leave, otherwise, you're offending everyone present," Wu Hao said in a solemn voice. Metalheart also immediately stood up and said, "Kong Xiao, please go out. Do you want to cause so many people to not see the Master refine pills because of you alone?" Chapter 1506 Not presentable if lower than heaven grade. Yeah, it's fine that you offended Master Source Knight yourself. But don't harm us. Quickly go, quickly go. We've already waited for Master Source Knight for half a month. Want to die? Die yourself. Don't drag us into the water. I'm still waiting for Master Source Knight to refine pills to save lives. Still not getting lost, I'll fight it out with you. At this time, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was packed with people. Everyone all turned the spearhead at Kong Xiao. Kong Xiao discovered that he seemed to have become a rat crossing the street, everyone yelling to beat. Especially Wu Hao and Metalheart, the two people's attitudes. It made him burn even more with rage. These two people wanted to step on him to get into Source Knight's good graces. He discovered that he really seemed to not be able to stay on anymore. Continue to thicken his face and stay on, he would be flayed and swallowed alive by these people. The two of you, I've remembered you. Go then, who's afraid of whom? Humph, I don't believe that listening to this kid's sermon, one can still ascend to heaven. Done talking, Kong Xiao left resentfully. He originally thought that he was, at any rate, a 3-star fiend apothecary, a Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master, that Yuan would more or less give some face. Who knew that this brat did not give any face at all? In front of so many people, this face was completely lost. Regarding this little interlude, Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He had his own pride. This kind of pride was not allowed to be blasphemed. Since Kong Xiao desecrated his glory as an alchemist, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. Next, starting the pill refinement. Yuan said coolly. Other masters refining pills had all kinds of requirements. Yuan did not. As long as you did not rush up to make trouble, even if you made a racket below, it was no problem too. This was everyone's first time watching Master Source Knight refine pills. Each and every one of them held their breaths, looking rather excited. Although Yuan did not request for it, inside the Fiend Medicine Hall was incomparably quiet at this time. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. Only when Yuan finished refining the first medicinal pills did those fiend apothecaries abruptly wake up. It's done. Wu Hao blinked a few times, looking somewhat not quite daring to believe it. This was a low-level 2-star divine pill. The majority of the people present could refine it. But from the beginning of the refinement until now, merely 2 hours had passed. Yi Mo and the rest had clearly long been accustomed to it and said smugly, otherwise. Do you think that I'll call just any person my master? Ordinary 2-star divine pills, Master Source Knight doesn't take more than 2 hours to refine. Those a little harder wouldn't surpass 6 hours either. Wu Hao's eyes went wide and he said in disbelief, no way, right? This is also too exaggerated. What about the quality? Yi Mo smiled and said, won't you know if you take a look? At this time, Yuan opened the furnace, the pill formed. That person who requested for the pill flushed red, incomparably agitated. Although the medicinal pill was not out yet, he was not worried about the medicinal pill's quality at all. Yuan's palm shook, the medicinal pill flew out and landed in the jade container lightly. The gazes of Wu Hao and the rest turned intent, looking at the medicinal pill with unbelievable shock. Divine grade, my god, 2 hours to refine a divine grade divine pill. Are my eyes blurry? It was not just him alone who was shocked. The exclamations in the hall rose one after another, clearly all being stunned by Yuan's alchemy skills. Yuan's pill refinement was too profound. They could not understand at all and only felt a surge of Dao accumulations revolving around the pill furnace. However, they could understand the medicinal pill's grade. A 2-star fiend apothecary refined a divine grade divine pill in 2 hours. This was simply inconceivable. Divine grade medicinal pills were normally all high-rank fiend apothecaries refining low-level medicinal pills before there was a certain chance of being refined. Just the level of these fiend race fiend apothecaries, for a 3-star fiend apothecary to be able to refine a 1-star divine pill to divine grade, he could already burn incense and worship the gods. 2-star divine grade divine pills, one wouldn't even think about it. Divine grade divine pill, it's actually a divine grade divine pill. I've never seen before a 2-star divine grade divine pill in my life before. Exclaimed a 2-star fiend apothecary. Those martial artists waiting for the pill refinement gave him a glance using a look for looking at a fool, and said, the medicinal pills that Master Source Knight refines, he's too embarrassed to present it if lower than heaven grade. What are you all making such a big fuss for? Getting excited about a commonplace thing. Yeah, That was a 3-star fiend apothecary who was chased out earlier, right? That guy must be an idiot. That's why he would offend Master Source Knight. 3-star fiend apothecaries also have to obediently call him as a teacher when arriving in front of Master Source Knight. Said another person. L lower than heaven grade, can't present it. The corners of that 2-star fiend apothecary's mouth twitched. He had never refined heaven grade divine pills before in this lifetime. No, wait, never even refined superior grade before. Those Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries had clearly become accustomed to this scene long ago. They did not feel that there was anything wrong. Rather, if Yuan really refined a heaven grade medicinal pill, only then would they get a surprise. Wu Hao and Metalheart, two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other's eyes. Although they had long known that Master Source Knight was very impressive, being impressive to this sort of degree still made them too surprised. Just looking at the pill refinement process earlier, Master Source Knight was a person from a completely different world than them. As a 3-star fiend apothecaries, they actually could not understand a 3-star fiend apothecary's pill refinement. In front of Yuan, they were like mortals who did not know how to cultivate, watching immortals soar into the sky and tunnel into the earth. Knew that the other party was impressive, but just how impressive, they could not understand at all. At this instant, they were extremely delighted to have drawn a clear line with Kong Xiao. Missing the sermon this time, they would regret it for life. Next, Yuan said indifferently, that martial artist who received the medicinal pill previously expressed 1,000 thanks and left. The next one brought his own spirit medicines in pill formula over. Yuan did not have the intention of resting in the slightest, directly starting to refine. Wu Hao and the rest immediately held their breaths, watching Yuan refine pills without shifting their gazes, fearing of missing any detail. Still divine grade, half a day, the people who came to watch and learn were all dumbstruck with amazement. Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Capone Fiend Medicine Hall's fiend apothecaries all revealed an understanding slight smile on each and every one of their faces. Only a short while ago, they were like these people too, extremely shocked. But as time passed, they had long become numb. Master Source Knight's pill refinement level was not what they could imagine at all. It was precisely because of so that Capone Fiend Medicine Hall would revere Yuan like a god from top to bottom. In the evening, Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's call it a day here. Continue tomorrow." Everyone all stood up respectfully, automatically opening up a path, saluting with their eyes, seeing Yuan away with their gazes. Marvelous work of art, simply a marvelous work of art. Turns out that a marvelous work of art can still be refined like this. Wu Hao sighed with admiration. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip wasn't in vain. This trip is really worth it. Sigh, really envious of you all, able to watch Master Source Knight refine pills every day. Metalheart said with a look of endless envy. No wonder each and every one of you, your strength improved by leaps and bounds. With Master Source Knight teaching, you all are killing us with envy. Said another Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Chapter 1507. No way. Younger sister Yihan, you're a dignified Fiend Lord Powerhouse and even a Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. A puny little 2-star Fiend Apothecary, you can't even subdue him. In front of Yihan was a man in black robes. His expression was somewhat dark, clearly very unhappy. Yihan saw him getting angry, but she just smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother Mohan, talk is cheap. Wait until after entering the ancient ruins, you can deal with him however you like. But right now, I really can't subdue him. Don't you question this. This brat is clever and isn't easy to knead. Things that he isn't willing to do, even if you break him in half, he won't take a step back either." This Mohan was Blackjade Capital City's Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master. Kong Xiao could only pass this matter for him to know through secret channels in his helplessness. Mohan regarded this matter quite highly too and immediately rushed over from Blackjade Capital City. He knew that Blackjade Capital City had already become all of the capital city's laughing stock, angering him until he directly gave Kong Xiao 2 large slaps. If not looking on the account that his alchemy skills were pretty good, he would have directly eradicated Kong Xiao. Angry was angry, but what should be remedied ultimately had to be patched up. Hence, he personally found Yihan, but who knew that Yihan actually said that she had no way. A Fiend Lord Powerhouse was actually powerless against a Fiend General. Wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off if this got out? Mohan said with a cold snort, "You're powerless against him, is it?" I'll go and meet him personally. I want to see just how tough his bones are. Yi-Han said coolly, if you want to pressure him with strength, I advise that you'd better not go. Putting aside whether he agrees or not, if you get on his nerves, my side isn't easy to clean up the mess. You also know what entering the ancient ruin this time means. I don't want him to show up for work but not exert himself after going in. You have to know, I only tethered him with the blood essence contract. Mohan's expression was slightly dark as he said, your meaning is to have me go and beg him. Yi-Han smiled and said, why not? Don't think that your status is noble. You aren't aware that his current standing among fiend apothecaries, probably even you, this blood Yamahal master, can't compare to. Don't talk about 2-star fiend apothecaries, even that bunch of 3-star fiend apothecaries all maintained manners of a student in front of him too. It is just that his current realm is still significantly lacking. When he grows up, you and I are both not enough to look at in front of him. Mohan's gaze turned slightly intent, looking at Yi-Han rather surprisedly. This appraisal was also a bit too high, right? He knew this Yi-Yuan was formidable. But his understanding of Yi-Yuan was all gotten from hearsay. Mohan came to find Yi-Han straight away. He really did not understand the situation inside the city right now. Could it be that this Source Knight was really formidable to this kind of degree? Alright then, I promise you not to overwhelm him with force. I want to take a look at just what kind of person this brat is, Mohan said in a solemn voice. No way. When Yi-Yuan found out Mohan's intention of coming, he directly threw him these 2 words. Mohan's expression instantly turned dark. This punk was also too freaking arrogant, right? He was an exalted blood Yamahal master, a fiend lord realm powerhouse, you actually did not even acknowledge me. Mohan was just about to fly off the handle but saw Yi-Han winking at him non-stop. Mohan forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart and said, this matter was all Kong Xiao's fault. I've already severely punished him and removed his position as the Hall Master. Master Source Knight, you're a magnanimous person. Don't stoop to his level. Although he said so verbally, a fiend lord powerhouse lowering his head to a fiend general, this was simply unprecedented humiliation. After the matter of the ancient ruins had passed, he would definitely find a chance to deal with this brat. With Yi-Yuan's eyesight, how could he not perceive that the other party's words were not sincere? He just said indifferently, I have my principles. Since I said to blacklist Blackjade Capital City, I never intended to take it back. Whoever comes to plead is useless too. Mohan could not help being exasperated. This punk was also too impervious to everything. He, a fiend lord powerhouse, already put the words to this kind of extent. Yi-Yuan actually did not even give face. Alright, you state the terms. As long as we can let our people listen to you preach on the Tao, I'm willing to pay a certain price. Mohan said. Yi-Han by the side could not help revealing a peculiar expression. Why did this sound so strange? A feeling of asking for it. But Mohan himself clearly did not think so. He was currently in a fit of anger and very aggrieved. How would he think of these? However, Yi-Yuan still said coolly, Hall Master Mohan, I think that you're misunderstanding something. Even if you give me your position as Hall Master, I don't care for it too. Alright, please go back. The Mohan who had restrained his anger and suppressed indignation all along finally exploded. Me, what a rampant punk, do you really think that this Hall Master doesn't dare to do anything to you? While talking, a surge of powerful pressure spread out from Mohan, crushing over toward Yi-Yuan. Yi-Han was long prepared. The power on her body suddenly released too, blocking Mohan. Brother Mohan, too far. If you're like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Yi-Han said in a solemn voice. Mohan said with a cold snort, Yi-Han, I'll give you face this time. Punk, don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Finished talking, Mohan directly shuttled through the void, disappearing. Yi-Han looked at Yi-Yuan and could not help saying with a bitter smile, why did you have to do this? What's in it for you to offend a fiend lord powerhouse? But Yi-Yuan said indifferently, even if the sky falls, isn't there Hall Master Yi-Han to support? I have my principles in doing things. Some things that are done, one will have to bear the consequences. Yi-Han looked at Yi-Yuan with gloomy resentfulness and said, you brat, really making people worry. A month's time, more and more capital cities' fiend apothecaries gathered in Capone Capital City. For some time, Capone Capital City became the holy land of fiend apothecaries. Through Capone Capital City's fiend medicine hall statistics, the fiend apothecaries that came to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao this time were a total of 5,000 over people. These fiend apothecaries were subordinates of the fiend medicine halls. The others, even Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries, did not have the qualifications to listen to Yi Yuan preach the Tao. Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries had long heard of Master Source Knight's great reputation. It was just too bad that they were not in a favorable position, and could not get the moon first too. How could the fiend medicine hall possibly let other Foss's fiend apothecaries come and benefit from their own light? Capone capital city's fiend medicine hall's fiend apothecaries all felt honored. This kind of grand occasion, they had never seen before from birth until now. All of the fiend apothecaries were akin to making a pilgrimage, pouring into Capone capital city. Due to overwhelming numbers, the fiend medicine hall had long been unable to accommodate the fiend apothecaries' observation. Therefore, it was stipulated later on that only the hall masters of the various capital cities' fiend medicine halls could enter inside to observe. Finally, it was time for the sermon on this day. Passing from mouth to mouth, the fiend apothecaries later had already long learned how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was from the initial most batch of fiend apothecaries. Regarding this sermon, it could be said to be anticipated by millions. Chapter 1508 Great Tao Heavenly Melody. For the sake of this grand meet, the blood battle stage did not scruple for a lockdown for half a month. Although the losses were great, Blood Eagle did not care at all. Yi Yuan and Ka Shin's battle already helped him to earn 3 years of profit. What did a mere half a month count for? The blood battle stage that could accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Over 5,000 people, sitting on it seemed somewhat empty. This time, on the main platform, there was only Yi Yuan's lone solitary figure. But this figure was very strapping and powerful in the eyes of the group of fiend apothecaries. That was an existence that made them admire with great admiration. Martial artists held powerhouses in awe and veneration. Fiend apothecaries were respectful towards powerhouses. Respect from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Alchemy Tao is all-encompassing, convoluted and disorderly, seeming to have a multitude of things. As long as you sort out one end of the thread, you'll be able to reel silk from cocoons, reaching the other shore. Alchemy Tao isn't simple and inflexible pill refinement. If you all understand it as a dreary vocation, you'll become mediocre. Alchemy Tao is a great Tao. The Tao of medicinal pills, the core lies in the medicine, and not the pill. Yi Yuan's voice rose and fell, echoing throughout the entire blood battle stage. 5,000 fiend apothecaries were dead silent, listening like they were intoxicated. After reaching the alchemy god realm, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao became even deeper. Talking tirelessly at this time was like chit-chatting about domestic trivialities. But in the other fiend apothecaries' ears, each word was a gem, containing the maxim of great Tao. The sermon this time, Yi Yuan did not sleep nor rest for 15 days, talking for 15 days in a row. To deity realm powerhouses, not resting for 15 days was nothing. But this kind of sermon that contained the whereabouts of Tao was extremely energy-consuming. For ordinary people to be able to last 5 days was already pretty good. Yi Yuan preaching for 15 days in one go was seldom seen in the world. For the sake of the sermon this time, Yi Yuan also tidied up what he had learned since becoming an alchemy god. At this time, he talked naturally and smoothly, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. Yi Yuan went from shallow to deep. The things that he narrated became increasingly profound. On the first day, everyone listened like they were filled with wisdom. Many areas of alchemy Tao that they did not understand were enlightened all at once. On the second day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became much deeper. There was already a small portion of people who felt fogged up in the clouds. On the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the things that Yi Yuan talked about became more and more profound. Even 3-star fiend apothecaries also gradually felt somewhat taxing. However, not a single person left. They knew that the things Yi Yuan talked about were extremely hard to come by. Even if they did not understand a single word, it was also an exceedingly rare experience. Yi Yuan was using a very superficial way to display the Tao of medicinal pills to them. Although they only had a hazy nothing, this kind of experience was one of a kind. In the past, what was in front of them was a cloud of dense fog, unable to see the direction clearly at all. Now, Yi Yuan helped them to push aside the dense fog, letting them go in front to look around a bit. This kind of opportunity, not everyone had it. But they did not realize that a mysterious aura was gradually filling the air around. This aura developed from nothing, from weak to strong. Gradually, they discovered that Yuan's voice became more and more distant. Yuan was clearly speaking under the grandstand, but this voice seemingly came from the horizons. The aura of Tao. This is the aura of Great Tao. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This must be Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Master Source Knight's sermon has already triggered the resonance of Great Tao. Right now, every word that he says contains the Tao. Didn't think that I could actually witness this moment. Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Legend says that it was only triggered once when the medicine ancestor preached about the Tao back then. My God, could it be that this world is actually going to have another medicine ancestor appear? Just what kind of level has Master Source Knight's Alchemy Tao realm reached? Stop talking freaking rubbish, pay attention to the lecture. This kind of opportunity, one might not encounter once in a lifetime. We only have to comprehend a tiny bit and it will be enough to benefit for life. The current Yuan was already completely immersed in the ocean of Tao, his entire person in a state of emptiness. Preaching Tao was giving others an advancement. How was it not a kind of advancement for oneself too? In this half a month, Yuan said his own understanding of Tao word by word. It could be said to be a summary and sublimation of his own alchemy Tao. Therefore, he was enlightened. The doubt and puzzlement enduring this period of time were brought together and understood thoroughly at this moment. Dustless looked at this scene with incredible shock and murmured, "It's really Great Tao Heavenly Melody." Legends have it that back then, the medicine ancestor preached on Tao to a group of 8-star alchemy gods. Suddenly, Great Tao resonated. Heavenly Melody played, attracting the envelopment of laws. Only then did it establish the medicine ancestor's name. Could it be that Yuan is already the same realm as him? But he's just 2-star alchemy god. No idea how long had passed either. Everyone suddenly woke up. Looking at the stage again, Yuan's traces were already long gone. Master Source Knight already left. I feel that, I'm going to break through. Me too. Master Source Knight's sermon made me have a feeling of being enlightened. Coupled with the Tao accumulations of the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, my realm finally loosened. Master Source Knight is truly a god. Perhaps he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Those whose alchemy realms did not improve for many years, as long as one's talent was not too poor, it all produced a trace of insight this time. Even if one did not break through realm, their strength also had a massive advancement. These people left the blood battle stage in haste, all finding a place to enter closed seclusion. Inside the world-suppressing steel space, in front of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, Yuan was wrapped up by the boundless aura of Great Tao. Yuan slowly opened both eyes, revealing an understanding smile. The current Yuan had already broken through his realm unknowingly, reaching grand completion heaven glimpse. I didn't expect that unintentionally planting a willow led to the willow becoming shade. A single sermon on the Tao could actually let me break through the shackles. Not only did I create the heart-healing heavenly mark pill, it even opened the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 3rd level's door. Yuan said with a smile. Dustless said in surprise, "Just what realm are you right now?" Alchemy Tao was fleeting and ephemeral. Even comparing him with other 2-star alchemy gods, the disparity in strength could be very great. But this realm, no one had been able to differentiate it. Perhaps this 2-star alchemy god could only refine one more kind of divine pill than another 2-star alchemy god. But, the current Yuan had clearly already surpassed knowing how to refine a few types of divine pills, this kind of category. That was why Dustless would ask this. Yuan smiled and said, "This. I can't say for sure. But I think that right now, 2-star divine pills shouldn't pose any difficulty to me anymore." Dustless, pupils constricted, somewhat surprised by Yuan's words. He knew that Yuan was not someone who talked through his hat, let alone a man of hubris. For him to dare say so, he definitely had some reliance. Refining 2-star divine pills would not have much difficulties. This kind of words, probably only the medicine ancestor, this level of existence, dared to say, right? A long time ago, the medicine ancestor was once like you, triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody when preaching on Tao. Laws descended, him achieving the realm of half-ancestor. Could it be that you and the medicine ancestor are already in the same realm? Dustless said in alarm. Chapter 1509 Messenger from the Imperial City. Yuan was slightly surprised, but shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what the situation of the medicine ancestor was back then, my realm is definitely far worse than him. He could attract a portion of laws to descend, but I can't. But my current realm is still very low, many high-level alchemy Dao laws are not yet comprehended. One day in the future, if I can step foot into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, I presume it wouldn't be worse than the medicine ancestor. Yuan had confidence beyond ordinary people in alchemy. Although the medicine ancestor was an existence that the entire heavenspan world's alchemists looked up to, he had confidence in being able to catch up head-on too. These words might be incomparably arrogant if others heard it, but Dustless had reason to believe that Yuan had this strength and talent. One had to know, from when Yuan entered the heavenspan world until now, it was less than 100 years, time. Being able to reach his current strength, it was simply inconceivable. At least, with Dustless's horizons, apart from the medicine ancestor, no one could compare to Yuan. In the matter of Yuan triggering the great Dao heavenly melody set off a huge storm among the Blood Yama Hall's fiend apothecaries. Master Source Knight is really too incredible. The things that he talked about simply subverted my understanding of alchemy. Isn't that so? I feel that my understanding in the past was too superficial. Master Source Knight's understanding of the alchemy Dao is on a completely different level than us. That's of course. Otherwise, how would he trigger great Dao heavenly melody? I say, will Master Source Knight become the second medicine ancestor or not? Hey, that's hard to say. Medicine ancestor, that level of existence, is simply not what you and I can imagine. Master Source Knight is just a 2-star fiend apothecary after all. There's still a very long road to walk. However, if he keeps maintaining momentum, I feel that it shows great promise. Shish, mustn't talk about this matter anymore. Upstairs already issued a gag order. If heard, you won't even know how you died. Inside Capone Fiend Medicine Hall, 2 fiend apothecaries who had heard Yuan's sermon were discussing in whispers. Except, the Fiend Medicine Hall had already issued a gag order. They also could not resist the astonishment in their hearts, that was why they would discuss softly. Everyone was all guessing whether or not Master Source Knight could reach the medicine ancestor's height. After all, this was the second fiend apothecary who could trigger the great Dao heavenly melody after the Dao ancestor, Yuan. Of course, the heavenspan world was too big. Perhaps there were still other fiend apothecaries who could trigger great Dao heavenly melody. But they had never heard before. To be able to trigger great Dao heavenly melody while being a 2-star fiend apothecary, this was absolutely a sensational event. Inside Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall, Mohan gave one slap after another, slapping Kong Shao into a pig's head. When he heard this news, his entire person was about to go completely berserk. He could already imagine it. Blackjade Capital City's Fiend Medicine Hall's standard would be surpassed by all the capital cities very soon. Great Dao heavenly melody. That's great Dao heavenly melody. Are you a pig, to actually offend a fiend apothecary who can trigger great Dao heavenly melody? The 2-star fiend apothecaries who broke through on the spot were 43 people. Half a month later, the people who broke through were 228 people. Now, there are still over 1,000 people in closed seclusion. More than 1,000 people. But what about us? Not one. Not a single one. You pig, it's fine that you lose face yourself. But you even want to cause this hall master to lose face together with you. Mohan roared at Kong Shao, flinging one slap after another. The others watched this scene, all silent like cicadas in winter. The moment a fiend lord was enraged, corpses would litter 1,000 miles. But they understood Mohan's anger very much. This matter, if it were them, they would also be as furious as Mohan. In reality, they had long already cussed Kong Shao's ancestors several tens of thousand times in their hearts. Such a fine opportunity was actually missed just like this. Great Dao heavenly melody, missing this time, there probably would be no next time anymore. Mohan was seriously too angry. According to the news from the 100 Nose Hall, all who went to Capone Capital City, basically had 1 or 2 breakthroughs in every family. Those who did not break through, their strength made remarkable strides too. To be able to listen to great Dao heavenly melody, even if it was a pig, it could also unlock spiritual wisdom and step onto the path of cultivation, let alone people. But only their household alone did not have a single person present. The initiator of all this was Kong Shao. How could Mohan not be furious? Finally, Mohan's anger subsided. Purple Cloud, from today onwards, you're the Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master. Kong Shao will be degraded to a medicine slave from today onwards, and locked in the dungeons to refine pills for 3,000 years. Finished talking, Mohan gave a cold snort and disappeared. Purple Cloud was a 3-star fiend apothecary too, but his strength was much worse than Kong Shao's. He also did not expect that happiness came so suddenly. Demoted to be a medicine slave for 3,000 years, Kong Shao basically did not have a day to hold his head up high anymore. 2 months' time had passed in a blink from Yi Yuan's sermon. During this period, Yi Yuan had been in closed seclusion cultivating the whole time. Triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody this time, the others had all rode on his coattails. The benefits that he obtained naturally need not be mentioned. The melody of Great Tao needed time to slowly digest. 2 months later, Capone capital city welcomed a very distinguished guest. I pay respects to Lord Heavenstar. Yi Han gave a deep bow to this old man in front of her, her words filled with respect. Hoo-hoo, oh, Yi Han, this time, you've made great contributions this time. Heavenstar said with a beam. Heavenstar was eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall's 4-star high-rank fiend apothecary, a 9-layered heaven fiend lord powerhouse. His status was very venerated. Yi Han smiled and said, Yi Han doesn't dare to claim any credit. Heavenstar smiled and said, hey, if there's merit, there's merit. Learning the humans' pretense for what? I really didn't expect that the tiny little Capone capital city could actually give birth to a fiend apothecary who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This boy must be controlled by my Blood Yama Hall. Yi Han nodded and said, Lord Heavenstar, rest assured. After the ancient ruin, I'll personally escort him to the Imperial City. But Heavenstar shook his head and said, hey, such a prodigy, how can you detain him over? Got to make him willingly serve our Blood Yama Hall. Yi Han's brows furrowed slightly and said, this is probably very difficult. Lord Heavenstar doesn't know this. Yi Han used the blood essence contract before barely managing to tie him onto the Blood Yama Hall, this boat. This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. It's likely very hard for him to submit wholeheartedly. But Heavenstar did not care and said with a broad smile, how can a genius who can trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody not be arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Only people who are capable have the right to be arrogant. This seat naturally knows that you can't subdue him, that's why I came personally. You bring him over, don't startle anyone. This matter, the Hall Master has already issued a gag order. Other factions are absolutely not permitted to know. Although the matter of Yi Yuan triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody was sensational, it was also limited to within the Blood Yama Hall's boundary. The sermon was conducted at the Blood Battle stage. It was too easy for the Blood Yama Hall to seal off the news. The Blood Yama Hall did not need to block all of the news. They just needed to seal off the news about the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, this incident, and that would do. Yi Yuan's alchemy skill being formidable was already not a secret in Capone capital city long ago. 1. This sentence is weird. Firstly, I think the author made a mistake and mistyped medicine ancestor as Tao ancestor. Second, this sentence insinuates that the first person who could trigger Great Tao Heavenly Melody was a fiend. I think the author made a mistake. Chapter 15:10 Blood Soul Curse. Your source Knight. Heavenstar sized Yi Yuan up and could not help being somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's good looks. He actually did not look like a fiend. However, the pure fiend energy on Yi Yuan's body made him unable to find any fault. I pay respects to Senior Heavenstar. Yi Yuan's attitude was neither obsequious nor haughty. He was not especially respectful toward Heavenstar even though the latter was a 4-star fiend apothecary. He had long considered the consequences of the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. There was no way eminent Orchid Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall headquarters would watch a genius like him slip by their side. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would trigger the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. Otherwise, he absolutely would not display it in front of people. If this kind of thing was known by others, it was impressive, but it was very easy to attract a fatal calamity too. Heavenstar coming to Capone capital city could only have one purpose, that was to have him join the Blood Yama Hall. A fiend apothecary capable of triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody, his significance to the Blood Yama Hall was absolutely extraordinary. Yi Yuan had long considered this result and also knew that if he did not agree, there was only one outcome. That was death. The Blood Yama Hall absolutely would not allow him to join other forces, then become their enemy. But Yi Yuan could not be too deliberate either. Geniuses needed to have the awareness of geniuses. Arrogance was a natural attribute of geniuses. Even though Yi Yuan was not haughty, in front of Heavenstar, he must show arrogance. An alchemy genius capable of triggering great Tao heavenly Tao. Not being haughty at all, this did not conform to common sense. The other party would definitely be suspicious. Hence, his attitude was lukewarm toward Heavenstar. Of course, in Yi Yuan's heart, he did not have much veneration towards this so-called 4-star fiend apothecary. He triggered great Tao heavenly melody. Now, he already saw a world that others could not see. Ha ha ha, indeed, the young are to be feared. Everyone says that my fiend race's fiend apothecary's level is too poor and can't groom powerful fiend apothecaries at all. Now, those people can all shut up, Heavenstar said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan objected incessantly in his heart. Just the standard of your fiend race's fiend apothecaries, it was simply too unsightly to look at. You actually still wanted to groom a powerful fiend apothecary. This Heavenstar was known as a 4-star high-level fiend apothecary. But Yi Yuan assumed that his standard was also not very high. Compared to the human race's 4-star alchemy gods, it was probably far off. The strength of fiend apothecaries still need to depend on the person, nothing to do with the race. Although disdainful in his heart, Yi Yuan still had a proud appearance. Heavenstar did not mind either, chuckling and saying, "Sit down and talk. Come and sample the blood god tea that this old man brought. This thing, ordinary people can't drink it." As he said, Heavenstar pushed a pot of tea in front of Yi Yuan. Fragrance immediately overflowed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the blood-like tea and did not detect anything strange. But right at this time, Dustless warned, "Yi Yuan, this guy wants to put the blood soul curse on you." Blood soul curse, Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. After Yi Yuan entered this room, he looked very conceited on the surface. Actually, he was very vigilant inwardly. Except, he did not detect anything strange. The blood soul curse is a very sinister and profound method of the fiend race. It doesn't belong to the category of medicinal pills. Hence, you're unable to detect it too. See those lanterns with varying different shapes in the corners of the house? Dustless asked. Yi Yuan glimpsed with his peripherals. Sure enough, he discovered that each corner of the room had a bizarre-shaped lamp. The fiend race's preferences were very different from the human race to begin with. So Yi Yuan did not think too much either. He did not expect that a profound mystery was actually hidden in these lamps. Yi Yuan secretly thought what a close call. If not for Dustless being around, he would likely really fall for it this time. Saw it. What's wrong with these lamps? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless said, "These lamps have a name. They are called soul-refining lamps. The wicks of soul-refining lamps are refined with countless people's tendons. The refiner imprisons living souls in the wick of the lamps, incinerating with endless fire, tempering these living souls, making these living souls billow with monstrous resent. But on the surface, one can't tell at all. Don't talk about humans, even the fiend race themselves, if they didn't understand this Tao, they can't perceive the actual situation too." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. This method was a little too cruel. Members of the fiend race were indeed all vicious and cold-hearted people. Back then, the fiend race also used similar methods to collect sanguine power, and also went on a massacre. Then what does this blood soul curse have to do with the blood god tea? Yi Yuan asked. The blood god tea is indeed a rare spirit tea of the fiend race. It can help them increase fiend essence, matching the result of medicinal pills. It's just that this blood god tea is a crucial link of the blood soul curse. It is the prelude to launching the blood soul curse. Blood god tea is grown by watering with those living souls' blood. Once you drink the blood god tea, those living souls suppressed in the lamp wicks will collectively unleash the power of the curse, making you get hit by the blood soul curse. People who get hit with the curse don't have the slightest feeling. But once someone activates the blood soul curse, you'll suffer the torment of the soul being devoured, experiencing a fate worse than death. It looks like they want to use this method to control you. Dustless said. Yi Yuan's heart sunk. He did not expect that this Heavenstar actually set up such a trap for him. His wrath rose with a whoosh. This blood Yamahal was indeed well deserving of being a mysterious underground force, an existence even more horrifying than the City Lord Manor. He did not provoke anyone and they actually used this kind of insidious method to deal with him. Senior, do you have a way to deal with this blood soul curse? If I don't drink this pot of tea, that old thing probably won't let it go. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan felt a headache too. He did not expect that preaching on the Tao actually caused such a major trouble. He broke through the alchemy Tao shackles because of preaching on Tao, but he also attracted massive trouble because of preaching on the Tao. It was really misfortune goes hand in hand with fortune. But Dustless smiled and said, "Did you forget what kind of existence I am? The soul-suppressing pearl is the ancestor of Soul Tao. Unless a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes personally, otherwise, how can a measly blood soul curse harm you? Moreover, I have a secret art that can absorb the power of the curse and feed it back to the soul-suppressing pearl. You just drink the blood god tea. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart was put back in place. He smiled slightly, picked up the teacup and drank the tea. Seeing this scene, the corners of Heavenstar's mouth revealed a smile of his wicked scheme succeeding. "How's the taste?" Heavenstar said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was full of praises. "Good tea. Refreshing the mind and actually has the effect of increasing fiend essence." Heavenstar laughed out loud and said, "Haha, if you like, I still have some here. I'll give them to you." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "How can this do? Such a grade of spirit tea, it must be very precious, right? Source Knight cannot receive benefits without sowing anything." Heavenstar pressed him down and said with a smile, "Younger brother Source Knight, I'll call you as my younger brother. You're a clever person and should have guessed this old man's intention of coming, right? My blood Yamahal's strength is powerful until you can't imagine it. With your talent, there's only joining our blood Yamahal that can let you radiate splendor." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Senior Heavenstar is very kind. It's just that, Source Knight still doesn't plan on joining any faction for the time being." Heavenstar was not surprised either and said very meaningfully, "Don't be in a hurry to reject, you go back and consider it first. Perhaps, you'll have a change of heart." Chapter 15:11 I have yielded. After Yi Yuan left, Yi Han's figure appeared. "Lord Heavenstar, I didn't expect that you actually employed the Blood Soul Curse." Yi Han said with some surprise. The Blood Soul Curse was extremely powerful. Even if it was a Fiend Lord powerhouse, once succumbed, they would wish that they were dead too, without any room to resist. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Moreover, the materials to prepare the Blood Soul Curse originally needed to expend a lot of manpower and material resources before it can be successfully refined. Just a pot of blood god tea was a priceless treasure. Even the blood Yamahal would rarely use it too. Blood Soul Curse was normally in order to deal with some very troublesome characters. Heavenstar smiled faintly and said, "Using the Blood Soul Curse to deal with a major figure who might become the medicine ancestor, it's definitely worthwhile." Yi Han was still rather worried as she said, "This kid is someone who would rather break than bend. Is the Blood Soul Curse really effective?" Heavenstar laughed loudly and said, "Effective? Take away the question mark. There was once a half-step Fiend King's existence. After falling under the Blood Soul Curse, he laid prone in front of Lord Hallmaster like a dog, begging for mercy. This kid is merely a fiend general. Do you think it will be effective or not?" Yi Han's gaze turned intent, clearly incomparably shocked. Half-step Fiend King, what kind of powerful existence was that? In front of the Blood Soul Curse, he actually did not have any ability to resist at all. Yi Han only knew that the Blood Soul Curse was powerful, but did not know how powerful the Blood Soul Curse was. The example that Heavenstar gave let her have an intuitive understanding. Heavenstar continued, "The Blood Soul Curse won't kill. But the curse power of countless resentful souls, that agony of the soul being devoured, no matter how powerful the person's mind, they can't withstand it too. Tonight, let this boy experience it a little. I think that he'll take the initiative to come and find me very soon, ha ha ha." Talking about the exciting part, Heavenstar could not refrain from letting out a big laugh. For the Blood Yamahal to be able to solicit an alchemy genius who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody, how could Heavenstar not be happy? "But, does he know that we're playing tricks?" Yi Han asked. "Hey, although this boy is stubborn and unruly, he's incredibly smart. As long as he gets hit by the Blood Soul Curse, he'll know that it's definitely related to us," Heavenstar said. It was nighttime. Yi Yuan continued to meditate and visualize in front of the Lesser Heavenspan mountain, deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's third-level cultivation method. Suddenly, the soul-suppressing pearl in his sea of consciousness moved strangely. "Hey, indeed came. That old punk thinks of himself to be clever, but he doesn't know that it became a wedding gift for this old man." Dustless laughed coldly. The soul-suppressing pearl exited Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness silently and suspended on top of his head. The soul-suppressing pearl emitted rays of dark red light, appearing very strange. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Dustless started chortling with laughter. The soul force curse of the blood soul curse is simply a great tonic. With this soul force curse, I should be able to recover to tier 3. Yi Yuan was still immersed in the visualization and was completely oblivious to the outside world's events. Dustless told him not to bother about anything and just care about cultivating. Amidst the dark red light, the soul-suppressing pearl's aura became stronger and stronger. Dustless's entire person was also coiled up by the dark red light, his entire person looking seemingly somewhat strange and demonic. But his aura gradually became stronger. In the secret room, sweat gradually seeped out on Heavenstar's forehead. This brat is also too able to hold out, to actually still not yield until now. Activating the blood soul curse had to use one's soul force as a guide to lead the resentment in the soul refining lamps out. The person being cast on, naturally would not give in obediently. The other party would definitely use their soul force to resist the power of the curse. When the other party utterly gave up resisting, Heavenstar would be much more relaxed and not need to expend so much soul force. Heavenstar completely did not think that a puny little fiend general could actually resist for so long. How could he know that his opponent was not Yi Yuan at all, but an old monster who had lived for goodness knows how long? Furthermore, this old monster was even the blood soul curse's jinx. The current Dustless was simply feeling way too good, while Yi Yuan was currently immersed in creating the cultivation method and unable to extricate himself. Indeed worthy of being a genius able to trigger great Tao heavenly melody. This willpower, this soul force, it's not what a fiend general should have at all, Heavenstar also secretly praised. Finally, Heavenstar felt the soul force ease up. Clearly, the other party had given up resisting. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenstar's mouth and he said, "Hey, even if your talent is outstanding, under the blood soul curse, you can only submit obediently too. Forget it, I will only torture you for 2 hours tonight. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll continue again tomorrow." 2 hours later, Heavenstar withdrew the technique contentedly. In his mind, after Yi Yuan was brought to the limits, he should be lying prone on the ground right now, without any strength at all. The second night, Heavenstar expended a Herculean effort again before settling Yi Yuan. 5 days passed consecutively. Even Heavenstar himself felt like it was a little more than he could bite off. But he still did not see Yi Yuan coming over to submit. But Yi Han was somewhat anxious already and said to Heavenstar, "Lord Heavenstar, could this boy have played some trick and didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all?" Heavenstar's face fell and he said, "Nonsense. This old man watched him drink the blood god tea with my own eyes. Could it be that a puny little fiend general can play sleight of hand in front of me?" Yi Han thought about it and also felt that it was not too likely. But a measly little fiend general was actually able to hold out for 5 days. This made the two of them feel unimaginably queer. "I don't mean that, what I meant was, no need to say any more. This boy can trigger great Tao heavenly melody, he can't be judged with common sense in the first place. Tonight, I'll increase the blood soul curse's power, let him know what's truly called agonizing until he wished he was dead. I don't believe that he can still not yield," Heavenstar said in a cold voice. But inside the soul-suppressing pearl space, Dustless had a satisfied look. Absorbing the soul force curse these few nights already let him recover to the state of tier 3. "Gui Yun, advantages can't be taken up by me alone. Today, your turn. This power of curse is similarly a great tonic to you. 1 night should be enough for you to break through to 3-star. Dustless said with a hearty laugh. Gui Yun's strength had long reached peak 2-star already. Now, with Dustless's help, breaking through to 3-star was something that would happen without extra effort. The moment Gui Yun heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, senior." Dustless smiled and said, "Still saying this to me for what? It's here, you prepare yourself, assault 3-star. Another full night passed. Even with Heavenstar's soul force, he was somewhat collapsing too. But it was also precisely because of this that he was even more confident in Yi Yuan's prospects. A genius with hopes of reaching the medicine ancestors' heights was naturally extraordinary. The second day morning, Yi Yuan withdrew from within the world-suppressing steel space. "Master." Gui Yun bowed down to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "You broke through." Gui Yun also smiled and said, all thanks to Senior Dustless. Last night, I borrowed the power of the curse and successfully broke through to 3-star. Yuan laughed out loud when he heard that and said, "This old man really gave us a big gift. It's time to go and yield. Otherwise, that old boy will probably go crazy." Chapter 15:12 Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. In front of Heavenstar, Yuan's expression was weary, his complexion pale, looking like he had a serious illness. Seeing Yuan's state, he was very satisfied. Of course, he was also not much better than Yuan. He was almost squeezed dry by Dustless and Gui Yun, two people these few days. Although Heavenstar's soul force was strong, it could not withstand the soul-suppressing pearl, this grade of Empyrean spirit treasure's extraction. Senior Heavenstar, the matter that you said a few days ago, I've considered it. I've decided to join the Blood Yama Hall. Yuan said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Younger brother Source Knight, your future accomplishments are unimaginable. Joining our Blood Yama Hall is absolutely a correct choice. This trip, I'll enter the Mystic Realm together with you all. After you come out from the Mystic Realm, I'll bring you straight to the Imperial City." Heavenstar said with a laugh. "Senior, arrange as you wish." The current Yuan seemingly lost all of his edge, becoming very docile. Just putting on an act doesn't take a great effort anyway. As long as you are happy. Heavenstar only represented eminent Orchid Blood Yama Hall's Hall Master to come and subdue Yuan. He really did not dare to offend too much. Yuan was bound to be an existence lording over him in the future. Offending now, it would be hard to avoid squaring of accounts after the autumn harvest. On the contrary, he even had to think of ways to dispel the unhappiness in Yuan's heart for a period of time in the days to come. Otherwise, if Yuan stacked the deck against him in the future, that would be bad. Besides, establishing a relationship with such a genius had tremendous help to him too. Therefore, that was why he would call Yuan as his younger brother again and again, sounding very cordial. "Haha, younger brother Source Knight, really sorry about it. It's truly that the Hall Master loves talent. But we also know that you won't give in obediently, that's why we would come up with this plan. You rest assured, as long as you join the Blood Yama Hall, the incidents these few days absolutely won't happen again." Heavenstar's words carried an ingratiating intent. But Yuan did not appreciate it at all and said with a displeased look, "Senior is too kind, Source Knight dares not." Said he dare not, but that expression was an unhappy face. Heavenstar secretly cursed and said with a laugh, "Oh, younger brother, don't have this expression. This medicinal cauldron, elder brother, I have used for 10,000 years. You shouldn't have a convenient medicinal cauldron currently yet, right? Elder brother will give it to you." A tiny little medicinal cauldron appeared on Heavenstar's palm, then rapidly enlarged, and landed on the ground. An incomparably profound aura filled the room. Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, "Could this be a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure?" Seeing Yuan's expression, Heavenstar finally let out a sigh in relief. As expected, to Fiend apothecaries, a medicinal cauldron was an irresistible temptation. Gifting away a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was also a massive hemorrhage to Heavenstar. Mystic treasures were higher-order existences than celestial deity divine artifacts. Those suitable for Divine Lord Realm martial artists to use were Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. Those suitable for celestial deity realm martial artists to use were called celestial deity mystic treasures, so on and so forth. It was just that, the human race called it Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, and the Fiend race called it Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. The naming was different, but the function was largely the same. It was just that the Fiend race's Fiend Lord Mystic Treasures were a little more suitable for the Fiend race. The technique for forging a mystic treasure was extremely complicated. A 4-star artifact god might not be able to craft a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure even by spending several thousand years. Hence, each Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure was incomparably precious. To a martial artist, a mystic treasure was a tremendous allure. Not every Divine Lord Realm martial artist could own a Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Such as Yi Han, Mo Han, these Hall Masters, even though they were Fiend Lord powerhouses, they did not have Fiend Lord Mystic Treasures in their hands at all. When the Yi Han by the side saw this scene, she made no effort to conceal her envy at all. Her eyeballs almost popped out. She had already become a Fiend Lord powerhouse for 20,000 years but did not even have a single Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. Yuan was great, a puny little Fiend General actually had a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. Lord Heavenstar really made a big move. Hoo-hoo, younger brother Source Knight indeed has good eyesight. It's called Profound Yellow Cauldron, a low-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. It has already followed me for 50,000 years, today. I'll give it to younger brother. Just take it as making an apology. Heavenstar looked very generous as he said this. Luckily, Hall Master promised that as long as I bring Source Knight back, he'll award me a middle-grade fiend lord mystic treasure. Otherwise, I'd really can't bear to give the Profound Yellow Cauldron to people with both hands just like this. Heavenstar secretly thought. Even so, for Heavenstar to be able to gift the Profound Yellow Cauldron to Yuan, he had made a huge resolve too. Who would mind having too many mystic treasures? Yuan was also greatly surprised in his heart, not expecting that he would have such a harvest. This Heavenstar was really a wealthy person. He had already expended soul force to gift Dustless and Gui Yun with breakthroughs. Now, he actually gave him a Fiend Lord mystic treasure too. Tisk tisk, really generous when making his move. Yuan gave Heavenstar a suspicious glance and said, really giving to me? Heavenstar smiled and said, can this still be fake? How is it? Realized elder brother's sincerity, right? Planting the blood soul curse on you was truly no choice. It's really that we're eager and love talents. I've already removed the ownership, the Profound Yellow Cauldron is a masterless item now. You just have to nurture it with fiend soul sanctification and it's yours. Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, alright then, since Senior Heavenstar is so sincere, Source Knight naturally can't put on airs anymore. This Profound Yellow Cauldron, I'll accept it. Our matter is written off. The moment Heavenstar heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said with a big laugh, haha, younger brother is indeed forthright. In the future, when you reach Eminent Orchid Imperial City, whatever things that you can't settle, feel free to tell me. Elder brother still has some face in Eminent Orchid Imperial City. Yuan smiled, as he clasped his hands and said, then Source Knight will thank Senior first. Returning to the Fan family, after Yuan had the Profound Yellow Cauldron acknowledge a master, he tried refining a few medicinal pills. The more he used, the more he liked it. Tisk tisk, indeed well deserving of being a Fiend Lord mystic treasure, to actually have the effect of strengthening divine fire. Refining pills in the future won't need to find them to borrow divine fire each time anymore. This pill refining efficiency also increased significantly. Now, when I refine ordinary 2-star divine pills, it only needs less than an hour. What's this? Yuan discovered that inside the Profound Yellow Cauldron formed its own space. Inside had 2 wisps of auras circulating erratically. They were very mysterious. That's a wisp of Profound Yellow Energy. Dustless said, Profound Yellow Energy. Yuan was puzzled. Clearly, he had never heard of this name before. When Divine Lord Realm opens up a world, it will birth this Profound Yellow Energy. Profound as heaven, yellow as earth. Inside this Profound Yellow Cauldron incorporates a trace of Profound Yellow Energy. Each time you refine pills, it will be equivalent to your Great Tao pill refinement in the past, Divine Lord Realm explained. Yuan was slightly surprised. Back then, he refined pills with Great Tao, refining the Tao-defying pill. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The might of heaven and earth to refine pills was absolutely extraordinary. Indeed worthy of being a Fiend Lord mystic treasure. This is undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger to me, Yuan said, being satisfied. Dustless laughed loudly and said, Heavenstar, this old punk used all sorts of intrigues and wiles, but gave you wedding dresses everywhere. When he discovers that it's drawing water with a sieve, all for naught, wonder what kind of expression he'll have, ha ha ha. Chapter 15:13 Heading for the Ancient Ruins. Outside the Fan family's front door, Fan Lin, Fan Yu, and Li Ji were all sending Yuan off. Family head, please go back. This period of time, many thanks for family head's care, Yuan said with cupped fists. Fan Lin hurriedly smiled fawningly and said, what's Master Source Knight saying? It's my Fan family that benefited from you. These few years, the Fan family could be said to be like the noonday sun, their limelight even pushing down the city lord manners. Seizing this opportunity, the Fan family expanded its forces without restraint and obtained tremendous benefits. Furthermore, the Fan family already faintly had the momentum of Capone's #1 clan because of coming into contact with the Blood Yamahal, this Leviathan. Fan Lin understood in his heart, and all of this was thanks to Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, family head is too courteous. Taking the king's salary, sharing the king's burden. Since I'm a retainer of the Fan family, I naturally have to contribute to the Fan family. Fan Lin smiled and said, this Fan knows that the Fan family's bit of salary, Master holds it in contempt. For Master to be able to keep on staying in the Fan family, this Fan is endlessly grateful. Li Ji, Master Source Knight is leaving. Why aren't you sending him off? As he said, he winked desperately at Li Ji. Learning the news that Yi Yuan was leaving, Li Ji's entire person was listless, dispirited these few days. Her heart was long dedicated to Yi Yuan, but who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan became an existence that she looked up to. The gulf between the two became bigger and bigger. Now, Yi Yuan was about to leave straight away. Li Ji's entire person was flustered. Source Knight, have a pleasant journey. Holding in for a long time, Li Ji only squeezed out this one sentence. Suddenly, she discovered that there was already no common language with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Li Ji, take care. Mountains and water will meet, perhaps we'll still meet again. Alright, it's getting late. Source Knight will take his leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Long Zan and turned around and left. With his current status, bringing away a slave was naturally nothing. Li Ji looked at Yi Yuan's back view foolishly, a row of clear years quietly falling. Fan Lin looked at this scene and said with a sigh, my good daughter, you're a person from a completely different world from him. He's like the sun in the sky, blinding until people can't open their eyes, while we're destined to be ordinary. Although the matter of the great Tao heavenly melody did not leak out, for him to be able to preach on Tao for several hundred capital cities' alchemy elites, this kind of strength was simply inconceivable. The imperial city was Yi Yuan's stage to display his talents. Haha, younger brother Source Knight actually didn't bring that lass from the Fan family, very surprising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Heavenstar went up to welcome with a big laugh. Li Ji and Yi Yuan's ambiguous relationship, Heavenstar was naturally aware. He even thought that Yi Yuan would bring along Li Ji. After all, that little girl was indeed alluring. To me, cultivation is the most important thing. Others will only distract me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenstar could not help being secretly shocked when he heard. For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, what he relied on was not just talent. According to his understanding, Yi Yuan indeed secluded himself all year round. The majority of the time was used on cultivation. Haha, younger brother really makes me perspire in shame. No wonder younger brother can achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Yi Yuan smiled. Suddenly, he discovered that Heavenstar's attire was somewhat weird. It was a servant's attire. Furthermore, Heavenstar concealed his aura. One could not tell the actual situation from the exterior at all. Yi Yuan Heavenstar, you're. Yi Yuan wondered. Heavenstar smiled and said, although the ancient ruins trip this time is led by our blood Yamahal, dragons and fishes are jumbled up together. There are forces from everywhere. Your existence is of great significance to our blood Yamahal. If we let them know that I personally went into action, it will surely arouse a lot of speculations. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Yi Han did not scruple to let him finish off Ka Xin in order to pick him out. The ones entering the ruins this time were definitely the various major capital cities' top geniuses. The lousiest were probably also Ka Xin's level. There were even quite a number of geniuses who were probably already Fiend Commander realm. For this, the Blood Yamahal probably also used up quite a few favors. Expending such a great cost, seemed like the ancient ruins this time were extraordinary. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let's go then. Long Zan, you go to the Imperial City first and help me clean up a bit. Long Zan bowed and said, yes, master. The current Long Zan already broke through the bottleneck, becoming an origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan naturally would not let Long Zan really go to eminent Orchid Imperial City. These words were just in order to set Heavenstar's mind at ease. He already instructed Long Zan to make a detour to Tiderain City halfway and wait for him. Yi Yuan would go and meet up with him after shaking off Heavenstar and Yi Han, these two troubles. Sure enough, when Heavenstar heard Yi Yuan's words, he revealed a look of relief. Long Zan was just a slave, he naturally would not put him in his sights. What was important was Yi Yuan's attitude. Looks like the profound yellow cauldron really had a considerable effect. Yi Yuan seemed to have already accepted the fact of joining the Blood Yamahal. After Long Zan left, the party boarded the flying boat. Yi Yuan was also alarmed by the Blood Yamahal's strength, one mystic treasure after another. This flying boat was a middle-grade Fiend Lord mystic treasure. When flying, it had the effect of shuttling through space, its speed extremely fast. Along the way, Heavenstar fawned on Yi Yuan in every possible way. How was there any heirs of a Fiend Lord? Yi Yuan naturally could not hide his inadequacies by keeping too quiet as well. Occasionally giving Heavenstar a pointer could make him happy for half a day. Although Heavenstar's realm was high, in terms of foundation skills solidness, Yi Yuan flung him more than 10 streets behind. Just like that, the three people rode the flying boat for more than half a month before arriving where the ruins were located. The ruins were near Eminent Orchid Imperial City's west side's Trace Light City. The date was approaching, the various major capital cities' elites were also hurrying on the way. When the three people arrived at the vicinity of the ruins, a large group of people already gathered here. The three people's arrival did not cause too big of a disturbance. Yi Yuan swept a glance, his gaze suddenly stopping on a group of people in the middle. 6 young men, gazes sharp, auras extraordinary. One look and obviously they were experts. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, those 6 people actually collectively looked over at Yi Yuan. But after they discovered that Yi Yuan was only Grand Completion Fiend General Realm, they immediately lost interest, all going to do what they should be doing. Those 6 people were all initial rank Fiend commanders. Clearly, their strength was very powerful. What keen perception! I merely swept a glance and they noticed me. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. Those 6 people are conferred as Eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Their strength looks down on everyone among Eminent Orchid Imperial City's young generation. They are the same as Ka Xin, all killing their way out from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. But they are stronger than Ka Xin. Yi Han said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, so that's how it is. An imperial city's resources are indeed not what a capital city can compare to. Although Ka Xin was formidable, when placed in the imperial city, it was not quite enough to look at. Right now, there were roughly 100 to 200 young geniuses present. Each one of these people was not inferior to Ka Xin. Yo, isn't this our master Source Knight? Tisk tisk, both an alchemy genius and also a martial arts genius. It really makes people admire him. Azure Phoenix, if you were to encounter Master Source Knight, you have to greet him properly. Chapter 15-14 Purple Extreme Sec. Mohan directly blocked the three people's path. Beside him even tagged along a youngster with bright eyes and refined features. Yi Yuan briefly sized up this Azure Phoenix and discovered that this person's gaze was deep and unusually calm. Clearly, he was not a simple person. Yi Han's brows furrowed and she said with a cold snort, Mohan, what do you mean? Mohan's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, no meaning. Master Source Knight gained face for me, so I got to give back a little. Don't you think so? Toward Yi Yuan, Mohan was currently extremely resentful. He already became all of the Blood Yamahal's Hall Master's joke right now. Just earlier, he was even mocked by people. However, if he was mocked, he was mocked. He could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Mohan was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely get the headquarters, heavy emphasis. After all, an alchemy genius capable of triggering the great Tao heavenly melody was seriously too rare. But before this, he still had to win back a bit of ground. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. The news of Heavenstar coming to find Yi Yuan, only Yi Han alone knew. Now, Heavenstar changed his looks and hid his aura. Following by Yi Han's side, he looked just like an old servant. Mohan did not recognize him at all. Yi Yuan gave Mohan a glance and said coolly, whatever tricks there are, feel free to use them. But Mohan grinned and said, hey, still so arrogant. What's competed inside this ruins isn't alchemy, but martial arts. Do you think that by winning Ka Xin, that kind of weakling, you're invincible under the heavens? Even if you're a genius, if you perish inside the ruins, then you aren't a genius no more. These words were a blatant threat. Humph, Hall Master Mohan is really so awe-inspiring. You even dare to scheme against a person that headquarters want. A thunderous voice entered his eyes. Mohan's brows furrowed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle. Suddenly, he discovered that a pale blue flame danced on the fingertips of that old man behind Yi Han. His gaze turned sharp, immediately recognizing this flame. This pale blue flame was called Cerulean Heavenly Fire, the divine fire of the Imperial City's Fiend Medicine Hall's Elder Heavenstar. This old man was actually Elder Heavenstar coming in person. Mohan panicked and was just about to bow when Heavenstar transmitted his voice once more, hush up, good that you know. This old man's trip is confidential. If you dare to call it out, be careful of your little life. Also, you'd best warn the people you brought. If they dare to touch Yuan, you know the consequences. Mohan sweat profusely, frightened until his soul left his body. Our originally thought that he could borrow the opportunity of the ruins this time to deal with Yuan up well, but he did not expect that upstairs moved so quickly. They actually already sent Elder Heavenstar over. Haha, young sister Yihan came Master Source Knight, younger sister Yihan, you came so slow. Younger sister Yihan, Master Source Knight, our Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master even made me pass on a message, insisting on thanking you all. At this time, there were also quite a few people who noticed Yihan. 2 people. Those Hall Masters all came up to greet. When Mohan saw this scene, it was like he was granted amnesty, retreating to one side obediently. How could he still dare to speak? Even though the matter of Yuan triggering Great Tao Heavenly Melody could not be said to the outside world, the matter of him preaching on Tao was not considered a secret. Those Hall Masters coming up to greet was also something within reason. Except, these geniuses were all mostly kept in a dark, not knowing what was going on at all. A large group of Fiend Lord powerhouses was actually so polite to a Fiend General. It frightened them badly. Who is that kid? His strength is so weak, but he can actually make so many important people go up to say hello. More than say hello, why do I feel that the Hall Masters are currying favor with him? Could it be that this kid's strength already surpassed us? This isn't possible, right? Bullshit. What do you guys know? That kid is a fiend apothecary. Heard that his alchemy strength is extremely formidable. The last time at Capone capital city, he preached on Tao for quite a few Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters. What? A 2-star fiend apothecary preaching on Tao for Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Masters? No wonder these Hall Masters have this attitude. The geniuses all gathered around and started gossiping about Yuan's origins. Very soon, Yuan's details were figured out clearly by them. Hearing that Yuan was an alchemy expert, they lost interest in Yuan. How much threat could an alchemy expert Fiend General pose to them? At this time, a wave of fiendish energy surged. A powerful aura descended from the sky. Elder DN. The group of Hall Masters bowed. Clearly, this Lord DN's position in the Blood Yama Hall was extremely high. DN's gaze swept over Heavenstar there and he opened his mouth to say indifferently, the time has arrived. Now, I'm going to activate the ruins. Those who can enter and clear it in the end will have generous rewards. But all of the rewards inside these ruins all belong to my Blood Yama Hall. Whoever dares to pocket it will become enemies with my Blood Yama Hall. Talking to the back, DN seethed with killing intent, making all of the geniuses' hearts turn cold. Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. It seemed like the rewards inside these ruins were quite generous. DN reached his hand out and waved. 1,000 milky white stones suspended in the air. He formed a seal. 1,000 milky white stones emitted a dazzling light, shooting straight at the door of the ruins. It's middle-grade fiend essence stones. My god, 1,000 middle-grade fiend essence stones. The Blood Yama Hall is so extravagant. Looks like this ruin is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Blood Yama Hall expended such a great price to bring us over. Looks like the rewards inside this ruin are huge. Those 1,000 milky white stones were a higher level existence than low-grade fiend essence stones. They were middle-grade fiend essence stones. One piece of middle-grade fiend essence stone was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of low-grade fiend essence stones. That was something used by Fiend Lord and above powerhouses. In capital cities, this level of city, it was extremely rare for middle-grade fiend essence stones to appear. Middle-grade fiend essence stones were very precious and tend to have demand, but no market. DN's opening move was 1,000 pieces. It was truly extravagant. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave. Younger brother Source Knight, after going in, take good care. If you see that the matter can't be done, just directly give up. You have to know, your life is more important than the treasures inside the ruins, Heavenstar transmitted his voice. Yuan smiled and said, Elder brother, rest assured. I won't treat my life as a joke. Everyone, all go in then. After entering, you all will naturally know what you should do, DN said coolly. When the geniuses heard that, they did not hesitate either, directly entering in a single line, disappearing into the cave. Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and was actually directly transported away. When he appeared again, he already arrived inside a vast hall. And he actually appeared on a ring. Looking again, Yuan discovered that there were actually 12 arenas in the hall. And he just happened to occupy one. Same as Yuan, there were 11 others standing on the rings, appearing somewhat at a loss. Welcome to the Purple Extreme Sect's land of inheritance. An archaic voice echoed out inside the hall. Chapter 15:15 Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Purple Extreme Sect, what's that? Never heard of it before. Does the Heavenspan world have sects, this sort of thing? These ancient ruins are so strange. The Heavenspan world did not have sect forces at all. All of the forces were all under the control of cities, making clear distinctions. Now, a Purple Extreme Sect suddenly appeared, surprising the group of geniuses greatly. But that voice clearly did not care what everyone thought and continued on its own. The ones occupying the 12 arenas are arena lords. The others each have one chance to challenge. The one who wins is the arena lord, the loser will be eliminated. Now, you all can freely pick your opponent. The 12 people remaining on the rings in the end will get the Purple Extreme Sect's generous rewards. The moment the voice faded, a din immediately broke out in the hall. Quite a number of martial artists reacted very quickly, all scrambling after one another, flying up toward Yuan's ring. In a blink, 20 martial artists arrived on Yuan's ring. When the number of people on Yuan's ring reached 24, the martial artist at the back seemed to have directly hit a wall. He was ejected out far away. Miserable screams echoed together. Seeing this scene, the others could not help being secretly regretful and angry. Clearly, Yuan's arena was already full. It was already too late for others to want to go up. Yuan was clearly the only soft persimmon in the 12 arenas, the easiest to need. While the rest were at least all half-step Fiend Commander realm. Wanting to win would probably still have to expend some effort. Sigh, those tortoise grandsons really know how to take advantage of this. In this blink of an eye, they filled the ring. Just this one soft persimmon, looks like it won't be our turn to need. Looks like this arena is the best in standing out. Mustn't run into the eminent orchid's 6 sons, otherwise, dead for sure. Below the arenas were animated discussions. Clearly, they were quite unhappy with the current situation. While at this time, the eminent orchid's 6 sons also each chose a ring and slowly stepped up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one shrunk back at the sight of it. Among the people present, there were a total of 8 Fiend Commander realms. These 8 people had a tacit understanding, each choosing a ring. Therefore, the other 3 arenas became very popular. It was only to see figures swarming over toward those 3 rings one after another inside the hall. The remaining people even came to blows in order to fight for these 3 rings. For a moment, spiritual energy crisscrossed inside the hall, tremors intense. Very soon, amidst a series of screams, those 3 rings were also filled. The remainder people wailed all round. These 8 rings were without the least bit of suspense. It would definitely be those Fiend Commander powerhouses who win in the end. Hence, some people started to be reluctant to go up the rings. Suddenly, a scream came over. A black horrifying flame suddenly burst out on the body of a half-step Fiend Commander genius martial artist. In a blink of an eye, that person was burned into nothingness. It's the blood essence contract activating. This, we must go up the ring to fight. This, how to fight still. The eminent orchid's 6 sons were definitely not a match. Forget it, isn't it just a loss? Fight it out. Once these people shrink back, it would be equivalent to breaking the blood essence contract. Once the blood essence contract had a backlash, their outcome would still be death. Hence, everyone already had no way out and could only choose a corresponding ring. After everyone had chosen, that old voice sounded out once again. Very soon, the arena competition adopts a 1 versus 1 format. The challengers challenge the arena lords in proper sequence according to the order of getting on the ring. The final victor will enter the next round of challenge. Now, the challenge begins. Ha ha ha, everyone, this rookie, Buj, will accept first. The first martial artist who got on the ring laughed his head off. Clearly, he was very satisfied with him picking up a bargain. When the others saw this scene, they could not help gnashing their teeth in hatred. This guy's reaction is really fast. He picked up a huge bargain. Humph, being smug for what? It's still uncertain who can laugh until the end. Despicable person intoxicated by success. Facing the indignant voices of the rest, Buj did not care in the slightest. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a smile, Master Source Knight, is it? This place isn't a pill refining room. Wonder why you ran here to join in the excitement. But since you came, it's also giving this young master a big gift. Haha, this young master will kindly accept it. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at a fool and said coolly, looks like you all treat me as a soft persimmon, everyone wants a squeeze, right? Buj laughed and said, isn't that so? Soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a sneer, what you said is very right, soft persimmons need to have the awareness of soft persimmons. Ha ha ha, since you already have the awareness, then. Buj was just laughing wildly when he suddenly screamed, the laughter abruptly stopping, directly being ejected out of the ring. Already said that the challenge started, to actually still be in the mood to laugh, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. A wave of loud guffaws came over. When the remaining 23 people saw this scene, they all laughed their heads off. Getting on the ring and still so careless, served him right to directly be eliminated. Buj crawled to his feet with a grunt, blushing until his entire face was red as he pointed at Yi Yuan and let loose a torrent of abuse. Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. If you have the ability, let's have an open and above-board battle. Yi Yuan nonchalantly swept a glance over him and said, fool. You, who are you scolding a fool? Buj said furiously. Scolding you, a fool. Don't even know this, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Another wave of roaring laughter. Buj was angered until he was about to explode. He roared furiously and said, brat, I want to fight you again. Done talking, Buj's figure moved, speeding over towards the ring. A streak of light flashed across. Buj was directly bounced flying out far away. Clearly, the ring already did not give him the chance anymore. The second young genius who got on the ring looked at Yi Yuan with a sympathetic gaze and said mockingly, I won't. He wanted to say that he wouldn't be like Buj, making this kind of low-level mistake. But he was the same as Buj, directly flying out of the ring before saying finish his words. Everyone's gaze turned intent, finally discovering that something was not quite right. This, soft persimmon, seemed to be somewhat hard. Yi Yuan's attack earlier was inconceivably fast. They actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. Those two earlier losing were not because Yi Yuan making sneak attacks at all, but that they could not react to the attacks at all. Those able to come here were all geniuses among geniuses, all clever people. One could still say to be a fluke. Two, was definitely not a fluke anymore. Right then, Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounded out in their ears. Chapter 15-16 The Strongest 18. One figure flew down the ring after another. The faces of the people at the back got uglier and uglier. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a bulldozer. These peak geniuses did not have any strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan was able to kill Ka Xin, this level of genius, when he had just become a high-rank Fiend General. Now, he already broke through to Grand Completion Fiend General. Regardless of whether it was realm or power of laws, they were much stronger. If he faced off with Ka Xin again, Yi Yuan would absolutely be able to hang the other party up and beat him up. Even if these capital cities' geniuses were more powerful than Ka Xin, they were also not that more powerful. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Furthermore, those who rushed over to Yi Yuan's side were mostly not confident in their own strength, people who wanted to take advantage of the moment. Who knew that they kicked an iron plate? Hey, you guys, look. Is my eyesight failing? That alchemy genius's martial prowess is actually so strong. Holy shit, crushing an opponent with one move. I can't even see him make his move clearly at all. Luckily, I was a tad slower just now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any hope at all now. The other arena's people suddenly discovered that their side had not fought 2 matches yet and Yi Yuan's side already had half the people go down. This speed was a little too fast. Very soon, Yi Yuan cleaned up the people on the ring while the other arenas were only just starting. Tisk tisk. Didn't expect that the spot of an arena lord was so easy, Yi Yuan smacked his hands and said emotionally. When the people on the other rings heard this, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their side fought for their lives, but Yi Yuan were exceptionally good, to actually already sweep away his opponents. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons also revealed visible changes in countenance. Clearly, this Source Knight's strength greatly exceeded their imaginations. Congratulations, Number 3 Rings Arena Lord is born. Obtained the purple extreme sect reward, Void Jade Saturn Peach. A bright red Saturn Peach landed from the void, landing in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan looked at the Saturn Peach brimming with spiritual energy, his brows slightly furrowed. Senior, have you seen this thing before? Yi Yuan asked Dustless. Never seen before. I believe this Void Jade Saturn Peach is likely an extremely rare item. Dustless said. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly astonished. With Dustless's experience and knowledge, he actually did not even see this Void Jade Saturn Peach before. No wonder the Blood Yamahal expended such a great price to let them come to this ancient ruin. It seemed like the good things here were quite a few. With Yi Yuan's understanding of spirit medicines, this Void Jade Saturn Peach was absolutely a good stuff worth several cities. The eminent Orchid's 6 Sun strength was indeed powerful. They also smoothly took the titles of Arena Lord without the slightest effort. Time slowly trickled by. The other 5 platforms also respectively gave birth to their Arena Lords. Each Arena Lord obtained a reward belonging to themselves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan noticed that these reward items, most of them, he had not heard before. Even Dustless completely did not recognize too. But without fail, they were all good things. At this time, that old voice sounded out again. Congratulations to the 12 Arena Lords. Now, the real test begins. Starting from now, you guys will be facing the real test. Your opponents are the Purple Extreme Sect's strongest 18 young powerhouses throughout the ages. Every 6 opponents that you all defeat, you'll obtain a corresponding reward. Work hard, youngsters. The 12 people on the rings all revealed solemn looks. Although they did not know what kind of existence this Purple Extreme Sect was, even the Blood Yamahal, this kind of titan, could not do anything about it, and could only clear the hurdles honestly and in earnest. It showed that this sect's strength was definitely very strong. The strength of 18 of the young generation's strongest people likely could not be underestimated. Suddenly, 12 beams of light shone down from the sky of the hall. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he was transported into a region of space again. A ray of light flashed by, a young man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a surprised look. This was his opponent. Looking at the other party, there was flesh and blood. Could he be a living person still? No need to be so surprised, we've long turned to dust already. Right now, we're merely a projection. The other party seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's thoughts and prompted with a smile. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in surprise, this projection is also too lifelike, right? Moreover, you actually still have consciousness. An ancient era's projection could actually communicate with him. The other party smiled and said, this land of inheritance has a trace of our divine sense attached, so we're naturally able to communicate. Your cultivation speed is very fast. 100 years or so bone age, furthermore, you started cultivating from a small world's mortal. To actually be able to reach such heights, truly remarkable. Yi Yuan was greatly alarmed in his heart. His exact details were actually seen inside out by the other party. When the other party saw Yi Yuan's expression, he said, you don't need to be shocked. When you were transported here, you've already been thoroughly checked by the land of inheritance. It's not strange that I know these. Yi Yuan came to a realization and said, so that's how it is. The other party said, I'm called Mei Fang, you. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, I'm Yi Yuan. Mei Fang nodded and said, fighting with you, I'm somewhat winning unscrupulously. But, I have no command over myself too. Begin then. Yi Yuan nodded and said, please. Mei Fang's brows knitted slightly and he said, you're not making a move. He discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move at all. This was also looking down on people too much. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior should have heard before, formless beats having moves. Mei Fang's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly and said, good, good, truly, the young are to be feared. Then I'll have a taste of your formless beats having moves. This is my self-created sword move, literature 36 swords. You be careful, drawing the sword and seeing nothing but emptiness all round. Mei Fang's sword was full of heroic spirit, profligate and unrestrained. The power of laws already reached late-stage sword Dao third layered heaven, the power extremely daunting. Even though he had only half-step origin deity strength, he was one of the most powerful opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered. Similarly, being at the half-step origin deity realm, this Mei Fang's strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ka Xin. Right then, Yi Yuan made a move. Yi Yuan's sword carried an incomparably bizarre power of laws, directly blocking Mei Fang's sword. Mei Fang's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of great astonishment. This sword move of Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, but the move directly attacked the place where he was the most vulnerable. Good sword, flashing tiger and dragon divine. Sword soars, Mei Fang yelled out, his move changing. The power of laws suddenly changed dramatically. He changed moves fast. Yi Yuan was likewise not slow. It was only to see the tip of Yi Yuan's sword reverse, stabbing over like a shadow following. Yi Yuan did not know that their 12 people's battle situation was all being projected on the rings at this time. Those eliminated genius martial artists took their every move and action into their sights. The moment the battle began, those geniuses emitted a series of exclamations. Defan is so strong. Indeed well deserving of being the head of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. He only used 10 moves to finish off his opponent. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons are the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, too strong. The slowest only used 20 moves too. Hey, even though that Source Knight became an arena lord, his strength is indeed the weakest. 100 moves had already passed, he actually still hasn't finished off his opponent yet. Chapter 15-17 There's something shady. I lost. Junior, you're very strong. Mei Fang said sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is very strong too. Your sword art gave me great inspiration. Mei Fang laughed loudly and said, actually, you could defeat me in 1 move, but you tangled with me for 500 over moves. It's in order to glean the strength of my sword art, right? Yi Yuan smiled and did not deny it. Even though Mei Fang's strength was much stronger than Ka Xin, Yi Yuan could defeat him in 1 move by unleashing Daybreak. The current Yi Yuan, it was already very hard to find an opponent within Heaven Glimpse realm anymore. Hoo-hoo, what a fine formless beats having moves. Your sword art might be able to reach the acme of perfection. Alright, you've already passed the level and can go to your next opponent there. Outside, when everyone saw that Yi Yuan finally defeated the first opponent, they could not help revealing a mocking look. Especially Buj, he said with a mocking face, hey, so what if he became the arena lord? Isn't he still a supporting character? Haha, Buj, don't say that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. He has at any rate gotten the arena lord's reward too. However, he indeed can only be at the bottom of the barrel too. With his strength, it's likely very hard to even pass the second round. These 18 people are called the strongest, they look like they are so-so. Defan already defeated 3 people, reckon that a few 106 people isn't hard. At this time, the Defan who was known as the eminent Orchid's 6 sons #1 person already won against 3 people in a row and was currently in a fierce battle with the 4th person. But the Defan at this time clearly already could not be like the start, only using 10 moves to defeat his opponent. Their opponents were all half-step Fiend Commander realm without exception. Clearly, Defan the 6 of them were already straining more and more. An arena lord was directly smashed into pieces by his opponent. This crowd of geniuses was all taken aback with fright. Only then did they know that this round did not seem so easy. A single mishap and it was life-threatening. The other 3 arena's arena lords' strengths were clearly much weaker. He only held on to the second round and was directly slaughtered by his opponent without even having a chance to admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Buj looked even smugger as he said, you all guess, will that punk called Source Knight be directly killed? Haha, this is very likely. It was already so grueling for him in the first round, being killed in the second round is also something very normal. Someone immediately concurred, the others already secretly nodded. Their heads, clearly not having objections towards this claim. However, Yi Yuan disappointed them. Even though Yi Yuan still cleared the second round strenuously, after 300 moves, Yi Yuan still passed the level. Fuck me, is there a mistake? Can even pass like this guy is also too freaking lucky. Buj stomped his feet in anger. Although the rest would not be like Buj, they were clearly all very surprised by Yi Yuan's clearing of the round. Quickly look, Ba-Tu lost. My god, just how strong are these round guardians, to actually be able to jump realms to battle? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Ba-Tu was directly transported back. Coming down from the ring, Ba-Tu's expression was very ugly. As one of the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, his strength virtually overlooked everyone. Now, he actually lost to a half-step Fiend Commander. It had always been him jumping realms to challenge others. Today, he was actually overstepped by others. even though this was a young genius from goodness knows how many years ago. Ba-Tu, are these round guardians really so strong? Someone plucked up his nerves and asked. When they looked at the projections on the rings, they could only see both parties' moves and not the undulation of laws. It was very hard to perceive the actual situation. Ba-Tu's face was sullen as he nodded and said, very strong. Their power of laws basically all reached late-stage third-layered heaven, even grand completion realm. Furthermore, their application of laws at least reached the point of unity of mind. Coupled with that, their martial techniques are extremely powerful, their overall strength is very powerful. It isn't unjust for me to be defeated in their hands. Everyone drew a cold breath. Only then did they have a clear understanding of their round guardians' strength. Before long, there were another 2 eminent orchids 6 sons who were defeated in the 5th round. Now, among the ones still persisting in clearing this level, only 4 people left. 3 eminent orchids 6 sons as well as Yuan. Yuan's progress speed was very slow. Everyone already lost interest. Everyone's gaze was focused on Defan. At this time, Defan was currently in a fierce battle with the 6th round's guardian. The 2 people were practically already rampaging, fighting until heaven and earth dimmed. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really don't dare to believe that there's actually a half-step fiend commander who can force Defan to such an extent. Yeah, I didn't expect that the ancient era's powerhouses were actually powerful to such an extent. This is just the 6th person. How terrifying must the 18th person be? Even though there were no violent law fluctuations, just relying on the projections, they could already feel the intensity of the battle situation. Finally, Defan found an opening, blowing his opponent up with 1 punch. Number 1 Arena Lord, cleared the 6th round, obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. That old voice sounded out once more. The moment everyone heard, their faces all revealed incomparably heated gazes. Divine Lord Mystic Treasure, which was also Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure. That was something that only Fiend Lord powerhouses had the qualifications to use. Even though this Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure ultimately had to be given to the Blood Yamahal, the Blood Yamahal would definitely give a considerable reward. In the projection, Defan had a proud look. Clearly, he was also fully satisfied and content with defeating this 6th round guardian. Defan is indeed worthy of being the 6 sons number 1, his strength is too strong. Defan already passed the 6th round, wonder how many people he can still beat. I estimate, he can at least clear until the 9th round. You all look, that kid. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. Ba-Tu saw that Defan obtained a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure and was currently not happy. The moment someone cried out, he immediately said in a deep voice, making an unnecessary fuss for what? That kid called Source Knight actually cleared to the 5th round. That person cried out as if seeing something beyond comprehension. Ba-Tu's face fell. Looking towards the number 3 arena, he discovered that Yuan had indeed cleared to the 5th round. Everyone turned pale with shock. They were all paying attention to Defan wholeheartedly but did not expect that Yuan actually cleared until the 5th round unknowingly. Ba-Tu was defeated in the 5th round. Yuan making it to the 5th round, didn't it mean that he was already very close to his strength? A rookie who did not even reach half-step Fiend Commander was actually about the same strength as him. Is there a mistake? With this kid's realm, how can he possibly make it to the 5th round? Yeah, Ba-Tu was so strong and only made it to the 5th round. I don't believe that his strength is even stronger than Ba-Tu's. There's something shady. There must be an inside story. This Source Knight's opponent definitely isn't as strong as Ba-Tu. They all. The group of people immediately exploded. They were unable to accept this face. Even Ba-Tu's strength only made it to the 5th round. What right did Yuan's bit of strength have to make it to the 5th round? He was clearly very strained during the 1st round. Hearing these people's words, Ba-Tu felt a little better in his heart and said coolly, relax, he definitely can't pass the 5th round. Chapter 15:18 Something's wrong. No one was clearer than Ba-Tu about the 5th Guardian's strength. If Yuan could even pass through the 5th round, then he would really have to suspect that there was something shady. At this time, Defan was currently resting, preparing to continue challenging. After each round passed, that space would automatically help the martial artist recover their strength. It only took around a quarter of an hour and the challenger would be at a peak state. While the other 2 of the eminent Orchid 6 sons were currently in fierce battles with the 6th Guardians. It seemed like it was somewhat taxing. At this time, the two defeated Eminent Orchid's 6 sons were also transported back. Seeing that Ba-Tu was already defeated, they could not help being somewhat surprised. Ba-Tu, you were actually defeated so quickly? One of them asked. Ba-Tu's strength ranked in the middle among the few of them. Logically speaking, he would not lose so quickly. Ba-Tu nodded and said, I was too eager to win. A careless move and I was defeated. However, even if I try harder, it's useless too. I can't pass the 6th round no matter what. Those two people nodded their heads, indicating agreement. Suddenly, they glimpsed with their peripherals, their faces revealed a shocked look. This kid actually made it to the 5th round. Is there a mistake? Ba-Tu said, I also can't make head nor tail of it. Just now, when everyone was watching D-Fan clearing the 6th round, this kid made it to the 5th round bafflingly. The two people were speechless. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength was around the same as them? While at this time, Yi Yuan already faced off with the 5th round's guardian. Everyone all stared at the number 3 arena without shifting their eyes, wanting to see what capability Yi Yuan had, to actually be able to make it to the 5th round. Yi Yuan still had that unhurried appearance, tangling in battle with his opponent. Under the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat straining. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. Each time, he could turn peril into safety. Something's wrong. I remember that when this kid was in the 1st round, he was this half-dead manner. Why is he still like this when he made it to the 5th round? Buj suddenly said. He discovered to his shock, Yi Yuan's current battle did not seem to be any different from when in the 1st round. It was as if his opponents did not become strong at all. This discovery immediately got many people's acknowledgement. Yeah, he was also being overwhelmed at the 1st round. After 500 to 600 moves, he won without rhyme or reason. The 2nd round seemed to be like this too. Could it be that there's really something shady? Rubbish. This ancient ruins, it's everyone's first time entering. What shady deal can there be? Just as everyone was talking all at once, Yi Yuan's sword passed through his opponent's chest bizarrely. Yi Yuan won. The hall was dead silent. Everyone all looked at this scene in disbelief. How could it be like this? Could it be that Yi Yuan's strength already surpassed the Eminent Orchid's 6 sons? This was also too fake, right? Fucking hell, there must be something wrong here. This kid's opponent definitely isn't as strong as ours. Ba-Tu said with an indignant look. The other two people also had glassy looks and said in disbelief, there must be something wrong here. They also said earlier, this kid has always been half dead like this. Yet, he could clear the round each time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll wring my head off for him to kick like a ball. A streak of cold light flashed by. One of the Eminent Orchid's 6 sons, his head directly flew out, his fiend soul also ground into pieces. The Purple Extreme sect treats all challengers equally without discrimination. Those who question, dies. The old voice sounded out once more. It was just that this time, it was unusually cold. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to question whether there was something shady anymore. But, for Yi Yuan to clear 5 rounds, this result, they still felt that it was unbelievable. They could not see it. Clearing 5 rounds in a row, Yi Yuan's sword art became even more erratic. Only his opponents could distinctly sense his power. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient-era young geniuses were really incomparably powerful. Their application of laws surpassed Yi Yuan's imaginations. From them, Yi Yuan learned many things. Learning now and selling now, Yi Yuan discovered that his drawing parallels from inference, his comprehension toward spatial laws became increasingly deeper. Spatial laws were one of the highest-ranking laws, and also one of the hardest laws to comprehend that the Heavenspan world universally acknowledged. The Heavenspan world's spatial laws were on a completely different level from a small world's. Even grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly. This in itself indicated many problems. Only by reaching half-step Divine Lord realm could one touch the threshold of spatial laws, achieving the goal of temporary flight from there. Yi Yuan's chasing moon, daybreak, these two moves, after incorporating spatial laws, it made his sword moves become erratic, the power unimaginable. This was not purely comprehending spatial laws, but the spatial laws which Yi Yuan comprehended through Sword Dao could integrate with Yi Yuan's sword moves perfectly. One would never know where Yi Yuan's sword would appear or when it would appear. Congratulations to the number 3 Arena Lord for defeating the 6th opponent. Obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. This voice sounded out, making everyone trembled all over. Cleared the sixth round, just like this. Are you kidding me? Could it be that this guy has no limits? Really seeing ghosts? Just what trick is this kid playing? Why does it feel like he's going to lose every time, but win in the end? Batu had a sullen look and said, if his opponent has no problems, then there's only one explanation. The moment these words came out, everyone all perked their ears and listened attentively. Batu paused for a bit and said, he's totally hiding his strength. Hiding his strength? He's clearly a grand completion fiend general. Hey, can Realm illustrate anything? When I was at half-step fiend commander, I could completely hang you up and pummel you. Batu said with a cold sneer. That person did not say anything. He was unable to refute these words. This way, it also makes sense. The strength that he displayed in the ring previously was already very strong, practically crushing others with one move, unable to see his depths at all. Another eminent Orchid's sixth son said. Batu nodded and said, he wouldn't be deliberately acting for us to see. I reckon that, he deliberately slowed down the pace. He's probably comprehending those ancient geniuses' martial techniques. This is also too freakish, right? Such a strong opponent, he actually still has the mood to learn his opponent's martial techniques. Everyone drew a cold breath, frightened looks showing on their faces. How incredible the nerves for one to dare do such a thing. Very likely, if I didn't come out and see these projections, I wouldn't even know that the situation inside could actually be seen. There's no way he's deliberately concealing his strength, said another one of the six sons, agreeing with this. Right at this time, Defan defeated the 7th round's guardian, successfully clearing the round. Ha ha ha, this challenge is really interesting. So many powerful opponents, it's still my first time encountering such situation. Feels so good, defeating 7 people, my strength improved a step further. The next opponent will likely make my hot blood boil with excitement even more. Those guys have probably all lost already, right? Defan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 15:19 Catching up from behind. The 7th round's opponent was clearly much stronger than the previous 6 rounds. But Yuan himself similarly made great strides in strength and did not feel too great a difficulty. After several hundred moves, Yuan's sword passed right through the opponent's body. 7th round, cleared. Yuan's sword art became more and more erratic. His entire being gave people an illusionary and ephemeral feeling. At times, Yuan's sword was clearly still very far away but suddenly appeared in front of his opponent. It was impossible to guard against. And all these were attributed to his comprehension of spatial laws. 2 great laws combining together was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Hey, I didn't expect that you already comprehended spatial laws at just Heaven Glimpse Realm. Really an unexpected surprise, Dustless said with a laugh. Roughly what is the level of my spatial laws comprehension currently? Yuan asked curiously. He could sense that spatial laws were too extensive and profound, far more difficult than Sword Dao. These few days, he cultivated inside the death cultivation space. Coupled with the closed seclusion this time, his improvement was already very big. But he still did not feel the bottleneck of the law. The more it was like so, the more Yuan felt the difficulty of spatial laws. You're still early. Your current level isn't even grand completion for spatial laws first layered heaven initial stage. Dustless said. So weak huh? Yuan said speechlessly. Weak. Heh. Right now, your comprehensions in spatial laws are already stronger than the vast majority of half-step divine lords. Even if it's a true divine lord realm powerhouse, he's also merely able to use spatial laws first layered heaven. Spatial laws aren't as simple as you think. Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard. Him comprehending spatial laws was entirely because he drew parallels from inference. Just how powerful this law was, he was utterly clueless. Now, hearing Dustless said so, only then did he have an intuitive feeling. In the past, Yuan only just touched a smattering. But now, after Yuan went through a bout of bitter cultivation, the improvement of spatial laws seemed to show a trend of advancing by leaps and bounds. Spatial laws are actually so hard, Yuan exclaimed with a sigh. Hey, more than just hard. Time laws and spatial laws are the 2 most fundamental laws. In the entire heavenspan world, don't talk about being able to comprehend, even learning the rudiments is also very rare. You don't look at how those divine lord realm powerhouses all fly in the sky and tunnel into the earth. Actually, they don't understand spatial laws at all. Being able to accomplish this is entirely because the power of the world itself contains a portion of spatial laws. Even with this innate advantage, the vast majority of Divine Lord realm powerhouses are unable to learn the rudiments of spatial laws for all their lives too. While you have already opened this door, Dustless said, like this, I'm very remarkable. Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. He really did not know that the spatial laws he comprehended were actually so formidable. But Dustless said solemnly, very impressive. However, I can't help you with spatial laws either. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortunes. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said, oh, right, inside the world suppressing steel, it can actually alter the time flow, could it be? Dustless nodded and said, that's right. Back then, Immortal Grove comprehended a trace of time laws by chance. However, he only comprehended a bit of superficial knowledge. Indeed so, the time that Yi Yuan came to the Heavenspan world was not short anymore too. He had never heard of changing the flow of time, this kind of thing. It turned out that it was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's unique secret technique. Just comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge and he could change the time flow ratio of 1 to 10. If one completely comprehended time laws, how terrifying was that? Yi Yuan felt terrified thinking about it. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Yuan continued to clear the rounds, challenging the 8th Guardian. While at this time, Defan and the 8th Guardian's battle was already drawing to a close. Once more, Defan blew his opponent up with a punch. Ha ha ha, awesome. Defan was covered all over with wounds and scars, virtually not an intact spot on his physical body. But he still killed his opponent and succeeded in clearing the round. When he was recovering his strength, Defan murmured to himself, it's a shame, definitely can't pass the 9th round. But my battle achievement should be number 1 among the 12 arena lords, right? Those few people's strength can at most only make it to the 6th round. Hey, number 1 or not doesn't matter. The challenges this time caused a tremendous improvement for my strength. Defan was completely unaware of the outside world genius's shock. Yi Yuan actually even cleared the 7th round. Easily. I remember that Defan fought roughly more than 2,000 rounds with the 7th Guardian, right? This Source Knight settled it in 300 or 400 moves. This is simply unimaginable. Source Knight actually caught up from behind. Wonder what kind of expression Defan will have when he comes out and sees Source Knight. At the state, Yi Yuan's clearing speed was very slow. It could be described using turtle speed. But unknowingly, Yi Yuan actually caught up to Defan's speed. They saw from Defan's state, his limit was also just the 9th round. But they completely could not see where Yi Yuan's limit lay. In the 7th round, the time Yi Yuan used, it seemed almost the same as in the 1st round. The time was only a quarter of Defan's. This kind of strange situation made these geniuses even feel somewhat afraid. Finally, Defan was defeated in the 9th round. Afterward, he was transported into a foreign space, chose a Fiend Lord Mystic Treasure, and was transported back. But after he came out, he discovered that everyone was using a strange gaze to look at him. Defan even thought that everyone was stunned by his battle record and said with a big laugh, all using this kind of expression to look at me for what? Haha, the challenge clears this time is really to my heart's content. Making it to the 9th round in one go. Even if the Mystic Treasure is given to the Blood Yamahal, this trip was also worthwhile. He still had a young person's temperament in the end. The cheerfulness in Defan's heart inevitably had to be expressed. He seemed to be afraid that others did not know that he made it to the 9th level and showed off a bit without leaving a trace. But he discovered that everyone did not seem to have the intention of pandering to him. Among the 6 sons, Batu and Defan's relationship was pretty good. Seeing the situation, Batu said with a strange look, Defan, stop showing off. You've met your match this time. Come over and take a look. Defan's expression turned struck dumb with amazement, looking over in the direction Batu pointed at, and involuntarily shuddered all over, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Regarding Defan's gaze, everyone did not feel surprised. After each of the Eminent Orchid's 6 sons came out, they practically all had this expression. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's long sword was sent into the other party's chest once more. 8th round, cleared. Defan was seemingly electrocuted by something, his entire person shuddering, as he said in disbelief, this. How is this possible? He, a grand completion fiend general, can actually make it to the 9th round. No, wait, there's something Fis. Shut up. Batu suddenly shouted coldly, cutting off Defan's words. Defan was taken aback with fright and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Ba Tu say with a cold bellow, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." Chapter 15:20 Spatial Laws vs. Ice Laws. "Ba Tu, you dare to get mad at me?" Defan said with a sullen look. Ba Tu looked at him like looking at a fool and said, "What you want to say, we all know." Nuoda said it, and then he died. Defan's expression changed. Looking at everyone's eyes, he suddenly understood something. "Our thoughts were the same as yours at the start. But now, we discovered that maybe it isn't as simple as we think. His strength is really very strong." Ba Tu said. Defan seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. That valiant imposing momentum from before disappeared all at once without a trace. He was actually not first. Looking at Yuan, who was currently in a fierce battle in the projection, Defan suddenly felt somewhat doubtful of life. Could it be that he actually lost to a grand completion fiend general? This result made him somewhat unable to accept it. He looked at the Yuan, who was somewhat struggling in the projection, and suddenly found a trace of consolation and said with a cold smile, "Humph. This 8th Guardian's strength, I'm all too clear. There's no way he can clear it." The moment his voice faded, everyone used strange gazes to look at him again. Defan was stupefied and said, "Why, I said wrongly again. You all look at his appearance, does it look like he can win?" Some people wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. After all, Defan's strength was placed there. Really annoying him would not have any good outcome. Ba Tu seriously could not look on, recounting the situation of Yuan clearing the rounds for Defan. After Defan heard, he stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He himself also had great harvests in the challenges this time, but playing like Yuan, he really did not dare. Especially after the 7th round, each and every one of the opponents was too strong, virtually pressuring him until he could not catch his breath. As long as he relaxed a little, that was not a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. With this, Defan really had no temper anymore, watching the one and only projection on the arena obediently with the others. But in his heart, he was praying frantically for Yuan to lose to the 8th Guardian. But he was disappointed very quickly. A plain and ordinary straight stab of Yuan's directly struck his opponent's head. Looking from the projection, this move was too plain and ordinary. They could not figure out why the Guardian could not even block such a simple sword. Even though everyone did not dare to voice their doubts, at the bottom of their hearts, everyone's suspicions had never been relieved before. "Humph, when this punk comes out, I'll definitely have a match with him. I don't believe that there isn't anything shady in here at all," Defan said in his heart with a cold snort. Yuan's battle achievement had truly trampled on his dignity. As the eminent Orchid Six Sons' #1 person, he was unable to accept this. However, the miracle was far from over. Yuan seemed to have switched on a hack, still advancing unhurriedly. 9th round, 10th round, 11th round, 12th round. Congratulations to the #3 Arena Lord for clearing the 12th round, obtaining the 2nd reward. The old voice sounded out once more. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just up to which level is this guy going to clear? Could it be that he's going to clear through? This is also too abnormal. The last 6 rounds are definitely even harder than before. Maybe he should have reached his limits too, right? Regarding the exclamations outside, Yuan was completely unaware. Along the way, Yuan's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did his comprehensions in Sword Dao laws already reach the realm of grand completion initial stage 3rd layered heaven, but he also made great progress in spatial laws. Yuan had a feeling that his spatial laws might be reaching the point of grand completion initial stage 1st layered heaven. The 13th round's guardian was an extremely beautiful and cold-looking woman. "Young man, to be able to walk to this step, you're very remarkable. But it ends here," the woman said. Yuan smiled and said, "Stop being long-winded, let's start. My sword already can't bear the thirst and hunger." The cold woman's brows furrowed and she said with a cold snort, "What a conceited brat. Watch the sword." Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Another sword user, perfect." Done talking, Yuan unleashed a chasing moon, his figure instantly disappearing. Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, unable to see with the naked eye at all. 2 swords intersected. A burst of cold air transmitted into Yuan's body from the long sword, virtually freezing him. Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant, retreating like lightning. The cold woman's voice suddenly sounded in Yuan's ear, Want to run? Too late. Yi Yuan's heart thumped. This woman had such fast movements. While talking, the long sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's neck. At the life and death moment, Yi Yuan unleashed phantom kill without the slightest hesitation, his speed suddenly increasingly explosively. Narrowing dodging this sword, the two figures were unbelievably swift, exchanging 100 swords in a blink of an eye, almost evenly matched. The shock in Yi Yuan's heart could not be any greater. Unleashing phantom kill with his current strength, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as in the past long ago. Coupled with the augmentation of spatial laws, this move of Yi Yuan practically had no solution. However, this woman was actually able to keep up with his speed. Two figures separated. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. The cold woman also revealed a look of surprise. Clearly, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. No wonder you could make it here. Indeed, you have some capabilities. The cold-looking woman said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a smile, "You're very strong too, to actually incorporate ice laws into Sword Dao." For the first time, Yi Yuan ran into a powerhouse who fused together two kinds of power of laws. This woman's Sword Dao laws were not high, only the level of late-stage third-layered heaven. But the terrifying thing was that her ice laws already cultivated to third-layered heaven too. Furthermore, she was the same as Yi Yuan, merging two kinds of laws together, the power doubling. Before making a move, the cold woman blanketed her surroundings full of ice laws domain. As long as Yi Yuan entered this domain, his speed would unknowingly slow down. Hence, that was why this woman could contend with him in terms of speed. Yi Yuan's spatial laws were indeed bizarre, but it was only the level of initial stage first-layered heaven after all. To be able to exchange blows with the cold woman in itself already demonstrated his might. That move earlier, so fast. This punk indeed concealed his strength. My god, already made it to the 13th round before he used his full strength. This guy is really ridiculously strong. Although they could not sense the undulations of the power of laws, the speed of Yi Yuan's movement technique, they could still perceive it. Yi Yuan unleashing phantom kill, his speed soared tremendously. Those geniuses naturally took it into their sights. Looks like this time, he finally ran into his match. D-Fan, that movement technique earlier, can you keep up? Ba Tu suddenly asked D-Fan. D-Fan thought about and shook his head and said, "Don't know. Can't feel the power of laws here, we can only see the surface. But, maybe I can't keep up." They looked at D-Fan with incredible shock, not expecting that he actually personally admitted to being inferior to Yi Yuan. Chapter 15:21 Misty Sword Art. It's useless. Although your spatial laws are strong, the level that you comprehended is too low. Give up, said the cold woman indifferently. Hey, that might not be the case. Fight again. Yi Yuan's figure moved, unleashing phantom kill once more. The cold-looking woman did not speak. The ice domain spread out, the sword tip not leaving Yi Yuan's surroundings. The two people were top experts in the power of laws. It was the first time Yi Yuan's power of law met its match. He urged his movement technique to the limit but was still unable to break through the woman. Her ice domain was like a large net, binding Yi Yuan's hands and feet. Actually, Yi Yuan was not the woman's match. Yi Yuan's true killing move was using Daybreak under the state of phantom kill. Daybreak, this move, shattered myriad moves under the heaven. Especially when Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward sword moves. He had already found the cold woman's weakness long ago. It was just that this way, he would not be able to have comprehensions in spatial laws anymore. He wanted to force himself to the limits, making himself comprehend spatial laws under the state of extremity. Presently, a link already formed between his Sword Dao laws and spatial laws. Yi Yuan discovered that communicating with spatial laws through Sword Dao laws yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even though his opponent previously was strong, he did not reach the cold woman's level. Facing her, Yi Yuan really brought out all of his strength. Under this kind of state, it was easier for Yi Yuan to break through. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient geniuses all had unique insights into the power of laws. Just like this woman, being able to integrate Sword Dao laws and ice laws to such a degree, she was absolutely an extraordinary talent back then, her strength reigning that era. This kind of exchange was two completely different concepts from Yi Yuan fighting with himself inside the death cultivation space. Being his own opponent was surpassing time and again, a vertical development. But competing with these geniuses was gathering the strong points of everyone, a horizontal development. Yuan could fight with himself non-stop. But it was a rare opportunity to exchange blows with these ancient geniuses. It is no use. Your divine essence is consumed too fast like this. Still don't pull back, you'll die. The woman's icy voice came over. Although the woman was an ice beauty, she clearly had the appreciation of a talent stirred by Yuan, and that was why she would warn like so. Except, Yuan disregarded other people's opinion. He did not listen to her words at all. Humph, stubborn and thick-headed. When the woman saw that Yuan did not listen to the advice, she did not hold back anymore as well, her long sword suddenly accelerating. Sword clear like frost. This sword was the masterpiece of her sword Dao. A bone-piercingly cold sword Dao Law came from head-on, making Yuan's phantom kill practically freeze in the air. The scent of death came from the front. The two people's figures intersected, their movements instantly freezing. Yuan's abdomen was pierced by a large hole, blood running in torrents. Haha, this kid is finally defeated. Finally defeated. This time, it can't be wrong, right? Seeing this scene, Buj started laughing excitedly. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. The pressure that Yuan brought to them was too great. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he actually already killed his way to the 13th round. Especially Defan, he cleared until the 9th round in one go. He was deeply aware of how great the disparity between each round was. One could say that the difficulty rose geometrically. But Yuan actually cleared 4 more rounds than him. This disparity was too big. Each time Yuan cleared a round, it was like his heart had an additional large mountain. Extremely heavy. Now, seeing Yuan get defeated, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions turned stiff on their faces. How is this possible? Batu said in alarm. In the projection, the woman's figure gradually dissipated. This was the hallmark of being killed. It was clear that woman should have won. How was she killed? Defan said with a puzzled look. In the space, the cold woman's figure condensed once again. Her gaze when looking at Yuan was full of shock. You're a madman, the woman said coldly. Yuan's state was somewhat miserable. Even though he already revolved the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, the recovery speed clearly could not quite catch up to the speed of the power of Law's destruction. Hearing the woman's words, Yuan smiled tragically and said, but I won, no. Furthermore, I comprehended it. Earlier, when Yuan was pushed to the limit, the initial stage first layered heaven spatial laws finally reached the realm of grand completion. In that instant, Yuan finally broke through the ice domain ceiling, his figure traversing through space bizarrely, killing the woman first. However, the woman's sword clear like frost was also not for show. Under that small distance, it still pierced Yuan's abdomen. The final outcome was that Yuan was injured, while the cold woman died. The cold-looking woman's beautiful eyes swiveled and she said indifferently, you won. Go to the next round then. You comprehended spatial laws, those few people at the back are all not your match anymore. However, the final round's Zheng Jian is known as Purple Extreme Sect's history's strongest. You need to be careful. It's said that he's the same as you, also a madman. Yuan's expression turned stern. To be able to make the cold woman so solemn, he was definitely formidable to the extreme. One had to know that this woman's talent was absolutely rare in the world. Being able to comprehend sword Dao laws and ice laws to the 3rd layered heaven at half-step origin deity realm, and merge into one, this was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. After Yuan came to the heavenspan world, he had also seen quite a few so-called geniuses. He had never encountered any capable of merging the power of laws before. Among the people who came this time, he did not know if there were anyone who could fuse together the power of laws. But Yuan reckoned that there should be no one able to make it to this 13th round. It seemed like he really had to be a little careful with this Zheng Jian. Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, many thanks, I'll be careful. The cold woman nodded slightly and directly transported Yuan away. In the array formation, Yuan's injuries and divine essence were rapidly recovering. What a powerful array formation, to actually be even more powerful than ordinary medicinal pills. This purple extreme sect strength back then was likely extraordinary. Feeling the rapidly recovering injuries, Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Phantom kill coupled with spatial laws, the power is indeed extraordinary. This sword art already can't be called phantom kill anymore. What to call it? This move's mystery lies in its unpredictableness, making the opponent unable to grasp it. Why not call it Misty Sword Art, then? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Currently, among Yi Yuan's sword arts, it already contained quite a few spatial powers of laws. The original Phantom Kill move already changed flavors. This was a move that fused sword Dao laws and spatial laws, similar to that of the Cold Woman's sword Clear like Frost. With the addition of spatial laws, Yi Yuan's sword move became even more erratic and elusive. Hence, Yi Yuan naming this new move as Misty Sword Art was rather appropriate. Chapter 1522. As long as you're happy. Sure enough, as the woman predicted, battling against the few guardians after her, Yi Yuan was unimpeded all the way. When he finished off the 17th guardian, all of the geniuses outside were all dumbfounded. Di Fan only felt that his mouth was somewhat dry. This Yi Yuan's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. He made it to the 9th round, Yi Yuan made it to the 18th round. The disparity between him and a grand completion fiend general was actually as many as 9 people. These 9 people were not merely as simple as doubling. These 9 people at the back, their strength were much stronger compared to the first 9 people. I really don't know just what aspect this guy is strong in. I really want to have a good fight with him when he comes out. Ba Tu's heart was unbearably itchy. He was really somewhat doubting whether or not Yi Yuan's opponents were really the same as theirs. Especially that battle where he won against the cold-looking woman. Everyone clearly saw that the woman pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen with a sword. But why was the one who won in the end Yi Yuan? Hey, it's the final battle. What the result will be, it will be known very soon. Di Fan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at this man dressed in black in front of him, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Although the woman was strong, she completely did not give him this kind of powerful sense of oppression. Before seeing Zheng Jian, Yi Yuan also could not imagine that a half-step origin deity martial artist would bring him such a strong pressure. Humph, those trash actually let a weakling like you make it to my place. Zheng Jian said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. A weakling, is it? The 17 rounds, guardians earlier, all of them were amazingly talented people. Reaching Zheng Jian here, he actually became trash. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said, "They all said that you're a madman." "I didn't expect that, you're a condescending madman." Zheng Jian was indifferent and still said coldly, "Not that I'm condescending, but you're not fit to enter my eyes at all. I'm invincible in the same rank. You, a mere grand completion heaven glimpse, what right do you have to enter my arcane sights?" Zheng Jian's arrogance billowed to the heavens, completely looking down on Yi Yuan. In his eyes, he had no opponents in the same realm, let alone that Yi Yuan's realm was even a rank lower than his. It was just that these words were somewhat funny in Yi Yuan's ears. Invincible in the same realm, this kind of words, even he did not dare to say. This Zheng Jian actually uttered it shamelessly. The heavenspan world was vast, geniuses as plentiful as oxen hair. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the same rank? He believed that Zheng Jian was definitely a tough character. But to be able to say this kind of words, he was no longer confident, but conceited. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hey, sorry about it, all along, I have never encountered a match in the same rank too." Zheng Jian said disdainfully, "Is that so? You're very confident, then I'll utterly destroy your confidence today. Let you know the disparity between genius and mediocrity. Come on, I'm looking forward to it, news." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone to express his disdain. He disliked this so-called strongest person greatly. Zheng Jian had a character unmovable like a mountain. Yi Yuan's provocation did not make him get angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Zheng Jian's aura actually fell, finally suppressing at grand completion heaven glimpse, exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. "You're very surprised," Zheng Jian said indifferently. Yi Yuan nodded his head honestly and said, "Indeed a little surprised." Zheng Jian said, "I said before, invincible in the same realm. Still using half-step origin deity to deal with you, what difference is there from me and those trash?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "All right, as long as you're happy." Yi Yuan discovered that there was no way to communicate with this arrogant guy at all. At the outside world, a group of people looked at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, full of puzzlement. Fuck me, is this guy retarded? To actually suppress his realm to deal with Source Knight. This guy is too cocky. This is a typical case of looking for trouble. In a while, See how he dies. Even though Di Fan and Ba Tu they all felt that Yi Yuan should not make it to this step, regarding Yi Yuan's strength, they had no objections. Seeing Zheng Jian actually suppress his realm to deal with Yi Yuan, they also felt incredulous. Toward the other people's view, they also expressed their agreement. While at this time, two short swords appeared in Zheng Jian's hands like a magic trick. His entire person immediately revealed his edge. The swift and fierce aura coming from head-on also made Yi Yuan's countenance change visibly. While this guy was arrogant, his strength was definitely indisputable. Even though the other party suppressed his realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to underestimate it either. Within 10 moves, send you on your way. Understanding sword art, release. Zheng Jian gave a low cry, his entire person dashing out akin to a cheetah, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. Two short swords, one sliced towards Yi Yuan's throat, one stabbed straight for Yi Yuan's abdomen, the cooperation seamless. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword shooting out strangely. Misty sword art. Zheng Jian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's long sword actually reached first despite launching later, and already arrived in front of his face. This shock was by no means insignificant. He immediately changed moves, sweeping away Yi Yuan's sword. But this alteration of move lost the initiative. An inch short, an inch of peril. The secret of short swords lied in close quarters combat. But Yi Yuan relied on the length of his sword and directly suppressed Zheng Jian. Exchanging a move, Zheng Jian was very aggrieved. Lad, it turns out that you comprehended spatial laws. No wonder you're so cocky. It's a shame, your spatial laws are too shallow. Zheng Jian gave a cold cry, pouncing forward once more. This time, Zheng Jian's speed was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly seeing through Zheng Jian's actual situation. Short sword laws grand completion third layered heaven, and integrated grand completion third layered heaven laws of wind. Furthermore, Zheng Jian's short sword seemed to still have some secrets that he did not see through. Facing such an expert, Yi Yuan did not dare to hide his strength. The two short swords were erratic like his evil extermination sword. A moment of carelessness and it would be fatal. But in the same rank, Yi Yuan really did not fear Zheng Jian. For Yi Yuan to be able to jump realms in battle, what he relied on was not just law's comprehension, there was also his thick divine essence. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence made his martial techniques inherently incomparably heavy. It had the effect of augmenting his martial technique itself. Hence, for Zheng Jian to want to suppress Yi Yuan under the same realm, it was a very laughable thing. Zheng Jian discovered this point very quickly. No matter how quick his movement technique was, he could only merely catch up to Yi Yuan's speed. He discovered to his dismay that under the same realm, he could not do anything to the other party at all. The two people were evenly matched. The two people separated from the clash. Yi Yuan looked at Zheng Jian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "It's already been 80 moves, boasted too big, right? This is the invincibility in the same realm that you boasted earlier." Zheng Jian's face was extremely dark but he did not know how to refute Yi Yuan's words. This was still the first time in his life not gaining any advantage under the same realm. This kid opposite was powerful beyond imagination. Although unwilling to admit it, he really did boast too much earlier. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Kid, you have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, you also successfully infuriated me. Now, I'll use my full power to fight," Zheng Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Most welcomed." Chapter 1523 Understanding Strike. Ha ha ha, this last round's guardian is really amusing. To actually overestimate his own ability and suppress his realm. Now, he knows Yi Yuan's prowess, right? This is purely being bored and looking for trouble. Being able to make it to the 18th level, can one's strength be poor? Hey, he seems to look down on Source Knight a lot. With this, his face is smacked resoundingly, right? Although they could not hear the conversation inside the space, from the general look, one could still infer Zheng Jian's attitude. That arrogant and condescension, one could distinctly feel it even through the projection. Although these geniuses outside disliked Yi Yuan a lot, for Yi Yuan to be able to make it to the 18th round, at any rate he represented them. Zheng Jian could defeat Yi Yuan, even kill Yi Yuan, but could not look down on him. This was slapping all of their faces. Under this kind of strange psychological influence, seeing Zheng Jian get smacked in the face by Yi Yuan, he felt very liberated instead. Source Knight's situation likely isn't good anymore. This 18th round's Guardian is indeed powerful. He's not what those people previously could compare to at all, Batu suddenly said. Regarding this, Fan clearly also quite agreed and said with a nod, if my conjectures are right, Source Knight probably already did his best just now. While this Guardian still suppressed his realm, Batu said with vicissitudes of emotion, I really want to enter the place personally and watch this fight. This is absolutely the pinnacle battle of Fiend General Realm. Recovering to half-step origin deity realm, Zheng Jian's entire person gave off an erratic aura. Ready to die, Zheng Jian gave a cold laugh, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The misty sword art suddenly unleashed, his entire person similarly vanishing in place. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In the void, metal clashed. Streaks of cold light flashed by from time to time. Two people, one was spatial laws, one was the law of wind, their movement techniques were both extremely strange. After Zheng Jian recovered to half-step origin deity, his entire person's strength immediately soared a great deal. To experts like them, the impact of a minor realm was seriously too great. So fast, totally can't capture their figures. Turns out that this is their true strength. Too terrifying. Even though I can sense the law undulations, they can insta-kill me by just relying on this movement technique. I really want to know just who has the upper hand right now. At the outside world, those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan duos battle at all. They could only occasionally catch traces of blurry figures. Such a battle made them incomparably stifled. The same Fiend General Realm, the strength was simply a world of difference. Batu and Fan both had solemn faces. Only all the way until this moment were they now convinced that Yi Yuan's strength was really not what they could compare to. The fights previously, Yi Yuan utilizing spatial laws tend to be just that one instant. But now, Yi Yuan virtually operated spatial laws to the limit, his entire person seemingly shuttling through the void. The eminent Orchid's 6 sons could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed at all. I understand. Source Knight integrated other powers of laws in his sword Dao laws, that's why we couldn't see through the mystery. Batu suddenly cried out, having a sudden realization. But straight away, his brows furrowed together again and he racked his brain hard and said, but what kind of law is it? Law of wind. It's spatial law. Fan suddenly spoke up. Batu's gaze turned intent and he immediately retorted, impossible. Spatial laws are one of the 2 great paramount laws. How can he possibly comprehend it? Fan gave him a glance and said coolly, you look closely, Source Knight's movement technique disappears and reappears again, not leaving traces, just like traversing through the void. Only spatial laws can do it to this extent. That Guardian's movement technique is also extremely fast. Even though his traces are erratic, there are still traces that can be followed. It should be the law of wind. Fan's vision was very sharp. 2 mighty experts' showdown forced himself to the limit, finally letting him see through a trace of inkling. Batu looked carefully. Sure enough, it was as Fan said. Although the 2 people's figures were unable to be captured, looking closely, they were indeed slightly different. How is this possible? This guy is also too freakish, right? Batu sucked in a cold breath and said. Fan's expression was likewise very solemn and he said, this can explain why he could defeat those guardians previously. His sword looks plain and ordinary. Actually, it's just that our naked eye can't capture it. His sword has actually already passed through the void and killed his opponent. No wonder. Actually, dealing with those people earlier with his strength was originally very easy. It's just that he wanted to borrow his opponents to practice the sword. Batu suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice. How could there be such a freakish existence, to actually be able to comprehend spatial laws? Right then, the 2 people's battle in the projection came to an abrupt halt, revealing their figures. Source Knight lost. As expected, his realm is at too much of a disadvantage. But, being able to do it to this step, he's already very incredible. A freak who comprehended spatial laws, his future accomplishments are limitless. In the projection, Yi Yuan's breathing was chaotic. He was covered with injuries all over. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. On the other hand, Zheng Jian was completely unscathed. This battle did not seem to have any suspense. You lost. I admit that you're very decent. Being able to force me to use 80% power, you can be sufficiently proud, Zheng Jian said coldly. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, 80% power, is it? Why don't you try using 100% of your power? Yi Yuan did not doubt Zheng Jian's words. Such an arrogant person would not stoop to lying. Zheng Jian's brows furrowed and he said, no need. As the round guardian, as long as you can win 80% of my power, it's considered successfully clearing the round. However, you can't do it. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, if I insist on making you use 100% of your power. Zheng Jian's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, in that case, you'll die. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he was already very clear. In the battle just now, Yi Yuan already unleashed all of his skill and used Daybreak and the Misty Sword art at the same time, but was unable to break through Zheng Jian's sword net at all. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too powerful and his realm was also higher than Yi Yuan's. This was practically a certain defeat scenario. Hey, if you can kill me, feel free to bring it on. Use 100% of your power. Let me take a look at just how formidable you, the proclaimed strongest disciple in the Purple Extreme sect's history, are. Zheng Jian's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, have you thought it through? Yi Yuan swung his sword horizontally and said coolly, thought it through. Zheng Jian nodded slightly and said, many geniuses all die being presumptuous, clearly, you're the same too. Since you seek death wholeheartedly, then, I'll see you off. After done talking, Zheng Jian displayed his stance, the aura on his body suddenly changed. Understanding sword art, understanding strike, Zheng Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he blurted out, Selfless Realm. Chapter 1524 Why don't I give it a try too? What's going on? This Source Knight actually still isn't admitting defeat. They still want to fight again. Could it be that Source Knight still has some trump card? You all look at the Guardian state, it seems to be a bit off. The current Zheng Jian entered a kind of mysterious state. Yi Yuan was too familiar with this state. It was precisely the selfless realm that he had entered twice. A dangerous aura hit him head on, making Yi Yuan feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to claim to be invincible in the same realm. He can actually enter the selfless realm at any time, Yi Yuan exclaimed. But at this time, Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, this isn't the perfect state selfless realm. It's just a critical state between the selfless realm and reality. Furthermore, this state is only applicable to battles. It can let the martial artist unleash strength beyond normal levels when fighting. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, not expecting that there was still such a martial technique. This is his 100% combat power. Indeed powerful, Yi Yuan muttered. This move is developed by experiencing endless tempering before one can fuse a trace of heavenly Tao into their own heart realm. It has to be someone with great fortitude to achieve it. This person was definitely a powerhouse whose fame shook a region when he was alive. Dustless said. Even with Dustless's high standards, he viewed Zheng Jian in a different light too. Although this person's talent in martial arts could not compare to Yi Yuan's, it was also not far away. It came so fast. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly. Zheng Jian turned into an afterimage, charging over towards him. Two short swords resembled two sharp fangs, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and charging over towards Yi Yuan. Origin magnetic field, open. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The misty sword art was displayed once more. At the same time, a powerful gravitational field instantly descended. This came suddenly. Zheng Jian's figure suddenly stopped, becoming much slower all of a sudden. The two people exchanged several dozen sword moves. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Zheng Jian's short sword suddenly accelerated, slashing a wound on Yi Yuan's arm. Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, but Zheng Jian was unrelenting, following after. The origin magnetic field that had never failed actually only had an effect for one breath, and it was cracked by Zheng Jian. His sharp sword light directly tore a gap in the origin magnetic field, slicing the force field into pieces. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too strong, far from what the current Yi Yuan could compare to. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his strength, his figure shuttling through space non-stop, and could only barely protect his vital areas. But the wounds on his body were increasing continuously. Zheng Jian, who was under the state of the selfless realm, was too strong. That kind of battle instinct was virtually unleashed by him to the limit. This had an all-round increase to his combat strength. This kind of feeling was like when Yi Yuan dealt with the clone back then. After he entered the selfless realm, the clone completely became the target to trample on in front of him. So strong. That guardian is simply akin to a different person than from before. What in the world happened? Clearly still the same sword art, same movement technique, but why is it so strong? Ba Tu said in horror. In this place, those who could slightly observe the two people's battle traces were just the eminent Orchid's 6 sons. Ba Tu they all watched the projection with unmoving eyes, not daring to miss anything. Because as long as they were distracted momentarily, they would not be able to keep up with the two people's tempo anymore. But he could feel that Zheng Jian's strength suddenly soared, becoming a fighting madman. Yi Yuan's situation was becoming worse and worse. Di Fan also watched very close and said in a solemn voice, he seems to have entered a kind of strange state. Seems like, the selfless realm. Ba Tu's expression changed and he said in shock, selfless realm? This isn't possible, right? The selfless realm can be encountered, but cannot be hoped for. Can one casually enter it? Di Fan's expression was solemn as he said, selfless realm naturally can't be casually entered. But I heard that going through special training, one can train fighting instinct to a critical state. Under this critical state, it practically has the effect of selfless realm and can magnify one's strength infinitely. Most likely, that guardian is in this state. Ba Tu was dumbfounded with shock when he heard and said in alarm, there's actually still such a thing. Disregarding that the people who know this kind of training method are extremely few, just this training's terror is what ordinary people can't bear at all. Out of 1,000 people, it's already very impressive to have one survive. This round guardian must have been a madman back then too. Di Fan interrupted Ba Tu's words and said solemnly. Ba Tu drew a cold breath when he heard. This kind of training method was truly too terrifying. Looks like Source Knight is somewhat in danger. Now, even if he wants to stop, it likely won't work anymore too, Ba Tu said emotionally. The pangs of sharp pain coming from his body made Yi Yuan even more awake instead. Selfless realm, is it? Why don't I give it a try too? Yi Yuan had the experience of entering selfless realm twice before. There was also nearly entering selfless realm one time. A genius who understood the selfless realm more than him, one probably could not find a second one in this world. Now, he was forced by Zheng Jian to the limits. Even the origin magnetic field was instantly disintegrated. The only method he could think of to resolve it was to enter the selfless realm. But selfless realm could not be entered at will. Entering the selfless realm required very harsh timings. The last time, Yi Yuan only narrowly entered selfless realm under the state of imminent death. At this time, Yi Yuan completely opened up his mind, carefully savoring the state of entering selfless realm the last 2 times. This way, he would not be able to focus fully on dealing with Zheng Jian's attacks. The injuries on his body became more and more concentrated. Heavenly Tao. Selfless realm was conforming to heavenly Tao. How could it only conform to heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan emptied himself, adjusting his state of mind bit by bit under this kind of extreme state. Source Knight can't hold on anymore. Within 100 moves, life and death will likely be decided. Di Fan's words carried some melancholy. After all, Source Knight's talent broadened their horizons. He did not expect that Yi Yuan screwed himself over. 100 moves sounded a lot. But to Yi Yuan and Zheng Jian, it was merely several breaths of time. Their attacks were too quick, swift to the point where ordinary people could not catch it at all. You're dead. Zheng Jian's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounding in Yi Yuan's ear. Although he was in a critical state, he still retained his consciousness. This voice was announcing Yi Yuan's death. Zheng Jian's short sword was akin to a bolt of lightning, stabbing toward Yi Yuan's heart. Zheng Jian only felt pain on his body. He was actually hurt. Zheng Jian's heart sunk. This was Yi Yuan's first time striking his body. His certain kill blow was actually dodged by Yi Yuan and he even left behind a scar on his body. Zheng Jian suddenly felt something in his heart, his gaze revealing great astonishment. Chapter 1525 revealed true self. When the fake selfless realm ran into the real selfless realm, the result was tragic. Zheng Jian discovered to his dismay that his short swords could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves anymore. On the contrary, Yi Yuan caused considerable damage to him from time to time. Under Yi Yuan's persecution, it was hard for Zheng Jian to maintain the state of understanding strike anymore. Under this trade-off, their position directly reversed. At the outside world, when the group of geniuses saw this scene, they immediately felt baffled. It's not right. Di Fan, the two of them have long exchanged 100 moves already. Why hasn't the victor been decided yet? Defan. Batu turned around to look at Defan, but he discovered that Defan had his eyes glued to the projection, shock written all over his eyes. Hey, what in the world happened? Batu nudged Defan. Defan abruptly startled awake and said with shock, selfless realm. Batu said in puzzlement, I know that it's the selfless realm, didn't you say it just now, that guardian is in a critical state? Defan said, it's the true selfless realm. That source night he entered selfless realm. What? Got to be kidding. Is selfless realm so easy to enter? Batu jumped up all at once, yelling at the top of his voice. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions, all staring at Defan, wanting to hear his explanation. Among these people, only Defan's strength could see through some clue. Same moves, same realm, everything hasn't changed. But Source Knight is now completely crushing the Guardian. Only the selfless realm can accomplish this. Defan said in shock. Apart from selfless realm, he seriously could not think of other possibilities. Selfless realm, this Source Knight's talent is truly a bit too freakish, right? His talent in alchemy is already extreme heaven-defying. Even a group of Fiend Lord powerhouses are very respectful towards him. Didn't expect that he's actually so freakish in martial arts too. Does he still want people to live? When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. When you compare people, people have to die. This guy really doesn't give people a way out. It's said that as long as one enters the selfless realm, stepping into Fiend Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Really envious of him. The group of geniuses either gasped in admiration or envied. They were all existences with many admirers around them in each capital city. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were like goods on a roadside stall. This kind of strong contrast made them very uncomfortable. Even facing the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, they also did not feel that they were too lofty beyond reach. But now, they had a feeling that even if they worked hard for all their lives, they could not see the back of Yi Yuan's feet too. This feeling of setback truly made people despair. If let them know that it was already Yi Yuan's 3rd time entering Selfless Realm, no idea how they would feel about it. Under Selfless Realm, Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly powerful. The wounds on Zheng Jian's body became more and more. Finally, he had his head pierced by Yi Yuan with one sword. Death. When Zheng Jian's body condensed and formed once more, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with were full of shock. He who was undefeatable back then was actually defeated by a grand completion fiend general millions of years later. This was an utter defeat. He could not even find an iota of reason to defend himself. At this time, he felt that the arrogant remarks he said to Yi Yuan previously seemed so ridiculous. Invincible in the same realm, he was leapfrogged and defeated by someone. Yi Yuan had yet to recover from the state of Selfless Realm. The Yi Yuan under Selfless Realm state finally thoroughly mastered the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 3rd level cultivation method. He was going to start breaking through. The entire hall was quaking. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan's breakthrough was truly too great. Suddenly, Defan's expression changed. Hang on, this aura, it's human. Yi Yuan could use the Chaos Heavenspan Canon to imitate fiend essence. But when breaking through, he must recover to the human race state. His Chaos Divine Essence was many levels higher than Fiend Essence. It was impossible to break through according to the method of Fiend Essence. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan finally recovered to the state of a human. Yi Yuan's breakthrough aura broke the fetters of space, transmitting into the hall. Defan finally saw through a trace of inkling. How is this possible? This Source Knight is actually a human. This is impossible. How can a human disguise so flawlessly? There were so many Fiend Lord powerhouses outside, could it be that not one of them saw through it? This is too terrifying. This guy toyed with all of his fiends in the palm of his hand. The others also detected the abnormality, all incomparably shocked. They were truly unable to imagine that a human could actually disguise as a fiend so perfectly. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, beams of light fell down in the hall. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and they disappeared from the hall. My butt. Wails sounded everywhere. They were actually directly transported out of the ancient ruins. A group of fiend lords looked at the geniuses who fell to the ground rather surprisedly, not understanding what had happened. Defan, what's going on? You all failed the rounds. The Imperial City's Blood Yama Hall envoy directly found Defan and asked. But Defan did not answer him right away, but looked around, seemingly looking for some figure. The Blood Yama Hall's Envoy frowned and said unhappily, "Defan, what are you looking at?" Defan scanned around and indeed did not discover Yi Yuan's figure, and could not help revealing a disappointed look. He let out a sigh and said, "Something big happened. Where's Elder DN?" Right then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. DN's figure appeared. "Defan, what happened?" DN said. Defan's expression was solemn, recounting the events that happened inside the ruins. When the group of fiend lords heard, each and every one of them revealed great astonishment. Especially Yi Han, her expression became incomparably pale. "What did you say? Source Knight he is a human? That's impossible." An old man gripped Defan's arm, nearly crushing his bones. "Arg, let go of me." Defan wailed miserably. When the Blood Yamahal's envoy saw that the old man actually became violent, he could not help saying in a great rage, "Insolence. Let him go." Heavenstar glared fiercely and shouted, "Get lost." The strength of Fiend Lord Ninth Layered Heaven suddenly erupted, giving everyone a big fright. Fiend Lord Ninth Layered Heaven. Who is he? Everyone exclaimed. "Brat, tell me that what you said earlier is nonsense," Heavenstar said in a cold voice. Defan's face was contorted in pain and could not even speak. At this time, Batu hurriedly came forward and said, "Your Excellency, Defan he didn't lie. So many of us saw it with our own eyes. If not for that Source Knight breaking through realm and could no longer conceal it, we'd still be kept in the dark. Yeah, Your Excellency, we all thought that he was a fiend. But at the final juncture, he broke through to Origin Deity realm, revealing the aura of a human. Otherwise, we'd still be unaware until now." Another person spoke up. Heavenstar knew that he was likely really deceived. Chapter 1526 Some experience. So angry, the Blood Yamahal went through great pains and expended countless material things to actually benefit a human. DN and Heavenstar exchanged a glance, virtually about to break down. Suddenly, Heavenstar's gaze turned to look at Defan and said viciously, "You said that he's currently breaking through right now." Defan nodded and said, "That's right. He entered the selfless realm and directly broke through the human race's origin deity realm bottleneck. That's how the clue appeared." When Heavenstar heard this, he seethed with killing intent and said, "What a terrific human race lad, to actually dare toy with this old man in the palm of your hand. This old man will see how you see." Finished talking, Heavenstar directly took out several dozen soul refining lamps and started casting the blood soul curse. Inside the ancient ruins, Dustless suddenly felt something, a hint of a sneer revealing at the corners of his mouth. The soul-suppressing pearl came out of the body and suspended above Yi Yuan's head, emitting a dark red light. "Hey, looks like those fiends know about Yi Yuan's human race identity already. That old punk actually still dares to cast the blood soul curse, simply seeking death. Don't need to hold back anymore this time, let you eat a big loss." Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan was currently fully focused on breaking through realm and was completely oblivious toward this. On the soul-suppressing pearl, the dark red light became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex, absorbing soul force crazily. Previously, Dustless was afraid of Heavenstar detecting an intentionally exercised restraint. But now, since the other party already discovered it, he naturally would not be overcautious anymore. Heavenstar activating the blood soul curse was initially because he was in a great rage and wanted to put Yi Yuan to death. But he discovered something wrong very quickly. His soul force actually poured out frenziedly involuntarily, as if being pumped out by someone to draw water. Heavenstar was greatly shocked in his heart and wanted to stop the blood soul curse. But he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. Inside the array formation, Heavenstar surged with vitality, looking incomparably fearsome. Quite a few fiend lords and geniuses were all exclaiming with regards to Heavenstar's powerful strength and did not discover the slightest bit of abnormality. Such a powerful soul force. This lord's strength is likely also in the upper echelons in the Blood Yamahal, right? Tisk tisk, I wonder what curse this lord activated. Most likely, at this time, that Source Knight is feeling very awful, right? Humph, he actually dared to toy with all of us in the palm of his hand. Serves him right to be cursed to death by His Excellency. Heavenstar was shouting frantically in his heart. But he was currently already brought into the gutter and could not even shout. One had to know that his opponent was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Heavenstar's face revealed a savage look. At this rate, his entire person would be sucked dry. DN's brows furrowed, finally discovering something amiss. His fingers flicked. Several dozen streams of light fired out, directly shattering those soul-refining lamps into pieces. Woo, woo, woo. Countless ghostly wails reverberated inside this valley, incomparably shrill and forlorn. DN flicked his sleeves grandly, directly killing all of those fierce ghosts. Heavenstar directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person seemed to have had a great illness, feeble to the extreme. DN looked at Heavenstar and said with slightly furrowed brows, "What happened?" Heavenstar said weakly, "D don't know. The other party is like a black hole, continuously devouring my soul force. Couldn't stop even if I wanted to. If you didn't make a move, my fiend soul would likely be directly sucked dry." DN's expression was slightly dark. To be able to suck a fiend lord 9th layered heaven powerhouse's fiend soul dry, how formidable the strength did this require? This brat is peculiar. Most likely, there is quite a bit of secret on him. No wonder he could hide from all of us. DN said. Heavenstar nodded his head feebly and said, "I was utterly played by this brat. Probably, he didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all. No wonder when I cast the spell back then, it would expend large amounts of soul force each time." Heavenstar recalled the situation at that time and discovered that he was probably fooled right from the start. At the thought that even the profound yellow cauldron was cheated by Yuan, Heavenstar's heart was dripping blood. This trip was really a double loss. DN's brows furrowed and he said in a clear voice, "All disperse. Yihan, you stay." Yihan's expression became fearful, knowing that this calamity likely could not be escaped. The other hall masters knew that they could not poke the bull at this time, all taking their leave, leaving behind just Yihan alone. "Yihan, the matter was caused by you. Now, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Guard here. When that punk comes out, you can only leave after catching him, understood?" DN said solemnly. Yihan hurriedly said, "Lord DN, rest assured. Even if Yihan needs to watch until the seas dry up and rocks decay, I'll capture this brat." DN nodded his head and said to Heavenstar, "Let's go back. The secrets on this kid's body might be even more valuable than these ancient ruins. As long as we catch him, everything can be discussed. In order to make provisions for contingencies, I'll send someone else here and lend you a helping hand." Yihan bowed and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Breaking through to Origin Deity realm made him have a feeling of peerlessness. At this time, Yi Yuan's divine sea expanded more than 100 times from before. It was just that inside the Dantian space, it did not seem like a sea, but like a region of starch paste. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he communicated with Dustless, "Senior, is my direction wrong? Why has the divine essence in my divine sea already almost became a pile of starch paste?" Yi Yuan discovered that even though his divine essence was incomparably thick, it became stickier and stickier, completely different from ordinary people's divine essence. Dustless said, "You're walking a path that predecessors have never walked before. It's not easy for me to judge, but your situation, I've indeed never seen before. However, when you created the cultivation method, it could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon, and resonance of the Heavenspan mountain. Presumably, this direction wouldn't be wrong." Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains and was very depressed in his heart. His cultivation method was completely derived according to his understanding of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. That was a logical derivation, but Yi Yuan's cultivation method clearly contravened common sense and was vastly different from ordinary people. This unwittingly made him somewhat lose confidence. Because Origin Deity to Divine Lord was an extremely huge chasm. If the cultivation method that he derived was wrong and he was unable to open up a small world, then all of his efforts would turn to naught. This was a very crucial step. Even Yi Yuan could not avoid thinking in terms of gains and losses. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it, a shot arrow cannot be recalled. If I'm really unable to break through to Divine Lord realm, we'll talk again at that time." Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that Zheng Jian was using a very shocked gaze to look at him. "You won. Congratulations, you can obtain the Purple Extreme Hall's true inheritance," Zheng Jian said, somewhat lost in deep reverie. His pride was trampled to the ground by Yi Yuan today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Zheng." Zheng Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "How did you do it?" Yi Yuan froze for a moment before realizing that what Zheng Jian was referring to was Selfless Realm, and said with a smile, "That's nothing. Before this, I've already entered it twice before. So, there's some experience." Zheng Jian was speechless. Chapter 1527 Instantly understand. Even if trampling others, people should not be trampled like this. This was trampling completely, and then still driving a roller to crush a few more times. Zheng Jian felt that his worldview was collapsing. When did the selfless realm become a cabbage, easily found? Back then, in order to master the understanding strike, he had narrowly escaped death no idea how many times, but never entered the state of selfless state once before. But he entered 3 times. 3 times. Selfless realm, entering once was a massive jackpot. This guy actually entered 3 times. Furthermore, it seemed like there was a trend of becoming smoother and smoother. Was this still humanly possible? Zheng Jian felt that he was simply a joke. That joke that transmigrated through time and space. Genius. In front of this guy before his eyes, the word, genius, was so laughable. After a long time, Zheng Jian suddenly changed his face and was no longer arrogant and no longer considered. Everyone and everybody beneath his notice, just like a wise man who had seen through worldly affairs. Looks like I indeed had a limited outlook. Your talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. I'm already submerged in the long river of history, while you're destined to give off brilliance. Go on. At this moment, Zheng Jian actually smiled. That 10,000-year-old corpse face actually revealed a smile. That was a smile of relief. He seemed to have understood something. Then, his figure gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred and he arrived in the hall once more. The current hall already switched scenes. Those arenas had all disappeared, appearing much more empty. Congratulations on your success in challenging the Purple Extreme Sect's 18 geniuses, becoming the Purple Extreme Sect's successor. Your reward is this hall. The old voice sounded out once more, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Wasn't it said that every 6 rounds had a reward? Why did it become this hall? Yi Yuan had a strange look as he said, this hall, I can't move it away too, want it for what? Who said that the hall can't be moved? This hall itself is a spatial flying type true god mystic treasure. It can be big or small. When big, it can become a magnificent palace. When small, it can become a grain of dust. It can even travel as far as hundreds of millions of miles in a day. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient divine essence stones. A thin and bony old man's phantom appeared and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, so incredible. The old man snorted coldly and said, more than incredible. Back then, my Purple Extreme sect devoted the entire sect's power to forge this true god mystic treasure, wanting to immortalize our legacy. There are extremely powerful killing arrays inside this hall. As long as you have sufficient divine essence stones, even eradicating true gods can be done. It sounded very impressive. Eradicating true gods, thinking about it made people excited. Tisk tisk, I seem to have picked up a treasure, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. The old man said, I'm running out of time. Now, I'll impart you the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. You have to cultivate well and bring my Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights. Yi Yuan froze for a moment and said, cultivation method? No need. My cultivation method is pretty good, I don't plan on changing cultivation methods. Got to be joking, supreme cultivation method. In front of the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, it was nothing. When the old man heard that, he said in sullen anger, you obtained my Purple Extreme Sect's inheritance, you must cultivate the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. Otherwise, I'll blot you out. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. This old man was also too unreasonable, right? After a pause, the old man continued, furthermore, cultivating the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is also saving yourself. There are 3 Fiend Lord powerhouses standing guard outside. If you don't cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, you won't be able to refine the Purple Extreme Hall. When this old man dies, the Purple Extreme Hall's array formation will dissipate and they will rush in. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart turned cold and he immediately changed expressions and said, then still waiting for what? Come on. The old man smiled slightly and took his time to say, the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is divided into a total of 6 levels. It can help you cultivate all the way to true God 9th layered heaven, even the realm of half-step heavenly Empyrean, the pinnacle most existence among grade 6 divine Tao cultivation methods. As long as you cultivate this cultivation method's first level, you'll be able to refine the spirit source crystal soul. Except, the speed will be very slow. As long as you refine a part of it, you can control the grand array and stop those fiend lords from entering. While talking, a milky white crystal appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said, which is to say that the higher level one cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the faster the speed of refining the spirit source crystal soul, right? The old man said, yes. But the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is extensive and profound, within a short time. The old man had not finished talking and was cut off by Yi Yuan, then still waiting for what? Bring out the first 3 levels for me. The old man choked and said, young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation needs to be solid, otherwise. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, I say, senior, did you say that time is limited? Can you hurry up or not? The old man choked again. But this time, he still brought out the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. However, just the first level cultivation method. Countless divine inscriptions appeared in front of Yi Yuan, making people blurry-eyed. However, Yi Yuan just swept a glance and said coolly, where's the second level cultivation method? The old man still took his time to say, young man, you only browsed over it once and want to cultivate the second level cultivation method. Better not to reach beyond your grasp. Why did this old man have so much bullshit? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and started revolving according to the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra's method. Purple light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, dazzling to the extreme. It was precisely the hallmark of grand completion first level cultivation method. Why you are already at grand completion? Could it be that you cultivated the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra in the past before? This isn't possible. The thin old man had been taking his time all along, neither too fast nor too slow. But this time, he was visibly moved and even started stammering when speaking. How powerful this Purple Extreme Heart Sutra was, the thin old man was all too clear. Even immensely talented genius disciples had to expend 100 years back then before they could master the first level too. Yi Yuan was an origin deity expert. Cultivating another cultivation method naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even so, he at least had to spend 2 to 3 years' time before he could master the first level too. However, he instantly understood. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I say, senior, time is urgent, can we stop wasting time? Quick, bring out the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back and let me take a look. Although Yi Yuan had the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, he could only cultivate the first 3 levels right now too. As for the back, his realm was not there yet and naturally could not understand it too. With this, the old man finally released the entirety of the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back. After Yi Yuan swept a glance, he directly came before the spirit source crystal soul and started refining. Watching Yi Yuan refine the spirit source crystal soul with the 3rd level Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the thin old man was full of shock. Just what kind of situation was this? Seen before photographic memory with one glance, but never seen before success with a glance. With just a glance, he mastered the extensive and profound Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. Was this guy a monster? How in the world did he do it? Ha ha ha, truly, heaven doesn't want my Purple Extreme sect to perish. Didn't expect that. After countless years, it actually let my Purple Extreme sect find such a heaven-defying successor. Said the old man with a big laugh, as his turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Chapter 1528 Huge Fortune. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a portion of the spirit source crystal soul. This great hall's information directly poured into his sea of consciousness. What Yi Yuan controlled right now was just 1/3 of this hall. If he wanted to further control the Purple Extreme Hall, he had to cultivate the follow-up cultivation method. This divine essence stone expenditure is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan was left speechless with wonder. Unleashing an attack that eradicated first layered heaven divine lord once needed to expend 50 million low-grade divine essence stones. This was practically equivalent to a first layered heaven divine lord martial artist's entire net worth. Because Yi Yuan had the identity of an alchemist and his strength was extremely daunting, that was how he easily had several tens of millions of low-grade divine essence stones on him. Ordinary martial artists, like Yi Yuan's realm, to have several hundred thousands of divine essence stones were already pretty good. One had to know, martial artists' cultivation required the help of divine essence stones. Purchasing cultivation resources also needed divine essence stones. This was a massive consumable and could not be saved. This was still just first layered heaven divine lord. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more horrifying the resources consumed. Additionally, the resources required for flying was also very frightening. The divine essence stones expended for a day's flight at full power would reach 1,000,000 divine essence stones. Tisk tisk, this is totally something for rich people to play. Yuan lamented. However, it's indeed a good thing. Dustless praised. Senior, is there a way to save this purple extreme sect, Senior? Yuan asked. No way to salvage. Even a more powerful existence can't withstand the ravaging of time too. That's merely a wisp of divine sense. After being sealed for countless years, it's already almost dissipating, Dustless said disconsolately. Like that, huh? That's too bad. Yuan said regretfully. When Yuan returned to reality, he discovered that the thin old man was currently sizing him up with a curious look on his face. Senior, many thanks. Yuan clasped his hands and said. The old man smiled and said, the one who should be saying thank you is me. This old man has been sealed for countless years, and it's you who freed me. To be able to encounter a successor like you is my purple extreme hall's blessing. This way, this old man can also go in peace. Yuan said in surprise, Senior, you. The old man smiled and said, the meaning of this old man's existence is to find a suitable successor for the purple extreme hall. Now that you've appeared, this old man naturally has no need to exist anymore too. This old man's meaning was that he wanted to end himself. According to what was said previously, he had at least a few years to live. But now, he did not want to live anymore. While talking, the old man's figure gradually dissipated. Kid, what's your name? The old man asked. Yuan said respectfully, this junior is Yuan. The old man laughed loudly and said, good. Very good. Yuan, you won't disappoint this old man. Remember, this old man is called Nisheng, the purple extreme sect's last sect master. Today, this old man can finally atone for my crime. Yuan watched the other party turn into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. He heaved a sigh and said, Senior Nisheng, rest assured, this junior will definitely bring the purple extreme sect to greater heights. Hearing this, Nisheng's face revealed a look of relief and departed with satisfaction. Yuan's mind stirred, appearing in a space inside the purple extreme hall. Looking at the celestial deity artifacts that piled up like mountains, Yuan had a feeling like he was dreaming. Tisk tisk, am I considered to be an upstart now? A sect's treasure trove is all here. Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, celestial deity artifacts, divine essence stones. These cultivation resources were stored inside this space into categories, making Yuan have a feeling of walking into a treasure vault. Just the low-grade divine essence stones were as many as 5 billion. Of course, this was definitely not the original reserves. Although the purple extreme hall had always been in a sealed state, this did not mean that it did not consume divine essence stones. This expenditure was very small, but it could not stand up to the passage of time. Presumably, back then when Nisheng sealed the purple extreme hall, the number of divine essence stones controlled was definitely rather terrifying. Now, this 5 billion was likely just a fraction of back then. With this 5 billion, it could at least eradicate 100 first-layered heaven fiend lord existences. Of course, the prerequisite was to lure the other party into the purple extreme hall. The purple extreme hall's killing array could only be activated inside the hall. Tisk tisk, no wonder the Blood Yama hall went through so much trouble. 50 to 60 low-grade divine lord mystic treasures. If this news was known by the outside world, that would be explosive. Inside a miniature space, 50 to 60 low-grade divine lord mystic treasures were quietly suspended, stirring people's hearts. It was also just Yuan. If it were others, they would probably go crazy. Incomparably valuable divine lord mystic treasures, there were 50 to 60 articles the moment they came. This was simply an astronomical figure. The value of one divine lord mystic treasure was at least 10 billion too. Yuan was equivalent to having a wealth of 560 billion all at once. This was not even counting the value of the other cultivation methods and martial techniques. And this was still just the market price. Who would be silly enough to take divine lord mystic treasures out to sell? Hence, the price of a divine lord mystic treasure tended to be several times higher than the market price. Yuan was still feeling satisfied because of obtaining the profound yellow cauldron previously. But he did not expect that in a blink of an eye, he fell into a divine lord mystic treasure ocean. However, These divine lord mystic treasures were mostly sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, mainly these weapons. There were even a small number of auxiliary types. But there really wasn't medicinal cauldrons. Divine lord mystic treasure medicinal cauldrons were a scarce item in the first place. This was simply a priceless treasure to alchemists. Furthermore, each and every alchemist was extremely wealthy. Hence, the price of medicinal cauldrons could not be judged with common sense at all. The profound yellow cauldron simply had demand but no supply. Yuan carefully investigated these divine lord mystic treasures. His mind stirred, a long sword flew into his hand. Junyi sword, not bad, it's you. Yuan played a bit and was very satisfied with this sword. The evil extermination sword was already somewhat of a hindrance to the current Yuan. When battling with some geniuses, quite a number of people all used celestial deity artifacts. Yuan was at a very big disadvantage. Yuan looked through these divine lord mystic treasures, only this Junyi sword was the most suitable for him. With this Junyi sword, Yuan's combat strength would still soar to a higher level. After all, even among divine lord realm powerhouses, there were barely any who could afford to use divine lord mystic treasures. You still can't fully refine the purple extreme hall right now. The truly good stuff should be in a higher level space. This bit of treasure is just a speck to a peak true god sect, Dustless said. Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, makes sense. However, does the Heavenspan world have sects, this kind of existences, before? Dustless shook his head and said, this, I don't know. The time that the Heavenspan world has existed is far too long. Nobody knows what the ancient times look like at all. Perhaps before forming the current arrangement, the Heavenspan world might have had sects stand in great numbers. This kind of thing, perhaps only transcendent heavenly emperors and Tao ancestors, those kinds of existences, would know. Like that, Then the matter of establishing a sect would likely have some difficulties, Yuan said helplessly. If Yuan started a sect now, it was undoubtedly shattering the existing order. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public wrath. Within a short time, the promise that he made to Nisheng likely could not be carried out. Chapter 1529 The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Han, it was all thanks to you. Now, you caused me to be dispatched here together with you. A rugged fiend lord was currently grumbling to Han incessantly. Han had an indifferent look and did not refute it either. She knew that whatever she said now was all wrong. But could this be blamed on her? Even Lord Heavenstar and Lord DN could not see through the flaws, how could she see through? Who would have thought that a human could actually disguise as a fiend perfectly? Mohan looked at this scene with a gloating face and did not talk too. He offered to stay behind. Mohan's grudge toward Yuan was extremely deep. Thinking of that incomparably arrogant appearance of Yuan's, he was unwell from head to toe. Now, he could finally make Yuan kneel in front of him to beg for mercy. How could he let this chance slip by? Alright, Zichen, you stop complaining too. Want to say who hates that kid the most right now? It's younger sister Han. Don't you agree, younger sister Han? Mohan suddenly spoke up. Han looked at Mohan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, what brother Mohan said is right. I wish that I can devour his raw flesh right now to vent the hatred in my heart. As long as that punk comes out, I'll let him know what's called a fate worse than death. Just as she was talking, Han felt something and looked in the direction of the ruins. Mohan got a huge shock too and said, the array formation, vanished. The three people were first startled, then immediately revealed ecstatic looks. Inside these ancient ruins, there were clearly many treasures hidden. Even if they only obtained a fiend lord mystic treasure, it was a tremendous harvest too. Suddenly, Han's brows furrowed and she said, something's amiss. This array formation was fine, so how could it disappear? Could it be a scam? Mohan also felt that it was rather somewhat odd. After ruminating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, most likely, the inheritance in this ancient ruins is already acquired by Source Knight that punk. That's why the array formation would disappear. Talking up to here, he laughed savagely and said, as long as we capture that brat, all of the treasures will all belong to us. The other two people's eyes also shone, revealing incomparably scorching looks. They knew that D-Fan only made it through 8 rounds and already obtained a low-grade Divine Lord Mystic treasure. Yuan made it through 18 rounds and also stayed inside for 3 months. The inheritance obtained, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Han suddenly said, My two elder brothers, if the treasures are very few, Yi Han doesn't want anything. If there are many treasures, Yi Han only asks for a fiend lord mystic treasure to be by my side. The rest will all belong to the two elder brothers, is that okay? Yi Han was very smart, making concessions in order to gain advantages. She already lowered her attitude very low and only asked for one fiend lord mystic treasure. This request was really not considered overboard. Otherwise, if the three people had a dispute, she probably could not even scoop up anything. Mohan two people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, no problem, this request isn't overboard. If there aren't many treasures, we can't get a single one either. All of them have to be presented to the hall. If there are many, there is no cause for much criticism for us to keep a few pieces in private. Then let's rush in now, Zichen said. Mohan smiled and said, rush in for what? Isn't it fine to sit and wait here? That brat obtained the inheritance, could it be that he still won't come out? Zichen's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, that makes sense. The three people exchanged a glance and smiled, immediately vanishing from where they stood. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared at the hall's entrance. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? After coming out, Yi Yuan appeared very cautious, pulling out the Junyi sword with a vigilant look. When Yi Han three people hiding in the void saw this scene, how could they still endure? They directly revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Yuan. Master Source Knight, long time no see. Mohan said with a smile that was not a smile. But Yi Han said coldly, Source Knight, you tricked me so bitterly. Today, I'm going to make you regret having been born in this world. Yi Yuan's expression changed, his figure moved swiftly, directly speeding over into the abode. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Han's mouth and she said, running. Can you run? As she said, Yi Han waved a hand. A powerful world power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. She thought that Yi Yuan did not have the leeway to resist in front of the world power at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly ignored her power of the world and dashed into the ruins? The three people's expressions changed. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so troublesome. Chase him. The three people exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. With this alerting of the enemy, Yi Yuan probably would not come out anymore. Either way, the array formation already disappeared, what did they still have to be afraid of? Three figures followed closely behind Yi Yuan, sweeping into the ruins. The three people followed Yi Yuan, their speed swift to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a blurry scene before their eyes, arriving inside a great hall. This great hall was a dead end. Yi Yuan had nowhere to run anymore. Yi Han sneered and said, run. Aren't you very capable at running? Mohan also smiled and said, Master Source Knight, we haven't seen each other for 3 months, isn't coming out to reminiscence about old times good? Run for what? But Zichen's expression turned dark and he said, kid, hand over all of the treasures you obtained and I'll make it painless for you. But entering the hall, Yi Yuan changed expressions. The original tension and vigilance had all but disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable calmness. The calmness of being in control of everything. Hoo-hoo, reminiscing about old days outside, that isn't the way to treat guests. Therefore, I invited the three of you in. Now, we can talk about the old days, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The three people's expressions changed and Yi Han said in a cold voice, what do you mean? Hey, trying to scare us? Kid, with our current distance, as long as I move my finger, you're dead. Mohan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, is that so? I don't even need to move a finger and you'll be dead. When Mohan heard, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter and said, this hall master really grew up being scared. Then I want to see whether you not taking action is faster, or me making a move is faster. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of fear and said with a faint smile, then your meaning is, no need to reminiscence about the old days anymore. Mohan's expression suddenly became savage and he shouted fiercely, reminiscence your uncle. This hall master will tear you into pieces right now. Finished talking, a horrifying aura spread out. Mohan really extended a finger and pointed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura suddenly filled the great hall. 3 streaks of flowing light descended from the sky, directly falling towards the 3 people. Mohan's power of the world had yet to condense. Under this horrifying stream of light, he did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly annihilated without even crying out. 3 mighty Fiend Lord powerhouses were obliterated by the Purple Extreme Hall just like this. Yuan looked at this scene expressionlessly and said with a sigh, my 150 million Divine Essence stones, how many spirit medicines could this purchase? Forget it, can't stay in this place for too long, better leave first. The incomparably colossal ancient ruins actually shrunk rapidly, making the mountains tremble. Finally, the Purple Extreme Hall turned into a grain of dust and whirled away in the direction of the human race. Chapter 1530 Guide. Outside of the ruins, 2 figures quietly appeared. These 2 people were precisely DN and Heavenstar, who left and returned. After several months of rest and recuperation, Heavenstar's injuries were a little better. But the damage that the soul-suppressing pearl caused to him was too great. Without 30 to 50 years, he could forget about recovering. The 2 people appeared here because they lost contact with Yihan and the others. Looking at the empty mountains, the 2 people's eyes revealed extreme shock. I didn't expect that these ancient ruins themselves are the greatest treasure. DN's eyes were filled with regret. If he had long known this was the case, he would guard here without moving a step and absolutely not let the Purple Extreme Hall escape. The corners of Heavenstar's mouth also kept twitching and he said with gnashed teeth, that kid has obtained no idea how much benefits. I wish to crush him into dregs right now. The one with the greatest losses was Heavenstar. The blood soul curse that he had spent an immeasurable price to nurture was already completely destroyed now. He even subserviently gave the profound yellow cauldron to Yuan in order to ingratiate himself to Yuan. Finally, he even had his soul force devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl, almost perishing. Now, he also discovered that Yuan moved the entire ruins away. How could he not be furious? Thinking of the detestable aspects aggravated his injuries, Heavenstar spewed out a mouthful of old blood. DN gave him a glance rather pitifully and said with a sigh, there's some trouble now. There's totally no way to find out this kid's origins. Source Knight. This name appeared very suddenly too. Now, he's gone. We also don't have any head or tail if we want to track him. Hearing DN's words, Heavenstar almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Nothing was more sorrowful than this. He actually did not even know who his opponent was. Could it be that we're going to let him off just like this? Heavenstar said unwillingly. DN smiled coldly and said, let him off. How is that possible? Suffering such a huge loss, do you think that Lord Hall Master will let him off? Relax, even though there isn't his news for the time being, a genius such as him, the light can't be hidden. How can an alchemist capable of triggering great Tao heavenly melody be buried in the dust? The imperial city's prosperity was far from what capital cities could compare to. Not anybody had the qualifications to enter too. Entering the imperial city required paying divine essence stones. Yuan looked at the clearly marked prices on the city gates and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. 10-day temporary token, 500 low-grade divine essence stones. 1-year temporary token, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 10-year temporary token, 50,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 100-year temporary token, 500,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Permanent token, 50 million low-grade divine essence stones. Inside the imperial city, people without identity tokens would be directly blotted out. When the token expired, people who remained behind would be directly annihilated. This price, ordinary martial artists could not afford it at all. An origin deity realm martial artist's entire net worth was merely 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. This was also to say that an origin deity realm powerhouse spending all of his assets could only stay in the imperial city for several hundred years. Several hundred years of time were merely a snap of a finger to an origin deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, spending so much divine essence stones, it was also just buying an identity token. Want to survive in the imperial city, one still needed to find a place to stay. That was also another considerable expense. Hence, wanting to stay in the imperial city, one needed to keep making money continuously. But even if it was so expensive, there were still countless powerhouses that flocked here like ducks. Imperial city and capital city were two entirely different concepts. At the beginning of each imperial city's establishment, enormous spirit gathering formations would be set up underground. The spiritual energy in imperial cities was extremely plentiful. Staying here, even you did not deliberately cultivate, the growth rate of divine essence could also compare to capital cities. Hence, even if this identity token was more expensive, people would still yearn for this place. and the divine essence stones collected each year by the imperial city's city lord manor was an astronomical figure. Next, the city guard selling tokens said lazily. A 200-year identity token. Yuan said coolly. That city guard's eyebrows raised, looking at Yuan with some surprise. Rich. When purchasing temporary identity tokens, most were 1-year or 10-year periods. A 100-year period was seriously too expensive. The average person could not afford it at all. Yuan could feel the richness of the imperial city's spiritual energy. This made him rather moved. If he could, he planned on settling down here. 1 million divine essence stones were just a light drizzle to the Yuan who was in possession of 5 billion. Tisk tisk. No idea which capital city's young master this is, so rich. Sigh. The life of a magnate always makes people envy. Comparing people to people is indeed odious. If I had so much money, how good would it be? The city guard gave Yuan a profound glance and handed 2 tokens to him. Yuan received the token indifferently and left. Hey, another hothead. Reckon that a few days after entering the city, he'll be toyed to death by people, the city guard said with a laugh to his companion. Haha, that isn't something that we have to worry about. As long as it doesn't cause too much trouble, it's fine, his companion said with a laugh. The 2 people's gaze when looking at Yuan leaving had a gloating look. Yuan had just entered the city gates and a bunch of men by the roadside came up to greet. Hey, this little brother looks very unfamiliar, first time entering the city, right? Want a guide or not? I'm called A4, not that I'm bragging to you, this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's major streets and small alleys, there isn't one that I'm not familiar with. One day just needs 10 pieces of divine essence stones, equally honest with the elderly and young children. Little brother, don't listen to him talk nonsense. Husan, I'm the know-all here. Little brother, let me be a guide, guarantee your satisfaction. A group of men clamored to get a word in, directly surrounding Yuan in the middle. The imperial city's boundary was too big. It was not what can be familiarized in 2 or 3 days. Many people were only very familiar with a small region after staying here for a year. Therefore, it gave birth to being a guide, this occupation. When newcomers entered the city for the first time, they did not know their way at all. Yuan came to find little Fatty. Without a guide leading the way, he would probably have to take quite a few detours. Yuan swept a glance and directly threw 10 pieces of divine essence stones to that A4 and said coolly, "You then, bring me to the myriad treasure tower." This A4 looked very slick, his reaction was very sharp too. With him leading the way, perhaps it could save considerable trouble. Hence, Yuan chose him. A4 received the divine essence stones and said with an excited look, "Okay." Finished talking, A4 led Yuan away. The other guys all revealed disappointed looks. But after the 2 people went far away, they started discussing. What a big fat sheep. Didn't even bat an eyelid taking out 1 million divine essence stones. For this punk is too crafty. A moment of carelessness and he took the lead again. Done with this job, for this kid probably doesn't need to come out and work for a while. Yuan already left and naturally could not hear these people's discussions. A4 was currently introducing to Yuan the imperial city's local customs and practices with spittle flying everywhere. Chapter 1531 Chill at the balls. Little brother really has a sharp eye for discerning people. A4, I'm a famous living map in the southern city. The matters in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there's none that I don't know. A4's saliva flew everywhere. Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Then you tell me about this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's situation." A4 had an excited look as he said, "Hey, this isn't a problem." A4 started to spew things unceasingly, introducing the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City structure. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was divided into a total of 5 major regions: north, south, east, west, 4 cities, as well as the inner city. Within the Imperial City, ranks were extremely stringent. The people of the 4 cities were prohibited from entering the inner city without getting permission. Those who disobey were killed without amnesty, and the prime requirement for entering the inner city was to possess the identity of a permanent residence, which was also the permanent token. 50 million divine essence stones made the vast majority of the people shrink back. North, south, east, west, 4 cities, could be said to be the commoner areas. Dragons and carps mingled together. The region that Yuan was at right now was the South City. The South City was ruled by 6 major factions, the Dongfang family, Zhao family, Sun family, 3 great families, as well as the dragon-slaying gang, Silverfeather gang, as well as the Sun Moon gang, 3 great gangs. The 3 great families monopolized the South City's economic lifeblood, while the 3 great gangs dominated the market. The 3 people chatted as they walked and already passed through quite a few streets. The streets bustled with heavy traffic, very flourishing. The 3 people were currently walking when a large group of people rushed out all of a sudden, surrounding the 3 people. When the neighbors saw this scene, quite a few people all gathered together, seemingly already accustomed to it. The dragon-slaying gang is bullying newcomers again. This kid is also unlucky. Why did he find A4? This kid has refined features and bright eyes, looks like a young master. One look and it's clear that he hasn't seen much of life. No wonder he would fall for it. Hope that this kid is more sensible, saves himself a bout of beating too. There was a scar on the face of the person in front, looking very ferocious. He sized Yuan up and down, just like a greedy wild wolf. A4, this fat sheep that you brought this time looks pretty good, said the scar-faced man with a smile. A4 went up to greet subserviently and said smilingly with an arched waist, Hall Master Hu, it's more than pretty good. This kid spent 1,000,000 divine essence stones without even furrowing a brow. The scar-faced man's brows raised up and he said delightedly, Yo, it's really a big fish. A4, you did a good job this time. Later, you'll get 5,000. The moment A4 heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Many thanks, Hall Master Hu. Many thanks, Hall Master Hu. Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and said coolly, So, you're not planning on bringing me to the Myriad Treasure Tower, are you? The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he laughed loudly and said, Myriad Treasure Tower. Ha ha ha, we are. Leave behind all the divine essence stones on your body, Grandpa Hu won't care where you go. Yuan said coolly, If I say no. The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he said with a smile that was not a smile, Every newcomer is very stubborn when they enter the city. But later, they become even more obedient like the dog at my house. A4 didn't tell you how strong this South City's dragon-slaying gang is. And I'm the dragon-slaying gang's Azurewood Hall's Hall Master, Hu Azurewood. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Dragon-slaying gang. Truly a fine name. Yuan was born as half of the dragon race. This bunch of guys actually named the gang Dragon-slaying gang. Wasn't it coming to slay him? Hu Azurewood laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Is that so? I also feel that the name Dragon-slaying gang is very domineering. Haha, but even if you curry favor, it's no use too. Hurry up and hand over the divine essence stones on you. Otherwise, your Grandpa Hu will teach you how to behave properly today. A cold light appeared in Yuan's eyes, his figure suddenly disappearing. Hu Azurewood had yet to react to what happened and Yuan stood in front of him once more. His expression turned dark and he pointed at Yuan and said, Brat, what are you playing at? Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Long Zan, Let's go. Bring him along. Long Zan nodded and directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward A4. A4 was merely Heaven Glimpse realm cultivation. How was he Long Zan's match? Long Zan knocked him out with one slap, then dragged him away like dragging a dead dog. Want to go? Have you asked your Grandpa Hu? Hu Azurewood shouted loudly and was about to make a move. Suddenly, he felt a chill below his crotch. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding neighbors all started roaring with laughter. Turns out that the moment these dozen over people made their move, their pants all fell down. Now, they only felt a chill at their balls. Laughing at what? Laugh again and we'll smash your shops. Hu Azurewood, a big grown man, was blushing scarlet red at this time. But his prestige still had an effect. Everyone indeed did not dare to laugh anymore. It was just that each and every one was stifled until their faces were bright red, very uncomfortable. He hurriedly picked up his pants and said with a livid look, This kid's realm isn't high, but his strength is actually so strong. If he wanted to kill us just now, we'd all be dead men now. Hu Azurewood was a middle-stage origin deity expert. The subordinates that he brought even had 5 or 6 initial stage origin deity. This level of strength already could not be ignored in the South City. Who knew that they were brought down by a young man with one sword? Hu Azurewood did not see clearly how Yuan drew his sword just now at all. A look of horror appeared in Hu Azurewood's eyes. He, a middle-stage origin deity, actually could not even see how an initial stage origin deity drew his sword. This was too scary. The sight of a dozen over-burly men picking up their pants and running on the streets was very spectacular. All four slowly woke up. Seeing the ferocious Long Zan with malice written all over his face, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. "Spare me, Your Excellency, spare me." This lowly one was compelled against his will too. All four knelt on the ground and begged with snot and tears running. "I asked around earlier, the South City doesn't have a myriad treasure tower at all. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's myriad treasure tower is in the inner city." Yuan said coolly. All four trembled all over and said, I have a way of contacting the inner city. I'll definitely help Your Excellency contact the myriad treasure tower." Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Talking with smart people is effort-saving. It's just too bad that your judgment is too poor." All four cried bitterness when he heard that. How could he have thought that a kid who had just entered Origin Deity would actually have such formidable strength? When Yuan attacked with his sword, he only felt a gust of wind blow past and did not see anything at all. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Origin Deity realm powerhouses attacking, all four had naturally seen before quite a few. But he had never seen before such terrifying sword arts. If he had long known it was like this, lend him a few galls and he would not dare as well. "Your Excellency," it was all four who had eyes but couldn't see. "But Your Excellency, rest assured, all four have never thought of harming Your Excellency's life before. Hall Master who they all are only seeking wealth and won't harm lives," all four said with a trembling voice. Yuan said coolly, "If you all have killing intent aroused, then it wouldn't be as simple as pants dropping." All four shuddered all over, only then, knowing that he had already made a trip to the gates of hell and back. Suddenly, Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's go." All four froze and said, "Go where?" Yuan said coolly, "Bring me to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters." Chapter 1532 Your esteemed gang, please change name. Why, Your Excellency, just spare me. When they see that it's me who brought you over, they will kill me." Getting closer and closer to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters, all four's legs went soft and could not walk at all. Long Zan carried him like carrying a little chick. Yuan gave him a glance and smiled broadly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" All four's eyes saw black, and he directly fainted. In this imperial city, a heaven-glimpsed realm martial artist like all four was a small character, with only the share of running errands. How could he dare to offend one of the 6 great factions, the dragon-slaying gang? As one of the 6 great factions, the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters was very grand. On the door plaque, "Dragon-slaying gang," 3 big words were written using a domineering font, very eye-catching. Outside the headquarters, front door, 5 to 6 peak heaven-glimpsed martial artists were standing guard, giving the impression to deter strangers and giving warning to stay away. Seeing Yuan draw close, even though they discerned that Yuan was an Origin Deity powerhouse, the few people did not take him seriously at all and reproached him. One said, "Didn't you see what place this is? Get lost." Yuan smiled slightly, raising his hand. It was a slash. The plaque that had, "Dragon-slaying gang," 3 words, engraved, immediately turned into a pile of dust. Those few guards got a huge fright, suddenly startling awake and saying with an angry roar, "Punk, are you courting death? Do you know what you've done?" They naturally did not dare to attack Yuan, but they still dared to threaten. Normally, they were all used to playing the tyrant. Yuan swept a glance over them and said coolly, "Get your leader out. I'm finding them to discuss some matters." The 6 people opened their eyes wide, looking at Yuan like looking at a fool. This guy destroyed the dragon-slaying gang's door head and did not think about escaping, but actually still wanted to see the leader. Was this tired of living? "P-punk, you wait. Don't run if you have the guts," said a guard. Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, I won't run." That guard said to the others, "You all keep an eye on him, don't let him run. I'll go and find 5th head over." Before long, that guard led a big man with a stocky and imposing build toward them. Presumably, it was that whatever 5th head. The 5th head had a fierce-looking body, faintly exuding golden light. Clearly, he was a body refinement expert. "5th head, it's that kid. He smashed our signboard without saying a word when he came over," said the guard and pointed at Yuan. When he saw Yuan, he immediately roared loudly, "Hoi! Where did this brat come from, to dare smash my dragon-slaying gang's signboard? Prepare to die." chasing thunder heaven-splitting fist. The fifth head was clearly a barbaric man. Giving no chance to explain, he directly smashed a fist toward Yuan. With this, the fifth head radiated resplendently with golden light. His fleshy body actually already reached late-stage third transformation. This level of body refinement strength virtually swept across all in the same rank. The place where Yuan was standing previously immediately had a large pit smashed out by the fifth head. Humph, blind and reckless brat, became a meat pancake now, right? Come, men, clean it up. The fifth head patted his hands and said lightly. Fifth head, be behind. The guard had an expression like he saw a ghost and said quiveringly. The fifth head suddenly trembled, turning around to look. He discovered that a sharp long sword was currently pointed between his eyebrows. The power of laws leaking out on the tip of the sword made the fifth head palpitate. Such swift speed, he, a late-stage third transformation golden body, actually could not keep up with an initial stage heaven glimpse's speed. This was too terrifying. A powerful physical body did not mean being impervious to swords and spears. The head was clearly still a vulnerable spot of a body refinement powerhouse. As long as Yuan's divine essence urged, he would take flight to the land of immortals. The fifth head broke out in a cold sweat and said stammeringly, "Little brother, if there's anything, we can sort it out." Yuan said coolly, "I wanted to talk nicely, it was you who didn't give me the chance." Finished talking, Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The fifth head's heart turned fearful. An initial stage origin deity actually had such daunting strength. Could it be that this guy came out of the inner city? In the fifth head's view, only those peak geniuses in the inner city had such terrifying strength. For a moment, many thoughts flashed across in the fifth head's heart. The muscles on the fifth head's face twitched several times and he said with an awkward smile, "This. Little brother, you tore down our signboard the moment you came up, it makes it very hard for Menghuo." Yuan nodded and said, "I'm very understanding, so you're not dead yet." The fifth head had an embarrassed look and said, "Little brother, I wonder what you tore down our signboard first. Could it be that our dragon-slaying gang offended little brother? Which bastard was it? As long as little brother says it out, I'll definitely beat that bastard to death." Yuan smiled and said, "There was indeed someone who blocked the road to commit highway robbery, saying that it was to teach newcomers." Menghuo's expression turned stiff and said, "And newcomer? You didn't come out of the inner city." Yuan said, "It's my first day entering the city today. Didn't expect that I encounter your esteemed gang's preferential treatment." Menghuo was speechless. Robbing rich newcomers, this was something that all of the gangs would do. He did not expect that they actually kicked a metal plate this time. The strength of this kid in front of him, even though the dragon-slaying gang did not fear him, he reckoned that it at least needed the third head to take care of him too. But speaking of it, it was coincidental. The first few heads went to discuss matters with the Silverfeather gang today and were all not around. "But I didn't come here today for this matter," Yuan continued talking. Menghuo was stunned. "Not this matter. Little brother, feel free to say what you have. Our dragon-slaying gang still has some power in the South City. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse." Menghuo patted his chest and said. While Menghuo was rash, he was not stupid. Yuan had such terrifying strength at a young age. At least in this South City, few people could do anything to him. As long as he was willing to join any faction, that was a hegemon of a region. These kinds of people were not good to offend. At least before the boss returned, they could not offend. He could not suppress this kid. Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "That's good then. I want your esteemed gang to please change name." Menghuo was stunned. His expression suddenly turned dark and he said, "Punk, the name Dragon-Slaying Gang has already been used for several thousand years. You're deliberately finding fault." Yuan shook his head and said, Nay, it's just that your name has violated my taboo." Menghuo's face turned dark and he said, "What a joke. Who the hell are you? Violated your taboo and we have to change name? If I say no." Menghuo was a man with a hot-blooded nature too. It was impossible to change names because of a word from Yuan. Moreover, this was also not something that he could make the call on. But changing names, this kind of thing, had too much impact on the gang. The few heads absolutely would not change the name easily. Moreover, even if they really changed the name, it also could not be changed because of a brat. If this were to spread out, how would their dragon-slaying gang still keep a foothold in the South City? Yuan said indifferently, give you guys 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I'll come again. If you guys are still not willing to change that name when the time comes, then, all of your branches will be eliminated. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and give it a try. Chapter 1533 I'm not here to compete. MN. Change name, just an initial stage origin deity. Ol 5th, are you teasing me? The dragon-slaying gang's boss, Yu Qingfeng, looked at Meng Huo with a suspicious look, incredulity written all over his face. An initial stage origin deity making the dragon-slaying gang change name. Ol 5th actually did not slap him to death with one slap. Furthermore, why did they have to change their name? Dragon-slaying gang, it sounded so domineering. Meng Huo's expression was very ugly. He did not wish to admit that Yuan's strength was greater than him. That was too shameful. A late-stage third transformation golden body actually lost to an initial stage origin deity realm. If this incident were to spread out, he would become the entire South City's laughingstock. You don't know, big brother. This kid's movement technique is very fast. A moment of carelessness and he slipped past. Even though our headquarters isn't afraid of him, it's hard to say for the branches below. Meng Huo's eyes swiveled around, changing to a roundabout way of saying things. The people who saw this incident, he sent down a gag order. Either way, if that punk dared to come 3 days later, it was also death. Big brother Yu Qingfeng was a half-step divine lord powerhouse. Even if that punk could go to the heavens, boss could also smack him down. But Yu Qingfeng waved his hand and said, ignore him. A little brat, how big a wave can he stir up? The day after tomorrow, we're going to negotiate with the Silverfeather gang about the jurisdiction of the Qianting 3 streets. That's the major matter. Qianting 3 streets, that was the juncture area of the dragon-slaying gang and Silverfeather gang, 2 great gangs, and also the wealthiest 3 streets, collectively known as the Qiantian 3 streets. Both forces had been playing games all along. For the sake of these 3 streets, they had come to blows no idea how many times and had never decided on the ownership of these 3 streets. Today, Yu Qingfeng brought people to go and negotiate. It was in order to settle the Silverfeather gang. But the result was very obvious, parting on a sour note. The moment Meng Huo heard this, he also came around and said solemnly, why didn't agree on it today? That bunch of grandsons, got to give them a good one this time. Yu Qingfeng said, now, the conflict lies with the Qianting Middle Street. The Silverfeather gang, that bunch of bastards, insists on monopolizing the Qianting Middle Street. Hey, Qianting Middle Street, they occupy 2 at once. They really dared to open their mouths. The moment Meng Huo heard, he was greatly enraged and said, damn it. The Qianting 3 streets were originally our territory. They still went from bad to worse. Boss, let Meng Huo go and take the charge this time, I will beat all of them down. One should not look at how Meng Huo just had a late-stage third transformation golden body. His strength was actually very formidable. Facing off with a grand completion origin deity, he could also rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully contend. It was just too bad that who he encountered was Yuan. His speed was crushed until not even dregs remained in front of Yuan. A hint of fierceness flashed across in Yu Qingfeng's eyes and he said, hey, this is also the last negotiation. If they still continue to pester with unreasonable demands, the negotiations the day after tomorrow will be when we lose all decorum. Yuan entered an inn and asked for 2 rooms. One for himself, Long Zhan brought Ah 4 to stay in the other. The intestines of the Ah 4 who just woke up turned green with regret, feeling like the entire world was collapsing. Why was he blind? To provoke such an ominous god. Even if he could escape the calamity this time, the dragon-slaying gang, that bunch of fellows, would not let him off either. Because he still had to bring Yuan to go and wipe out the dragon-slaying gang's branches. Counting on the dragon-slaying gang to change names. Better save it. As for Yuan, he let Ah 4 bring him to purchase a batch of rank 3 spirit medicines in the South City, and plunged into the great undertaking of researching 3-star divine pills. Along the way, Yuan had long already fully digested 3-star divine pills, theoretical knowledge and also purchased many spirit medicines along the way. Regarding 3-star divine pills, Yuan could be said to improve at God's speed. Yuan discovered that ever since triggering the great Tao heavenly melody the last time, his alchemy Tao seemed to have entered a brand new realm. Regarding the cultivation of 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than before instead. Now, with the purple extreme haul, this flying sharp weapon, Yi Yuan could spare even more time to understand alchemy Dao. Flying for several years along the way, Yi Yuan spent several decades inside the world suppressing steel space. His current alchemy strength was already sufficient to insta-kill a group of 3-star alchemy gods. But regarding research of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan never knew exhaustion. These 3 days' time, he did not plan on wasting it either. Hence, he entered the world suppressing steel space to cultivate again. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly went to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters by himself. It was still those few guards. But when Yi Yuan saw them, he discovered that these guards all had very flustered expressions, and could not help being somewhat perplexed. His strength was not to the extent of making the dragon-slaying gang panic like this, right? Hey, I came again. Go and get your boss over, just say that the one who asked you all to change names came, Yi Yuan said coolly. One of the guards had a panicky look and immediately went in to report. Before long, 2 leader-like middle-aged men came out of the headquarters. Third brother, it's this kid. Meng Huo pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Third head frowned and looked at Yi Yuan, and said with anger on his face, Kid, you're tired of living, right? To actually dare make fun of our dragon-slaying gang. Yi Yuan gave the third head a glance and looked at Meng Huo again, saying, then your meaning is that you're not changing it? Change your head. Your grandpa fan is currently pissed today and has nowhere to vent. You, kid, knocked onto the spearhead. I will twist your head off right now and let you know the outcome of making fun of my dragon-slaying gang. Third head gave a loud roar and directly brandished a large broad blade, hacking down towards Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. He noticed the injuries on this third head's body did not seem to be light. The third head's endlessly howling blade actually hit nothing. Third brother, be careful. He's behind you. Meng Huo cried out in shock. The third head got a big shock and hurriedly turned around and swung his blade. A series of metal clashing sounds made everyone dumbfounded. An initial stage origin deity actually fought with the grand completion origin deity third head until neither could gain the upper hand. Where did this kid pop out from? The more third head fought, the more alarmed he got. He actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. This kid's movement technique was erratic, like a ghost, coming and going like a shadow. Clearly looked like the sword was still very far away. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Too bizarre. He was still scolding old fifth useless previously. Only now did he know this kid's terror. Third head shouted loudly, pulling apart distance from Yi Yuan. Boy, you're very strong. But if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be my match at all. The third head said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm not here to compete with you, I'm here to get you guys to change names. It looks like you guys take my warning to be like water rolling off a duck's back. Very good, starting from tomorrow, have your branches be prepared, I'll go and tear them down one by one. The third head's expression turned stiff and was really quite scared in his heart. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too scary. Even if he was not his match, if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he could not stop it either. Right at this time, a guard suddenly ran out and shouted, Third head, fifth head. Second head he's almost on his last legs. Chapter 1534 Offended People. The third head and the fifth head's expressions changed drastically at the same time, turned around, and was about to enter the headquarters. Kid, Grandpa Fan has no time to reason it out with you today, my bro is going to die. Whatever there is, talk another day. Third head said a sentence to Yi Yuan and turned around, going to enter inside. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. It looked like this dragon-slaying gang seemed to have just experienced a great battle. No wonder the injuries on this third head's body were not light. He ruminated a little and suddenly spoke up, Hey, why don't I go in and take a look too? I'm an alchemist, my standard is still okay. Yi Yuan was afraid that the other party did not like him and added a sentence, blowing his own trumpet a bit while he was at it. The third head was stunned and said angrily, Punk, I don't have time to waste with you here. Scram further away from me. Yi Yuan smiled without any care and said, Going to die either way, you just treat it as a Hail Mary effort. If I can really save him but you don't let me save, then your second head will also be angry until he climbs out of the grave to scold you if he dies. The third head choked and did not have time to think too much, and said vigilantly, Punk, I'm warning you, Big Brother is inside too. He's a half-step divine lord powerhouse. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that I'll die until not even dregs remain. Yuan smiled and followed the two people in the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters. On the bed, a burly man was on his dying breath. It was evident that his hours were numbered. Master Wu Feng, could it be that there's really no way? My second brother in order to block this arrow, otherwise, the one who's dead should be me. Master Wu Feng, as long as you can save me, I can agree to any terms. A middle-aged man had very red eyes and was currently pleading to an old man for help. This middle-aged man should be the dragon-slaying gang's boss, that half-step divine lord powerhouse. Master Wu Feng shook his head and said, everyone should be aware of the thunder-chasing arrow's prowess. The second head's heart meridians have already been severed. Furthermore, there's the crimson fire bone corroding poison on the arrowhead. This old man has already tried his best. Chief Head, please restrain your grief in accord with inevitable changes. The moment these words came out, the chief head's eyes revealed a look of despair. Tears actually already welled up in his eyes. When Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being slightly surprised. This scene did not seem to be fake, but true sentiments flowing. It made Yuan give rise to some favorable impression towards this dragon-slaying gang. Why not? I give it a try. Yuan glanced at the second head lying on the bed and suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke up, everyone looked over. Who is he? The chief head's gaze turned intent and said suspiciously. The third head's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, Big Brother, he's that punk who wants us to change names. The chief head's expression turned dark and he said with a cold shout, messing around. Right now, everyone was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, but he let an enemy enter inside here. Was this trying to be funny? The chief head felt a wave of irritation in his head. Lifting his hand, it was a palm, striking toward Yuan. The palm of a half-step divine lord powerhouse. The commotion was extremely shocking. He could not find a venue to give vent under his violent rage and just nice used Yuan to vent. But Yuan was immovable like a mountain as he opened his mouth and said indifferently, hey, if you kill me, he's really going to die. The chief head's palm wind abruptly stopped and he said in a solemn voice, you can really save me. Yuan smiled and said, of course I can save him. But I have a condition, you know it. Chief head's expression turned stiff, a strange expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. Did the name that was used for several thousand years really have to be changed? The chief head's expression turned dark as he said, if you can really save my brother, what's the harm in changing names? At this time, Wu Feng suddenly spoke up, Chief Head is truly laughing it off too easily. This kid is merely initial stage origin deity. Could it be that he can still compare to this old man in alchemy? Even this old man is at his wit's end, what method can he have? The chief head's expression changed and he thought, yeah, this guy wouldn't be intentionally making a fool out of him, right? Master Wu Feng was a high-rank 3-star alchemist. In the land of the South City, there was none who was more powerful than him. Even he was helpless. Could this kid still ascend to the heavens? Brat, you dare to mess with me? The chief head's expression turned sullen, his gaze staring at Yuan sternly as he said those words. The chief head gave a cold snort and was just about to fly off the handle, but heard the third head say, boss, why not, let him try. This kid is peculiar. The chief head froze, revealing a look of surprise. He knew that old third was prudent and would not shoot his mouth off. Could it be that this kid really had some skills? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, third head, you're insulting this old man here. Forget it, since you guys don't trust this old man, then this old man is also making a fool of myself by staying here. Goodbye. Also, since you guys believe a brat who's still wet behind the ears then be willing to believe this old man, then in the future, don't come and find this old man anymore. Finished talking, Wu Feng flicked his sleeves and left. The moment Chief Head heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. Wu Feng's status in the South City was unmatched. Saying that he was the South City's #1 alchemist was also not over the top. His calling power was extremely strong. In order to build relations with Wu Feng, the dragon-slaying gang had to spend a large amount of divine essence stones every year to be able to invite him. Otherwise, how could Wu Feng be what the average person could invite? Offending this great deity, the dragon-slaying gang's days in the future would be tough. The chief head hurriedly chased after and said, Master Wu Feng, We were also worried about second brother's life, that's why we would be like this. We really didn't have the intention of disrespecting Master. Master, please don't get angry. Wu Feng gave a cold laugh and said, that's your business, what has it got to do with me? Do you think that alchemy skills can be learned in a day or two? It's already not bad for such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be able to refine medicinal pills, still want to save people. Hoo-hoo, this old man will leave my words here, if he can save your second brother, this old man will pluck his head off for him to kick like a ball. Humph, finished talking, he did not care about the chief head either, directly flicking his sleeves and leaving. Who was he? Wu Feng. That was a golden signboard of the South City. The dragon-slaying gang's decision was simply slapping his face. He had just sentenced the second head to death. In the end, this bunch of fellows found someone to save me. Furthermore, it was even a little kid. This was simply preposterous. The chief head's expression was ugly to the extreme. He turned around and glared furiously at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, it's all thanks to you. If I find out that you're messing with my dragon-slaying gang, I'll pluck your head off and go apologize to Master Wu Feng and ask for punishment." Yi Yuan gave the chief head a glance and said with a smile, "When most people talk to me like this, they will be put into the blacklist by me. Even if you were to kneel down and beg me, I won't agree to save him either. But looking on the account of your brotherhood, this young master, I won't fuss about this." The chief head's face turned black, gloomy to the extreme. This kid was too pretentious. He nearly believed it. Why would Old Third believe this kid? He needed to ask him properly in a while. "Go, prepare a clean basin for me. Fortunately, this young master is carrying quite a few spirit medicines on me. But the spirit medicines, cost, you guys have to pay." Yi Yuan said to the chief head. Everyone's faces choked up. Was this kid reliable? Chapter 1535. If it's severed, just join it back. The chief head and his brothers exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Why did saving people need a basin? "Old Third, what is this kid doing?" the chief head asked softly. At this time, Yi Yuan was already diagnosing the second head's pulse. The third head had a baffled look and said, "How would I know? If I were to know, I can already save second brother." Fuck me, you're also too irresponsible here. You found him. The chief head's eyeballs went wide and he said, "Feels like this kid is very unreliable. What the hell is wrong with you, to insist on letting him try?" The third head said, "I exchanged blows with him outside just now. I fought to a draw with him." The chief head's gaze turned sharp, revealing a shocked expression. An initial stage origin deity fought to a draw with Old Third. No wonder Old Third said that this kid was peculiar. Third head continued talking. He said, "To have such terrifying strength at a young age, I guess that this kid's origins background is definitely powerful. So, maybe he really has a way to do it." The chief head's gaze looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmer and stopped talking. Before long, a clean basin was brought over. Yi Yuan also slowly stood up and came to the basin. It was only to see him knead a seal with his hand. A pile of spirit medicines appeared in the basin. Yi Yuan's palm shook. Those spirit medicines were directly shattered into dust. Stalks of spirit medicines became a pile of powder. The chief head glanced at the second head, his eyes slightly red, and asked Yi Yuan, "That little brother, Master Wu Feng said that second head's heart meridians are already severed. Can he really be saved?" Everyone there was a cultivator and naturally knew what heart meridian being severed meant. Even for deity realm powerhouses, once the power of law severed the heart meridians, it was certain death too. This kind of damage was irreversible. Hence, that was why Wu Feng said that there was no way. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If it's severed, just join it back." Join it back. If the heart meridian is severed, it can still be joined back. The chief head had never heard before that there was actually still such a miraculous method. While talking, Yi Yuan placed both hands in the basin. Those powder adhered to his hands. Yi Yuan came before the bed and pressed both hands on the second head's chest. A surge of divine essence undulation lit up on Yi Yuan's body. Clouds of mist gradually appeared at Yi Yuan's palm area. Before long, Yi Yuan stood up again, sucked up some more powder, and rinsed and repeated. "This, doing what here? No idea, never seen before this kind of healing method. Shouldn't it be feeding medicinal pills to second brother? This kid wouldn't really be messing with us, right? Just using divine essence to steam a little like this can bring second brother back. The few brothers all chimed in, very pessimistic about Yi Yuan's approach. They naturally could not tell how delicate the work of Yi Yuan's hands were. Yi Yuan organically fused together the spirit medicines on his hands with divine essence, then sent the medicinal strength into the second head's heart meridians through the pores. The second head's heart meridians were already severed. Even if he consumed medicinal pills, it was also not possible to make a full circulatory cycle. But Yi Yuan could help the second head to absorb the medicinal strength using this kind of method. And this would repair the already severed heart meridians unceasingly under Yi Yuan's catalyzing. Yi Yuan slowly expelled the power of laws that were wreaking havoc in the heart meridians with these spirit medicines, then carried out repairs. The requirement towards divine essence manipulation was exquisite to the point where it made one's hair stand on end. Ordinary alchemists, even 4-star alchemy gods, could not possibly do it to Yi Yuan's extent too. Yi Yuan's method of manipulating divine essence came from endless tempering. In Yi Yuan's view, the path of medicinal pills was never just refining pills. Time slowly trickled by. The bottom of that basin of spirit medicine powder could be seen very quickly. See cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense bout of cough came out of the second head's mouth. When the few brothers saw this scene, each and every one of them roused themselves up. Really brought back to life. My God, this kid's level is actually even more formidable than Wu Fang's. The third head opened his mouth wide and could not close his mouth for a long time. Pooh, Wu Fang's standard isn't even fit to carry shoes for this kid. That Wu Feng said it like he's oh so important, and even said what, pluck his head off to kick like a ball. I want to see whether he really plucks his head off or not. Old Fifth, Meng Huo, said. Too magical. It's still my first time seeing that someone could still be saved when their heart meridians are severed. This key, this master is really too amazing. The chief head also exclaimed in wonder. Seeing the second head wake up, the self-reproach in chief head's heart also lessened considerably. This arrow was too sneaky. If not for second head blocking it for him, the one lying here right now would be him. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. The few brothers immediately gathered over. Master, how's my second brother? Chief head asked anxiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, the arrow wound is already fine, heart meridian is already joined up. But this poison is a little powerful. Prepare a room for me, I want to refine pills. Don't let anyone come and disturb me. In addition, my spirit medicines and medicinal pills are very expensive. On the account that it's our first time working together, I'll charge you guys 3 million divine essence stones then. Hiss. 5 million divine essence stones, why don't you go and rob? Meng Huo's eyes went wide. He was taken aback with fright by this price. Ordinary 3-star divine pills, the price was also just between 300,000 divine essence stones to 1 million divine essence stones. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was 5 to 10 times the price. The other brothers also felt their flesh hurt. But chief head only furrowed his brows, then said, Old Fifth, shut up. What price master wants to put, that's how much it is. 5 million divine essence stones, we'll pay. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's still chief head who is gallant. When you all see the medicinal pill, you'll know that it's worth the money. After Yi Yuan left, Old Fifth said indignantly, Big brother, he's clearly demanding an exorbitant price here. Old Third also said, yeah, big brother. We can give him 5 million divine essence stones, but our gang's name can't be changed. Chief head snorted coldly and said, is Old Second's life just worth a mere 5 million? Any one of your lives is priceless in my eyes. What does a mere 5 million count for? With this cold snort, everyone did not dare to speak anymore. At this time, the Old Second on the bed finally woke up. Old Second, you're awake. That's really great, Chief head said with an excited look. The second head's eyes were a little dazed as he struggled to say, I got hit by the chasing thunder arrow and actually didn't die. Meng Huo laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, you were originally dead for sure, but ran into an incredible master who brought you back to life. A hint of surprise flashed across in second head's eyes and he looked at chief head. Chief head nodded and said with a smile, what Old Fifth said is right. Old Second, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Big Brother's life will probably be done for. This life, Big Brother owes you. Second head forced a smile. And said, Big Brother, do we brothers, still have to say this sort of distant words. Chapter 1536 Conferring Name. Yuan making people not disturb was not really because he was afraid of people disturbing, but that his medicinal cauldron was too shocking. Once the matter that he had a divine lord mystic treasure on him leaked out, what he would face would likely be the frenzied pursuit of divine lord realm powerhouses. In this heavenly eagle imperial city where divine lords walked everywhere, Yuan did not dare to be careless. After 2 hours, a newly refined detoxification pill was completed. This was the detoxification pill that Yuan developed himself. It was very different from the rank 3 detoxification pill in the world. Divine grade. When the chief head saw the pill, his 2 eyes gave off rays of brilliant light. A rank 3 divine grade divine pill, this was not what anybody could refine. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. At the very most, he could only refine superior grade divine pills. Just this even needed a massive burst of luck. But this young man in front of him, the moment he made his move, it was divine grade. The chief head drew a breath of cold air, endlessly shocked as he looked at Yuan. But he discovered the problem very soon and could not help saying puzzledly, "Master, what medicinal pill is this?" Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Detoxification pill, what medicinal pill can it be still? Could it be that I'm letting him eat a medicinal pill to increase cultivation right now? Not eating. Give back to me if not eating." The chief head's hand hurriedly shrank back and he said awkwardly, Master, I didn't mean that. Master might not be aware, the crimson fire bone corroding poison is very powerful. Ordinary detoxification pills can't cure it, only by prescribing the right remedy for it one can cure the poison. Yuan rolled his eyes and was just about to lose his temper when the chief head directly came to the bedside subserviently and stuffed the medicinal pill down the second head's mouth. He only questioned it instinctively. After all, the crimson fire bone corroding poison's power was rather famous. But he discovered very quickly that his doubts were totally unjustified. The master even joined back the heart meridians. Could this medicinal pill be a bluff? Furthermore, it was a divine grade medicinal pill. Sure enough, the second head whose complexion was black took a turn for the better very soon. The medicinal pill's efficacy was amazingly good. What a powerful detoxification pill. This. Just how long has it been? Second brother's poison is actually gone. Yeah, even the crimson fire bone corroding poison's detoxification pill doesn't have such a fast effect too. What detoxification pill is this? It's too exaggerated. Compared to this, those detoxification pills on the market are simply trash. The few brothers cried out with exclamations, all stunned by Yuan's detoxification pill. They all, these gangs, lived a life on the edge every day. Getting injured and poisoned was all too normal. If there was such a medicinal pill, who would still be afraid of getting poisoned? After the second head got up, he immediately knelt down in front of Yuan and said respectfully, "Many thanks for Master's life-saving grace. Zhu Yong won't ever forget it." Yuan said coolly, "Hey, don't need to thank me. I didn't treat you without conditions." As he said, his gaze looked towards the chief head and said, "Chief head, don't forget our agreement." Chief head was also forthright, nodding and said, "I, Xingguan, am a man of his word. Since I promised Master Yi, I naturally won't renege. But, this Xing has a presumptuous request." Yuan thought nothing of it and said coolly, "Tell me about it." Chief head said, "I heard that Master Yi has just entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. I wonder if you have a place to go to." Yuan froze and said, "Place to go? There is. It's just that it seems like I can't go in right now." These few days, he already had off for take care of this matter. But it seemed like it could not be resolved in a short while. The difficulty of entering the inner city seemed to be even greater than he imagined. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City made clear distinctions. Inner city and outer cities were like two different worlds. Inner city was the place where the Imperial City's elites were located. Chief head said, "Since that's the case, Master Yi needs a place to stay as well. Why not? Join our dragon, our gang, how's that? Master, rest assured, all of your expenses will be borne by us." Yuan gave Xingguan a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You all bear it. Do you know how much divine essence stones are needed to raise a 3-star alchemy god?" Chief head's expression could not help choking up, revealing a blush. He was just harboring the thought of giving it a try. Indeed, it could not work out. Master Yi's level was much more formidable than Wu Feng. How could he take fancy on the dragon-slaying gang? Even though alchemists were very rich, they burned even more money. If they could afford to raise, they would have long raised one. Why would they wait until now? Those capable of raising alchemists were just the three great families, this kind of major families with deep foundations. Even though their three gangs were part of the six great factions, compared to the three great families, they were still much worse. The streets that the three major gangs managed, those were all side streets that the three great families did not take fancy on. The truly prosperous areas were all controlled in the hands of the three great families. Chief Head had an embarrassed look as he said, "This. It was this Xing who was rash, hope that Master Yi doesn't take offense." How could Yi Yuan not know what idea Xing Guan had? They offended Wu Feng to the core this time and was afraid of being suppressed by Wu Feng. That was why he would hope for him to stay. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. He naturally had immense summoning power. If he could not treat the second head, then forget it. Xing Guan they all going to admit their mistake and gift some divine essence stones. Only then they could resolve the issue. But he treated the second head. Wu Feng definitely would not spare any effort to suppress the dragon-slaying gang for the sake of his face. At that time, their situation would be awkward. Wu Feng this kind of existence was what any party wanted to rope in. Hence, the current dragon-slaying gang's situation was very pessimistic. The current Xing Guan could not bring out the air of a half-step divine lord in front of Yi Yuan at all. Alchemists were this awesome, even if his realm was not as high as yours, you did not dare to offend either. Especially when Yi Yuan was the dragon-slaying gang's only hope now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Letting me stay behind, it's also not impossible. But, I won't join in your gang's struggles. In addition, you guys prepare a shop for me." Xing Guan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. The other few brothers similarly had stunned faces, their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of incredulity. Agreed just like this. Originally, they already lost all hope. They did not expect that Yi Yuan did a 180-degree turn and actually agreed to it. Immediately, their faces revealed a look of wild elation. "Haha, no problem, whatever you need, Master Yi, feel free to open your mouth." "Oh, right. Since Master requests us to change names, then, why not confer a name?" Xing Guan said with great joy. Yi Yuan agreeing to Xing Guan naturally had his considerations. He discovered that wanting to enter the inner city was really a very difficult thing. That all four probably could not be counted on. The Myriad Treasure Tower was probably a first-rate major force in the inner city too. All four this kind of small fish, how could he get in contact with that kind of existence? Since that was the case, he might as well find a place to settle down first. Although this dragon-slaying gang was of lowly status, they were faithful and loyal to friends, and also quite trustworthy, making Yi Yuan feel pretty good. Since he was unable to enter the inner city, let the Myriad Treasure Tower come find him then. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, a sudden clap of thunder out of the blue, why not, use the name Thunderclap Gang then. Chapter 1537 will grant all requests. Dai Hall was the South City's largest medicinal hall. Wu Feng was the #1 person here. As the South City's #1 medicinal hall, Dai Hall naturally had unceasing traffic, their business very popular. "What did you say? Zhu Yongtian didn't die?" Wu Feng looked at the manager opposite, shock filling his eyes. The manager nodded and said, "Not only did he not die, but he's also already full of vitality and vigor. He was seen going to a branch hall this morning, talking in a jovial manner. It was like he wasn't seriously injured on the verge of death at all." Wu Feng's gaze turned intent and he shook his head and said, "Impossible. I personally diagnosed his pulse. His heart meridians were already fully severed, even immortals would be hard-pressed to save him. It's just 3 days' time, so how can he possibly be robust and lively already?" The manager smiled bitterly and said, "I've already sent people to inquire about it. Zhu Yongtian is really already well. Furthermore, the crimson fire bone corroding poison in his body is already fully removed." Wu Feng's expression changed, his brows furrowing tightly until creases could be seen, and he said in a solemn voice, "Is it possible? Was he really brought back to life by that brat? A brat who's still wet behind the ears, how can he possibly have such capability?" The manager was puzzled as he said, "Brother Wu Feng, the kid that you're talking about is..." Wu Feng froze, shook his head, and said, "Nothing. Starting from today, Dai Hall as well as all of the Dongfang family's medicinal halls will discontinue all cooperation with the dragon-slaying gang, banning the sale of medicinal pills to them. Humph. Since they look down on this old man, then they will have to suffer this old man's wrath. The manager's expression changed and he said with difficulty, Brother Wu Feng, the dragon-slaying gang is our major client, this isn't too good, right? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, why? Don't I even have this bit of authority? The manager smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wu Feng is too serious, you naturally have this authority. All right then, it will be as Brother Wu Feng said. Wu Feng's status in the Dongfang family was too high. Even though he was Dai Hall's manager, he could not offend this great deity. It was just that he was very curious, who could make the Wu Feng who had always been proud of his success take up arms and go to war. What did you say? Zhu Yongtian actually didn't die. How is this possible? My thunder-chasing arrow has never failed before. When the Sun Moon Gang's second head, He Xiao, heard this news, his first reaction was to not believe it. Thunder-chasing arrow, the momentum was akin to chasing thunder, none could withstand its onslaught. Although He Xiao was just a grand completion origin deity, by relying on the thunder-chasing arrow, shooting a half-step divine lord dead was nothing difficult. As long as he was given an adequate opportunity. The Silverfeather gang spent a huge price before inviting He Xiao to take action but did not expect for it to fall short of success at the last stage. Xing Guan was not shot dead. Now, even the Zhu Yongtian who helped him block the arrow actually survived too. How could this not shock him? Hey, Zhu Yongtian has already appeared in public, it can't be faked. Furthermore, there's an even more explosive news, the dragon-slaying gang changed names to Thunderclap Gang. The Silverfeather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, said. He Xiao's expression changed, showing a look of surprise on his face. What the hell was this dragon-slaying gang up to? You came to find me today to take about this. I've already taken action. Zhu Yongtian not dying, the responsibility of this matter isn't on me. Could it be that your Silverfeather gang wants to go back on your word? After the initial shock, He Xiao recovered the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Luo Yu smiled and said, rest assured, Qianting 3 streets, there's one for you guys. I came today to find you to discuss cooperation. Once the chief head breaks through to Divine Lord Realm, he can't interfere with the South City's matters anymore. Before this, our two gangs should still cooperate sincerely and wipe out the Thunderclap gang first. What do you think, future chief head? Among the 3 gangs, the Sun Moon Gang's strength was the greatest. The Sun Moon Gang's chief head's strength was already infinitely close to the Divine Lord Realm and might break through at any time. These few years, he had always been in the state of closed seclusion. And He Xiao's strength was also virtually on par with half-step Divine Lord. According to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's rules, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to intervene in the outer city's affairs. When the time came, He Xiao would be the Sun Moon Gang's chief head. He Xiao gave Luo Yu a very meaningful glance and said, are you making a show of goodwill to our Sun Moon Gang? Luo Yu smiled and said, fine birds choose the tree to perch on. Our 3 major gangs have fought in the open and in the dark these few years. But in the eyes of the 3 great families, we're merely a bunch of motley crew. Now, we finally produced a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, this also makes us have the feeling of leaning against a big tree. When he said this, Luo Yu felt many vicissitudes of emotion too. The 3 major gangs, power being inferior to the 3 great families was because they did not have a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse as a backer. The 3 great chiefs were all competing to see who could break through to Divine Lord Realm first these few years. Looking at it now, it was naturally the Sun Moon Gang's chief who was a notch higher. Even though Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to directly intervene in the outer city's matters, manipulating in secret was definitely there. Otherwise, on what basis could the 3 great families suppress them? When He Xiao heard this, he could not help saying with a smile, it's still Chief Head Luo who recognizes the facts of the situation, unlike that Xing Guan who's impervious to all reason. But, Xing Guan's strength is indeed very formidable, not easy to deal with. Luo Yu smiled and said, in the past, he isn't easy to deal with. But now, no idea why. Xing Guan offended Master Wu Feng. Now, Dai Hall and Dongfang family's businesses have already utterly boycotted the Thunderclap gang. Without the Dongfang family's protection, could he, Xing Guan, still overturn the heavens? He Xiao's brows raised up and he said, is this real? Luo Yu smiled and said, more real than real gold. The two people looked at each other and smiled. On Cinnamon Street, a handsome-looking youth brought along a young book attendant, and they were currently wandering on the streets. 1. Ms. Young master, it's getting late, we should go back, the book attendant said. That youth had refined features and bright eyes, the skin color fair. One look and it was a woman cross-dressed as a man. But even if it was cross-dressing and not applying makeup, it could not block her beauty too. The youth glared and scolded, little Yuan, is your skin itching again? We're running away from home here. Running away from home, understand? Go back for what? Walk right into a trap. Little Yuan pursed her lips and did not dare to say a word more. Suddenly, the youth raised her head and saw, will grant all requests, 4 big words, written on a small medicine shop, and could not help revealing a look of disdain. Hey, such a small medicine shop probably doesn't even have a 3-star alchemy god. To actually dare claim to grant all requests. This young master wants to see how you grant all requests. While talking, the youth raised her feet and went straight into the medicine shop. Shopkeeper, your front door writes, will grant all requests, can you refine all medicinal pills? The youth directly opened her mouth and asked. The shopkeeper hurriedly came out to greet and appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, this, should be, can. The shopkeeper seriously could not carry on talking. Yesterday, the chief had brought a young man over, saying that this medicine shop was up to him to take charge. In the end, the first thing that this young man did was to hang a, will grant all requests plaque at the entrance. His sweat poured profusely back then. The tone was a little too big, right? Even though this young man was an initial stage origin deity, he was too young, too boastful. You look, this plaque had not been hung for long and someone came over to find fault, right? Can, you're the shopkeeper, you're asking me. Hey, you all really have such high-sounding sentiments, is this to offend all of your peers? The youth said with a cold smile. Book attendants were basically young servant boys who were also study partners to their young masters. Chapter 1538 didn't expect that. It's so easy. The shopkeeper had an embarrassed look, stammering and somewhat unable to speak. Will grant all request, these words, no medicine shop dared to say it. If they treated someone to death or could not refine the medicinal pill, that would really be smacking their own face swollen. Furthermore, Cinnamon Street was out of the way. This small shop of theirs did not attract people's attention. Otherwise, this place would have long been rallied and attacked by their peers. But the shopkeeper knew that this kind of thing could not be avoided. It would be known by people sooner or later. And this youth was likely the first one dropping in to find fault. Hey, shopkeeper, I'm asking you something, talk. Since you guys will grant all requests, then I'll request for a pill right now. Do you dare to accept, shopkeeper? The youth had an overbearing appearance, forcing the shopkeeper back several steps. The shopkeeper also wanted to say yes, but he did not have the confidence. One look and it was clear that this youth was a wealthy young master. He was clearly here to cause trouble. So how could the medicinal pill he requested be easy to refine? The shopkeeper's head was full of sweat, not knowing how he should answer. The corners of the youth's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, if you don't have the ability, pretending to be capable for what? Hey, this, young master will tear down your signboard. Why young master? This isn't good, right? Little Yuan felt very embarrassed by her, young master's overbearing appearance and urged. What's not good? They dared to make this boast, do they still not let people tear down this plaque? The youth said unrelentingly. Right then, a young man came out from behind the screen, opened his mouth, and said indifferently, Miss, what medicinal pill you want to ask for, just feel free to say. Tearing down people's signboard at the drop of a hat, this isn't good. Yi Yuan's words were said very calmly, seemingly forgotten that he had just torn down people's signboard a few days ago and even forced them to change their gang's name. This was voluntary, not forced. That youth could not help being somewhat surprised when she saw Yi Yuan see through her at one glance. Soon after, she was a little angry. This guy, the logic of not exposing when seen through, did he not understand? But saw the corners of her mouth curl and she said disdainfully, and I was wondering, this signboard was hung by you, right? Yi Yuan said without any change in countenance, so what if yes? So what, hoo-hoo. What a big tone. Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor? Will grant all requests. This, young lady will tear down this signboard of yours today. Yi Yuan said coolly, tearing down my signboard, you need to have the ability to do it. Ha, look at you, brat. Age isn't old, tone really isn't small. You wait. This girl suddenly turned around and ran out of the hall, coming to the street. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she shouted loudly, hey, everyone come over and take a look, everyone come and see. With her shouting, there were immediately quite a few people who were drawn over. Even though Cinnamon Street was in a remote place, it more or less had some popularity. Otherwise, the Thunderclap gang would not open a small shop here either. The girl sneered coldly and thought to herself, aren't you very cocky? So many people watching, when you can't refine the medicinal pill in a while, I want to see how you clean up the mess. This signboard of yours, this young lady is bent on tearing it down today. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper's heart thumped and secretly thought to himself that it was over. But an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This seemed to be pretty good too. Little Huan had an embarrassed look and said to Yi Yuan, this sir, really sorry, my family's young lady has a personality that craves for the world to be plunged into chaos. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, no harm, let her make trouble. The shopkeeper gave Yi Yuan a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, you're about to fold up for good soon, still let her cause trouble. With this, he was going to lose his job. Seeing everyone gather over, the girl was pleased with herself inwardly, but her face was indignant as she said, everyone, look at this small shop. It actually writes will grant all requests. I think this medicinal shop's alchemist must be very impressive. Today, this young master will let everyone test the water, let everyone see if this little medicine shop is really a lair of undiscovered talents. With her shouting, it immediately caught everyone's attention. When did this plaque of Miracle Hand Parlor hang up? How come I didn't know? Will grant all requests. What high-sounding sentiments. Those major medicinal shops in the inner city don't dare to hang this kind of plaque too, right? Miracle Hand Parlor was this small medicine shop's name. It had also been on Cinnamon Street for some years already. Everyone had long become used to it. The shopkeeper quietly hung this plaque out, afraid of drawing people's attention. Now, it was good, this lassie directly attracted all the people here. A look of despair appeared on the shopkeeper's face. This lassie was too ruthless. Done talking, that girl turned around and said to Yi Yuan, hey, kid, dare to come out or not? In front of everyone, let's take a look at how impressive this, will grant all requests of yours is. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and slowly came out. He clasped his hands at everyone and said, how do you do, neighbors? This Miracle Hand Parlor will be managed by me, Yi Yuan, in the future. Whatever rare or puzzling illness everybody has, pill refinement and medicine, you can all come and find me. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied. 1. Ha, this kid really dares to brag. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied. This boast is bragged too hard, right? Isn't the Miracle Hand Parlor the dragon-slaying gang's territory? Where did this punk pop out from? Yi Yuan's words made everyone burst into an uproar all at once. The girl narrowed her eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneer in her heart. Still pretending, in a while, I see how you wind up the matter. Kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hey, Master Yi, since you're so incredible, then I'll request a pill from you right now. That girl said. Yi Yuan did a go-ahead hand gesture and said, requesting pill, prepare your own spirit medicine and pill formula. Rank 3 divine pills starts from 1 million divine essence stones. The moment these words came out, that girl could not help opening her mouth wide and said in shock, 1 million divine essence stones. Why don't you go and rob people? Yi Yuan said coolly, my medicinal pills are worth this price. Truly wildly conceited, Master Wu Feng's medicinal pills were not so expensive either. This kid was crazy for money, right? Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance that asked for a beating, that girl could not help feeling exasperated and said, fine. I, Ning Saiyu, want to try what kind of medicinal pill you can refine. Here, pill formula and spirit medicines are all inside this storage ring. If you can't refine, I'll smash your signboard on the spot. Yi Yuan received the storage ring and took out the pill formula and took a look, involuntarily showing a look of surprise on his face. When Ning Saiyu saw Yi Yuan's expression, she could not help saying with a cold smile, how is it? Stunned, right, watch me smash your signboard. Done talking, She leapt up and was going to smash the signboard. But her body had just flew into midair and had her ankle caught by Yuan, and was forcefully dragged down. You, so many people are watching, you dare to go back on your word? Ning Xiyu said angrily. Yuan glanced at her indifferently and said, when did I say that I can't refine it? Ning Xiyu sneered and said, your expression just now already betrayed your thoughts. Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I thought that you'd give me some difficult problem. Didn't expect that, it's so easy. 1 rank 4 equals 4 star. For some reason, author actually seemed to use this more than the star system. Previously, I've been converting it to star. But now, I think I'll translate it as it is. Just take note that they mean the same level. Chapter 1539 Gale Celestial Stone Pill. Easy. You're saying that the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill is easy. Ha, truly shameless boasting. Ning Xiyu was utterly speechless. She really did not know where Yuan's confidence came from, to actually be this arrogant. Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was a middle grade rank 3 divine pill. Furthermore, it was a very difficult to refine type among rank 3 middle grade divine pills. Ning Xiyu's talent was extremely high. One should not look at how she was young. She was already a middle rank 3-star alchemy god. This Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was precisely the medicinal pill that she failed to refine for a long time. This medicinal pill's refinement difficulty was immense. Even if Ning Xiyu's master refined it, he could only occasionally refine one to superior grade. One had to know, her master was a 4-star alchemy god. This cocky boy in front of her was actually so arrogant. Yuan gave Ning Xiyu a glance and said smilingly, Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, the refinement fee is 2 million divine essence stones. Do you have them? Ning Xiyu glared and said angrily, don't you look down on people. Isn't it a mere 2 million divine essence stones? This young master is poor until I'm only left with divine essence stones. Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, all right then, you wait. Finished talking, Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Although 2 hours passed, everyone did not leave. Instead, there was a trend of gathering more and more. Will grant all requests. This gimmick was indeed rather beckoning. Everyone all wanted to see if this ridiculously young alchemist really had the standard, or was a half bucket of water sloshing around. But everyone was very pessimistic about Yuan. Such a young alchemist, even if he was really a 3-star alchemist, it was also impossible to have a very high standard. Since Ning Xiyu came to kick down the dojo, the pill formula that she took out definitely was not some commonplace pill formula. Ordinary alchemists probably could not refine it. But at this time, Yuan slowly came out from the inner hall. Seeing Yuan come out so quickly, Ning Xiyu's face revealed a smug smile. Kid, can't refine it, right? Did you ruin all of my spirit medicines? Hey, the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, this level of medicinal pill, how can it be what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can refine? Ning Xiyu said smugly, this Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, even if her master came to refine it, the process still needed half a day's time too. Refining it in 2 hours. Ning Xiyu did not even consider this being possible at all. This kid is totally putting up an act. Still will grant all requests, what a joke. Isn't that so? No idea where the dragon slaying gang found this kid either, isn't this asking for trouble? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, I heard before. It's a very difficult to refine middle grade rank 3 divine pill. This brat's hair isn't even fully grown, can he refine it? Come, let's smash the signboard together. Isn't this making fun of us? Ning Xiyu was all roused up when she heard and said delightedly, you don't have any objection about me smashing the signboard now, right? Oh, right, my spirit medicines, money, you got to compensate me. A total of 500,000 divine essence stones. As she said, Ning Xiyu was going to smash the signboard. Ning Xiyu's body had just risen to midair and then was dragged down by Yuan. She could not help saying in exasperation, you punk, are you courting death? Yuan ignored her, but stretched his hand out and said, give it. Ning Xiyu froze and said, give what? Yuan said, 2 million divine essence stones. Ning Xiyu blew her top all at once and bellowed, you didn't even refine the medicinal pill and still want to ask me for divine essence stones. You're not duping people, you're a scam shop. Yuan said coolly, who told you that I didn't refine it? Ning Xiyu snickered and said, rubbish. 2 hours, you can refine the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. If you were to refine it, I'll eat the medicine cauldron. Yi Yuan fished out a small jade box. The moment the jade box opened, a medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly spread out. Ning Saiyu's smile immediately froze there, looking at that dark red medicinal pill in disbelief. This is impossible. Divine grade meridian heaven heart pill. Why you? Where did you get it from? Ning Saiyu was like a startled little rabbit, at a loss on what to do and where to go. Her master could not even refine a heaven grade meridian heaven heart pill, let alone divine grade. This kid actually brought a divine grade out. This is really a divine grade medicinal pill. Are my eyes failing me? A 3-star alchemy god refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill. The meridian heaven heart pill isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. He can actually refine a divine grade. This is too fake, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Divine grade medicinal pills were extremely rare and also not what they could afford. But now, this young man actually took out a divine grade divine pill. Ning Saiyu reached her hand out, wanting to take the medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan pulled his hand back and Ning Saiyu grabbed thin air. Want the medicinal pill? Pay money. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Saiyu pursed her mouth and threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan. Snatching the jade box over, she said, take it. Look at that money face appearance of yours. Humph. Observing the meridian heaven heart pill closely, it was indeed divine grade. The medicinal pill was still steaming. Clearly, it had just come out of the furnace. This was really refined that this kid. Titanic waves surged in Ning Saiyu's heart. The difficulty of the meridian heaven heart pill, she was all too clear. She had already attempted to refine this medicinal pill for several years, but she had never succeeded before. But this kid refined it in 2 hours. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, you must have cheated, Ning Saiyu suddenly said. Little Huan was also incredibly shocked at one side. But Ning Saiyu's endless pestering, she really could not look on anymore. Young master, shut up, Ning Saiyu shouted at Little Huan, then turned to Yi Yuan again and said, kid, there must be something shady involved. I don't believe that you can refine a divine grade meridian heaven heart pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, believing it or not is up to you. Our transaction is already done. So infuriating. Can you, this punk, not be so cocky or not? Kid, I still want to ask for a kind of medicinal pill. If you can even refine this medicinal pill, I'll believe that you can really grant all requests. Otherwise, I'm still going to smash your signboard. Ning Saiyu said. Yi Yuan was amused and said smilingly, as long as there's business, I won't refuse the arrival. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ning Saiyu's mouth and she said. This is the Gale Celestial Stone Pills pill formula and spirit medicines. If you can refine it, I'll immediately get lost. Hiss. Gale Celestial Stone Pill. What background does this brat have? To actually have this pill formula. Gale Celestial Stone Pill, it's said to be a medicinal pill that can help martial artists comprehend the law of wind, being incomparably profound. This medicinal pill isn't available on the market at all. This medicinal pill is famous for being hard to refine. Heard that even for 4-star alchemy gods, it's very hard to refine. Hey, this young man is in trouble now. Yi Yuan received the pill formula and browsed it over. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, a little interesting. Ning Saiyu sneered and said, do you dare to accept or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what's not to dare? But this medicinal pill isn't cheap. Ning Saiyu snorted coldly and said, if you can really refine it, money is no object. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right then, 8 million divine essence stones. Chapter 1540 Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Hiss. 8 million divine essence stones, this is a robbery. Crazy. A medicinal pill 8 million divine essence stones. This kid is crazily thinking about money. Hey, demanding an exorbitant price got to have the ability to take it as well. Yi Yuan's quoted price directly made everyone burst into an uproar. 8 million for one medicinal pill, this was not even counting the spirit medicines, cost. This was simply a sky-high price. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was also barely any medicinal pill that could sell at the price of 8 million. This kid absolutely went crazy thinking about money. The corners of Ning Saiyu's mouth twitched and she said, if you can really refine it, so what if 8 million? But I have a request, you must refine the pill in front of everybody. She did not believe that Yuan could really refine a divine-grade divine pill. Something that even Master could not refine, how could Yuan possibly refine it? Moreover, this Gale Celestial Stone pill's difficulty was God knows how many times harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Even for her master, the chances of refining were very small too. Yuan nodded his head and said, "Deal. I'll come in then." Ning Xiyu followed Yuan inside angrily. The others exchanged glances and also entered in a single line. The miracle hand parlor was not big. Yuan's pill refining room was also not that luxurious. With so many people entering it, it seemed a little packed. These people all extended their heads, wanting to see how Yuan refined pills. Just now, this young man took out a rank 3 divine-grade divine pill. When Ning Xiyu saw this simple and crude pill refining room, she could not help pursing her mouth. This rundown place, could it really give birth to some legendary existence? What Yuan used was a celestial deity artifact medicinal cauldron. The profound yellow cauldron naturally could not be taken out in front of everyone. Either way, the celestial deity artifacts inside the purple extreme hall were a lot. There were still other medicinal cauldrons. Gale Celestial Stone Pill, Dustless mentioned it to him before but did not have the pill formula. This would be Yuan's first time refining one. After doing the prep work, he started meditating, deducing the pill formula in his head. The spirit medicines that Ning Xiyu prepared were only sufficient to refine twice. It was still a little difficult for him to want to refine it within 2 tries. Of course, this was so to other people. Ning Xiyu looked at Yuan and had a contemptuous look. This guy was definitely posturing. This room was full of people. Did meditation not require a quiet environment? Do you have to be so amateur? If you can deduce the pill formula under this kind of environment, that would really be seeing ghosts. Ning Xiyu pursed her mouth and said disdainfully, putting on an act. I want to see how long you can maintain it. She already determined now that Yuan was totally a layman. As for that medicinal pill earlier, it might have been stolen from somewhere. Roughly 2 hours later, Yuan slowly got up and arrived before the medicinal cauldron. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for Yuan to refine pills. Yuan's palms shook, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The excess spirit medicines, Yuan lightly flicked, directly sending into another container. Very soon, the 2 medicinal embryos were condensed finish. The entire process was natural and smooth, finished in one go. A hint of surprise flashed across in Ning Xiyu's eyes. Yuan's method had indeed astonished her. Except, was this medicinal embryo really reliable? That casual flick could expel the excess spirit medicines. At least, her master could not achieve such precise control. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was not considered some incredible skill to alchemy gods. But Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was vastly different from ordinary alchemy gods. A feeling of consciousness flowed. Refining pills using consciousness flow. Pill refinement was an extremely rigorous study. Could consciousness flow refine the medicinal pill? 1. Tisk, who doesn't know how to act cool? Ning Xiyu said scornfully. However, Yuan already entered pill refinement state. Ning Xiyu's ridicule, he did not hear a single word. Yuan held his palm out. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. Snicker, a rank 2 divine fire. Want to refine the Gale Celestial Stone Pill? This guy is joking around, right? Seeing the cleansing sandal sacred flame in Yuan's palm, Ning Xiyu immediately laughed. Rank 2 divine fires, regardless of whether in terms of temperature or sustainability, it did not reach the requirement of refining rank 3 divine pills at all. The Gale Celestial Stone Pill, this level of medicinal pill, the requirement of the flame itself was exceedingly high. For rank 2 divine fires to want to refine the Gale Celestial Stone Pill, it was simply a fool's talk. Under Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame had long broken through rank 1 divine fire as well, reaching rank 2. It was just that the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed clearly could not catch up to Yuan's speed of breaking through. His palm urged, the cleansing sandal sacred flame entered inside the medicinal cauldron. The cleansing sandal sacred flame emitted light exploding sounds. The temperature of the medicinal cauldron suddenly soared. Flame explosion art, a surge of scorching temperature hit from head on, making everyone's faces suddenly change. Is this a rank 2 divine fire? Why would it have such a horrifying temperature? This temperature has probably already reached the level of rank 3 divine fire, right? A rank 2 divine fire giving off a rank 3 divine fire's temperature. Is this a joke? Waves of exclamations emitted from the crowd. Ning Xiyu also had shock written all over her face. Even though it just barely reached the temperature of rank 3 divine fires, it had indeed reached it. How did this guy do it? Yuan only developed this flame explosion art in order to compensate for the inadequacies of his divine fire. Yuan could let each fire seedling undergo a small-scale explosion with terrifying control, letting the divine fire's overall temperature rise a level from there. This was Yuan's action that could not be helped. But in everyone's view, it was an inconceivable thing. Ning Xiyu's eyes glimmered, discovering a trace of inkling very soon, and could not help having a look of surprise. The little fire seedlings that this kind of art of flame explosion required to control was a very horrifying number. This guy's control over flames had simply reached the acme of perfection. It was just that, if using this method, would he still have energy to go and control the pill refinement? Controlling flames and controlling the pill refinement, these were two things and needed to be done separately. Without a doubt, this method of controlling fire needed to expend tremendous energy. Then what would Yuan use to refine pills? A hint of a gloating smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiyu's mouth. What was the use of being good at fire control? Forming the pill was the crux. But very soon, her smile turned stiff on her face. Inside the entire room, a mysterious aura started filling the air. This aura was like wine fragrance, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Chaos Heavenly Star Art, Yuan shouted lightly, his entire person seemingly turning into a region of chaos, giving people the feeling of beholding a great mountain. Ning Xiyu's eyes became somewhat misty, as if she was drunk. Her entire person was immersed in the sea of Tao, unable to extricate herself. As for the rest, they were even more like so. Inside this pill refinement room, the aura of great Tao pervaded the air. Chaos Heavenly Star Art was the alchemy technique that Yuan developed. It was also the extension of his alchemy Tao when he was a mortal realm. If his alchemy skill was a tender seedling in the past, then his current alchemy skill was a great tree currently growing tall and strong. I don't know what this consciousness flow means, but it doesn't appear anymore. Chapter 1541. Are you a monster? Yuan gained enlightenment on Great Tao with alchemy and developed the Chaos Heavenspan canon. He naturally walked further along the alchemy path too. After the 10 directions heaven seizing art, Yuan created the Chaos Heavenly Star Art with the Chaos Heavenspan canon as the foundation. Especially after the Great Tao Heavenly Melody the last time, this alchemy skill became even more unfathomable. As soon as it was used, it would trigger Great Tao. Suddenly, the aura of Great Tao poured into the medicinal cauldron frenziedly. Everyone returned to serenity. That misty look of Ning Xiyu's finally recovered clarity. Just now, what happened? What a mysterious feeling. I feel like I seem to have understood something. Ning Xiyu said in shock. What a mysterious feeling. I clearly don't know how to refine pills, but why do I feel like I seem to know how to refine pills? Just now, what in the world happened? What a magical alchemy technique. Everyone seemed to have experienced a fleeting dream. Now, they had a feeling as if waking up from a dream. Yuan pointed at the medicinal pill in the jade box and said to Ning Xiyu, "Your Gale Celestial Stone pill, pay up." The moment Ning Xiyu looked at it, her eyes went wide. How is this possible? Peak heaven grade, just a bit more, just a little bit more. Are you still human? Ning Xiyu's voice, the pitch gradually became higher and higher. She felt that she must have seen a fake medicinal pill. This guy actually refined a peak heaven grade Gale Celestial Stone pill. Furthermore, it was even his first time refining. Ning Xiyu felt that her head could not quite wrap itself around it. Everything in front of her was too surreal. She watched Yuan refine pills with her own eyes. This absolutely could not be falsified. Also, that mysterious feeling just now, what was with that? Ning Xiyu looked at Yuan, feeling that this youth was so mysterious. This is the first time I'm refining it. I'm still a little unfamiliar with the pill. You can leave the other medicinal embryo here. Tomorrow, I'll help you refine once more. It should be able to reach divine grade, Yuan said coolly. Ning Xiyu used a gaze like she had seen a ghost to look at Yuan. She seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in her heart currently anymore. When did refining divine grade medicinal pills become so casual? At this moment, the shopkeeper's face revealed a red glow, looking excited. He really did not think that this young lad who was new was actually an expert who kept his own counsel. No, wait, it was a super-duper expert. What kind of expert could refine divine-grade medicinal pills like cabbages? Even 4-star alchemy gods could not do it too, right? At this time, he felt that this, will grant all requests signboard was genuine fame following real achievement, living up to its reputation. All along, the Miracle Hand Parlor was half dead. But the shopkeeper was clear that the Miracle Hand Parlor would soon become the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's hottest medicinal shop. Everybody saw it, right? Our Master Yi has true capabilities. Everyone, remember, all requests will be granted. In the future, if everyone has any needs, feel free to come to the Miracle Hand Parlor. It's getting late now, everyone can all disperse then, said the shopkeeper as he smiled from ear to ear. Everyone experienced boundless shock and left the Miracle Hand Parlor. Ning Xiyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she did not know where to begin. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiyu and said suspiciously, "What? It can't be that you don't have divine essence stones, right?" Ning Xiyu's expression changed and she suddenly put on a smile and said with a fawning look, "This came out in a hurry. Why not? How about this? I see that your little medicine shop is lacking manpower too. I'll be a little medicine boy for you." Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiyu meaningfully and said, "You want to learn alchemy from me?" Ning Xiyu instantly turned into a fangirl. Pulling Yi Yuan's hand and swinging, she said, "Your pill refinement is really too incredible. I idolize you to death. I discovered that, I've fallen in love with alchemy." Yi Yuan shook her hand off and said with a disgusted look, "What does you falling in love with alchemy have got to do with me? Give me the money." Not that Yi Yuan was greedy for money, but that his current expenditures were too great. The cost of rank 3 spirit medicines was far from what rank 1 and 2 spirit medicines could compare to. The spirit medicines of a medicinal pill like the Gale Celestial Stone pill, the cost price would likely cost several million divine essence stones. Along the way, in order to research rank 3 spirit medicines, he already spent no less than over 1 billion divine essence stones. Adding in the flight expenditure along the way, he was only left with 2 to 3 billion divine essence stones now. It looked like a very large sum. Actually, it was already consuming without producing. Hence, the money that should be charged, he naturally must charge Ning Xiyu. 8 million to buy a medicinal pill sounded very scary. Actually, it was not considered expensive for divine-grade medicinal pills. Because one could not buy it at all. The Gale Celestial Stone pill's divine-grade medicinal pill, even 4-star alchemy gods could not refine it. Ning Xiyu said with a resentful look, "Stinky fellow who's oblivious to flirting. Want money, don't have it. Want my life, there's one. Up to you." As she said this, Ning Xiyu directly made a grabbing move toward the medicinal pill. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was even faster than her, directly putting away the medicinal pill and medicinal embryo. "If no money, I'll keep these 2 medicinal pills. 2 Gale Celestial Stone pills, the price shouldn't be lower than 8 million, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Xiyu's expression changed and she said, "You. No way, this medicinal pill, you can't take it away." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, even if you give me more, I'll return them to you. I said 8 million, it means 8 million. I won't take a single cent more from you." Ning Xiyu said exasperatedly, "No way. The Gale Celestial Stone pill's spirit medicines, I've collected for a long time. That's for my big brother to use, you can't sell it." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's none of my business." Ning Xiyu gritted her teeth and said, "It's you who forced me. Look out for my sword." Done talking, Ning Xiyu stabbed toward Yi Yuan with a sword. Yi Yuan stood firm, finger lightly flicking on the flat of the blade, directly shocking the long sword until it slipped out of the hand. Ning Xiyu was shocked until her wrist went numb and she said in surprise, "Are you a monster? Alchemy strength is so formidable, martial arts is actually this strong too." Ning Xiyu was an origin deity. Not saying that she was one of the best among peers, but she was also not what an initial stage origin deity could casually defeat. But Yi Yuan actually just lightly flicked a bit and flicked her sword flying. Once this guy really made a move, how terrifying would that be? Regardless of whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Ning Xiyu had always been very confident in her talent. She was not very hardworking in cultivation, but her strength was much stronger than her peers. All the way until today, she ran into Yi Yuan. This hateful guy shattered her confidence into pieces. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her and said coolly, "Go on." Ning Xiyu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet angrily and said, "Fine, I'll pay up. Here, there's 4 million in here, all for you. Now, I'm penniless and have nowhere to go anymore. You have to take me in. Ouch. Let me go. Quickly let me go. What are you going to do?" Yi Yuan directly picked Ning Xiyu up and walked outside the door. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of being compassionate toward girls, directly throwing Ning Xiyu out. Chapter 1542 My territory, I make the call. Will grant all requests. Hey, truly shameless boast. This old man has immersed in alchemy for so many years and still doesn't dare to say this kind of big talk. No need to go and care about him. In a few days, their signboard will get smashed. Spreading from mouth to mouth, the news of miracle hand parlors will grant all requests signboard spread out very quickly. Wu Feng heard about this miracle hand parlor very soon. But regarding the will grant all requests signboard, he scoffed in derision. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to claim to grant all requests. Master, really don't need to care. I heard somebody saw that the presiding alchemist actually refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill. Said the manager. Wu Feng snickered when he heard that and said, rank 3 divine grade divine pill. Something that propagates erroneously, you actually believe it too. Would someone capable of refining rank 3 divine grade divine pills be inside a small medicine shop in this South City? But the manager said, Master, I say, could it be that kid who cured Zhu Yongtian? That miracle hand parlor is the current Thunderclap gang's business. Wu Feng's expression turned stiff, instantly becoming incomparably ugly. That being said, it was really possible. Humph, isn't he very capable? Then we'll send a big gift over. I want to see how he grants all requests. Wu Feng said with a cold smile. The Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, Luo Yu and He Xiao were also very interested in this newly emerged miracle hand parlor. I've already inquired, Master Wu Feng already sentenced Zhu Yongtian to death. It seems like he was brought back to life by this newcomer kid from the miracle hand parlor. Luo Yu's expression was somewhat ugly. This kid that popped out of no idea where actually ruined their good thing. Zhu Yongtian was Xing Guan's right-hand man. His death was a tremendous loss to the Thunderclap gang. He did not expect that Zhu Yongtian was actually saved by someone in the end. Furthermore, he was even brimming with vitality now, so how could this not anger Luo Yu? He Xiao smiled and said, this kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Don't talk about Master Wu Feng. Even those masters in the inner city don't dare to hang such a signboard too. Luo Yu said, hey, he's still young in the end. Saving Zhu Yongtian, he thinks that he's an alchemy divine physician already. This kid went crazy wanting to be famous, right? He Xiao said, since he wants to become famous, then let's help him. The two people exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. Ning Xiyu looked at the Yi Yuan currently diagnosing people's pulse, a hint of fascination revealing in her eyes. Was this guy really around the same age as her? Why could he be impressive to such a degree? These few days, she followed along by Yi Yuan's side, becoming a little medicine boy who filled prescriptions and refined medicine. But, she actually did not have any complaints at all. Under her endless pestering, Yi Yuan finally agreed to let her stay. Once the news of the will grant all requests signboard spread out, the guests who dropped in naturally could not dispensed with. In between this, there were naturally quite a few complicated and rare illnesses, and also quite a few martial artists who were heavily injured and on the verge of death. But arriving in front of Yi Yuan, not a single one could actually stump him. One could say, it was curing the illness when the medicine took effect. The will grant all requests signboard was really not joking around. At least all the way until now, a situation that could stump Yi Yuan had not occurred yet. Ning Xiyu's own alchemy standard was already very high. The majority of the situation here, she could resolve it. But there were that few cases, she was really helpless to do anything. However, Yi Yuan had the power to transform something rotten into magical. Until now, no accidents had occurred. Furthermore, each one that came to the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan could virtually do it perfectly. Ning Xiyu touched her own heart and asked herself, even those that she could handle, she could not do it as well as Yi Yuan too. No, should say way worse. This guy was simply not human. Over a few days, Ning Xiyu was already thoroughly subdued by Yi Yuan. Even though this guy boasted a lot, he really has the capital to boast. Ning Xiyu said to herself. Little Huan looked at Ning Xiyu, feeling that she did not quite recognize her young lady anymore. Was this still that lawless and rampant young lady? These few days, her young lord was well behaved like a little maid in front of Master Yi. If Master Yi asked her to go east, she absolutely would not dare to go west. Even the young lady's master did not have this ability to subdue her too. However, Master Yi was really too incredible. Seemed even more incredible than the young lady's master. Get lost, all get lost. For me, I want to see a doctor, so the others all scrammed to the back. Suddenly, 3 to 5 burly men barged right into Miracle Hand Parlor, driving all of the people outside. The burly man in the lead directly slapped a palm on the table, shattering the table to pieces and said highly spiritedly, "Brat, attend to me first." Yuan currently had his eyes closed, reading someone's pulse. He did not even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, "Your illness can't be cured, leave." That burly man was stunned and said, "Motherfucker, you didn't even open your eyes, how do you know that my illness can't be cured? Don't you claim to grant all requests? Why, it's bluffing people. I will smash your signboard right now. Who asked you to cheat people?" Yuan still said unhurriedly, "Idiocy can't be cured, there's only reincarnating anew." Yuan's words immediately tickled everyone. The burly man's face turned red and he bellowed, "All shut up for your father. Who dares to laugh again, your father will make you never able to laugh out loud." Everyone's face changed, all shutting their mouths sensibly. Everyone all recognized who this burly man was. He was the Silverfeather Gang's 6th head, Chen Biao, a guy who killed people without batting an eyelid. If he said to kill people, it was never joking around with you. "Kid, you dare to fool me. Do you know who I am?" Chen Biao pointed at Yuan, already reaching his nose. Yuan said calmly, "Don't care who you are, go to the back and queue up. Those who cause trouble here, there's no treatment without exception." Chen Biao was just about to fly off the handle when a hulking man barged in from outside. "Chen Biao, you dare to cause trouble in our Thunderclap Gang's territory. Do you believe that I'll exterminate you right now?" This hulking man was none other than precisely Meng Huo. He heard that Chen Biao came to the Miracle Hand Parlor in great haste, and he immediately brought people to rush over. Chen Biao's eyes swiveled and he said with a smile, "Your father isn't causing trouble. Your father came to see a doctor today. I have a brother who got a strange illness that can't be cured no matter what. When we heard that this Miracle Hand Parlor will grant all requests, we came to see a doctor." The moment Meng Huo heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together and looked toward the stretcher that Chen Biao brought. A middle-aged man laid on the stretcher, his complexion waxy, both eyes deeply sunken, already on his dying breath. He was clear in his heart. This guy definitely came specially to find trouble. This illness was probably not that easy to treat. "Then what's with this?" Meng Huo pointed at the shattered table and said in a deep voice. Chen Biao said coolly, "Wasn't I worried about my brother's safety and was somewhat anxious?" Yuan said coolly, "Want to see a doctor, queue up. Not seeing, get lost." Chen Biao said in a cold voice, "Humph. There are still so many people in front. If my brother were to die, can you shoulder the responsibility?" Yuan said without a care, "If he dies, what has it got to do with me? My territory, I make the call. Queuing up is my rule here. I'm not going to see you. You can get lost already." Chapter 1543 Everyone coming to make trouble. Chen Biao's expression changed a few times. Finally, he gave a cold snort and went to the back to queue up obediently. The boss made it clear, the important thing was to smash the signboard, not cause trouble. In the words of the chief head, since they dared to put up a will grant all requests signboard, they must be able to withstand exposure to the elements. That guy on the stretcher was the big gift that the boss carefully prepared. When Meng Huo saw Chen Biao retreat, being well behaved, he had an even more foreboding premonition. Chen Biao's temper was very similar to his, with both being the impatient and hot-tempered type. Normally, he would have long come to blows. There must be something strange for things to be this abnormal. That guy on the stretcher was probably not easy to treat. Meng Huo looked over toward Yuan rather worriedly and discovered that Yuan's expression was normal and did not seem to care at all. Even though he was very confident in Yuan, to an alchemist, to not know something was quite normal. Treating one strange and difficult disease did not mean that he was omnipotent. Yuan being able to cure Zhu Yongtian did not mean he could treat everybody. Regarding Yuan hanging this plaque, Meng Huo still begged to differ in his heart. Not just him, everyone including their boss, they were all rather worried. After all, once this plaque was hung, who they would offend would not be one or two people. Most likely, the entire South City, even the entire Imperial City's alchemists would come to find trouble. Ning Xiyu, go and make a medicinal soup according to this prescription and let him drink it. Yi Yuan casually wrote a prescription and instructed Ning Xiyu to go and do things. Alright, Ning Xiyu got up excitedly and received the prescription from Yi Yuan's hands, and she went to boil the medicine subserviently. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being incomparably shocked. This lass was a middle-stage origin deity, to actually be ordered about by Master Yi. Looking at the lass's appearance, she even seemed to be enjoying it. A few days in, Ning Xiyu's standard still obtained Yi Yuan's recognition. Although a little impetuous, she was indeed a good sapling, having a very high level of comprehension. Brewing medicine with her middle-rank 3-star alchemy god status was naturally wasting talented people for trivial tasks. At this time, another group of people poured in. Seeing this group of people, Meng Huo's brows furrowed even tighter. The arrival was the Sun Moon Gang's fifth head, Ding Song. Behind this group of people, a foolish-looking young man was brought along, saliva drooling. Seeing this simpleton, Meng Huo's heart abruptly sunk. He naturally recognized this simpleton. That was the eldest son of the Qian family within the Sun Moon Gang's sphere of influence, Qian Ping. Since birth, Qian Ping was a simpleton, all the way until now. The children of deity realm powerhouses would rarely have simpletons appear. But Qian Ping was a simpleton. Because the Qian family's family head only had this one son, in order to treat this son's intellectual disability, the divine essence stones he spent were an astronomical figure. The top alchemists in the outer cities, including Master Wu Feng, had all treated Qian Ping before, but they were all helpless. It was said that Qian Ping was born with his divine soul incomplete, and that was why it caused his intellect level to be low. But inherent divine soul inadequacy, this was an ailment that all alchemists found hard to overcome. How could it be that easy to cure? Forget about Wu Feng, even if a 4-star alchemy god came, they would be helpless too. Meng Huo's face fell and he said, Ding Song, you want to come and cause trouble too? But Ding Song was different from Chen Biao's rashness and said with a smile, what are you saying? This miracle hand parlor is famous now. I'm bringing Boss Qian over to see a doctor. How can it be said to be causing trouble? But, if this will grant all requests signboard of yours as fake, then everyone won't be able to accept it either, right? This card he played, including Chen Biao's earlier, caused jeerings from everyone. Meng Huo gritted his teeth and said, Ding Song, you're clearly looking for fault here. Qian Ping is born with his divine soul incomplete, there's no cure at all. You brought him here, what is it if not harboring ulterior motives? The corners of Ding Song's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, Meng Huo, I don't understand what you said. Will grant all requests, these 4 words, is it said for fun? Now, we have a request for Master Yi, shouldn't he definitely agree to it? Or is it that your miracle hand parlor's signboard is deceiving everyone? Meng Huo could not help choking, he was rendered speechless by what Ding Song said. He currently felt that Yi Yuan was simply shooting himself in the foot here. Hanging such a plaque, wasn't it giving people a reason to act? He had yet to think of a way to answer when another wave of people came in. Yo, this small medicine shop is so crowded today, the person in front said with a playful smile. This person, Meng Guo naturally knew him as well. He was called Huang Haoran and had a very close relationship with Dai Hall. Looking at the person Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo's expression was somber to the extreme. This guy definitely came on behalf of Wu Feng. Wu Feng taking action was different from other people making a move. He himself was the pinnacle most 3-star alchemy god. He was all too familiar with alchemy. What illness was easy to treat, what ailment was not easy to treat, he was really clear of things. This person that Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo knew him too. He was Huang Haoran's nephew called Huang Qian. A few years ago, Huang Qian went to a mystic realm to search for treasures and narrowly escaped with his life. But ever since then, not only did he lose his cultivation completely, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul as well, becoming a walking corpse. Huang Haoran regarded this nephew very highly. He even brought Huang Qian to find Wu Feng before, but Wu Feng did not find out the reason for his problem. Later, Wu Feng even invited the other West City and North City's alchemy experts over to take a look. Nobody could find any problem. Hence, this dragged out for quite a number of years. Meng Huo was seething with hatred in his heart. Their Thunderclap gang did not offend Master Wu Feng either. They merely had Yi Yuan save second brother. Was there a need to be like this? Could it be that they had to passively watch second brother die? This Master Wu Feng actually hated them so much out of jealousy. This made Meng Huo very vexed. They had spent quite a number of divine essence stones to show filial respect to Wu Feng these few years. They did not expect that he suddenly turned hostile at the drop of a hat. Furthermore, did this bunch of guys make an appointment to come and find trouble together today? Meng Huo very much wanted to chase all these guys away. He used a probing glance to look at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very absorbed and did not care about these people at all. This is Master Yi. Truly, heroes come from youngsters, will grant all requests. Heh, impressive, impressive, Huang Heoran said with an amused look. Anybody could discern the sarcasm in these words. However, this was not over yet. Heavenly Fragrance Parlor, 5-Flavor Pavilion, etc., the South City's famous major medicine shops all sent people over. Some were seeking pills, some were treating illnesses. But without a doubt, they were all some extremely difficult, strange, and complicated ailments. These major medicine shops were all under the three great families' command, their strength immense. Even though their presiding alchemist was not as impressive as Wu Feng, they were not far off too. These people seemed to have agreed upon it, all gathering in Miracle Hand Parlor. Clearly, this will grant all requests of Yi Yuan's had incurred public wrath. When Meng Huo saw this scene, he could not help feeling a headache. Opening the door and doing business, he had no reason to chase people away. What the hell is this Master Yi doing? This is totally drawing aggro. How will the Thunderclap gang still make a living in South City in the future? Meng Huo was virtually going crazy. But by the side, Ning Xiyu looked at this scene rather amusedly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he would do. Chapter 1544. Open your dog eyes and take a look. At Dai Hall, Wu Feng had been waiting for the news over there all along. Hearing about the Miracle Hand Parlor's situation, Wu Feng was delighted. Hoo, this old man didn't expect it. This kid incurred public wrath. I want to see how he cleans up the mess today, Wu Feng said with a grin. The manager was also very surprised by this situation currently. He did not expect that of the South City's 6 major forces, the 3 great families and 2 major gangs, all made a move against a puny little Miracle Hand Parlor. But thinking about it, the manager also felt at ease. This punk was too arrogant, insisting on hanging what will grant all requests plaque. Wasn't this looking for a fight? Master played a vicious move this time. That Huang Qian, even 4-star alchemy gods are helpless. If that boy can be saved, it would be preposterous, the manager said with a smile. Wu Feng smiled and said, hey, that kid is too arrogant. I'm teaching him how to behave. This heavenspan world is too big. He has only lived for a few days. The illnesses that he hasn't seen are too many, to actually dare boast so shamelessly. The things that Meng Huo knew were just a bit. Back then when Wu Feng promised Huang Heoran, it was not just because he had a good relationship with Huang Heoran, it was also because his stubborn temper flared up at that time, insisting on overcoming this difficult hurdle. Alchemists were all a little stubborn, Wu Feng was no exception either. Such a hard-to-come-by symptom, Wu Feng naturally wanted to overcome it. For the sake of Huang Qian, Wu Feng did not even scruple to bring him into the inner city's pill tower, asking his master for help. In the end, he still could not find out anything about the condition. Wu Feng's master was a pill tower's 4-star alchemy god. Even he could not do anything about it. Could this kid then? He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. At this time, inner city's pill tower, a benign-looking old man was currently lecturing a young man. Already found out about your younger sister's news. She's currently at the South City's Cinnamon Street. You go and bring her back, the old man said. The young man had a look of embarrassment and said with a bow, Master Zhan Yu, my sister is too mischievous and has troubled Master. Zhan Yu smiled and said, your sister is all right in everything. She's just a little too condescending. Her alchemy talent is indeed incomparable. But this path isn't what talent alone can determine. Other people's talent is inferior to hers, but others are more hardworking than her. The young man sweat profusely and said, Master lectured justly. Capturing her back this time, I'll definitely discipline her well. Zhan Yu smiled and said, you don't have to be like this. That lass's personality, you know it. The more stubborn you're with her, the more stubborn she is to you. You don't need to forcefully bring her back as well. Let her suffer a bit of hardship outside. It might be a good thing for her. The Pill Tower's competition is about to start. You just bring her back before the competition and that will do. The young man bowed and said, yes. Inside the Miracle Hand Parlor, Yi Yuan's speed of diagnosing and treating was very fast. Chen Biao, Ding Song, and the rest had already waited for a very long time. But the expressions on their faces were somewhat different from when they just came. Those people queued in front of them could be said to have their symptoms vanish as the medicine took effect. And the people who requested pills, what they got were actually all divine-grade medicinal pills. Even though what Yi Yuan refined today were all not some too difficult to refine medicinal pills, divine-grade medicinal pills, this in itself already indicated many problems. This guy really had the ability. But very soon, Chen Biao and Ding Song felt at ease. To be able to bring Zhu Yongtian back to life, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely extraordinary. They were very confident in their coming to find trouble today. What the three great families and two major gangs sent here today were all famous complicated and strange ailments of the South City. The numerous big-shot alchemy gods of South City were unable to resolve them. Finally, it was Chen Biao's turn. Carry him over, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chen Biao did a hand gesture and ordered people to carry in front of Yi Yuan. Kid, if my brother has his diagnosis and treatment delayed, I will smash this shop of yours. Chen Biao threatened him. The moment Meng Huo heard, he flared up and said with a cold smile, you just try making a move. Do you really take my thunderclap gang to have no one? But Chen Biao said indifferently, since I brought the person in, then his life is your responsibility. If he dies, it means that will grant all requests signboard as a sham. Why can't I smash it? Meng Huo could not help choking when he heard that and said in a cold voice, Master Yi hasn't treated him yet, of course it doesn't count. Chen Biao, if you dare to make trouble, do you believe that you can't walk out of Cinnamon Street today or not? Chen Biao directly took out a divine artifact and said with a cold smile, your father doesn't believe it. What can you do to me? The others also all watched the two people fight gloatingly, smiles all over their faces. Those present currently all hoped for the Miracle Hand Parlor to close up shop. They naturally stood on Chen Biao's side. Furthermore, the three great families and two major gangs moving out collectively also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Normally, these people would have long flown off the handle and drove everyone away. But today, they wanted to see the appearance of the Miracle Hand Parlor getting disgraced. Fifth head, this is your mistake. Since he came in, then you guys naturally have to take responsibility. Yeah, saying it like this isn't fair. No matter which medicinal shop you go to, when the person enters the door, curing or killing is all a matter of the alchemist's level. This person looks like he already can't make it, you guys still wanted him to wait in line. Isn't this harming people? The onlookers also clamored to get a word in, saying until Meng Huo was livid with rage. Alright, carry away. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. A hint of a smug smile revealed on the faces Ding Song, Huang Haoran, and the rest. Resolved it so quickly. This guy was an utter fraud. Ha ha ha. Brothers, smash for me. Smash it hard. Just this level, still will grant all requests. After staring blankly, Chen Biao let out a loud laugh and immediately instructed his subordinates to make a scene. You dare. Right then, a pretty figure stepped forward bravely, standing in front of Chen Biao. Where did this girlie come from? Don't want to live anymore. You guys failed to save him and still don't let us smash the shop. Chen Biao glared fiercely and roared at Ning Saiyu. But Ning Saiyu was completely fearless and said with a disdainful smile, open your dog eyes and take a look. He's already brought back to life. What qualifications do you have to smash the shop? Everyone froze once more. Chen Biao said with a big laugh, brought back to life. He's still lying. You're fine. When Chen Biao was laughing hard, that middle-aged man on the stretcher slowly opened his eyes and actually got up on his own. When everyone saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The waxen complexion on the middle-aged man's face disappeared. His face was still a little haggard, but his whole person looked like he was no longer in jeopardy. Fuck me, this is also too magical. In but a few sentences' time, he cured the person. This Master Yi really isn't boasted out. His means are simply fantastical. The looks of amazement on everyone's faces could not be concealed no matter what. Astonishment was written all over Chen Biao's face. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan's meaning was that the person was cured and could be carried away, and not can't be cured and to be carried away. This was too freaking bullshit. An illness that was not cured after wandering more than half of the South City's medicine shops, but coming here and in the time it took to say a few sentences, it was then cured. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.